This is Ye Qing, a level 0 player, essentially the weakest in this world, so he scavenges for scraps in the abyss. His daily job is to sort through the scraps that the awakened hunters leave behind, ensuring the quality and appearance of everything he salvages. While diligently cleaning the crystals, a hunter stomped on Ye Qing's container, showing disdain, but warning. These crystals are carefully inventoried assets. If you try to hide any, you'll not only have to pay compensation but you'll also go to jail. Got it. Young Ye Qing silently watched the weaklings scrambling for their lives, realizing that their work was the main source of income for level 0 players, and that any monsters missed by the fighters could cost them their lives. Despite the hardship, a crystal worth nearly 500,000 only nets the scavengers 300 yuan. And with a 1/1000 commission, they get an extra 600 yuan, leaving them with just 540 after agency fees. Though meager, it's a living one, they might not survive. Those who take on such dangerous work are willing to do anything for money. His colleague enticed him with the prospect of a profit margin 3 times higher, a figure that aroused suspicion in Ye Qing, but he ultimately accepted the job. It would be a waste to miss such a golden opportunity. 10 years ago, the first gates began to appear on Earth. Monsters poured into Earth's space, wreaking havoc and claiming the top spot in the food chain. But after countless defeats, humanity finally found its first glimmers of hope. Those known as the Awakened began to appear in greater numbers. Only they could stand against the monsters. Thanks to their divinely granted power, they could inflict damage upon the creatures of the abyss. What's more, they discovered that items with unique powers could be harvested from the monsters' corpses, like discovering a new continent for the second time. Humanity began to thrive in the abyss, and as old companies declined, new industries rose to take their place, forcing our hero Diep Kin to follow the tide. He desperately needed money because he had a seriously ill younger sister in the hospital, but after repeatedly failing to pay the hospital bills, they were done pleading with him, no matter how much he begged. What's worse, he's 2 months behind on rent, and despite desperately searching for work, no one will hire him. They all coldly turn him away. All in all, the situation has become dire for him, and for other low-level players as well, because he and they inadvertently share the label of social outcasts. But in his darkest hour, the only ones to offer a hand were loan sharks, demanding the most valuable thing he possessed: his organs. If he doesn't pay on time, they'll take his organs. After one last internal monologue, Ye Qing and the other cleaners arrive at the gate to another dimension. Above, the hunters waited for Ye Qing and the other cleaners to appear, complaining about their tardiness, before finally heading into the gate. But little does he know, everything is about to change as they enter the gate this time. After stepping through, they immediately begin their journey. Their destination, the 5th floor of this B-rank gate. And greeting them is a pack of level 1 spectral wolves. Seeing their opponents, the hunters quickly reassured each other, then began to divide tasks and act. The hooded, white-haired figure, seemingly a rogue, immediately cast a fireball attacking the wolves. Though the damage wasn't great, the shockwave was enough to scatter the wolves, and they continued on their way. While the mage was tying his shoelaces, Ye Qing was observing his surroundings and carelessly tripped over him, falling to the ground. The difference in their strength was too great. In a fit of anger, he could lift Ye Qing with just one hand. Already frustrated with the level 0 player, he pinned him against the wall, hurling insults, but thankfully his teammate intervened, telling him to stop, and Ye Qing was thrown aside. But Ye Qing would remember those insults, marking them as goals for the future. Little did they know, Ye Qing's experience points were already at 99. He only needed one more level to break through to level 1. As soon as the monster appeared, the miners scattered and screamed, "It's a monster run!" At that moment, Ye Qing was left all alone, staring ahead in shock, his face dripping with sweat as he exclaimed, "Just one left." Only one monster appeared, meaning it was incredibly powerful and difficult to defeat. Suddenly, the system displayed the words, "Bloodthirsty Phantom Wolf." Seeing this, Ye Qing quickly glanced behind him, searching for a usable weapon, spotting a level 1 shield and a level 1 wooden staff lying on the ground. The wolf snarled its jaws open, ready to strike, but Ye Qing's eyes hardened, a thirst for blood rising within him. Without hesitation, Ye Qing quickly grabbed a weapon from the floor and dodged the wolf's attack. It missed. Suddenly he realized this monster was the opportunity he'd been desperately waiting for. Ye Qing dodged perfectly, landing safely. The bloodthirsty shade, missing its bite, glared furiously at Ye Qing, who without hesitation leaped to attack. He gripped his level 1 wooden staff and struck the bloodthirsty wraith on the head, yelling, "Die." But strangely, the attacked wolf was unharmed, and Ye Qing was annoyed to see the system display the damage. No. Confused, Ye Qing was incredibly surprised and questioned what was happening. Not here. Seeing this whole ridiculous scene, the miners behind them burst out laughing. Is Ye Qing stupid? It's only a matter of time before he dies. Didn't you know, only those who have changed classes can damage magical beasts? Just as the miners finished speaking, the wolf lunged to attack. Ye Qing is blindsided and he yells in anger, "Of course I know that." Suddenly the system panel appears, showing Ye Qing level 0, STR 1, AGI 1, INT 1, Will 1, Con 1, Luck 1. But then, the bloodthirsty ghoul roared and lunged at Ye Qing, who scrambled away, dropping his backpack. Biting his lip as he ran, he thought with stats this weak, even the weakest monster would break through my defenses. Something he knew all too well. Seeing Ye Qing flee, it gave chase, and as he looked at the monster pursuing him, he already had a plan. It was precisely because he knew this. Ye Qing took the opportunity to jump onto a massive tree root, clinging to the wall inside the mine. Its sharp teeth clamped down on the root, where Ye Qing had just leaped, giving him the chance to descend with his wooden staff. Ye Qing's eyes hardened as he roared, knowing he had to strike harder. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mine, the awakened hunters led by Xing Dian split up to hunt monsters. He stood over a pile of defeated wolves, sneering with satisfaction. Even if those zero-level employees encounter a monster with a sliver of health, they'll be scared out of their pants. The captain chimed in saying, "We can easily make a fortune just by killing a few monsters while they're doomed, if they run into one." As he admired a small crystal shard he'd just picked up, he sneered, "Worthless trash." Then he turned and calmly said to everyone, "Let's just grab the most valuable stuff. The trash can clean up the rest, that's their job anyway." Around them, cards containing items of green, blue, and purple appeared one after another, when suddenly, the cloaked girl with the mask spoke up. "Hey boss, there are still some monsters left over there," she said, pointing towards the source of the screams. "Run, you monsters, run." Seeing this, the Star Palace clicked his tongue. "How annoying, I'll go take care of it." With that, he charged ahead to investigate, earning nods of agreement from the other job holders. Just as he said, Xing Dian casually put one hand in his pocket, and with the other pointed at the purple card saying, "I'm calling dibs on that purple equipment, so don't you dare steal it." His shout echoed throughout the building. Ye Qing and the magical beast engaged in a fierce battle, both covered in blood, their injuries indistinguishable in severity. He opened his eyes wide, struggling to overcome the physical pain. The wooden stick in his hand had disintegrated, but in Ye Qing's eyes, it still had a purpose. He stubbornly raised it once more, determined not to die like trash. Ye Qing mustered all his strength and stabbed the beast right in the eye, causing blood to spurt out. The beast roared, releasing Ye Qing, and then collapsed heavily to the ground. Such a massive beast finally brought down by a mere level 0 novice. Ye Qing collapses to his knees. He smirked victoriously, panting, his quiet laughter building into a triumphant roar, releasing the pain and the relentless effort. At that moment Xing Dian approached from afar, stopping some distance away, and Ye Qing noticed his arrival. With an unreadable expression, Xing Dian spoke. "You actually killed a low-level wolf all by yourself." He suddenly approached. Ye Qing pulled him from the ground and lifted him with one hand, as if he were carrying an animal. Staring directly at Ye Qing, Xing Dian roared, trying to be a hero, "You think you've lived too long, dog." He just kept yelling in that grating voice, "We're not paying you to die." Trash talk. Ye Qing ignored him, knowing there was more than one path to advancement. When enough experience is accumulated to reach level 1, even a level 0 employee can successfully trigger a job change, making it even easier to obtain a hidden profession. Ye Qing recalled the times he'd seen other warriors fighting monsters. To achieve this, you must find a way to gain the experience needed to level up. And for someone with no level, unable to inflict damage on anyone, this is even harder than climbing to the heavens. 1% experience, 2% experience. For years he risked his life searching for an opening to land a critical blow, to inflict even the smallest amount of damage. That 3% was from his attempts to fight weak monsters, accumulating little by little. 4%. Baifinger Chi. 10%, 18%, 30%, 50%, 60%, 99%. And with the magical beast in the previous battle, all it took was 1 point of damage to reach 100%. His smile deepened as he looked directly at Xing Dian and said, "This is the only way I can gain experience." As soon as Ye Qing finished speaking, the system announced that the conditions had been met. Your experience has reached 100%, fulfilling the promotion requirements. Seeing the light emanating from Ye Qing, Xing Dian was shocked and in disbelief. Has this kid gained enough experience to change jobs? Ye Qing was now enveloped in a blinding light as the system continued to display notifications. Congratulations, you've reached level 1. The screen went black for a few silent seconds before displaying the final result. Jack Scavenger, level 1, M level. He stared in disbelief, utterly shocked by this upgrade. The guildmaster froze for a moment, then tried to stifle his laughter, but he couldn't hold it back any longer, and burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face as he wondered what kind of job advancement this was. A scavenger. After all that, he's still just a scavenger. Level 1, after a promotion. The Star Palace doubled over with laughter, patting Ye Qing's shoulder. "Sorry, I really can't help it, the chance of a lifetime. But still, just a weakling, just a plain old weakling. Perfect, a match made in heaven." Suddenly he stopped laughing, his face serious as he spoke to Ye Qing. "Listen, all your level 1 talentless friends are gone now, so you'll be doing the cleanup mission alone." Then he turned his back, leaving Ye Qing standing there alone. "Brothers, do I have a joke for you all?" Ye Qing then lowered his head, looked at his blood-stained hands, unsure if it was his own or the monster's, and wondered, is being apathetic really that great? I can't lose faith. Ye Qing had lived a hard life, so this didn't faze him for long. If the scavenger's level is 1, then attribute values can't be increased through upgrades. He looked down at the monster's corpse lying motionless on the ground, wondering what exactly were the abilities of a scavenger. Suddenly, the demonic beast floated off the ground, enveloped in light as a system notification appeared. Reclaimable item found, low-level wolf demon corpse. Ye Qing was stunned, his mouth agape as the system prompted recycle. He paused for a moment, then replied, yes. Immediately, something appeared behind him, with countless hands reaching out. Yi Qing looked around wondering. These hands pulled the monster's corpse back towards me. Yi Qing was filled with questions about the garbageman's skills, and as he watched the hand's movements, he blurted out, it's pulling it in. After completely pulling the monster's corpse inside, the screen displays that the trash is being decomposed. Soon after, a trash can appears, completing the decomposition process. Yi Qing was stunned. Is that it? The hand produced a card with the image of the magical beast, and the system displayed the message, you have received a soul shock. You have acquired 3 attribute points to use. Seeing this, Ye Qing cautiously asks about them. So I can take the card and freely allocate the stats. He then commanded the system to open the stat window, which immediately displayed the information of the unremarkable player, Ye Qing. STR, Strength 1 plus AGI, Agility 1 plus INT, Intellect 1 Willpower, 1 plus Con, Constitution 1 plus LUK, Luck 1 plus. Immediately plus signs appeared next to each stat. The system displays on the card that the 3 agility points can now be used, and he nods in understanding. 3 points in agility, he thought quickly, reaching out to the agility stat and pressing the plus sign. So he puts all 3 points into agility, and the system finally accepts it. You have met the prerequisites to use the Phantom Wolf, currently at 4 points, requiring agility of 3 points or higher. Do you wish to use it? Without a second thought, Yi Qing nodded. Activating the skill, a surge of green energy quickly flowed into his body. Yi Qing opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by a faint green light, and wondered, is that all there is? It didn't work. The system offered no response, as it wasn't its responsibility. Suddenly a voice called out from afar, hurry up and clean up this trash. Hearing this, he shouted back, yes sir. Instantly, Ye Qing began to run, but immediately noticed something was off. He was fast and light on his feet, but speed isn't always an advantage. Suddenly, a root appeared out of nowhere, tripping him. His scream echoed through the building, nothing more than Ye Qing's cry from the fall. Though the tumble dazed him, he couldn't help but wonder, was that a skill just now? Suddenly, the system sprang to life, showing that Soul Strike was in recovery. He burst out laughing. It really was a skill. He sat up, sighed, and his narrowed eyes suddenly looked forward. A moment later, his pupils contracted, shocked by the scene before him. Before him lay countless demonic beast corpses as system notifications popped up, each one containing salvageable senses. He wondered if this was the special skill of a level 1 scavenger, to not only acquire attributes, but also monster skills. Yi Qing suddenly has an epiphany, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This scavenger class is incredibly powerful, the system announces repeatedly. You have 4 usable attribute points. You have 3 usable attribute points. You have 2 usable attribute points. You have 1 usable attribute point. Yi Qing was stunned. More attribute points, he muttered to himself, recalling that after first receiving the Soul Strike skill from recycling a ghost wolf corpse, he never received a new skill from recycling similar corpses, and even received fewer attribute points. Are skills a reward for recycling new monster corpses? Yi Qing pointed in a direction, telling his miners, there's ore over there, let's finish up. The system continues to notify him he's received 1 usable attribute point. But as Ye Qing thinks this, he looks at his stats, strength level, usable attribute points 111. The board now displays countless names and stats. Yi Qing, level 1, max strength 1, agility 4, intelligence 1, willpower 1, constitution 1, luck 1, and 111 available attribute points. Faced with countless choices, he struggled to decide which stats to increase, figuring he'd have plenty of points later anyway. After some thought, Ye Qing decided to evenly distribute his points. The system notifications chimed, one after another. Strength increased, agility increased, willpower, increased constitution, increased luck, increased. Amidst the clamor, others were taking down monsters. Great, only 2 more left. Just then, a monster was killed, and the captain turned to ask the Esper, didn't you say he already transferred to a mediocre class? This is a hidden class I've never seen in the class transfer list before, a voice said, from the man with glasses. Every year, hidden classes are added to the transfer list, but the most valuable class rankings never change. These so-called hidden classes are mostly just for show. The Magic Tower chimes in, saying the highest level is only level 1 at best and F rank, barely stronger than the non-ranked, if at all. Ignoring their whispers, the captain urged, let's move on. Stay alert. Receiving the order, they all responded in unison, and followed behind. Suddenly, they stopped before a towering tree, their faces betraying their astonishment. Before them stood grotesque trees sprouting from mounds of earth. Then the Star Palace spoke. Mission objective located 2 hunters. The captain was dispatched by the Hunter Corporation. The cloaked figure wondered, how could mounds of earth appear in this shopping center? Is this the 5th floor? Despite his fear, the man with glasses approaches the bizarre trees for a closer look. The total time this area has been affected by the abyssification is no more than 48 hours, and the corpses here have really been drained to this extent. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. Were they drained dry by some kind of magic? Just then, the captain, hearing their words, spoke up. Along the way, we only encountered low-level ghost wolves. Isn't it strange that a B+ hunter team died here? He suddenly felt something under his feet, turned his head and exclaimed, "No, they're not the only ones here." The captain cried out as hundreds of monsters emerged from all sides, charging toward them, and a news bulletin from the city arrived, but it seemed too late. Emergency. The People's Trade Center in Shenfeng City is experiencing abyssal corruption, initially predicted to be a B-level mutation, but now 27 people are missing. Today, Shenfeng City has an abyss outbreak, and the hunter conglomerate has dispatched personnel. The captain shouted in alarm, ordering everyone to fall back, as the group realized in unison. "It's an ambush. We've been had." As old Chen attacked the monsters, he shouted, "So that's why we couldn't find their bodies. They're all here." The captain knocked one away with his shield, exclaiming, "The low-level monsters were just bait to lure us in." Deeper. A monstrous roar erupts as a giant flower monster bursts from the earth. The captain trembles, the true master of the abyss, a high-ranking A-class hell carnivorous flower, then a panicked cry. Up above, the hawk hunters are back. Just then, the hawk squad descended upon them at lightning speed, as the mechanical system voice echoed again for Yi Qing. Recycling the bisected shadow wolf, recycling the incinerated shadow wolf. The dull awakening rookie achievement is complete recycling 50 corpses. He saw this and laughed triumphantly. Achievement complete, you will receive a reward. Hearing the system's voice, he couldn't help but say eagerly, "There's even a reward." How exciting. The reward appears a mediocre dagger level 1. Seeing the reward, he froze in disappointment. I didn't expect this. The level requirement is 1, and even the achievements are trash. How interesting. Suddenly strange sounds emanate from behind him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed something. Turning his head, he saw a monster charging toward him. Yi Qing froze for a moment but quickly dodged the attack. The system chimed, activating an agility check of 20 evasion successful. Yi Qing smirked, exhaling. "Damn, that was close. I thought I was done for." Suddenly, he realizes something about himself has changed. He looks down at his hands, feeling lighter than before. Is it because his stats have been boosted? Yi Qing clenches his fist, realizing he's become stronger. Before he could process what was happening, the monster lunged, attacking him directly. Yi Qing's eyes widened, catching every movement, even its incredible speed. He dodges the monster, its hands slamming into the wall beside him. Yi Qing grabs its arm and throws it far away. Now sensing this new power was pretty good, Yi Qing thought to himself not only was he faster, but stronger too. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, activating Soul Strike. Never having felt this powerful, Yi Qing delivers a thunderous blow as he shouts, "My turn, I'm a transcendent now." And with just one blow, the female monster was sent flying, as Yi Qing shouted that it would no longer be doing 0 damage. The system popped up again, announcing exciting news. Strength check 20 activated. You inflict a defense-breaking effect on the target, and physical damage is increased by 100%. The monster, writhing in pain, could only manage a weak groan, as Yi Qing wiped the blood from his lips, a victor's smile that drew gasps from onlookers. I'm not the same as before. The system keeps notifying me that with 20 points of intelligence, my sharp eyes have been greatly enhanced and can detect hidden information about the target. Despite the beating, the monster quickly rose to its feet, and Yi Qing's enhanced vision revealed crucial information. Elite parasitic human weakness, fire the neck joint. The monster roars and lunges toward him. Seeing this, he quickly mustered all his strength and charged straight towards it. The two sides clashed with immense power, neither giving way. Yi Qing assessed her weaknesses while fighting, looking for critical points to strike. After toying with it, he discovered its weak point was its neck joint, and used a sword card. Yi Qing summoned his blade, and stabbed the monster in the back of the neck, triggering a luck check of 20. A trivial buff effect was activated, inflicting a bleed on the target. The system indicates that you have killed the parasite-infected human, and the monster stands still for a second before its body begins to break apart. The monster collapses heavily to the ground. Both Yi Qing's hand and knife are covered in monster blood. The system triggers a physique check of 20, neutralizing the poison, and the toxic blood vanishes completely. Yi Qing smiled with satisfaction, and looked at the knife in his hand, feeling accomplished. He'd done it. He'd killed a monster for the first time. The system prompts to recycle the parasitized human. Recycle. Without hesitation, he answers, recycle. The system has successfully recycled the parasitized human, granting the passive skill Toxin Conversion, reversing the effects of toxins and converting them into random buffs. Required stamina is 15 or higher. Yi Qing read the card in his hand. So, the Toxicity Conversion skill turns poison into medicine. Activate Toxicity Conversion. You have received 5 usable attribute points. Yi Qing's stat sheet appears again. Name Diepkin level max. Strength 20, Agility 20, Intelligence 20, Willpower 20, Constitution 20, Luck 20. Dropped item mutated potion highly toxic, do not consume. The system warns. Yi Qing thinks about the card from before, with toxin conversion poison will become corn. He decides to drink the poison to see what happens, and the system notifications start flooding in. The poison's effect is reversed into a minor healing effect, converting the toxicity, and all wounds are healed. The system has received the invigorating corn. All basic stats are doubled for 10 minutes. How can a random corn be this good? It's like a surge of power is flowing through me. Yi Qing opened his stats, scrolling up and down, thinking if he remembered correctly, increasing his intelligence to a certain level would reveal hidden information about his targets, so he added 5 points to his intelligence. The stat board has been modified. Name Yi Qing level 1. Max strength 20 to 40 doubled. Agility 20 to 40. Intellect 20 to 40, willpower 20 to 40, constitution 20 to 40, luck 20 to 40. As he watched the stats change, familiar agonizing growls echoed from behind. Yi Qing glanced at them, muttering, "More stragglers," but he quickly realized there was a slight problem. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit much?" Then, the insults and curses of the past echoed in his mind. The burdens of society, the trash, useless, those are all the names they called me, but now I can shout in their faces. Yi Qing tightened his grip on the knife, pointed it at the monsters and roared, "I am Yi Qing. I am an awakened. Come and get me, you trash." The captain panicked as he realized he was surrounded. Damn it, the elite hunting party had been parasitized. He uses his shield to deflect the attack, as the captain sweats nervously. Damn it, even as a corpse, he's stronger than he was alive. He made his final decision not to mention the carnivorous flower boss itself. Squad, fall back. The carnivorous plant monster continues to pursue the captain and the elven warrior, while their comrades in the rear are rooted to the spot. Boss strong roots sprouted from the blonde boy's mouth. The captain couldn't help but worry. Damn it, they're stuck on us. Even the Temple of the Stars is panicking. This is too strong. The captain turns to fight while he leaps away to escape the star. Palace is greedy, yet fears death. I came for the money and the gear. It's not worth dying here. His body is enveloped in energy, a magic of speed. The captain was confused. Old Chen, what are you doing? Am I on my own side? But the Star Palace intends to use him to achieve their goals. Sorry, I can only delay them for you. He promised, then quickly fled. I'll burn 2 extra sticks of incense for you when I get back. The captain's arm trembled. You're a real bastard. Xingdian thought to himself, figuring he could still escape with the equipment he'd scavenged, and maybe find an excuse for the team's demise later. Inside the building devoid of light, he collapsed to the ground upon seeing Yi Qing covering his mouth in disbelief. He quickly regained his composure, revealing his true colors. Yi Qing witnessed his actions, and this guy actually betrayed his teammates to survive. Xingdian noticed the monster behind him, unable to believe his eyes he had done all this. Xingdian carefully considered his options. He couldn't let him leave this place. If he reports me to the supervisors, there'll be no reward for him. And he dares to provoke you, Yi Qing, by stepping on you. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to stand out? Now's your chance. Feed the monster and burn it all away for me. The panel displays system activation. Power verification failed. His kick was ineffective and it bit back. Yi Qing collapses to the ground in pain. Rotten trash. What's going on? Yi Qing berated him. You bastard are worse than trash. You control monsters with power, but he's being dragged away by one in confusion. What the hell? The system will decide what to do after classifying the cores. The system concludes that the sense cannot be revoked. Yi Qing's words reveal contempt, implying not all senses can be taken back. It provides additional information ability. Retrieval upgrades can occur when the target agrees to relinquish their useless abilities. A 3-minute Forbidden Arts experience card. He finally understood the problem, so ceasing resistance was tacit consent. Right, how convenient. A message appears on the interface. You have used the Forbidden Arts experience and gained the area of effect fire magic skill. Fireball. Requires 15 willpower, but with 50, you trigger an overload, evolving fireball into a massive explosion. The monsters gather their howls, startling Yi Qing. He tries to replicate it. How did that fireball launch? I remember that guy's name was something like this then. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing actually creates a fireball. The explosion occurs on the 2nd floor of the abandoned building, the remnants of the fireball still visible on the ground, leaving him in a state of panic. I haven't even withdrawn it yet. Don't bury me alive. The mysterious figure jumps down behind Yi Qing, inexplicably chasing after him. He suddenly slams on the brakes, a serious look in his eyes as he barely dodges the mysterious figure's attack. The small sword created with his power strikes at the enemy, but panic sets in. He hasn't mastered close combat. He sees the strange monster. It's what he wanted to use to deal with the captain. You wouldn't want to be revived by that thing after death, so why not become my strength? A card appears on the system screen, a golden shield, and he immediately wants to get his hands on it. Yi Qing gripped the protective shield easily, taking the mysterious man's head. At his feet lay the severed head, which he stared intently at. It seems Yi Qing knows the identity of the person who transformed into a monster. Sorry, but your body must be carefully recovered. Rest in peace. He receives a card earning the dagger proficiency card, allowing him to use daggers like a rogue and unleash a flurry of stabs. Using the system broadcast, he activates the dagger proficiency card. Yi Qing is more confident than ever, and the ordinary dagger in his hand feels more agile. The master of the monsters has given the order, find the Eagle Squad and bring them to the dungeon. Right, they boldly agree. That's right. Ye Qing showed no emotion. The master's rules are absolute. Failure to recover the bodies means failure of the mission and no reward for you. The system notified him of a successful retrieval, granting him the Berserk skill, greatly increasing his strength and agility, and temporarily granting immunity to control skills. The monster replied nervously, I know, of course I know, but the master only cares about one thing, whether you found the bodies of the Eagle Squad in the dungeon. The monsters were helpless against Ye Qing's skills. Of course I found them, but they've already been collected. The monster's master was stunned by the retrieval. They saw your monsters handling the bodies, dragged into the abyss by that person. At the high-rise executive building, the abyss supervisor's interrogation room, Xing Dian is shaken by his father's question. He's the only survivor of this dungeon. The person you're talking about doesn't exist. Also, it's strange that when you were found, your level had dropped all the way back to level 1, which is unprecedented. He suddenly goes mad, saying he already told them that his powers were taken by that person, and this is the proof that person is a scavenger. The Star Palace didn't know what to say. He tried his best to prove his innocence. He was infected with highly valuable abyss energy, vomited it up after it was taken away, hallucinated, felt uneasy, and became a suspect. No, I'm not lying to you. I swear I'm not lying. It really was a nobody. The scene shifts to the gloomy entrance of the B-level abyss where Ye Qing conceals his identity. After selling all the magic crystals on the black market, I only got about 30% of their value. Because the crystal trade is always monopolized by big corporations. Selling them is illegal, and the black market takes 70% or more in fees. Just taking those magic crystals out would be enough to pay off the high interest. He still owed for things from years ago, but he didn't have much to spare. He couldn't risk it. If I were to use my ability to recall powers in front of everyone, they'd probably report me to the Association of Overseers. I still have the mark on my hand, not to mention I'm a strangely hidden, awakened being. They might lock me up for a year and a half for research. I need to make as much money as possible while I'm still free. Bi Xiao gave a brief introduction, explaining that this was a newly formed abyss, a complete unknown, and surely everyone understood the dangers. Therefore, the reward this time would be doubled, and those with the qualifications of a transfer could sign up with her. He emphasizes that they only need those with a B-level aptitude or higher, as Ye Qing points to herself. Do you think I'm good enough? He wondered. His class is his pride, a level 1 garbage collector. Biso openly looks down on others. Now any old scavenger dares to call himself a transcender. You're better off diligently collecting corpses for those people over there. This suits him perfectly. He proactively feigns weakness, lowers everyone's guard, and will likely be relegated to the back of the line responsible for support work. That way I can secretly clean up corpses and trash behind everyone's backs without being noticed. This is my lazy plan. Xingran stomped her foot and let go, and Bi Chao immediately changed his attitude. She was from the Qianjin Liu family, and her awakened profession was a god-chosen one, so she quickly decided to bring him along. We have just enough people, he grinned, referring to the hunting guild's rising star, the god-chosen child Liu Xingran. Bichio felt uneasy, but this guy was clearly only level 1, a rookie without certification, which didn't bother Xingran. Rookies or not, all level 1 or not, you're all trash, just here to fill the numbers, so he had to go along with her. Miss Ye Lu, we're only responsible for your safety. This is your family's property, so of course what you say goes. Ye Qing couldn't help but feel afraid. That was close. He almost thought he was going to be kicked out again. After all, it wouldn't be the first time he's been seen as a burden. Xingran looked at him suspiciously, as Ye Qing tried to remember where he'd heard that name before. He recalls the past 2 years ago when she saw Ye Qing with only a stick in his hand, yet he bravely fought monsters, easily defeating them. Curiosity turned into admiration. He was a dropout, so how could he kill magical beasts? Ye Qing shouts with joy, having successfully gained his first experience point. He turns back to check on Xingran, asking if she's alright. This was the first time she'd seen it firsthand. She'd only heard rumors, never expecting someone to try leveling up this way. Xingran questioned her existence. You really use this method to gain experience. Why Ye Qing's goal is simpler than she thinks. Of course, it's to make money. Xingran thinks he's lying. I don't believe it. This is experience bought with your life every single time. Ye Qing has already been deeply hurt. What does she understand? You high and mighty awakened ones don't understand the bitterness of us scavengers. You analyze the situation based on small details. But what about her, leaving the team to go in alone? Does she not value her life? Facing so many monsters alone, what is he trying to prove? Xingran has great ambitions, of course, to become powerful. I want to be the first to make it through there. That place, she stated frankly. Tell me your true reason for wanting to change jobs. You cling to a sliver of hope. Family, I want to become strong. I have to protect my family. Xingran wants to get to know Ye Qing, and asks him for his name. He reveals his name, Ye Qing. She's changed her opinion of Ye Qing. My name is Liu Ran. I look forward to the day you successfully change classes, and once you do, join my team so we can conquer that place together. Xingran extends her hand, and Ye Qing takes it. Alright, just don't drag me down when the time comes. She reminds him to try his best and to talk again after he survives the class change. I just took down 30 magical beasts all by myself, and you barely managed to pick off one straggler, or half of one tops. Oh my goodness, young miss, we've been searching everywhere for you. The brown-haired guard rushed to where Xingran was. She had secretly run into the abyss. Hey you, what's your name? Stay away from our young lady. The guard was determined to drag her away. The chairman was furious. He almost broke our legs. Xingran didn't know what to do. Wait, she threw something at Ye Qing and he caught the sharp shard of glass. Xingran generously gives him half a reward for it. Ye Qing leaves with his luggage, and the answer. What was her name again? Liu Xingrang, annoyed, bonked him on the head. It's Liu Xingran, right? What are you staring at? Then hurry up and move the starstones. But Ye Qing happily replied, I'll do my best not to hold you back. Xingran praised him. Very good. Take your gear and prepare to depart. She called out for everyone to head inside. Let's go now. Ye Qing hung back, vowing to make money this time and survive. Last time he fought his way out of the abyss, mastering Shield Warrior, Rogue cards, a rare card, the power of a Berserker, and finally the boss-level ability, the super regeneration of a man-eating flower. Thanks to my hexagonal method, any job I take on will have no obvious shortcomings. Strength, constitution, luck, will, intelligence, and agility have all been boosted to over 100 points. After all, he'd scavenged everything he could from the abyss. As Ye Qing ventured inside, he wondered just what level 100 points represented. Before moving on, Ye Qing used his perceptive eye to observe the abilities of his companions, whose strength was only at 12 points. Oh, and the one with the lowest willpower only has 1 point. If 1 point is the standard for an average person, they're about 12 times stronger than a normal human. I have a strength value of 100, so I guess that means I'm about 100 times stronger than a normal person. As he followed the group, a wall suddenly appeared, blocking their path and causing confusion. What happened? Was that an earthquake? Ye Qing sheepishly put the wall back, saying, The underground structure here is a bit unstable. At the same time, the leader excitedly announced, I found a chest, but upon arriving at the treasure, Bi Xiao complained, This is going to be difficult. We don't have a thief in our ranks, do we? This chest is at least grade A. Seizing the opportunity to shine, Ye Qing raises his hand. Can I try? He tinkered with the box and sure enough, he didn't disappoint. In moments he cracked the lock as easy as eating a meal. This left Bi Xiao dumbfounded. Such skillful lockpicking was something only a level 5 rogue could learn right, but he denied it. An awakened one can learn many useful skills, as they often encounter unopened chests. Bai Xiao then gathered the spoils, and told everyone that they would divide them up after the dungeon was cleared. Suddenly, he picked up a stone and turned to the girl, asking her to stop as there seemed to be something ahead. After they stopped, Ye Qing threw the stone into the walls, and suddenly, they began to move rapidly. Anyone who unknowingly walked in would be turned into a pile of mush. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but be suspicious. Is he really only a 1-star? Ye Qing chuckled sheepishly. Don't mind it, I just happened to stumble upon my specialty. I often triggered traps when I first awakened, so I suffered a lot. Naturally, I developed the ability to see through them. Nothing strange about that, right? Even the tainted beings behind him couldn't help but doubt him. Then the system appeared, verifying the deception, a great success, making the target even more susceptible to persuasion. While they were still admiring him, it turned out like this. Ye Qing chuckled, thinking, is this the power of 100 points of willpower? At that moment Bai Xiao tossed him a tattered card, saying it was his reward, and that he should be grateful, leaving Ye Qing to wonder if that's all he was worth to them. Then Bi Xiao ordered the guide to continue, but upon entering, he was stunned, wondering what this was. Was reaching the final treasure vault this easy? This deep place may be free of monsters, and the reward house contains a single book placed in the center. The reward room was devoid of monsters, a treasure trove, a 1 in 10,000 type of abyss. Then, as the princess reached for it, Tin Hiem intervened. Don't get too excited, scan for monsters. He wonders if this book contains everything in the abyss. Now that we've obtained the final treasure, we can prepare to leave. However, Gongzu is unaware that behind him, Lixiao is shaking violently, and then from that small puddle it rises up, creating a red screen that covers them. The system initiates a blood trial. Much to Bi Xiao's dismay, it's not a reward room, but a trap. Soon the monster reveals itself as a scarlet nightmare. Seeing this, Xingran drew her sword and called on everyone to prepare for battle, as the monsters gathered around them. Ye Qing held the short sword, deciding to fight with only 25% of his strength to conceal his true abilities, then equipped the Ring of the Weak, a so-called trash item that reduces the wearer's stats by a percentage of his choosing. He thought back to receiving the badge and grimaced, wondering what good the ring's attribute reduction was, but now he couldn't stop thanking his lucky stars. Even trash has its uses. While everyone else struggled, Ye Qing stood still, using soul strikes. Even Xingran turned to see the attack that instantly obliterated the monsters, closing in on Ye Qing. Shinran found it interesting, but a monster suddenly lunged at her. She remained calm and cleaved it in two with a single strike. Meanwhile, Gongzhu was equally stunned. What was this thing that shattered with a single blow? As it continuously regenerates and coalesces, it even takes on the appearance of its opponent. This thing is turning into us. The Nightmare of Blood is initially weak, but when attacking, it adapts to its opponent's strength, mimicking their form. Gongju, seeing this, becomes even more excited and relentlessly attacks. The black-haired girl praised him, but the monster regenerated again, catching Gongju off guard and slicing off his right arm, sending him crashing down in agony. Beheading it was useless. This thing is unkillable. The monster, burning with bloodlust, raised its sword high, then swung it down without hesitation. But as death drew near, Shinran intervened, using her power to freeze the monster. "You're all so useless." Then grabbing its head, he crushed it into pieces. Annoyed, she scolded her subordinates for being so sloppy over a mere nightmare. As expected, trash is trash. At the same time, the others swarmed in, overwhelming her magic. Too fast, there's no time to cast magic. But then Ye Qing steps in. If blades are useless, he'll just vaporize them on the spot, then unleash Noralon fire, leaving the girl speechless. Fire, massive explosions, S-level magic enhancement, this has to be a bug, right? How can a level 1 player do this? And it doesn't stop there. More are coming, determined to tear them apart. However, Ye Qing had foreseen this, using his scream to stun them, preventing them from moving as before. Recognizing the opportunity, Ye Qing focused a great force into his arm, unleashing a berserker's exclusive ability, plus 100% speed and plus 100% strength. He took 100% damage, then fearlessly charged in, delivering a devastating blow to each enemy. But when Ye Qing looked back, they hadn't died. Instead, they coalesced into an even stronger entity, horrifying the girl. What's happening over there? Even Ye Qing's face turned pale. He's been replicated. How could a king-level monster exist in a B-level abyss? It must be a mistake. Yet Ye Qing calmly analyzed that it could mimic the target's form, growing stronger with strength. This blood nightmare absorbed my attributes and evolved directly into a king level. Before its claws could strike, he quickly retreated, thinking equal attributes and power. Then there's no way to fight with attribute suppression. At that moment, Xingran charged forward, leaning back and saying, "Trash, you should leave this strong opponent to me." With that, she took a fighting stance with her long sword. Before it could attack, she leaped up, ran along its arm, channeled energy into her sword, and lunged for the monster's chest, but it dodged in time, blocking the fatal blow with its hand. Seeing her overwhelming power, Ye Qing was stunned by her control of the ice region, but it didn't end there. While the monster was still holding up one arm, it frantically lunged to grab her, forcing her to struggle before throwing her to the ground. Xingran quickly regained her balance after the impact, wiping away a scratch on her face. "No, I'm still too weak." And she thought back to the time when her guards were constantly advising her, "Miss, we sense unstable abyssal energy levels. Do you really want to go in alone?" But Xingran didn't care. "My goal is to eventually clear that place," she thought, referring to the dark top floor of the tower, realizing her growth still lagged far behind her siblings. Suddenly Xingran rises, ignoring her wounds, believing herself to be weak, no more accurately left far behind. Back in the present, if she can't even crush this abyss with ease, she's unworthy of inheriting the Liu family. Before the monster's blow could land, she struck back. Before everyone's eyes, the one who secured the win was Xingran. The system appeared, displaying the Bone Chill banner, boosting all friendly units within a 30-meter radius, increasing their speed by 50%. She then plants the flag of frozen bones into the ground, freezing the monster's body, and uses her enhanced speed to rush into the bone-chilling area, which specializes in subduing aquatic monsters. Even if it doesn't kill it, freezing it solid will eliminate the threat. Xingran then uses Comet Strike to slash through it, leaving Ye Qing in awe. This is the legendary S-class god-chosen profession, and even the demon within him is intrigued. "I'm actually looking forward to seeing the Blood Nightmare King versus the god-chosen Knight Liu Xingran. Who's stronger?" But after that flurry of attacks, it seems unharmed. It didn't work, and it's even more ferocious now, breaking free of Xingran's encirclement and attacking her with its tentacles, forcing her to struggle to evade. She couldn't help but think that, even though she was S-rank, she wasn't as strong as her siblings. Even though she was a Liu, she was always left behind. "I'm the weakest member of the Liu family, the one they always mocked and ridiculed." Thinking back, her mind filled with their scornful words. "You truly are a disgrace to the Liu family. How could I have such a pathetic sister? No one wants to live like trash. You should just stay home." "Sister, the abyss is dangerous, but as Xingran fights to prove her strength, taking on the monster alone, I must become strong. Even if I start as a newbie in the abyss, as long as I keep challenging higher difficulties one day, I'll be able to surpass them, surpass everyone," she shouts. "I absolutely have to be able to challenge everything." Then, to Ye Qing's shock, she stabbed her sword straight into the monster's head, but it was ineffective. Instead, it used its tentacles to attack from behind, sending her flying into a wall, coughing up blood. Seeing this, the black-haired girl panicked and shouted, "Even Liu Xingran has failed, an S-rank hunter has failed, we need to run." But when faced with the monster's claws, Ye Qing was fearless, charging forward to confront it directly, using fire to inflict pain, sacrificing an arm to save her. Xingran regained her senses and landed muttering in disbelief. That guy's on Ye Qing's side. He's focused on taking down his boss, observing its weaknesses. A monster that reaches king level will naturally have resistance to abnormal states. If their level is high enough, they could even become completely immune to freezing dizziness, numbness, and speed reduction. Some weaknesses will disappear as they level up. Then gathering fire in his palm, he no longer needs to hold back, unleashing his full power. Snapping out of it, Ye Qing leaps in and strikes the monster's arm, causing it to roar in agony. Seizing the opportunity, while its arm is badly burned, he quickly retreats before it can retaliate. The black-haired girl over there is completely outmatched. He's too fast. Before it could catch him, he lured it toward the wall, then leaped back as it smashed headfirst into it, landing safely. Ye Qing clenched his fists, summoning his fiery power. If he can find the Blood Nightmare King's weakness, his goal will be achieved. He punches the monster repeatedly, causing it to explode. No matter how much damage it takes, it regenerates, and there doesn't seem to be a single weak point on its body. Ye Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the monster. It was as if something was controlling it from afar. Suddenly realizing something, he shouts, "Hey, that military uniform." When it was removed, there was a blood test proving it's related to the Blood Nightmare. "Kick it over here." Hearing this, Gongzhou looked at the stone on the ground and kicked it over to him, saying, "Got it." Taking the opportunity, Ye Qianren examines it, his willpower passing the test. He recognizes ancient writing on the chess piece, reading out an ancient banishment, lifting the blood curse. Realizing the solution was right in front of him, he laments his oversight, but before he can act, the monster snatches the piece and swallows it whole, its body radiating an inexplicable, invincible aura. Why isn't it moving? This is terrifying. Annoyed, he blamed himself for being so careless it had entered invincibility mode. How annoying. Suddenly Xingran approached, asking curiously, "I feel like I've met you somewhere before." She felt you looked familiar when you entered, which confused you as well. "So you never recognized me." "I met you in the abyss 2 years ago. That scavenger rubbed against you for experience points, my first ever." She then realized that he was the scrounger who picked up the scraps from the 29.5 level monsters. That monster. "I remember now. Was it one night stand makes youth panic must correct the text." "Ye Qing," she exclaimed happily, "I can't believe you actually succeeded in your class change." Ye Qing smiled faintly, confirming that he was now a level 1 dull awakener, leaving Xingran in disbelief. This guy always risked his life for experience, and with a little accumulation, he'd transformed into the powerful figure before her. Thinking this, she laughed at herself, admitting it was embarrassing, then seriously declared, "The Sovereign is migrating within the Blood Nightmare's body. My Icebone domain can temporarily freeze it." "Ye Qing, can you find the Sovereign's location in that short time?" Seeing Xingran take charge filled Ye Qing with respect. Anyone can find the strength to fight when pushed to the brink. Then, half-jokingly, he said, "Half a year's salary, let's team up and beat this guy," as he held out his clenched fist. Seeing this, Xingran chuckled, offering a fist bump. "Don't hold me back." At this moment the group with them anxiously called out, "Wait, we want to fight too." "Yes, I may not be much help, but I want to fight with all my strength." Hearing this, Ye Qing's spirits soared. "All right everyone, let's go together. We have to make it out of here alive." After waiting a few minutes, Gundu gradually dissolved in its stomach. Seeing this, Ye Qing shouted to everyone that invincibility would be lifted in 5 seconds, and the monster would enter a frenzy, killing everyone in 30 seconds. "Everyone, this is our last 30-second chance. We have to make it back alive," turning their faces pale with fear. "We have to survive. We absolutely must survive." Everyone was more heroic than ever, because their lives were on the line. Activate spirit expenditure, check great success. We must return alive. Suddenly, Sungjin's body is buffed. Abnormally, spirit is lifted. Fatigue value is negative, 100%. Magic recovery rate increases by 15%, lasting 30 seconds, causing her to look back in confusion, then smile. Unconsciously indeed, he cannot be underestimated. "The trash mobs are nothing," Xinglian shouts. "Warriors hold the monster's aggro." Gongzhou taunts the monster with a heroic roar. "The bastard, look over here at me." It whips around furious. Seizing the opportunity, Xingran orders the black-haired curse mage to target the monster's newly grown tentacles covering for the enlightened one. Upon receiving the order, she gathers all her power into a massive sphere, unleashing it upon the creature, staggering it into a state of recovery. Ye Qing then proposes a new plan. The square glyph is the key to ending the blood trial, and if the fireball destroys it, the trial will be permanently unclosable. Xingran asked, "Then how?" He raised his hand, hesitant. "I feel like I can take it out by hand." This left Xingran speechless. Reach in with her hand. Was she supposed to go inside the blood nightmare? Then, Ye Qing reveals that they'll pass through the nightmare's body, leaving her stunned and forced to obey. The sniper takes aim at the ceiling, creating a rocky staircase to jump on. The marksman following orders took aim and fired at the ceiling, causing debris to rain down and impede the monster's path. Seeing this, Xingran steps in, declaring she will freeze the Blood Nightmare's lower body. Then Ye Qing shouted, "Leave it to me," and the two charged forward, each taking a different path. Yi Qing rushed forward, using his agility to evade the monster's attacks, carefully dodging, while realizing that its regenerative abilities could quickly heal minor wounds, making the smaller Blood Nightmare attacks negligible. In moments his wounds began to heal. Meanwhile, Xingran planted an ice flag, restricting the monster's movements, giving Ye Qing time to reach its abdomen, a more vulnerable spot. Realizing he wasn't fast enough, Yi Qing pushed his body's endurance, activating Berserk, increasing his speed by 20%, and consuming several treasures to trigger a toxic transformation, reversing the drug's effects, increasing speed by 15%. Even the trash medicine cards he picked up in the depths could now be used, hardening his skin and increasing defense by 15%. After downing all the secret techniques, he soared into the air, his chance to strike at the heart of the enemy, aiming straight for the monster's core. However, Xingran's half-body freezing technique wasn't enough, as it could still move its vine chains, making things difficult for Ye Qing, and he took a hit to the arm. Before everyone's eyes, Ye Qing was thrown away, his internal organs damaged, and his plan failed. He laughed desperately, realizing trash should be more humble. Yi Qing suddenly smirks, muttering about activating his retrieval ability, targeting himself. Before he fell, strange, ghostly hands emerged from the water, stunning the monster and its companions alike. What is this, and where did it come from? It turns out that before Ye Qing fell, he managed to summon something to break his fall. The system displays a message: "Cannot retrieve living beings. Retrieval failed." He smirks at the system's message, deciding to amplify the thrower's strength, using all his power and the hand's momentum to launch the item at high speed, piercing the monster's core, and finally obtaining the office artifact. He got it, causing the monster to collapse, turning into a pile of goo. As Ye Qing picked it up and tried to read the inscription, the system suddenly appeared: "Blood test complete," and the monster was finally defeated, much to everyone's relief. What just happened? Xingran looks up at the dissolving corpse. Did we win? And so they cheered in elation. They had won. Level up: Strength +1, Agility +6, Intellect +16, Constitution +7, Willpower +19, Luck +0, Strength +10, Agility +11, Intellect +7, Constitution +8, Willpower +9, Luck +3. Even the Tainted One is shocked as he levels up directly. Strength +33, Agility +28, Intellect +38, Constitution +26, Willpower +21, Luck +34. However, Ye Qing failed to level up just as he expected. After the monster's corpse vanished, a treasure chest immediately appeared. Seeing the bow, he wore a delighted expression. This was the real treasure. Upon opening, a pile of cards appeared, automatically flying into the hands of each player, with Ye Qing receiving a purple card. He frowned, realizing he was only level 1, and his level didn't meet the requirements. Then frustrated, he throws it away, saying that this pile of colorful equipment is useless to him since he can't equip it. Just then, Xingran arrives, telling him that as the one who passed the blood test and contributed the most, he gets to distribute the spoils, leaving him embarrassed. He leaned in close and whispered, "I need a favor." Soon after, guards swarmed the gate, and just as headquarters prepared to send a rescue team, Team Xingran emerged. Before she could even react, the guard was already weeping. The media went wild, cheering. As expected of Miss Xingran, she soloed a deep abyss again. Thank heaven. Hearing this, Xingran waved her hand. "That's right. Is there anything this young lady can't do alone? Don't let my looks fool you. I'm S rank." Going back to what I asked you earlier, your Liu Shi group isn't exactly short on money, right? How about I sell you some of my spoils at a discount, just 500 magic crystals? This left Xingran flustered. No problem. And then he made another request that when she goes out, she must act like he doesn't exist. Consider this abyss your solo success. You guys go on ahead. I'll sneak back later, though I'm a little hesitant. So he was planning to do me a favor. Meanwhile, back in the secret realm, Ye Qing sat alone facing Jun Yu. He reached out and found a small creature clinging to him. Seeing this, Ye Qing couldn't help but smile. I don't want to be a useless person easily trampled underfoot, right? Then become my power. And with that, Ye Qing began to devour it, successfully reclaiming the Blood Nightmare. Gaining the Nightmare Body ability, he can expend life force to summon a Nightmare clone, which can mimic an attack or absorb damage once. The clone dissipates immediately after activation. The ability can be upgraded and has a 30-second cooldown. After absorbing it, he felt a surge of energy within him. Very well. I look forward to your guidance in future battles. Cut to a coffee shop where Ye Qing is rummaging through a bag examining the gold items he possesses. Those levels are a bit too high. I gave them all to that guy Liu Xingran. But come to think of it, a nobody with a high-level tainted item is sure to attract the attention of those supervisors. On the other hand, these unclear senses can be sold off discreetly, and the average supervisor won't bother to interfere. I'm overthinking it. No one would buy these senses anyway. He accidentally touches a button on the screen, reclaiming the equipment, and earning a basic BP point. Wait a minute. Yi Qing was stunned. He'd accidentally dismantled it. The junk dismantling tutorial involves sorting the junk for initial processing, then breaking it down, smelting it, and extracting recoverable elements. The BP tutorial extracts universal material from dismantled useless equipment, which can be used to upgrade, restore, and create new items. These junk items can be broken down. Tutorial mission: please complete the operation to repair the common dagger. Does he have to follow the prompts to complete the task? The ordinary dagger repair tutorial requires 5 BP, and its durability is only above 333. He almost lost it after killing the boss. Including the 1 BP from the failed attempt, I still need 4 BP. Broken spear successfully dismantled, gaining 1 BP. Rusted twin sword successfully dismantled, gaining 1 BP. A wooden shield with a spiral design disassembled, successfully earning 1 BP. A curved, broad blade disassembled, successfully earning 1 BP. He thought to himself, then let's break down 4 more weapons. After doing so, he was stunned to realize that not only had the weapons been repaired, but their durability and attack power had also increased slightly. A normal game. Durability, 34/34, 33 plus 1, level required level 1 attack power 2221 plus 1, repair reward weapon, max durability plus 1, attack power plus 1, so as long as I keep wearing it down and repairing it even. Trash weapons can become stronger. Right, he smiled to himself, so even trash equipment needs 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements to become strong. The system then prompts him to choose a reward for completing the tutorial: a novice blueprint, a minor magic potion that instantly restores a small amount of magic, and the removal of a large amount of fatigue, plus 2 random attribute points. Looking at the blueprint for the lesser magic potion, he thought, I don't lack attribute points right now. The biggest worry when venturing into the abyss is not knowing how long it will be. Many adventurers unprepared often run out of mana before finding the boss's chamber, forcing them to return to restock. Mana potions found in the abyss are always key items for the team, and their value is self-evident as the information suggests. Congratulations, you've learned item regeneration and the recipe for a minor mana potion. Minor mana potions require 6 BP to regenerate, plus any container. A container. Rebirthing an item requires BP, which is no surprise, but also any container. So he calls over a staff member, could I get a few of those containers? He then placed several cups on the table, confirming he'd collected everything, and that it was time to reforge the link and play the minigame, before diving into his experiments. After a while he filled all the cups to the brim, convenient to collect, if a little odd-looking, but usable nonetheless. After drinking information appeared, he gained a convenient ×5 magic potion, but its flavor was like spoiled juice, making him cough. With his body improving, magic value increasing, and fatigue decreasing, Ye Qing felt refreshed and ready to clear another sorrowful domain. As he walked, some recognized him. Ye Qing. His name was on everyone's lips. In just days, his entire aura had changed. Had this nobody stumbled upon some treasure? I've been looking for you, one said. We almost reported you missing. Ye Qing brushed off the hand on his shoulder. I've paid everything back with interest. Leave me alone. The man blew smoke in his face. Not so fast. Your debt is cleared, but your contract isn't up. Don't forget you're a nobody. Act like one. Who are you trying to impress with this tough guy act? He said, reaching for Ye Qing's drink, deliberately knocking it to the ground and shouting to attract attention. You blind fool. You knocked over my supersized brown sugar boba. Do you know what happens when a low-level employee bumps into a Class B awakened? I've never liked you. Little do they know, this is all part of his plan. According to the Abyss management regulations, no awakened power can be used outside the Abyss except by special enforcers and armed personnel, which is why he had to find blind spots in the camera to test his retraction and regeneration abilities. At this, Li Zhang continued to slander. How about this? Pick up every single pearl from the ground and eat them all, then lick this milk tea straw clean. I'll still let you do this trash-picking job. After all, a job opportunity is hard to come by, right? Hearing this, Ye Qing became annoyed. He rushed forward because he didn't like that I refused him. What a waste of goodwill. But before his fist could land, someone stepped in to stop him. Kaisa was relentless. He came from the S-rank hunting guild, Black Blood Covenant. He approaches, glaring at Li Zhang. Is everyone here? This caused him to cower and reply that they were gathered, save for one last person, which only further enraged Kaiser. One last person. What about you? Then turning to Ye Qing, he said, Hey kid, you're mine now. At this, Li Zhang cried out, saying he was just trash. Seeing Kaiser interested in him made Ye Qing pause for a moment, then Li Zhang continued, You want someone who can hold their own. I can go out and find someone right now. However, he found it difficult to interject. During the blood moon, the abyss is filled with extremely ferocious demons. I need guys who can act as meat shields. Strength isn't a necessity. Hearing this piqued Ye Qing's interest. During the blood moon, the monsters in the abyss go mad. Rare monsters appear, the kill count doubles, and the magic stones dropped are purer. He agrees to join, piquing his interest further, a wise choice. Then pointing to the group, he declared that they would all be joining. The named man cried out in alarm, surprising Ye Qing, who instinctively rushed forward to cover his mouth. But he only shouted louder, leaving Ye Qing no choice but to drag him away for a private talk. After pulling Xing Dian aside, he wiped his mouth and said, "It's not an illusion, it's you." Ye Qing whispered to him, "If I hadn't borrowed everyone's strength back then, we would have all died. Your survival is thanks to me." At that moment, Kaiser suddenly ran up and butted into their conversation. "So, you guys know each other?" "Of course not." And so he left. It's no wonder an assassin team wouldn't have real friends. After Kaiser's figure disappeared, he asked, "How did you get out?" That's when he revealed, "The guild initially planned to imprison me for 50 years, but I went bankrupt paying a 1.5 million fine to regain my freedom. All because of you, I'm now penniless and have lost all my levels, forced to start over as a mere shield. If you don't return my levels, I'll report you to the World Association," Ye Qing threatened. "One more word, and I'll turn you into kitchen waste." Meanwhile, on the Sea City subway, Kaiser's group enters the blood farm, along with another guild. "Hey bro, welcome to the support squad. Tell us your class." Jutong, level 3, Poet of Death. Then they introduced themselves. Ye Qing, a first-level Awakened Launderer, and a first-level Curse Caster. Chen Xingdian and Zhou Tong approached, placing their hands on Ye Qing while rambling on. "Hey bro, usually our collaborators are trash level, no need to mock each other. We're all just trading our lives for money. No one is better than anyone else, right bro? You seem bored. Looks like this trash group is stuck with me." Zhu Tong continued, "Let's get acquainted. These two teams are our shields, and we need to choose a leader. I think my level 3 poet class makes me perfect for the job. Old Chu, the level 2 healer, since you're the highest level, we'll follow your lead. I have no objections." Zhang, a level 3 warrior, then affirmed, "I want to announce something. Besides our 6 main Bloodied Wisdom members, there are also 5 temporary members. Don't make the meat shields sound so grand. Meat shields are just meat shields. Compared to us, the formerly transferred aren't meat shields, just bait to reduce damage." Then, summoning the gate key, he explained that the abyss was a maze-like structure filled with traps and mechanisms, and the cannon fodder's mission was to quickly find the path to the boss room and bring information back to the main team. "I don't expect much from your combat abilities. Just run if you encounter any monsters." Once unlocked, Kaiser added a chilling condition to split the reward. At least one of them had to make it out alive. If only one survives, they take the entire reward. Upon opening the Crimson Gate, a pungent stench filled the air, causing those nearby to cough violently. "Old Chu, are you all right?" "No, I can't back down. I have 4 daughters at home waiting for me to feed them." Hearing this, Old Zhang sighed. "My wife is seriously ill and needs money, otherwise, why would we risk coming here?" After a while, they were fully prepared to face the gate. "Let's go." At this, Old Zhang looked at Ye Qing, sizing him up. "Hey, this guy looks like a newbie. Aren't they all newbies in the meat shield business?" They chatted amongst themselves, or rather marveled at the newcomer's ease, a first for me. After entering the gate, Chu Shang shivered, asking if the others felt anything strange. Having gone this far without encountering a monster, Xing Dian panics. "Don't jinx it." Even Lao Chu notices. "Why is it suddenly getting so cold?" The warmth is definitely dropping. The further in they go, the colder it gets, causing Chu Shang to complain and hug himself, regretting not wearing more. But after a few steps, Chu Shang accidentally triggers a trap, causing an axe to fall from above. Seeing this, Ye Qing pushed Chu Shang aside, who blankly clutched his head in pain. "What happened?" Qing Dian scolded. "You stepped on a trap, you idiot." Even Ye Qing had to agree. How did this guy even survive until now? Chu Shang laughed, continuing on. "My luck is really something. I almost got taken out by that trap." Little did he know his luck was about to run out, but Chu Shang remained optimistic. Alright, they move on, only to trigger another trap, sending maggots raining down from above, and the youth frantically flees back to his companions. Old Zhang questions his own humanity, as demonic spiders emerge from the cocoons. Level 5. Elite venomous insect demons, enough to terrify Chu Shang. But my biggest fear is bugs. Seeing this, Xing Dian uses his powers to incinerate them, but after taking his hits, they're unfazed, leaving his comrades in a panic. As elite creatures, I'm here. And so Old Zhang, with his duty as a knight, charged forward. Meanwhile, a small spider approached Ye Qing, hungrily gnawing at his leg, but dealing no damage. A light kick is all it takes to spill its guts. Witnessing this, Xing Dian mutters, "What's this guy's deal with being so arrogant?" It's because he's a thief. After killing one, the system appeared asking whether to retrieve the coded spider. A retrieval notification, 1 stat point, mystery and poison infusion have been acquired. When the weapon hits, it inflicts poison, dealing 60% weapon damage over 6 seconds. If this attack lands a critical hit, the damage is expected to increase to 120% of the weapon's damage, requiring an agility stat of 25. The item type is a blade-type secret skill, Blood Drain Jade. A secret skill is a type of accompanying ability. It can be used on items and equipment, and the mystery disappears after use, granting the target item or equipment its strengthening effect. He can only use it until the weapon breaks. Similar mysteries can't be stacked, but different mysteries can be fused. Collecting corpses doesn't just yield skill cards, but also these mystery cards. Also, these cards seem to be able to enhance equipment. Old Zhang, seeing Ye Qing standing still, shouted, "What are you waiting for? If you don't want to hold everyone back, hurry to the rear." And so he reluctantly takes action. Here it comes. He applies poison to his ordinary dagger. The first target is the demon addict chasing after Zhou Shang, who now dons a gas mask. Though I'm the team's top-tier poet, I haven't told them that I was cut off mid-sentence and caught by a demon. Luckily my instinct to run saved me, and I managed to block an attack. Knowing his class had no combat ability, he buffed himself and pulled out his weapon. The situation was too dangerous, so he had to protect himself first. Then rambling on, he reminds himself to maintain elegance as a refined combat poet. I don't care who you are or what you're here for. Every snake and demon in my territory will be bound by my will. Yi Qing couldn't help but roll his eyes at the youth's blathering. What was this guy doing? At that moment, a system notification appeared, announcing the successful enhancement of the target, scaring Zhu Shang so badly that he dropped the mic and made a run for it. A grave miscalculation. How could he have enhanced the monster? Before the monster could catch him, before its sharp, hungry teeth, Ye Qing stepped in to save Zhu Shang's life. A horde of monsters with sharp fangs bared charged forward, amidst the excited shouts of the crowd. The monsters have been enhanced. They were frozen in fear, pale and drenched in sweat. Old Chu trembled as he asked, "How is this possible?" Old Zhang, equally terrified, decisively ordered, "Retreat." But it was too late. The Star Palace was facing a monster closing in. Even after conjuring a fireball and throwing it, the claws and fangs kept coming. All that was left were screams and curses. Luckily, a familiar figure flashed by, and with a series of slashes, the fangs and claws fell like rain, stunning the Star Palace. He followed up with a few powerful attacks on the monsters behind them, completely destroying their weapons, before that blurry figure gracefully landed behind them. In his hand he held a dagger still dripping with syrup. Yi Qing's eyes were indifferent as he stood there like a god. The two old men turned to each other in a panic, asking if that guy had just made a move. It must be. Yi Qing lowered his eyes, his mind calculating the current situation. The demonized spider possessed resistance to poison, weakening the effects of toxins, so that's why. My poison comes from the demonized spider, so it's less effective on them, but the physical damage is done. Chu Tong was dumbfounded. Did I just take care of that? I was clearly planning to drop a bean on the soles of their feet. Reaching into his pocket, he looked up at the remaining monsters falling into contemplation. Monsters of the abyss possess a certain will. If they find a target unbeatable, they won't attack. His eyes glowed purple as he coldly predicted their next move: retreat. As Ye Qing predicted, the monsters began to stir, their massive bodies shifting backward. He chuckled to himself as the star electricity user exclaimed in astonishment that the monsters were retreating. Old Zhou was equally shocked, realizing that this was only the first room, and it was already this terrifying. What awaits them is beyond imagination. Ignoring the whispers behind him, Yi Qing rested his chin, gazing at the fangs he had just collected, making a rough calculation. Sorry, my secret poison has been used up quite a bit. Keep one as a backup and exchange the remaining 27 for BP points. The system prompts that they've earned 54 BP, while Chu Tong stares blankly at the torch in his hand, his eyes filled with confusion. He confidently gives the order, and the monsters retreat, so let's move forward. He quickly agrees. Chu Tong's eyes hardened as he raised the torch high, taking the lead and reminding everyone, "Our mission is to scout ahead, so be careful and try not to trigger any more traps." Yi Qing glanced over, not saying a word, but inwardly wondered if he was the one being referred to, when he noticed something glowing in the corner. The system quickly chimed in, detecting a mysterious dimly lit area in the corner of the mirror frame, beckoning them closer. Yi Qing glanced over, his brow furrowed with curiosity. Could the red moon's influence be causing new branches to appear in the instance? Should he explore this new path? Raising his hand, he softly chanted, summoning a nightmare, and a small red orb of energy appeared in the air, gradually expanding to create an illusion identical to him. When the red light faded, Ye Qing ordered, "Go with them for a while, I'll follow later." The dazed shadow grinned in agreement. On the other side, Zhu Tong frowned, seeing the illusion rushing towards them. "Where did you run off to?" Seeing its dazed expression, he softly reminded it, "Don't split up or you won't even know how you died." The shadow just smiled and quietly followed, leaving behind the echoing gloomy sounds. The sound came from a mirror in the corner, flashing a white light, as if opening a portal to another space, a cave where Ye Qing was transported. Without hesitation, he stepped into the larger space, when suddenly, a spider monster appeared, descending from the cave ceiling, and aggressively targeting Ye Qing. Sensing danger, he looked up. Before the massive creature could crush him, he leaped into the air, as the attack slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris everywhere, the force pushing Ye Qing even further away. Barely landing, the Spider Queen rose up, its razor-sharp claws extended and slashed down with incredible speed. Ye Qing, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a dagger and retreated, dodging the descending claw. As it struck, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, but they did nothing, causing him to exclaim in shock. What? Its physical defense is near immunity. He barely had time to react before the giant spider coated its claw in magic and struck. The blow misses, but the force sends Ye Qing flying into the cave wall. Ignoring the pain, he activates his observation system to analyze the monster before him. It's a rare elite level 20 mother spider. He wipes the syrup from the corner of his mouth. Ye Qing narrowed his eyes intrigued. A rare level 20 elite monster. If he could kill it, he might get a rare item. The giant spider spews a massive web, slamming it towards Ye Qing, who leaps away, his hand engulfed in flames. Leaping above it, Ye Qing unleashed a great fire explosion, a massive fireball crashing down on the spider's head, causing it immense pain. Enraged, the spider tilted its head back and continued to spew silk, relentlessly attacking along his path. Dodging attacks, Ye Qing glanced at the monster, secretly contemplating his next move. Fire resistance meant immunity. His elemental advantage was useless. He leaped closer, deciding, if that's the case, I'll strike at its lair. Raising his dagger high, he aimed for its head. Ye Qing quickly activated, weakness, strike. The dagger landed between the webs, piercing its throat, causing the spider to shriek in agony as its bulky legs flailed wildly. Seeing this, Ye Qing smirked with amusement. It turns out the level 5 demonized spiders have dark poison abilities, but the level 20 mother spider lost the ability to poison and resist toxins, and even turn toxins into a weakness because her defense and reproductive abilities are specialized, so she doesn't need to focus on hunting, but only needs to send out demonized spiders to feed herself. The system quickly displays its poisoned status, and he concludes that her venomous nature has become a fatal weakness. Suddenly, the spider shoots out a web. Surprised, he realizes it has another trick up its sleeve. One moment of carelessness and Ye Qing is caught in the web, slowing him down immensely. It weaves a net, suspending Ye Qing high in the air, but he remains strangely calm, slowly activating his berserk mode. A mysterious power envelops Ye Qing, instantly tearing through the sticky threads. The moment his feet touch the ground, he rockets forward, using his entire body as a weapon, and pierces through the monster with incredible ease. The battle ends here, and the system quickly appears to remind him that the Berserk card can now be upgraded. Choosing one of two upgrade paths, his flesh and blood made him even stronger in his Berserk state. His physical attacks could even penetrate the immunity of his enemies. But the cost is that his life force visibly drains away, until death or the end of his frenzy. And between the two, Endless Rage doubles his frenzy time, while having the cooldown. He carefully read each line, pondering in silence. Most would choose Endless Rage, as it's a stable upgrade path, but physical immunity would spell certain doom. Choosing the Gore upgrade undoubtedly makes Berserk even stronger, but the most exaggerated side effect is visible blood loss. After a moment of hesitation, Ye Qing smiled with satisfaction and made a serious decision. He would of course choose the Gore option because he had a super regeneration card that could counteract its negative effects. A purple light enveloped him and the card initiating the upgrade. He had to unlock the Gore so that even monsters with physical immunity could be damaged. This is the strongest aspect of this card. Having settled his personal affairs, Ye Qing turned to look at the giant corpse in front of him and the monster-slaying rewards floating above. He reached out, collecting all the cards as they fell into his hand. After looking them over, he calculated that if he took these items out, in the name of a full team member, he could probably bring them to the abyss openly. This one alone can sell for at least 15000 yuan. After stowing it away, Ye Qing looked ahead and activated his ability. Countless arms covered in talismans emerged from the void, their patterns shining brightly in the sky. In the next moment, each arm rushed in a different direction to collect the spider's mangled corpse. He watched them work with excitement, wondering what skill he'd get this time. He didn't have to wait long before the system notified him that he'd obtained a rare card. Damn, the details of this card are that it can summon up to 4 demonized spiderlings to fight for you, and they will choose different evolution directions in battle. His eyes widened as he wondered, can I choose the evolution of my summons? He turned back to the others who had entered another open cave. Looking at the glittering pile before him, Chu Tong couldn't help but curse. So this abyss has a crystal mine. Old Chu picked up a small piece, observing it with doubt. At least S-grade, pure magic crystal. Is it only produced in the abyss due to the blood-red moon? Beside him, Tin Dien gazed into the distance, astonished. Each one is priceless, and without hesitation he plants his golden staff with the eye into the nearest crystal, leaving the other stunned. It's the Eye of Argus, marking all terrain within a 60-meter radius, allowing all adventurers entering the abyss to see it on the map. If we could take these magic crystals, we'd be set for life. Why mark them for those guys? He retorted fiercely, saying, if they found out we were secretly hiding magic crystals, our survival would be in question, let alone living in luxury. Seeing the tension, old Zhang quickly intervened. The lives of cannon fodder are meant to be used by the big shots to explore the map. If we die in the abyss, it'll be easily dismissed as an accident, and no one will truly care about our lives. Hearing this, he was utterly speechless, his face contorted with resentment as the Star Palace muttered in crazed disbelief, trash. He wanted to kick these nuisances to the monsters and scream, get out of my way, you trash. No one cares if you die. He was consumed by the desire to be noticed, even in death, his eyes hollow, and a demon slowly emerged, threatening to devour his humanity. Glancing at the illusion beside him, Xingdian gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, blaming that bastard Ye. His eyes then shifted to the nearby crystal, secretly calculating that, as long as he had enough money, even without the level, it wouldn't matter. That's right, he could still use high-attribute equipment, and then it wouldn't be a problem to get into the second team. He secretly took out a piece, reassuring himself that it wouldn't be a problem to hide a few. Staring at the crystal in his hand, Star Palace's eyes grew increasingly greedy as a trap was sprung and a red light appeared in the sky. The system issued a warning, a mechanism was triggered, drawing everyone's attention as lasers fired down in their astonishment. It pierced the gap between the two in front, straight into the head of the one behind. He stiffened and fell, his corpse charred black, leaving only panicked screams and curses from the surrounding group. Old Chu, what the hell, invincible. Back in the other dimension, the mother spider from the card has been released, but it's currently just a level 1 demonic spiderling. Ye Qing sat there, watching the spiderling frolic on the ground, feeling much more relaxed. The level 1 demonized spiderling is extremely weak, seemingly without any combat ability, the system kindly reminds. Investing BP can level it up to a level 5 demonic spider, and the next level requires 5 BP. He pondered if he wanted the spider to protect him on the battlefield, he would need to level it up to at least level 5. To its astonishment, Ye Qing used magic to envelop the spider and level it up, evolving it into a spinner spider with the ability to spin silk. Meanwhile, the others stared blankly at the man's stiff corpse on the ground, and he wailed in anguish. The Star Palace elder hastily tried to explain himself, claiming it was an accident, but he couldn't quell old Zhang's fury. He lunged forward, grabbed the elder by the collar, and snarled, "Damn it, you killed old Chu because of your greed. Do you know that old Chu was the backbone of his entire family? He risked his life every day to provide for them all, because you couldn't stand the humiliation." The Star Palace master grabbed Zhang's hand, retorting fiercely, "I just wanted to make more money, is that wrong? If I hadn't dropped to level 1, I would have been living the high life, instead of being stuck with you trash." This only fueled his rage further. Old Zhang backed away from the impending weapon, while Zhu Tong stepped forward to intervene, but to no avail. Tin Dian retorted, gathering flames in his hand, saying no one could claim to be noble in this dog-eat-dog world where wealth and power reign supreme. He's madly challenging fate, and a figure emerges from the earthen cave, followed by applause and faint praise, saying, "Well done, I like your understanding." Kaisa smiles and steps in, coaxing softly, "Kid, are you interested in joining the Blood Oath? There's an opening." As a group of newcomers look on in astonishment. Silu followed, looking at the corpse on the ground, and reported mockingly, "One dead boss, fresh corpse." Kaisa feigned pity, his voice nonchalantly explaining the irrelevant death in the abyss is extremely common. "This kid was right, you guys aren't strong enough, so you'll have to trade your lives for money. There's no shame in wanting to earn money, and no shame in dying for it." Then he put his arm around the star spirit's shoulder, pulled him close, and whispered, "Stone, demons like this only appear during the crimson moon, and each one is priceless. Just one is enough to live a life of luxury." With a pause, Kaisa revealed mysteriously, "But before that, I forgot to mention one thing. The price for taking these starstones," his voice deepened with each word challenging them, "is your worthless lives." He glanced over, then pretended to correct himself. "No. Life is precious." As soon as he said that, a massive berserker appeared, wielding a terrifyingly large blade, all aimed at the remaining 3. Silu, standing among the group, explained with a friendly demeanor, "Our boss wants you to gather the magic crystals from the walls, and put them in this basket in front of us. Got it?" "Anyone who runs will die," old Zhang retorted angrily. "Damn it, picking each magic crystal is a death trap. Are they telling us to die?" He coldly approached, rubbing his neck, and softly uttered a veiled threat. "I recall, doesn't your wife have a serious illness, requiring urgent funds?" Once they were close enough, Kaisop lowered his head and smirked. "What? He doesn't know I'd risk everything to get the money to save her." He must be joking because that stopped him in his tracks. He didn't miss a thing, warning him through gritted teeth, "Remember to trade your worthless life for money. Don't be ashamed." Old Zhang trembled as he looked at Kaisa. His face betrayed his unwillingness, but he endured, staring at the pile of starstones. His trembling hand reached for them, then his body collapsed uncontrollably as he stammered, "I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm telling the truth. I just gambled away too much money to pay off debts. I don't want to die." At this point, Zhang's spirit completely crumbled, tears streaming down his face, witnessing this pathetic display. Kaisa clicked his tongue in disdain. What a waste. The Star Palace lackey broke out in a cold sweat, frantically weighing his options. "This guy's level and strength completely crush me. Even in my prime, I wouldn't stand a chance." Sensing an opportunity, he forces a smile and begins to flatter him. "Big brother, didn't you just say that the Crimson Corps wanted to recruit new members, and asked if I was interested in joining, right? I'm a fire elemental mage, and I'd love to join." Now it was Kaisa's turn to be stunned. He turned to his subordinate and asked, "Did I say that?" The necromancer, D, quickly leaned in to confirm, "You certainly did, sir." So Kaisap turned, waved him over, and said, "Come over here then." Star Palace, as if finding gold, knelt down respectfully and said yes. But he's met with a kick to the face even as he swears his allegiance. "I'd gladly die for you, boss," he coldly retorts. "You really think you're worthy? What trash wants to join our noble guild?" You're a damned team killer who deserves the death penalty from the World Guild. I just want to make your death a little more worthwhile. He kicked them relentlessly, his words growing harsher, fueled by rage, knowing they had no escape. I'll turn you all into corpses, then have a necromancer control your bodies to harvest these magic crystals. After all, you've already died once. What difference will a few more times make? Turn back. Chu witnessed everything, but dared not utter a word, only cursing inwardly. Unnoticed, a shadowy figure approached him, and Chu Thong head bowed, mustered the courage to speak, but only managed to utter a single word. Yi Qing pulled him back by the shoulder, gently warning him not to get excited, and before Chu Tong could understand, he stepped forward coldly assuring him, "Leave it to me, you wait on the side." Yi Qing declared, "It's just harvesting starstones. What danger could there be?" Interrupted the mage roared. "What trash dares to show their face now?" He didn't even let anyone react, just walked up and pulled one out of the pile. Before anyone could react, they turned tail and ran throwing stones as they went, cursing, "Damn it, you should have warned us, you're trying to kill us." After a moment with no reaction, they peeked out. The mage asked hesitantly, wondering if the death trap was useless against him. Si Lu explained, "Maybe the trap only activates once, and then it's useless." Ye Qing was equally surprised, but remained calm, wondering if his luck stat had met the threshold to negate the trap's instant death effect. Thinking this, he quickly draws the next one, causing the distant group to cry out and duck down again. When the system indicated the trap wasn't triggered, they peeked out in astonishment as Kai boldly voiced his opinion. Either the traps are ineffective, or this kid's luck stat is over 60. The mage disagrees, saying it's impossible for a first-level single-attribute luck user to exceed 60. Since most people's luck stat doesn't naturally increase, it seems this instant death trap must be ineffective. He seemed certain, stating that since it happened twice, that must be the case. As he spoke, Chow reached out and grabbed the crystal in front of him to prove his point. He pulled hard, then confidently turned and said, "See, nothing happened, but that light appeared again." A laser beam pierced through Si Xiaolu's skull as he looked on in shock, adding another corpse to the pile, further confirming Kai Sha's suspicions. Eliminating all other possibilities that Kid Ye Qing's luck stat is definitely higher than normal, probably a rare job trait. In the Abyss, only stats and combat power are essential for long-term survival. Surely not all of his grown-up professions are based on useless luck. He didn't respond, only answering silently in his head. "I just distributed the points evenly." Reaching his breaking point, Kai Sa coldly declared, "My original plan was to turn all of you into corpses to work for me, but now I have to change my plans. I only need one corpse with high luck value. The rest are expendable." After the bold declaration, his subordinates echoed in unison, "Roger." Old Zhang trembled, backing away in fear, muttering, it's over, we're doomed. Our opponents are members of the Blood Oath, how can a few of us possibly win?" Ju Tong chimed in terrified, saying it's not too late to run. Hearing this, Xing Dian turned and fled without a word, leaving the others stunned. Yi Qing complained, confused, "Why run? We clearly have the numbers advantage." He turned and helplessly reminded him, "We're only 4 people and now one has run away. Are you stupid?" He smirked confidently, explaining, "I'm saying that numbers aren't necessarily an advantage." No sooner were the words spoken than a terrifying sound echoed from the cave ceiling, and the mage was the first to notice, gasping in surprise. "Did you hear that?" the berserker next to him asked suspiciously. "What's that noise?" The mage looked up and saw a swarm of spider people charging down. Meanwhile, Ye Qing smirked, having successfully summoned them. As the monstrous figures landed, only their excited screams echoed through the cavern. "There are magical beasts in this room." Zhou Tong was utterly helpless. This was worse than ever, not only enemies but magical beasts. He quickly whispered to reassure himself, "Did I accidentally pick up some of my spider people on the way here?" He gasped in surprise. Zhu Tong turned puzzled and asked, "When did you learn to control spiders?" Ye Qing didn't answer, instead scanning their opponents with his bright purple eyes to gather information. The one in the hat is a level 20 necromancer, and the big guy is a level 17 berserker. The surrounding riffraff are level 18 enemy hunters, and that big shield-wielding old man is a level 19 holy knight. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, calculating silently, wondering how different the levels of humans and magical creatures were in terms of strength, but his intuition told him they shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Except that when he glanced at the leader, the system warned him that it couldn't identify or probe the combat power of human targets. Kaisa frowned, feigning praise with a sneer. "So your ability is to control abyssal creatures, is it? Looks like you've picked up quite a few tricks." He glanced up extremely annoyed, thinking, which is to say, simply looking at the stats, "This fake is not much lower than me, and is possibly even higher." Meanwhile, Kai Sop confidently declared that level 10 monsters were just trash. He then ordered his men to eliminate the monsters first, then silence the witnesses, being careful not to break the crystals. Taking the opportunity, Ye Qing glanced back and warned them that the situation had changed. If they didn't want to die, they should head towards the Chenxing Palace. With that thought, he turned and left with his weapon. Seeing Zhu Tong, still looking at him hesitantly, he quickly urged, "You must have a reason for venturing into the abyss, so if you don't want to die, run." By now old Zhang's figure had disappeared into the cave, and Zhu Tong's glistening eyes stared directly at Ye Qing. He hesitated, promising, "I won't forget you," then gave up and plunged into the narrow cave entrance. With nothing holding him back, he immediately uses his skill, luckily. A massive amount of earth and stone collapsed into the cave entrance, causing the two inside to curse. Seeing how little space remained, old Zhang turned and cursed directly. "What kind of stupid thing are you doing?" Zhu Tong could only hang his head in shame. "Sorry, I'm just especially unlucky down in the abyss. I don't know what happened." Outside the cave, the battle has begun. The enemy paladin struck first, shielding himself before bringing his hammer down on the monster's face, declaring that these beasts couldn't withstand a single blow. The monster's face contorted from the blow, its mouth oozing webbing, and as the Holy Knight gloated, it spat right in his face. The sticky silk clung to his face, driving the Holy Knight berserk. He tried to pull it off, but before he could even move, the boy's shadowy figure appeared above him. The Holy Knight quickly accelerated, ripping away the silk and raising his shield just in time, successfully provoking him. To challenge my level 19 with level 1 is a dream. But unexpectedly, the blade veers upward. He hastily raised his shield, using all his strength to knock Ye Qing away. In those brief moments of freedom, Ye Qing calculated that his level 10 stats and distracting the enemy might work, but it clearly wasn't enough against the professional team of the Blood Oath Guild. Before landing, Ye Qing manages to land a blow, and his opponent's screams echo as he steadies himself. Looking down, he saw syrup spurting from both of his calves. Without hesitation, Ye Qing lunged forward to finish him off, but two hunters harassed him from afar. Ye Qing glanced over, and in a split second, he leaned back, successfully dodging the two incoming arrows. Witnessing this, one of them exclaimed in surprise, "Did this guy just dodge those?" The other one missed, claiming his shot was true this time, and to compensate for speed, they knocked another arrow, pulled back, and released a fiery projectile. Unlike before, Ye Qing didn't dodge. He raised his blade, waited for the arrow to approach, and without hesitation cleaved it in two. The archer who shot the irritating arrow exclaimed that this time he had aimed correctly. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Qing crouched down and unleashed the great explosion flame, the fire consciously rushing forward as he directed it. They surrounded the two, then without warning, a massive explosion destroyed the ground beneath them, leaving only a triumphant cry, "This guy's too strong." And Ye Qing stood tall like a god as an earth-shattering roar echoed, "Monster die." And so the poor monster quietly perished by the merciless blade. The berserker emotionlessly watched it die, then charged towards Zhu Tong's group once more. "Hey, I didn't even do anything just now, don't come after me." Zhang's face tensed up. Just as the berserker's sword fell, Lao Zhang quickly stepped in front of Zhou Tong, raising his shield to protect him, and turned to yell at the stunned people behind him. "It's all because of you that I can't escape this hell." As he screamed, "Fight or die," the berserker swung his sword with murderous intent. Zhang quickly used his shield to block the ferocious attack, but the unexpected force sent him flying back, shattering a rock behind him. He coughed up blood from every orifice, barely conscious as the sword flew and embedded itself between Zhu Tong's legs, causing him to collapse in fear. The berserker didn't stop there, hoisting his sword with imposing strength as he advanced toward Lao Zhang. When they were less than a meter apart, Lao Zhang struggled to his feet and burst out laughing. Confused, the berserker hears him ramble, "I shouldn't have come so deep. Either way, I was going to die." He screams with all his might, "Your death settles the debt. This time it's a relief. Come and kill me, consider it granting my wish." The berserker warrior attacked without hesitation. But as the sword was about to fall, he was stopped by a stream of purple energy. He glares toward the source of the power, growling each word, "He's the one who's immobilizing me." Zhu Tong, straining to control his confusing power, speaks up anyway this time. He's aiming correctly, he's using the body immobilization technique. Old Li urged him to act quickly, but all he got in return was old Zhang's cursing. "I'm stuck too, damn it." Meanwhile, Ye Qing was speechless. What are they even doing? Meanwhile, the necromancer engulfed in red energy sneers, knowing that even with hidden abilities, the protagonist's mana is finite and can't sustain a prolonged high-stakes battle. He realizes that summoning magic drains mana, and after summoning the doppelganger and the spider, his reserves are dwindling. Meanwhile, he pulls a drink out of thin air and calmly sips it through a straw, leaving the necromancer stunned. "What is this?" "Soda." The necromancer cursed in anger. "I don't care what you're drinking. It's too late to replenish your mana now." As he spoke, the necromancer confidently unleashed his necromantic powers, boasting of his strength. Necromancers were, after all, a near S-class profession, immensely powerful. Before a creature died, it would continue to fight, driven by necromantic control, completely detached from its own will. He innocently sips his drink, tilting his head with a guileless curiosity. Controlling corpses, magic replenishment complete, but then from his feet a mysterious and brilliant black-purple flame erupts. The empty cup falls behind him, revealing something else in the purple fire. A hand wrapped in necromantic script reached out, drawing in the necromancer's corpses as he watched in horror. "Those who die here should rest peacefully." the necromancer screamed. What kind of dark magic is this? What happened to my corpses? From afar, Ye Qing suddenly rushes forward, and in an instant, he's in front of the necromancer, throwing a punch. The enemy falls, coughing up blood, while another monster dies at the hands of Kai, who crushes its head and looks at him with interest. Your little act is quite amusing. No wonder I occasionally noticed you at the soda shop. He stared at his still small hand, the blood dripping, and spoke expressionlessly. If we were just making money and going our separate ways, we could coexist peacefully, but you're using lives to get crystals, and that offends me, especially when you treat people like shields. What's wrong? You think that little bit of strength will keep you from being a shield? Just my worthless subordinates. You're not acting the part. Remember, this is a dog-eat-dog world, and only villains can stand on top. Suddenly a voice cried out, drawing Kaiser's attention. Don't kill me, I'm just a janitor. Chu Tong gripped his sword legs, shaking, staring at the berserker's back, as Kaiser spoke nonsense. In this situation neither you cannon fodder nor we can escape this abyss together. Of course, but he was quickly interrupted by old Zhang's loud voice. Don't listen to his lies. From the moment we resisted them, there was no turning back or getting out. Pick up your sword and strike him down. Chu Tong cowardly replied, I'm just an assistant. I've never killed anyone, let alone a monster. Kaiser, unconcerned, looked at him meaningfully and said, one side of us has to fall. He laughed derisively, as if watching a joke. I simply don't understand your grand principles. I only know that everyone has rights. At that moment, a mass of sword energy appeared in his hand, and the surrounding power also increased significantly. He replied, seriously, entering the abyss and surviving. Kaiser swung his fist at him, mockingly naive. He managed to block the powerful punch but was still knocked back a good distance. Unharmed, but now wary. He thought to himself, so strong. Even with my instincts, I know he's the strongest being I've ever seen. Suddenly, his eyes widened as Kaiser appeared like a monster before him. Yi Qing quickly jumped back, dodging the blow that shattered the rock behind him. Kaiser looks down on him saying, before my power, you're just trash. Chu Tong's eyes narrow as he hears the insult, still hesitant. The berserker warrior swung his attack, shattering the aloe vera, and spoke with disdain. You're too weak. Zhou Tong staggered, nearly collapsing, his eyes glazed over as blood streamed down. The frenzied warrior raised his sword high, but as it fell, a figure rushed in to block the blow. Zhang, drenched in blood, screamed, move, you bastard. The frenzied warrior turned and slashed at old Zhang, who continued to shout. Do it, you bastard, he cried, his trembling hand reaching for the unmoving Zhou Tong. Aren't you supposed to be strong? You're the captain after all. He thinks back to Ye Qing. Back then, he told us the cannon fodder squad to choose a sub-leader, and I, the wandering poet, felt I was perfect for the role. He trembled as he answered, Old Zhang, I just thought if I could be captain I wouldn't have to kill monsters myself. Terrified, he stammered, I won't have to get my hands dirty with those dangerous things or prove what a useless coward I am. I'm not strong at all, I really am, Zhu Tong, he cried, kowtowing to the berserker. He's just a simple fool. Please have mercy. He recalled how the man had called him a fake pacifist, the only one in the squad who didn't transport. Was his meager combat experience not enough? Then the man beside him replied, this fake pacifist is someone even Bap would add to the team. Shameless. Get out of my team. Dejected, he was called a noob and told to get lost. Later, as Zhou Tong sat dejected, someone approached him. It was Kaiser who asked, Kid, what's your class? He hesitated but answered, a third-level wandering poet. He smiled and said, come with me. But at that moment, Ye Qing was sent flying into a rock behind him. Kaisa rushed in front of him. He roared that this was the fighting clan's Azure Dragon Sutra no skill, inflicting sustained true damage to the target's organs. If he used magic now, the wounds would only deepen, possibly leading to sudden death. He unleashed a powerful punch, enough to cripple a master's signature magic technique. He thought tense that it was too fast, and he had to create some distance. Seeing him dodge, he quickly gave chase, asking if he could escape. As he moved, he observed, wondering if using skills would cause Deb to lose health. He suddenly realizes he needs a buff, and wants to try it out. He shouts the name of the dazed man, Chu Thong. Ye Qing was sent flying towards him by Kaiser, finally collapsing at Zhou Tong's feet. Lying there, he says, escaping weakness and incompetence by relying on the charity of others is useless. That kind of power is something he's dreamed of wielding more than anyone. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as Ye Qing chuckled. So I too have despaired at my own powerlessness. He recalled his desperate lament, I'm truly useless. Ignoring Chu Tong's confusion, he continued, but I never intended to run, because my weakness isn't enough to fear. At that moment, the monster wrapped around him, saying it feared his words the most, and his heart weakened along with it. That statement was like an epiphany for him. A notification appeared in his mind, reminding him that he had dealt 0 damage. At that moment, he ignored the notifications and struggled to resist, even though he only had a broken sword in his hand. I'm not giving up, I'm not giving up, he repeated, triggering an attack and creating a single point of damage. Even with just a broken sword, it pierced the monster's eye. He recalled the monster falling and continued, I actually succeeded. In that moment, I mustered the courage to take the first step. He wiped the blood from his lips and smiled, knowing it was possible. He glanced at Zhu Tong beside him, encouraging him to stand up as well. My entire life has been in preparation to become a king, even if I was once just a piece of trash. Chu Tong was still a little confused to become a king. Looking at the sword in his hand, he muttered, "Become stronger or die." Rather than being ridiculed, disguising myself, or avoiding battle. Then Chu Tong's eyes grew serious. "I want to change and become stronger. I want to become a powerhouse." The berserker scoffed. "A mere level 3 support can't possibly break my level 17 armor. I'll stand right here and let you try." But Chu Tong threw his sword away, leaving him dumbfounded. Then a microphone appeared in his hand, and he unleashed a poetry spell called The Great Expulsion. The berserker was shocked, and even Kaiser was taken aback, exclaiming, "What's going on?" Meanwhile, he felt empowered and smirked, "Because I found the best support in the world." A notification appeared before him. Gained encouraged status. Damage increased by 15%, defense increased by 15%, speed increases by 15%, resistance by 15%. A strange phenomenon appears in his hand, a bloody nightmare, summoning a liquid that immediately binds the berserker. He glances back, seeing something that looks harmlessly like him, but then it wraps around his limbs, and he cries out in pain. "Let me go." Zhu Tong watches helplessly as the berserker is ensnared by Ye Qing's power like an octopus. Unconcerned with his own fight, he glances at the other battle, where Ye Qing and Kaisa are locked in a deadly struggle. He swiftly dodged the attack, using the moment to think his rapidly regenerating body, fueled by overflowing magic. He gripped his dagger and charged once more, the two trading blows in a fierce melee. It was only then that Kaiser finally noticed a change. His armor was useless, pierced by a dagger-wielding nobody. He quickly assessed the situation. The flesh-tearing effect that ignored defense was useful, but the blood loss was still a problem. After a moment's thought, he charged forward like a bullet, knowing he had to end the fight quickly. Kaisa laughs impressed. "How interesting." He leans back perfectly, dodging Ye Qing's attack. Then, blocking his dagger with one hand, he said, "I've been through 20 years of grappling trials. How could I lose to a little punk like you in terms of skill?" Then, delivering a sky-splitting punch, he asked, "Do you feel the difference in power?" His punch made him bleed, sending his dagger flying as he droned on. Fighters on the path to leveling up can advance, becoming strength-based destroyers or skill-based street fighters. He quickly regained his composure. Yi Qing turned to face him, two punches colliding head-on. His face was covered in blood, but he didn't back down. Kaisa roared, "Because I truly despise your weak skill-based fighting style, I've focused all my points on destructive power." Then he unleashed his ultimate move, Sky Collapse Fist. Chu Tong watched anxiously as he was thrown back in a cloud of dust. But the boy didn't fall. Though his clothes were tattered, he stood his ground. Kaisa sneers, "Fool, you want to overpower me head-on. How could I lose to a brat like you in terms of strength?" He grabs his collar, his voice turning grim. "All my points are allocated to strength." A notification appears, confirming that all 176 free stat points have been allocated to strength, and he tears off his tattered shirt, revealing his toned muscles. Meanwhile, Kaisa, not hearing him clearly, asked, "Added to strength what?" His eyes then changed, becoming more vacant. Looking down at his abs, he thought, "My strength stat just skyrocketed, and my muscles have changed a bit." Seeing that the situation was no longer the same as before, Kaiser became even more excited and battle-hungry, laughing and shouting, "So what?" Seeing him charge, he calmly focused his power into his fist and thought. Though unsure of the gladiator combat skill's impact, he calculated the punch, figuring the 300 free points invested in strength should suffice. Kaisa, thinking it would be the same as before, grinned and swung his fist directly at him. As their hands met, the colliding forces shattered one, and with a single blow, Yi Qing crushed Kaiser. Stunned by the pain, Kaiser stared at his mangled hand, blood streaming from his orifices, and trembled in disbelief. How could a simple punch like that? Chu Tong, watching from the sidelines, was utterly shocked as Ye Qing leaped at Kaisa again, who was already down. She pounced on him, pinning him down, declaring that there would be no time for shock because this battle demanded a swift victory. "From today on, you're officially part of the Meat Shield Squad," Kaisat said. Rewind to 8 years prior, a voice commands, "Clean all the gear, we've got deeper dungeons to raid." The law of the lion's hunt is that the weak only serve to sharpen the strong, and if he wanted to be a full member, he'd have to prove himself. But when faced with a giant monster, the man said he looked like he was born to be a shield. At that moment, he thought that as long as he proved he wasn't useless, he could crawl out of the mud. He then used his powers to deal with the monster, determined to prove himself, and stared at the hand that had just defeated it, belatedly, realizing, it seems it's not that difficult after all. Then with a crash, more monsters appeared beside him. Without a word, the monster slashed at him, beating him to a pulp. Later, he faintly heard someone say, his jaw was shattered, 8 ribs were broken, his heart was pierced, and his liver, kidneys and lungs were all ruined. This body of spare parts cost quite a bit of crystal. His scarred face slowly opened its eyes to a scientist studying him suspended in a lab's liquid, who explained that abyssal skills could now extract and implant the enhanced cells of abyssal creatures into humans. Fortunately, your compatibility with the demon is excellent. The good news is, you're alive. The bad news is, a sinister laugh echoed as Qing Shan's eyes gleamed darkly. Now a hybrid, he hears a dark voice as a badge, bearing a lion's head, clatters to the floor. He has proven himself worthy to join the Lionheart Hunters as a full member. The leader of the organization, a hulking figure in armor with 2 horns, sat regally and waved his hand, demanding, "Where it be my strong arm, be my hunting dog." With a gleeful look, Kaiser picks up the badge and asks, "Where are my teammates?" The leader narrows his eyes in anger and replies, "Worthless fool, they're all dead." Kaisar broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this is a dog-eat-dog world. Right now, his head was being squeezed in a vice, and he was in terrible pain, thinking that if he couldn't prove his worth, he'd become as worthless as trash. Fueled by that memory, Kaisa pulls Ye Qing's hand from his head, and the system reports a surge in defense destruction and speed. Ye Qing's eyes widen in surprise. Kasat punches Ye Qing in the chest, but he doesn't react. He just looks at Kasat's fist, thinking that he's recovered. A roar echoes as Kasat eyes bloodshot furiously throws punches at Ye Qing. He quickly retreated, slamming his hand into the ground, causing it to tremble as his hand gathered magical energy. The essence of the magic crystal is condensed power-surging magic, especially potent under the blood moon, transforming Kaisa's entire body into a demonic form. He rasps, "Because a demon's organ was implanted, I can absorb the power of this magic crystal." Kaisa bared his sharp teeth and spoke grimly, seizing the moment to surpass the power of a deep-seated boss. He lunged ferociously at the system, triggering a notification. Boss La De Li had been defeated, Kaisa had appeared, and the demonization process was complete. Kaisa roared, shaking the very space around him, and the system announced that the rampage had ended, entering a 30-second fatigue state. Hearing the notification, Ye Qing frowned and muttered. The system recognizes him as a boss-level demon. What exactly happened to his body? Are you okay? Oh no. Just then Chu Tong rushed over from afar, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" Kaisa stomps the ground, shattering it, and roars. All it takes is abandoning human dignity. Ye Qing glances at Zhu Tong, signaling him as Kaisa kicks massive rocks towards them, declaring to abandon his human body and become a demon unbound by morality. The rocks hurtled towards them, but they quickly dodged. Kaiser then leaped forward, lunging at Ye Qing, ready to strike, and declared his decision. "I accept this price for power." Ye Qing glanced back worriedly as Kaiser, like a ferocious demon beast, charged to attack. Seeing this, Chu Thong trembled with fear, thinking so strong, too strong, as he watched him like a ferocious beast trample Ye Qing, who lay motionless on the ground. He thought to himself without a doubt that we trash are no match for true powerhouses. This is the hidden strength of Ye Qing, far surpassing his companions, yet still unable to resist him, even killed with one blow. Despite using all his strength, he's still terrified by this unyielding power, even unconsciously submitting. At this moment, Kaisa looked up and said smugly, "The weak grovel before the strong. This is the unchanging truth of the world." Caesar touched his face, laughing maniacally with bloodshot eyes, saying that to become stronger even this pathetic appearance had to be revealed. Suddenly, remembering, he glanced up and said he almost forgot about one last small fry. As he approached, Chu Tong cried out in fear, "I didn't see anything about your sudden transformation, and I don't care what he said. You ruined the magic crystal collection mission anyway. You're the last witness to this tragic sacrifice." With that, he lunged at Zhu Tong, shouting, "Let me grant you a glorious death." Seeing this, Zhu Tong desperately tried to stop him, crying out to wait, that if he was going to die he had something to say. Kaiser grabs him by the neck, sneering, "You trashy poet sure does talk a lot." Lifting him into the air, he asked, "Any last words?" Unaware that Ye Qing was reforming behind him, Zhou Tong, struggling in his grip, choked out, "I want to leave the abyss alive." Seeing the blood spreading behind him, he tried to stall for time. "Also, I can't." Chu Tong's eyes glazed over. He says that Dewey wasn't the only witness to this tragic event. Sensing his unease, Kaiser glances in the direction he's looking. He's shocked to see the blood droplets coalescing, and from them emerges Ye Qing, who tosses aside a cup and says coldly, "Thanks to the bard, I bought myself some time, and the fatigue has been washed away by the sweet nectar." Ye Qing held a small drop of blood in his hand, and said grimly, "Before I couldn't see all the information about your body, just by observing, so I needed to borrow the Nightmare Blood's ability to obtain secret information through physical contact." Yi Qing's eyes darkened as he said, "The price of this superhuman power is probably heavier than you imagine. The Berserker's frenzy fighting technique allows my strength to increase significantly in a short time, but forcibly borrowing power beyond the body's limits comes at the cost of a 30-second weakened state." He glanced at him coldly, warning, "You are limited by a body blurred between human and demon, a breath to the greedy hand reaching into the depths of oneself. I also hope you pay the price." Unconvinced, Kaiser laughs, boasting, "Don't be ridiculous. This power belongs to me. What does the abyss have to do with it?" Kaiser's expression suddenly changes, and he glances back in shock. Kaizat roared in pain as the arm clutching Zhou Tong's neck was knocked away. While Kaizat stared in shock at his attacked arm, Zhou Tong quickly fled, glaring at Ye Qing and angrily spitting out "You." Immediately, he angrily used his strength to lunge toward him and attack, but before he could get close, Ye Qing quickly jumped up and struck Kaisa's head hard. Despite the blow, he's unfazed and leaps to retaliate. Ye Qing barely lands before he's charging fist raised. A transformation slows him down. Indeed, he furiously threw punches, but Ye Qing easily dodged them. He struggled to fight him unarmed, thinking if only he had a weapon. Just then, a figure ran towards them from afar. Seeing him get punched away by Kaisa, Chu Tong cried out in shock, and Ye Qing looked in the direction of the voice, his pupils contracting in surprise. Just then, Chu Tong threw a sword to him, yelling for him to catch it, and Ye Qing, still shocked, quickly grabbed the blade. Back to Ye Qing and Kaisa's fight. Kaisa lunges, fists flying. Ye Qing leaps back, countering with a punch, then slips behind him, slashing Kaisa's shoulder. Staggering forward from the blow, he regained his balance, gritting his teeth in anger. Every strike is a precise, critical hit. Ye Qing coldly stared at him, reminding him, "Don't forget, I'm still the agility-type character you didn't bother to add points to." Seeing his attitude, Kaisa frantically rushed forward, shouting, "The humiliation you inflict on me will only make your death more miserable, because I am a higher being than you." He swung to attack, but the boy easily dodged. Ye Qing's fist was then engulfed in flames as he scoffed, "A superior being, you say?" With a mocking tone, he swung his powerful fist into Kaisa's face, saying, "In my eyes, you're 100% a demon." Kaisa was struck, his face engulfed in flames, and he roared in agony. The fire burned his head, leaving only his black eyes, yet he was not destroyed, and continued to roar ferociously. Seeing his state, Ye Qing sighed. He's fallen too far, there's no turning back. Standing before Kaisa, the space around him turned dark, and his voice echoed. As he heard the call of the abyss, Kaisa's eyes widened, and he roared in anger, "You're all going to die, don't drag me down with you." Then, as if losing control, he roared and flailed his arms, wildly muttering, "I've proven my worth, why won't they leave me alone? I'm not a shield, I shouldn't die." Suddenly, Chu Tong peeked out from behind, Ye Qing stammering that he was completely mentally broken, and now was their chance. Her eyes turned cold as if waiting for the moment to end him. Kaiser then laughs maniacally and attacks the air. Ye Qing's body begins to change, and he wonders if the captain's true form and the blood nightmare are switching places. Turning to see Ye Qing's expression, Zhou Tong stammered, "You, he, him." Tears welled in his eyes as he thought, "I thought you were dead." Suddenly, a system notification appears. Challenge: do not kill Kerr. Achieve victory and obtain a rare reward. Staring at the notification, Ye Qing wondered how it could be done. His eyes turned cold. He pondered the situation, realizing this madman would leave no survivors, not even after seeing his comrade's state. Wait, if I complete the challenge, I'll get a rare reward, I should at least try. He turned into a blood mist and instructed Zhou Tong. "Remember what I said, find a way to distract him. 5 seconds is all I need," Ye Qing whispered grimly, realizing he no longer needed to kill him. At this moment, he calmly explained, "Demonic entities belong to the abyss, and they cannot leave it." He looked back at Kaisa, who had been completely demonized, and was wreaking havoc around him, and spoke, "Humans who forsake their humanity fall into the abyss, and the abyss welcomes them. This is the law of the abyss." As he spoke, he watched Kaiser enter a dark cave, explaining further as he continued to venture deeper. When the crimson page is mentioned, the monsters of the abyss will enter a frenzied state. But this time, driven mad by the red page, that man who was clearly human, spoke from within the cave. "It seems surviving a great calamity brings great fortune. Finally, my luck has arrived." Deep in the cave, a figure flickers in the golden light, opening a treasure trove filled with treasures and spirit stones. Looking at the treasure, he exclaimed, "I'm finally rich, freedom equipment, a new identity." He laughed greedily. "I'm about to defy destiny." Lost in his joy, he didn't notice Caesar approaching. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Chu Tong suddenly slams his head on the table and begs, "Let me call you big brother." "I want to follow you," Ye Qing, still holding his beer, says helplessly. "I can't accept such a grand gesture out of nowhere." Hearing that, he smiled and told me that his whole life had been preparing him to become a king, so I decided to follow him for life. Seeing this, Ye Qing could only sigh and say, "I was just showing off back then. I'm embarrassed just thinking about it now." But Chu Tong disagreed eagerly, saying, "Absolutely not, big brother. Only with your encouragement did I discover my value and strive for my goals." Ye Qing looked at him and asked, "So what are your plans for the future?" Chu Tong excitedly pointed at himself. "Didn't you say I was the best support?" Hearing this, he was stunned and asked, "Did I say that?" Chu Tong clenched his fist, declaring, "I want to become the king of support." Chu Tong happily envisions them as a team, with him buffing Ye Qing from behind, but Ye Qing advises against him entering the abyss again. Hearing this, he asked somewhat disappointed, "What did you say?" The boss looked at him, and Ye Qing thought seriously, if his ability is only to make others stronger, but he is still so weak that he needs someone else to protect him. "I'm sorry, but this isn't what a proper support should be." "I'm sorry, Zhu Tong, I just don't want you risking your life anymore." Seeing his attitude, Zhou Tong sadly fell silent, as a notification appeared 1,000 magic crystals. Yi Qinghao released the treasure, saying this was all the magic crystal stones, enough for him to spend for a long time, but asked him to promise not to step into the depths again. Even so, he still lowered his face sadly, and said, I know this is the truth. Big brother is only saying this because he truly wants what's best for me. Chu Tong suddenly regained his spirit, raised his head and spoke resolutely. But no matter what, I can't accept being like the scum living in this world. Even in death, I don't want to be looked down upon. Seeing his resolve, Ye Qing smiled with satisfaction, thinking this look is very convincing, making it impossible for others to refuse. After careful consideration, he spoke, If I can't protect myself, how can I protect others? He summoned a sword from thin air, asking, If I remember correctly, your magic only requires one hand, right? Surprised but quick to respond, Jutong says it's old Li's one-handed sword, and before he knows it, Ye Qing slams the sword into the table. Standing on the table, he explains, asserting his dominance. Based on my intel on the poet profession, they can use magic weapons to amplify their strengths and weaken enemies, and they can also wield certain offensive spells. Before Chu Tong's admiring and determined gaze, he spoke. I couldn't draw a sword for Lao Li back then, but from now on, I'll strive to draw it for him. This is the favor you need to repay. Gripping the sword tightly, Chu Tong explained, Big brother, I don't really need these magic crystals. Hearing this, Ye Qing smiled contentedly and said, Then give them to the families of Lao Zhou and Lao Li. We'll earn even more in the future anyway. Zhou Tong quickly agreed. Yes, big brother. And so, sometime after the incident, the secretary reported that after the Blood Moon event, a squad of S-rank transmuters had been dispatched to eliminate all the demons in the abyss. 8 bodies of the Blood Oath Vanguard were found in the abyss. Team X's captain was severely infected by the abyss, completely transformed into a monster, and has been marked for termination. In addition, countless bodies of unrelated personnel were discovered, including one familiar face that piqued his curiosity. Who could it be? The secretary added, it was Tran Tin Dien, who we recently accused of being a team killer during the infiltration of another abyss area. When his body was discovered, he was wearing high-end equipment, suggesting a fierce battle with X after his transformation, but he was ultimately killed. Perhaps her hesitation suggests a random element has appeared in the plan. He picks up the report, wondering if it's just one random element. The secretary nodded. Yes, he was alone. He nodded in return, I understand. At that moment, someone nearby chimed in, curious. So, our plan has failed. He then declared that Sejia was nothing more than a useless dog, unable to prove his worth, so he had to find more people. Cut to Shenfeng City People's Hospital. Meanwhile, in a corner of the hospital near the emergency exit, a man sobs, begging for forgiveness, a black key clutched in his hand, forced to this point with no other choice. Suddenly, the activated key levitates, unleashing its power throughout the hospital area, catching passers-by in a surprise attack. What is happening? Just then, someone realizes that the mysterious purple smoke is enveloping the hospital. It's a gate to the abyss. Call the police. And soon, monsters began to pour out as people scrambled to escape, clinging to their loved ones and heeding the warning, don't look back. Fortunately, Ye Chu escaped, as a young man grabbed his little sister's hand, but before they could get far, they were attacked by a scorpion demon, separating them both. The boy hit his head on a rock while his sister was swallowed whole by the monster. Brother. Suddenly, Ye Qing jolted awake, his forehead slick with sweat, and fell back down, clearly disturbed. It was that dream again. He glances at his phone, remembering the date, and soon finds himself at the flower shop. Yi Qing in his neat uniform enters the shop. Aunt Zhang, I'd like a bouquet of flowers. Seeing him, she happily replied, Little Ye is here, visiting your sister, right? He even smoothed his hair. That's right. I was held up with work, hence the delay. Hearing this, Mrs. Zhang couldn't help but sigh. How wonderful. She's lucky to have such a good brother like you. Did you get a haircut? Not bad, it reminds me of my story from earlier. I was just passing by when Uncle Quan pulled me in to try out his skills. Xiao Ye, I've learned a new hairstyle recently. Come on, try it out. But I still need to go buy flowers from Aunt Zhang. He then offered to help her. Should we set up shop out here? He offered to help her bring the flowers out, which made Mrs. Zhang grateful. Thank you. And together, they set up shop outside, as ambulances whizzed by, piquing Mrs. Trong's curiosity. There were so many vehicles heading to the hospital, and I saw a lot of awakened ones too. I wonder what happened, Yi Qing worried. He rushed off to the hospital without a word to Miss Zhang, parkouring across the buildings. Arriving on the scene, he saw a massive purple gate and heard the voices of the guards. Quick, put up the warning tape. Yi Qing couldn't help but panic. How did a gate appear here? He landed, and a guard approached, saying, Civilians, please step back. This area is sealed off. But the next moment, he was stunned to see him casually enter the abyss gate, without any attempt to stop him, causing the head guard to angrily shout, What are you doing? Why are you letting outsiders in here? Then the guard whispered to him, Don't ask. This kid is like the others who went in before him, people we can't afford to offend. Never mind then. With a determined look, Yi Qing muttered, Wait for me, Ye Zhou, I absolutely won't let you go this time. Once inside, he realizes the abyss corruption has created another space within the hospital, far exceeding the building's physical dimensions, just like the mall before. This room has been cleared out. A party of awakened must have come through here before me. Yi Qing then retrieves a shimmering blue potion from his bag, the kind only wealthy hunters can afford. This large magic potion is not something ordinary awakened can afford. A large potion with convenient information instantly restores 85% of mana, eliminates most fatigue, and reduces mana consumption by 50% for the next 30 seconds. He thought to himself, if I want to sweep the abyss alone and search for Ye Zhou, it will definitely consume a lot of mana, so I must be well prepared. Arriving at the main hall, Yi Qing hesitated, seeing paths branching off to the left and right. As he scanned the paths, a system notification appeared, warning him that there would be no turning back once a path was chosen. Seeing this, Yi Qing sat down to consider his options. He had to choose a path and it was one way only. These markings are fresh. I'd wager the hunters ahead marked this path. They're likely here to rescue someone, so I should take a different path, increasing my chances of finding Ye Zhou. This abyss is unfathomably deep, and who knows how long it'll take to reach the bottom. Worst case, we'll have to try every path. He narrowed his eyes knowing there was no time to waste. An ordinary person wouldn't last long here. I have to hurry. Seeing the pristine red carpet beneath his feet, Ye Qing makes a deduction. The pristine red carpet suggests this place is untouched, and a glance at the exit reveals an obstruction. The path back is swallowed by darkness, creating an impassable barrier. Yi Qing takes out the Eye of Argos and mutters, yeah, I've seen the power of this exit before. If he's truly trapped in the maze, he can at least mark part of the map. A second later, the system responds. You have used the Eye of Argos and ordered it to open the map, but the system responds that it cannot display maps outside of this area. At this point, Ye Qing understood everything. No wonder they used their sword nets to trap guests in this abyss maze. The system's navigation was completely useless. This must be the legendary abyss of rules. And as a monster approaches, he wonders, have I fallen into a trap? Yi Qing listened intently to his surroundings, then spoke. He couldn't hear any mechanical sounds. Unbeknownst to him, another demonic spirit appeared behind him, and Ye Qing remarked that the room was eerily silent. Taking advantage of his distraction, it attacked Ye Qing from behind, but luckily he dodged out of the way. Yi Qing steadied himself and looked at the demon spirit, then flew forward to strike it, but the system reported that the attack was ineffective. Yi Qing was stunned, wondering, physical immunity. The previous strike had angered it and the demon spirit roared. The system then alerted him to a state of disorientation, and as soon as the words were out he felt the demon spirit's wrath causing blood to flow from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Realizing that there was no way to hear sounds that didn't pass through his ears, and his perception was greatly reduced. He looked at the spirit, and silently scolded himself for almost underestimating the dangers of this abyss. This time he realized he was facing the laws of physics. He remembered now. Suddenly he remembered something he'd seen this 3 years ago. Back then, while sorting trash, he'd stumbled upon strange, angry-faced statues that startled him. What, you scared me half to death? As Ye Qing sat up grumbling, he realized it was just a bunch of scary statues, and he'd thought he'd seen something supernatural. He returned to his cart, picked up a piece of scrap, and said, can't waste a single day. Just then, Ye Qing heard a noise and turned to look behind him, only to see the statues he'd seen earlier suddenly come to life. As they advanced towards him, Ye Qing quickly grabbed his cardboard box and retreated in fear, wondering if he was hallucinating. Weren't they just lying over there? Luckily, a kind colleague suddenly appeared and shouted a warning. Don't turn your back on them, and don't blink, they're weeping angel statues. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, what's a weeping statue, monster? Just the name sends chills down my spine. As Ye Qing turned to him, his colleague shouted, look at them, not me. He quickly replied, yes, yes, yes. He further explained that the monsters in the abyss follow a certain logic, and the higher the level, the stronger the logic. The weeping statue before him is recorded as a level S creature, but it usually attacks based on the movements of those who move. Their rule is that if you look into their eyes, their bodies will transform into statues and lock you in place. Terrified, he asks, what do we do now? His companion, eyes fixed on the weeping statue, replies, follow my lead, and slowly back out of the room. Don't blink, he said, and Yi Qing understood. As planned, the two slowly backed towards the door, but due to his lack of attention, he stepped on a rock. Yi Qing fell to the ground immediately after, and the crying monster statue roared. Immediately, they rushed toward them, but thankfully, his colleague quickly grabbed the switch stick. In the nick of time, he managed to close the door, while Ye Qing stared blankly ahead. It took him a moment to relax. Lying on the ground, he said, thanks. I'm lucky to have you. He was happy too. He replied, you were lucky this time. If you had attacked head-on, you would have realized you couldn't hurt them, and they would have killed you in the blink of an eye. My colleague confidently said that although we are poor fighters, we have experience. Back in the present, remembering his words, Ye Qing rushes forward, determined not to lose to any other awakened. He clenches his fist and resolutely shouts, even if this guy has immunity to physical attacks, magic must be his weakness. Yi Qing glared at the sprite and shouted. A massive explosion. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than his hand began to burn, surprising Yi Qing. What? He turns and runs, shouting, it's too hot, damn it. Can't fire magic be used normally? Seizing the moment, the evil spirit tries to attack Yi Qing, while he grumbles to himself, lamenting that he only knows fire magic. Quickly, he sensed its attack and threw out a wolf card, narrowly dodging the scythe. Ye Qing angrily wipes the blood from his mouth and mutters, "I still haven't found where Ye Ju fell. I can't stop at the first room." The demon spirit is physically immune, but its attack method is mainly physical. The rules are a bit strange, as the evil spirit continues to attack Ye. Once again, Ye Qing dodges in time, retreating backward, but the scythe in its hand still closes in. After dodging another attack, he's surprised he blocked it successfully, finally understanding the rules and mechanics. The monster only materializes when attacking. He dodges and deduces, but the scythe is still out. Now, not only have you lost the protection of the rule that nullifies physical attacks, but physical attacks have become your weakness. After that fatal blow, the monster weakened and vanished into nothingness. However, things weren't that simple, as the monster began to form a new ego, earning Ye Qing's praise. A second form, how interesting. In an instant, it created a red screen obscuring its opponent's vision. He couldn't help but wonder, having lost his hearing from the scream, his vision was now failing him too. Should he activate the immortal blood clone to save his life? Suddenly, Ye Qing changed his mind. No, he just used it, and the skill needed at least 30 seconds to recover. His remaining magic couldn't withstand the doubled consumption of continuous summoning. Before the monster could retaliate, Ye Qing quickly used a temporary thin shield to block the blow. But his mistake cost him a wound to his shoulder. He thought to himself, there's no time to react. He can only rely on his luck stat to avoid a fatal blow. Yet he's facing an obstacle that even a pile of stats can't solve. Then Ye Qing activated the piranha plant's super regeneration ability. The system then displayed a notification. Tip: the wound has been healed, the abnormal deafness has been removed, and the amount of blood needs to be increased so as not to be killed immediately. Seeing his opponent's vitality made it wary, realizing that it feared light, a fact that Ye Qing had discovered just in time. The second form of the spirit demon fears anything that shines, even the faint light of healing. He grins wickedly, understanding dawns, and he uses his own power to make his body glow, intensely shocking the demon. If I burst into flames, I can at least see a little. With that, the youth charged, sending the creature into a panicked, desperate flight. He muses that the spirit demon fears fire, for it is its weakness born from the vengeful souls who perished in flames, but fire skills are cursed by its screams, and cannot be used normally without releasing fire. Then using soul impact he pounced on it, causing it to scream in terror, all because he intended to become a flame himself, and unleash the ultimate move, Great Exploding Flame, to detonate both himself and his opponent. In the end, his clothes were burnt to a crisp, but he cleared the stage, defeating the fire spirit, whose HP was now below 10%. The system warned that his arm was badly burned, preventing him from wielding weapons or casting spells. But Ye Qing smiled with amusement. The price of victory is a bit high. I'll heal when super regeneration's cooldown ends. Then he cried out in alarm at the sight of the fire he'd created. Hey, don't burn it to a crisp, I still need to salvage it. With that, he put the corpses into his inventory, salvaged them, and created a divine artifact card. The death god summons a spirit that rushes forward, unleashing a scythe for a large-scale reaping, dealing true damage 5 times the base damage value, and if any target dies from this skill, the Despair Harvest special effect is immediately triggered, restores 5% HP and mana. If Despair Harvest is triggered more than 5 times, simultaneously, you'll become invisible for 1 second. In this intangible state, all physical attacks are nullified, and the user cannot be blocked. If the attack is non-lethal, the user will suffer true damage equal to the attack's damage. This divine artifact cannot be equipped, is bound to the user's soul, and cannot be traded. He held it in his hand, curious. This card was certainly different. It was the first time he'd seen a soul-bound divine artifact card. The Soul Harvest Scythe seems to convert slain targets into HP and mana. In a crowd of enemies, it could turn the tables with a single strike. But the price of using a divine artifact is that if the attack fails to kill the target, the user will suffer equivalent backlash, damage, even death. So timing is key. Then Ye Qing looked ahead. The seal on the great door had been removed again, and he used the power of super regeneration after its cooldown ended. With super regeneration activated, he cracks his knuckles and says, "Ye Chu, I'm coming." Meanwhile, elsewhere in the secret realm, the butcher gleefully chopped meat into pieces when a suspicious noise came from his bucket. It was Ye Jichu hiding and intentionally making noise. To distract him, she made a noise, and he went to investigate. Seizing the chance, she leaped from the pile of sacks only to slip and tumble to the ground, clutching her head in pain. Wasting no time, she scrambled to her feet and clumsily crawled to retrieve her fallen teddy bear. "Brother, I absolutely won't let anyone bully you." However, the butcher returned just in time. He glared at her with a demonic face and roared in anger to intimidate Ye Chu. In the gloomy space filled with the smell of blood and the clanging of iron chains, the giant monster stared menacingly at the white-haired girl lying prone on the cold stone floor. Terrified, Ye Chu stammered monster words that seemed to enrage the pointy-eared giant. The giant swung his blade and charged, but as he did, a figure darted in from behind, landing a swift blow that took him completely by surprise. A decisive strike cleaved off the giant's right side. The newcomer's decisive action created a fissure in the floor near her face, leaving Ye Chu in stunned disbelief. The scarred man with the stern gaze and massive blade was none other than the dual-blade warrior Wu Ming. He glanced indifferently at the girl on the ground, secretly relieved, and wondered if she was a hunter. But while she was lost in thought, he turned and left with his sword, not even glancing back at the beauty. Yi Zhou quickly crawled forward, grabbing his leg and pleading, "Please take me out of here, save me." He glanced at her, a hint of impatience in his eyes, and explained that the monsters were all gone. She could hide, but following him would mean certain death. But Ye Chu wouldn't listen, her eyes firm and unwavering. "Mister, I have to survive until I see my brother again. Because it's a promise." Time rewinds through her memories to 7 years prior in a warm room where a balding doctor somberly speaks to a young boy. "The spinal nerves have been severely damaged, and I'm afraid you won't be able to walk normally again. It's a miracle you can still move your upper body." A younger Ye Jing anxiously asks, "In other words, I'll never be able to stand again?" The doctor calmly replies, "That's right. The spinal nerves are severely damaged and theoretically irreparable." "Theoretically," he frowned, pressing on theoretically. Hearing there was hope, he jumped up, exclaiming, "So there's still a chance to heal. Doctor, what should I do?" But that hope comes with a challenge, as the doctor sighs, saying that scientifically, it's impossible. "But I've heard of blind patients regaining their sight in the abyss. In the world of the abyss, treatments have recently emerged for incurable diseases. It could be a medicine or equipment. This mysterious power defies the scientific theories we know. If your sister's disability was caused by a monster from the abyss, then the cure may also lie within the abyss." Ye Qing quickly confirms this once more. "The abyss. There's a chance the cure lies within. If I can just reach the abyss, I can save my sister, right?" The doctor rubbed his balding head, sighing. "Only certified professionals can enter the abyss. Fool going there without any rank is a death wish. Instead of worrying about that, it's best to think about the immediate problem. Even the cost of treatment at a regular hospital is substantial. Daily treatment will cost at least 8,000 yuan. The boy, wise beyond his years, bowed deeply to Dr. Chen Cheng, promising to find a way to pay. "My sister is in your hands, doctor." The balding doctor saw him out his hands in his pockets as he spoke to the departing young man. "I'll do my best. But be sure to pay the medication bills on time." He turned back and replied, "I understand, and I'll do my best to earn enough." As he left, the nurses began to whisper amongst themselves. "Are you talking about that kid?" "Yes, they're making a spectacle of his life during their break, disregarding his feelings. His parents died on the same day his sister is sick, and he's all alone." He headed towards a hospital room, a smile plastered on his face, steeling himself against the pitying whispers behind him. How unfortunate. Having steeled himself, he opens the door with a cheerful, "Ye Chu, your brother is here." The girl in the hospital bed wondered, "Brother, where are you going?" He casually sat by her bedside, smiling. "I'm just going to see the doctor for instructions. Oh, and let me tell you something. I'm about to go to a place called the Abyss." Ye Chu asked worriedly, "The Abyss, is that place safe?" He smiled innocently, his eyes shining as he reassured her. Seeing her hesitation, he added, "It's not dangerous at all, just follow behind me." He then got out of bed, saying, "Oh, I almost forgot." He was suddenly holding an adorable stuffed bear, which he cheerfully presented to the little girl in bed as a surprise. "It's just that lately I won't be able to be by your side every day. When I'm not here, let this bear protect you for me." But she was young then, her small hands clutching the blanket's edge, worried for her brother, saying, "You're the only family I have, I don't want you to be in danger. Please don't go to places with monsters." Amidst her worries, he placed the bear beside her, leaned on the bed, and offered a comforting yet somewhat concealing smile. "How could I got a job, one that pays well enough to heal your legs. Just wait a little longer, and you'll be able to stand." She hugged her bear, her innocent eyes looking at the boy, offering his pinky. "If you do anything dangerous to earn money, then Xiao Chu will be in a wheelchair forever. You absolutely can't go where the monsters are." Her tiny fingers intertwined, she said, "This is your promise to Ye Chu." "Pinky swear." He replied, "I will never risk my life." "This is a promise to Ye Chu." Back in the present, Ye Zhou clings to Wu Ming's leg, recounting her life to his silent figure, knowing that if they were in the abyss, her brother would surely find a way to charge in. "I don't want my brother risking his life for me anymore. I can't die." She looked up at him. "You absolutely can't either." Helpless Wu Ming speaks, clinging to life. Despite his cold words, the hunter lifts the frail girl from the cold floor to her wheelchair, a threatening chuckle escaping him. "If a monster tries to attack you, I won't lift a finger to protect you. Luckily the wheels aren't deformed." He continues to speak coldly to the frail but resilient girl before him. "Since you're not my client, I don't care if you live or die," she replied. "Just worry about yourself. I'll only follow you from a distance and will never get in your way." Since they met, he introduced himself. "My name is Wu Ming, a dual-frequency swordsman." Meanwhile, Ye Qing carries a torch through a corridor of uncertainty. "Although I later became a sensory cripple for a time, and saw many kinds of medicine that could heal the body, there were no exceptions. They could only heal the parts injured by the abyss monsters. He recalls that one of the laws of the abyss is that it cannot heal pre-existing conditions, and that burns suffered before entering the abyss can never be healed beyond their initial severity. He felt a pang of regret. Otherwise, he would have found a cure for Yeju's body long ago. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead. Before him lay the remnants of a brutal battle, a scene of carnage. It seemed a fierce fight had taken place, one that pitted the transferees against monsters of a higher caliber. If the theory that all the class changers were wiped out is true, it makes sense. Perhaps used to it now, the young man more mature looks around to confirm his speculation. There are no monsters roaming around, so someone must have survived and escaped this room. Suddenly, his eyes catch a shocking sight. He shines his torch on the bisected monster before him, examining it. This giant beast was cleaved in two by a single sword stroke, and the eye of perception reveals no trace of magic. His eyes drifted past the spot Lali and the others were speculating about. Were the fallen mostly agility or strength-based jobbers, relying solely on brute force? The young man's gaze sharpened, revealing an undeniable excitement, a figure far stronger than these awakened ones. This guy, he's in a completely different league. His footsteps echoed through the silence. Yi Zhou in her wheelchair followed the strong, reliable figure in front of her, when suddenly his steady steps halted, startling her. His vacant eyes caught a glimpse of glittering lights flashing towards them, striking him like lightning. Yechu was utterly shocked, screaming with tears streaming down her face. Horrifying cracks appeared on his body, but instead of bleeding they began to close. Yechu anxiously asked Han, "Are you okay? Does it hurt a lot?" He repeated the word hurt, as if hearing a new term. Time turns back to 4 years ago at the A-rank far ancient deep tomb. Before them stands a boss-level corpse king clutching a man's head. In an instant, they watch as he effortlessly tears it from its body. Among them was ignorance, and even he broke out in a sweat, as the bald old man roared, "You fools! Do you know how much I paid to hire you? You're all worthless." As mercenaries, they were to take the money and fight to the death. He stood protected by the others, pointing and cursing. "Remember, well, I paid double for your lives." He thought because I'm a criminal without legal status I can only join the self-proclaimed hunter group as a mercenary. Within this frenzied group there was a small band of lunatics who completely disregarded life and death. His heart ached as his unknowing gaze fell into their endless spiral. They're facing a near-suicidal task, so they demand double the pay. And the old Baldy is using money to force them to work for him. 10,000 credits to whoever kills the zombie king, huh? Having come this far, there's no way I can give up on this final treasure. No, whoever kills the corpse king will get 2,000,000. Wu-Ming accepted the reality that a dual-wielding swordsman would do anything for money, like doubling down in a casino, making people's blood boil. Then the bald man offered 250 0 inches cash, and as the others readied themselves, Wu-Ming realized the collateral was their lives. They gripped their weapons ready to strike. 25,000 is mine for the taking. Damn it, no one better steal this 25,000 from me. The zombie king's eyes glowed as he flexed his abs and roared. Just then, a monk-like figure raised his weapon confidently, declaring 25,000. It's 25,000. Kill him. He and a companion leaped forward, charging toward the corpse king, but they had underestimated him. He inhaled deeply, and in an instant cleaved the two into fractions. Wu-Ming faces him with caution, but the corpse king clenches his fist, sending Wu-Ming flying backward. The once boastful crowd now lies scattered in pieces, while the corpse king strikes a pose amidst a surge of golden power. The bald old man, now drenched in sweat, screamed with all his might, "Save me, you only get paid if I live." Wu-Ming frowned, using his blade to support himself as he listened to the old man's nonsense. "Remember, well, that I paid for your lives." Seizing the moment, while the corpse king was distracted, he lunged forward once more, roaring, even as hot blood flowed. Catching the corpse king off guard, he slashes at his waist. Victory in sight, his eyes light up, finally killing him. Then, a reward and a magical necklace appeared before him, as the bald man rushed to push the light aside, screaming, "Get out of my way, don't stop me from opening the box." Vomin, still bleeding, coughed and struggled to speak. "The reward is double what I said." The old Baldy grinned, glancing at him as his hand touched the treasure chest and said with a wicked smile, "You're about to die. What do you need money for? Use it in the afterlife, you damn bastard." He chuckled gleefully, slowly opening the chest. "I'm about to strike it rich. It was worth buying the information about this hidden abyss." As he opened the chest, beams of light shot out. But the moment he looked inside, the bald old man frantically groped around, screaming, "Damn it, it's empty." Why is the chest empty? He's so angry he could cry, his fleshy face contorting as he screams in disbelief. After all that effort, he got an empty box. As he struggled with his emotions, he contorted, and then the old Baldy exploded. He realized it was the curse of sand. He was surprised to find himself cursed. At that moment, a small stream of sand ran from the corner of his eye as he reached out to touch it. "Am I cursed too?" He covered his mouth to stop the sand flowing out, his eyes fixed on the rope, binding a blue pearl. He believes it's the Lich King's jewel, and whether it can undo the curse remains to be seen. Unknowing reaches out to grasp the jewel, a divine artifact of immortality, binding souls and transforming its holder into an immortal being. Reminder, divine and healing magic will inflict fatal damage on you. Normal damage cannot kill an immortal being. The price of transformation. I lost the ability to feel pain and to change my emotions. Back in the present, the rift has closed, and Wu Ming, filled with grief, has become an immortal. Ye Chu noticed the oddity and asked, "Your blood is sand. What curse did you get hit with?" His eyes met hers, then he turned away, prompting a displeased Ye Chu to pout and say, "Hey, why is he ignoring me?" Shattered swords and spears fell to the blood-soaked floor. The monsters roared and charged, but with a swift leap, he claimed one of their heads. There wasn't time to allocate points carefully, so he just evenly distributed the accumulated free points, which should be around 200 now. Exhausted, he thought. Even so, a single strike could decide it all. Before entering the next room, he couldn't know what monsters awaited him, and a miscalculation could mean instant death. These monsters aren't just going to stand there and take it, he thought, realizing that while the abyssals weren't strong, he couldn't withstand the constant mana drain. He leaped back, dodging an attack, and kicked one of their thick skulls. The battle raged on, with no end in sight. As he unleashed a flurry of dagger strikes, a notification pops up, warning that his mana is below 5%. He tenses up. Damn it, is my mana too low to use skills? The monster roars as he quickly calculates. If that's the case, he'll use a single attribute combat skill to finish them off, shattering armor and pulverizing stone with a single punch. In the end, they were so scared they screamed and ran away, leaving him to sigh. In their wake. Damn it, they just keep coming. He frowned, as he unleashed his attack fatigue building after 4 straight monster room battles. Now his maximum magic has been reduced to half, and all the magic potions in his bag are gone. Only the large flask retrieved upon first entering the abyss remains. He uses his strength to run after them, but he can only save it for the crucial moment. Each one receives a blow that sends their eyeballs flying, faces contorted. He grabs a monster's head, leaping away from its body, instilling fear in the rest. He summons a card thinking, I don't dare use the Death God artifact casually because of the scythe's side effects, but if I face a monster with low health, maybe the Despair Harvest trait can trigger the recovery effect. The remaining monsters were cut down by a scythe-like force, their heads falling like harvested wheat. His Death God showed no mercy or hesitation. Meanwhile, he relaxed and watched the show. A notification triggered the Desperate Reaper's unique effect, restoring HP and mana. He breathed a sigh of relief at 100% HP and mana, saving magic potions and reducing the uses of super regeneration. Suddenly, a notification appeared, warning that the cooldown time of skill cards would be longer due to cumulative uses. As if sensing something, he looked down at his feet in confusion, spotting glasses. Then a sound caught his attention. Yi Qing looked at the wooden crate nearby and asked, "Who's in there?" A small hand reached out and a voice inside hurriedly said, Wait, don't kill me. I'm human. His eyes lit up with interest as he asked, "Did you see my glasses just now?" He picked up the glasses he had crushed and handed them to Qingshan, who confirmed they were his. "That's right, I'm a doctor here, and a researcher. My name is Song Qingshan," he explained. "I don't know what happened, but a large group of monsters suddenly appeared in my ward, the same group you just killed." As Thon's son emerged from the container, he continued, "I was so scared I ran to a completely unfamiliar room and hid in this wooden box to escape the monsters." Unfazed, he asked, "Have you seen any other survivors?" He seemed shocked by the question, replying in disbelief. "Other survivors? How could there be? This hospital has been abyssified. Those without ranks wouldn't have survived, let alone the crippled and disabled." Suddenly agitated, he grabbed the doctor's collar and demanded, "What do you mean? Crippled, broken arms and lame legs? You're a doctor. It's strange to hear you say such things." Qingshan replied in a panic. "Weird? What's so weird about it? I'm a doctor, not a cleric. Of course I can't deal with these monsters. Saving people is important, but you have to protect yourself first." He chuckled wryly. "Look, if I had the power to fight, would I be hiding in this wooden box? So you're here to save me?" Through the cracked glass he warned with an air of superiority. "If you're here to rescue me, cut the chatter. I bet the Lionheart Beast promised you a hefty reward, didn't he? Just get me out of here, and you can have it all." He was confused. Lionheart Beast, he thought as a notification screen popped up. Successfully defeating C earns 150 free attribute points. Holding a metal badge, he asks Zhu Tong, "What's this?" "Did that jerk drop it?" he replied. "I think I've seen this before." "This is the emblem of the Lionheart Beast Hunter group." Yi Qing replies, "Lionheart Beast is a super hunter group that only accepts the elite." He muttered, realizing the bar for these top-tier hunter groups was unbelievably high. "Shouldn't the exit be the other way?" he asked, glancing at him. "You came from the ward." Qingshan stammers. Yes, don't bother saving those cripples. They can't pay you anyway, they're all poor devils." He casually apologized, saying he had to go that way because his sister was there, finally dawning on Thon's son. "Your sister? Wait, you're not here for me, and you're not with the Beast Heart sect," he coldly stated. "Indeed, I'm just collecting my due." Then a powerful surge of purple energy emanated from those cold eyes, as he declared he wouldn't save trash. In a long corridor, Ye Qing approaches a door, radiating immense magical power, followed by Qing Shan, who nervously says, "Master, you must know this place is heavily mazified. If you go the way I came, you're bound to run into many forks in the road and get lost." Qing Shan continued to ramble, unconcerned by Ye Qing's indifferent attitude. "But I can guide you. Let's go together, and find your sister together. By the way, how about you take me out too?" He then approached him, speaking with concern. "I'll take that as a yes. Now, it's this teleportation gate right here. I came from over there." With that, he quickly dashed through the mysterious door. Yi Qing followed, and Qing Shan asked, "Which hunter team do you belong to?" He replied indifferently, "I don't belong to any." Seeing this, Qing Shan awkwardly asked, "A solo hunter? In this day and age, who hunts alone?" Ignoring his discomfort. He continued saying that any skilled hunters would have already been snatched up by the top teams Tatis Lionheart Cloudtop, who offer high salaries and the chance to explore the deepest parts of the abyss. Growing impatient, Ye Qing angrily says, "Listen carefully, my sister's name is Ye Zhou, and if you want to guide us, keep your mouth shut." At this, Qing Shan in a cold sweat blurted out, Ye Zhou." He recalled the reports and asked about the two test subjects, noting that they were both minors. A fat cunning-looking man spoke up, "Why worry so much? The families of these two kids probably can't do much. One is named Dai Dai Chu, and she lives with her only brother." He laughed, a scheming glint in his eye, saying, "This brother is a nobody, wandering the abyss to earn money for her treatment. He could die there any day now." Pointing to Baiyu's picture, he introduced her. "The other one is Lin Shuyan. Her father was recently released from prison unemployed and borrowing money to survive." Hearing this, Qing Shan smiled, and asked how he managed to convince such ordinary people to agree. The fat man replied mockingly, "Persuade them, please." He picked up the papers, a sinister smile spreading across his face, and explained, "All I had to say was, you don't want to be a burden on your family, do you? That should do it. Your father's unemployed, so supporting you and paying for your treatment is incredibly difficult." His eyes grew even more cunning as he sneered. "It may not be nice to say, but hasn't your father been visiting less lately? He probably sees you as a burden now." Pointing to Ye Chu's picture, he said, "As for this girl," recalling the scene where he sat feigning righteousness as he spoke to her, coaxing her, "imagine how much your brother has to risk his life every day just to cover your daily treatment costs. Don't you want your brother to be safe?" Ye Chu naively agreed, believing him. "Yes." He smiled at the two innocent girls before him and spoke softly. "What if I told you we have a new treatment that could cure your disability so you wouldn't be a burden and could even awaken as a transcender? Are you two willing to participate?" Bai Yue asked. "Then let me be the first test subject." Diep Chu quickly agreed. "I want to sign up too. I want to stand on my own 2 feet and not burden my brother anymore." Hearing this, he stepped forward, pointed to the paper on the table, and said with a wicked smile, "You really are good kids. Here's the agreement. Just sign here." As he watched the girl in the large test tube fatty bin, then he said, "Isn't it simple? Just a little deception is all it takes." Dan Sun added from the side, "So even the dregs of society can be of use to the elite. Well done." Hearing that, he happily replied, "Not at all. The director is the amazing one. This research can help those undergoing inheritance overcome obstacles and quickly gain greater power. You are the one who brings blessings to society." Qing Shan, who was watching, laughed loudly and boasted, "Each abyss cell is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It will be able to create a shortcut on the road to becoming stronger. This is my greatest contribution to society." A doctor holding a syringe filled with a strange substance spoke up. "Director, should we begin the experiment now?" Hearing this, he agreed. "Let's begin." As the strange liquid is injected into the blood bag, the doctor announces, "Experiment number 1, commencing." Suddenly the liquid sprayed from the test subject's arm, and his cries of pain bewildered the observers. Qing Shan stepped forward, grinding his teeth in disbelief. "What the hell is going on?" A woman's voice echoes, addressing the two men. The abyssal cells rejected the host. No energy fluctuations detected from the non-powered individual. Watching the person in the test tube slowly decay, she reported that the abyssal cells had failed. Seeing this, Thon Sun forced a smile and reassured her, "Don't panic, this is just a test subject, it's not a big deal, we still have other backup plans." Then she frantically announced, "We have a problem, Director, someone's causing a disturbance." Hearing that, he was stunned and asked, "Who is it?" On the monitor, a man was yelling, "Where have you taken my daughter?" She pointed at the man and said, "That's her father." Hearing this, he indifferently said, "How annoying, bring him in." The fat man quickly turned and responded, "All right, I'll bring him in." He walked outside and gave the order. Hey, what are you two guards doing? How can you beat a patient in a hospital? The director told you to bring him in." Hearing this, the two guards holding the man down replied clearly. The fatty smirked at the man and said, "Your daughter is in there. Follow me." The man entered the Qing Shan lab, and the director turned to speak. "Hello, sir. I'm the director of this hospital. Your daughter is right here." Hearing this, he stepped forward and asked, "Where is she? Where's Nan Nan?" Qing Shan pointed to a test tube containing a shapeless monster saying, "Your daughter is right here, just released inside." He smiled, continuing to introduce it like a work of art. "This is an agreement, and we're just following the rules. We sincerely apologize, there was an error in the testing process, we will compensate you as agreed." The man wept in anguish as he calmly continued, "But we still need to recover the body for research." He swung, punching Thon's son in the face and screamed, "You're scum, give me back my daughter, director." But the guards around him shouted and restrained him. He cried out in anguish, "Why is this kind of harmful experiment allowed on ordinary people like us? Do you even have any humanity left?" The man was quickly subdued, and a furious Qing Shan clutched his face, shouting, "A useless cripple. Instead of living a meaningless life, you should contribute your body to society. The death benefits in the agreement are enough to pay off all your debts. Be grateful for your daughter's sacrifice, then take the compensation and get lost." Hearing this, he cries out, in anguish, "My daughter is still a minor. Isn't a death waiver the same as murder? I don't need money. I just want my daughter to live a good life." Ignoring his words, he coldly gave the order. This disruption led to the doctor being kicked out of the hospital, dragged away as he screamed, "You scum! I'll send you all to hell, to the abyss, forever unsaved." Qing Shan glanced at the fatty and asked about Ye Diju's condition. He looked at a test tube containing a girl and said there were no energy fluctuations at all, so it seemed further observation was needed. Looking at Qing Shan, he asked, "Director, her brother's probably going to cause a scene, right?" He replied nonchalantly, not really caring. "It's fine. What waves could a zero-level employee make, especially just a talentless one?" At that moment, Yi Qing interrupted his thoughts, asking, "You know her?" Startled, Qing Shan nervously avoided his gaze, scratching his head as he replied, "Ye Diju, I really don't know her. Maybe she's in the next room." He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, wasn't Daiju's brother supposed to be just a jobless nobody? Why does he seem so strong now? Was the slaughter in that room just my imagination? Avoiding Ye Qing's gaze, he thought to himself, "Damn it, if this guy is really strong, I'm dead." I pushed Ye Yeju into that monster pile and ran away. In a dimly lit corridor, Qing Shan awkwardly scratched his head, glancing around. Noticing his behavior, Ye Qing asked, "What's wrong? Have you lost your way too?" Seeing his cold expression, he anxiously broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, No, I'm just worried something might have happened to your sister. There were so many monsters appearing near the hospital room that I had to run out." Turning his face away, Qing Shan cried inwardly, thinking, "I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. If they find out Miss Ye is dead, I can blame it on the abyssal monsters, and then I won't be involved at all." Yi Qing's eyes turned cold as she stared at the strange sounds coming from the end of the corridor, her gaze deepening as she realized something. Suddenly, Ye Qing pulled Meng Qingshan aside as a sword shot out of the darkness at the end of the corridor. Ye Qing stood firm, wary, and said, "This time it's not the aura of a demon." Qingshan sat on the ground, worried. "Who is it?" A large foot stepped towards them as a voice said, "Sorry, I thought you were wild monsters." It was Wu Ming, speaking coldly as he approached. "Are you Chief Song? I received a request from the Beast Heart Association to come and rescue you." Staring at him, Ye Qing coldly asks if he's really here to rescue this guy. Qingshan was shocked. "You really came to save me? You almost cut me in half," Yi Qing said coldly, glaring at him. "I should have guessed that great sword would leave traces near the maze entrance. Even with his whole team wiped out, he can still break into the deepest part of the abyss alone. That incredibly strong bastard." With a weary expression, Wu Ming introduced himself. "I'm Wu Ming, a Shuangxin mercenary. The High Commission makes losing a few teammates worth it." Watching him lead the man away, Ye Qing thought uncomfortably, "I've met Shuangxin mercenaries before. Driven by ever-doubling rewards, these abyss lunatics recklessly sell their lives, even adhering to reward rules that allow them to claim the entire bounty if their comrades fall." Thon's son quietly trailed behind Vo Min, then, hesitantly spoke, "I'm the one you're supposed to rescue. You can take me." Suddenly, Ye Qing pulled Qingshan back, looking suspiciously at Wu Ming, and said, "This bastard doesn't look like he's here to save anyone. That sword seems to have killing intent." Still not understanding the situation, Qingshan blankly asked, "Killing intent? What killing intent? I don't sense anything at all." Yi Qing said grimly, "On the contrary, I have no intention of stopping you from completing your mission. Just what is it?" He coldly approached Wu Ming and said, "Director Song must show me the way. Because my sister is in a room behind you." He stood still, the great sword in his hand, gleaming, and suddenly exclaimed, "Sister!" Glancing at him, Wu Ming recounted, "There was a little girl. I actually met her." Hearing this, Ye Qing excitedly asked, "Please tell me where." Meanwhile, Qingshan, terrified and tearful, thought, "I'm still alive. I'm dead for sure." Suddenly Wu Ming spoke, taking something and tossing a teddy bear towards him. Looking at the slightly torn item in Ye Qing's hand, he asked worriedly, "Where did this teddy bear come from?" Wu Ming closed his eyes, recalling, "She was a lovely girl, but sadly she didn't make it." Upon hearing this, Ye Qing was stunned in disbelief, exclaiming, "What behind him?" Qingshan secretly rejoiced, "Yes, she's gone. I'm going to live." His body trembling, Wu Ming recounted, "I told her that if the monsters intended to harm her, I wouldn't protect her. Her life and death were not my concern, but I promised to deliver her last words if I ever had the chance to meet you. Hearing those words, Ye Qing froze, and then he continued. She said, I hope that before my brother can come and save me, he can wait for him at the hospital gate so that he can see that I'm okay and he won't have to risk rushing in. At this moment Ye Qing opened his eyes, radiating a terrifying aura. His eyes filled with resentment. Ye Qing gripped his sword and charged forward, shouting, You just stood by and watched. Even when he saw the girl in danger, unmoved by his rage, Wu Ming coldly replied, A mercenary's job is to complete the mission and get paid. I don't care about anything else. Ye Qing attacks, but he swiftly parries coldly, stating, Those who follow me are destined to die. I am always the last one standing. Wu Ming then swung his greatsword, sending Ye Qing flying, and calmly said, Even though I said that, she insisted on following me. In a way, she brought this upon herself. Blinded by rage, Ye Qing pressed forward, demanding, Tell me where she is. As their swords clashed, Wu Ming calmly replied, Hand over Chief Song, and I'll point you in the right direction. Ye Qing grits his teeth, replying angrily, What if I say no? From behind, Qingshan raises his hand in fear, saying, I agree. At that moment, Wu Ming attacked, brandishing his sharp blade as he spoke grimly. I have no sympathy for anyone who stands in my way, even if they are comrades who have shared life and death. I will send them to hell without hesitation. Undaunted by his power, Ye Qing rushed forward, swinging his blade directly at Wu Ming's sword-wielding hand, causing it to ring out. Ye Qing throws a punch, saying darkly, Without your weapon, what can you do to me? But with a cold glare, Wu Ming catches the blow in an instant. But Ye Qing attacked with his sword only for Wu Ming to seize that arm as well. He squeezed hard, forcing Ye Qing to drop his sword, triggering a system warning, Disarm weapon use, prohibited for the next 8 seconds. Without missing a beat, Wu Ming headbutted him, sending him flying. Ye Qing steadied himself, planting his hands on the ground. He struggled to speak, thinking the great sword was his main attack, but who knew he was also skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Wu Ming glanced at him disdainfully and said, Songtan swordsmen are still the first to die before they have full intelligence on the demons. Even if disarmed in the chaos of battle, he can use himself as a weapon and continue fighting, a skill honed through countless life or death struggles. I wasn't even trying my hardest. Vo Min retrieved his greatsword and pointed it at him. He declared that I wouldn't be able to withstand his greatsword of no return now. With that, Wu Ming unleashed the rock-crushing strike, a surge of golden spiritual energy enveloping his greatsword. Seeing this, Ye Qing mused that while the greatsword was ferocious, its massive weight would limit its swing speed, and he could interrupt the attack by striking first. Dust fills the air as figures are thrown back. Ye Qing grits his teeth, worry in his heart. He's strong. He leaps into the air, unleashing a purple ray. Strange spiders appear and Wu Ming wonders, so he even has summoning abilities. The strange spiders spew threads binding Wu Ming with thick, massive strands. He roars, breaking free from the silk, and leaps into the air, sneering, If you think you can stop me with these little monsters, you're sorely mistaken. He turned and charged, gripping his sword and shouting, Rock-shattering strike! Wu Ming narrowed his eyes. If you think you can control me with these lackeys, you've underestimated me. Wu Ming glances back swiftly, blocking Ye Qing's sneak attack. Wu Ming watches him and says, If the sword's length wasn't enough to withstand the full force of hundreds of accumulated power points, this punch would have pierced my body. Seeing Ye Qing's burning rage, he continues fearlessly, You're not one of those useless amateurs. Your strength is far beyond that. Ye Qing stared intently, replying, And I won't back down from those combat skills you're so proud of. He gritted his teeth, demanding, I'm asking you one last time, where is my sister? Elsewhere, Ye Chu in her wheelchair says, You're so strong, I wonder if you're stronger than my brother. Wu Ming, practicing his swordsmanship, asks, Your brother? With a hint of pride, Ye Zhou says, I have the best brother in the world. Even though he's just a dull sense, he always strives to become stronger, to change his fate. I admire him and dream of being as strong as he is. Wu Ming turns, saying, Strong. From what I know, the achromatic are a bunch of level 0 nobodies, and only the lowest level professionals take on that job. It has absolutely nothing to do with strength. Shut up, Deep, Chu retorted, flustered. He's stronger than you no matter what. Her face filled with satisfaction as she continued, I only need to look into my brother's determined eyes and feel his warm hand on my forehead to know he's a strong man, to which Wu Ming replied indifferently, his expression unchanged. Hearing you describe him like that, I'd love to meet him, Ye Chu said teasingly. Is that so? Then I'll introduce you two sometime. Returning, Wu Ming stared at Ye Qing and spoke. That look. It could only come from someone who had faced countless life or death trials. I respect you as a ruthless man. And with that, silence fell between them. Wiping his face, he thought seriously to himself that he'd have to use his last potion at this critical moment. From the basic information, this guy seems to be a dual-sword swordsman with a normal amount of HP. Ye Qing hesitated, thinking that if he stacked the damage from Quanbao Hua, and it luckily resulted in a critical hit on a weak point, he might be able to defeat his opponent in 3 moves. But this guy seemed a bit different from the other professional players he'd faced before. He looked at Wu Ming standing before him, unarmored, save for the sword in his hand. Seeing Wu Ming suddenly charge, he thought in stunned silence that a full power attack would leave him defenseless. Is this some kind of kamikaze fighting style? His sword came down, but Ye Qing quickly dodged it. He swiftly appeared behind Wu Ming, who turned mouth agape and swung his sword. Ye Qing frowned, thinking fast reflexes as a card was launched, a soul burst. Wu Ming is hit, and 3 notifications appear. Weak point, hit, fatal, luck, and berserk, increasing damage as a large crack appears on Wu Ming's neck. Ye Qing stares at him intently. He has no intention of dodging at all. He doesn't care if I hit him. How strange. Wu Ming's eyes are completely white now, and he stands there with his mouth wide open. Ye Qing notices the crack on his neck. To his surprise, it's not blood, but golden sand. What's going on? Wu Ming seems to have lost control, lunging towards him. Ye Qing quickly jumped high to avoid it, then gritted his teeth and waved his hand, sending massive arms reaching towards Wu Ming. A hint of madness crept across his face as he said, "How interesting." He opened his mouth wide, grabbing the outstretched arms. Ye Qing's eyes widened in surprise as Wu Ming held his hand down, igniting a blaze that erupted into an explosion before him. Ye Qing looked at Wu Ming with a puzzled expression, then shouted truth, I have a trait that prevents me from being killed by ordinary attacks. Ye Qing asks, are you immortal? Wu Ming simply explained, the abyss holds many things that modern science cannot explain, professions, skills, attributes, equipment. Then, with a serious expression he said, there's something even more special than immortality, a curse, a divine punishment for seeking greater power. A second later, Wu Ming looked at his hand and spoke what he believed to be the truth, clearly terrified of death, yet unable to resist exploring its edge, seizing what wasn't his, and vowing to take everything for himself, allowing no one else a share. The gods don't play by the rules, and they've taken notice of you, perhaps just for amusement or to mock your fate. Suddenly, Wu Ming laughs, saying you've obtained the power you've always craved. Immediately he looked horrified and screamed but didn't tell him that he would also take away his most precious thing. Hearing this, Ye Qing looked serious, the trait of an immortal being. Wu Ming confirms that the rumors are true. The traits of abyssal monsters can transfer to job class holders. Immortality is an incredibly powerful trait, allowing endless revival as long as power remains. As he spoke, an arm suddenly emerged from beneath Ye Qing's feet. In an instant, Wu Ming appeared from the earth and declared, in the moment before death, I reached out and touched eternity. He recounted past events to Ye Qing, recalling how the swordsman had loudly insulted him upon learning of Wu Ming's resurrection. That bastard survived alone again. Is he some kind of cursed omen? Every mission ends with all his teammates dead. Though there's no proof if a twin Nova swordsman in the mercenary corps has all his teammates die, wouldn't he get all the reward money? It's hard not to think he's assassinating his teammates if he's on the mission. I absolutely refuse. I refuse to be a sacrifice for him. Back in the present, Wu Ming confesses to Ye Qing, I've paid the price for the eternity granted to me. He cheerfully tells him, I'm dead, yet I can continue to exist forever. With that, Wu Ming glares at Ye Qing. As Wu Ming attacked, the system chimed in. Wish of Death can be activated, below 33% HP, increasing damage taken and damage dealt by 100%. Realizing its true power, Ye Qing grits his teeth, a tense expression on his face, thinking that this skill, combined with the cursed trait, is truly broken. Wu Ming has successfully injured Ye Qing, and his blood flows before his eyes. In a split second, Ye Qing retreated, activating his self-healing ability. Then shield in hand, he blocked Wu Ming's blade, and cried, is the undying trait truly uncounterable? Hearing this, he confidently replies, in this contest of power, my victory is assured. Ye Qing summons the Death God artifact card to fight Wu Ming. In an instant, the Grim Reaper with his familiar scythe appears and acts, but he calmly asks about manipulating divine artifacts. Wu Myung quickly engages the God of Death, who soon wounds him in the arm. Not a physical weapon, just a skill effect, Wu Ming said, glancing at the wound. Any target killed by this skill can trigger the Despair Harvest trait, Ye Pingrong replied. His HP and mana points gradually recovered thanks to the Despair Harvest effect, and because his body was already dead, the skill activated instantly whenever an attack landed. Furthermore, seeing Vo Min's dazed expression, he says that the reason immortal beings can exist forever is thanks to magic power. In other words, for someone who has become an immortal being, like him, the health bar is just for show. Your true health bar must be that unfathomable mana. Am I right? Wu Ming didn't hide it, but you guessed right. It seems your ability to see through information is far beyond ordinary. Ye Qing revealed everything he knew about the Abyss, because in the Abyss, which is full of the power of rules, every seemingly unsolvable puzzle must have a solution. Those with great power may be crude and clumsy. Glass cannons essentially, whose extreme power output leaves them with a fragile shell that could shatter with the slightest friction. Furthermore, you knew he was intentionally revealing openings, and so, as Ye Qing summoned his blade, he replied that while his true form seemed impenetrable, perhaps the weakness lay outside his body. He wears no armor and favors reckless all-out attacks, misleading enemies into high-stakes life-or-death battles. But they don't believe that a blood-for-blood exchange can't easily kill him. On the contrary, it's a weakness he deliberately exposes. At this point, Wu Ming had to praise him. Indeed, the intelligence to survive in the abyss lies in exploiting the rules, so you also have a fatal flaw that is no exception. Hearing this, Ye Qing let out a confused sound, and Wu Ming quickly explained. Strength, agility, intelligence, physique, will, luck. There's always one aspect you overlook. Ye Qing proclaims his uniqueness. Sorry, I'm a little different from most other professionals. My stats are too high. Every time I level up, I like to spread my points evenly. My profession is a hexagonal warrior. He charged forward, thinking that he needed to strike quickly, while Wu Ming's injuries were still fresh. He saw Ye Qing approaching him rapidly, and his attacks are precise, causing him to worry. His speed, strength, and reflexes far surpass other professionals his age. This kid isn't bluffing, and luckily he blocked the attack. But Ye Qing is still confident, saying he knows all about his strange skills, hard skills, and even his trash talents that no one cares about. A second later, he successfully leaves a scar on Wu Ming's back. As Long Ye Qing steadies himself, he loudly proclaims that physical attacks can't kill him, but the constant drain on his magic will slow his regeneration. Given enough time, his mana will dry up and he'll die completely. The Grim Reaper appears and takes his arm, which fails to regenerate, leading a saddened Wu Ming to ask, "Can't the mana keep up anymore?" Ye Qing replies, "When it comes to mana consumption, I have the advantage. Every unsolvable riddle must have a solution." Wu Ming replied, still unsure. "Like you said, your weakness isn't combat but something else entirely, right?" Just then, a teddy bear falls. It inadvertently caught both their attention. Ye Qing turned to look at the teddy bear and said, "When did that fall out?" But Wu Ming lunged forward, slamming his head down. "I won't sympathize with anyone who gets in my way. Even if they were comrades who went through life and death together, I would send them to hell without hesitation. But you are different. Ye Qing, you still possess the qualities of a human being, a living one. Even knowing the person you're protecting is scum, you still want to try and stop me." If he had to choose between his sister's life and Song Qingshan's, which would it be? This left Ye Qing stunned. "Wait, you want me to choose little Chu isn't dead?" Then Wu Ming takes his hand off of Ye Qing's head, saying, "When did I say she was dead? This bear is just proof that I know where she is, and besides that, girl isn't as easy to kill as you are." This leaves Ye Qing in disbelief. What is he even saying? Cut to hours earlier, as Wu Ming fought desperately against the monsters, little Chu was captured by the savages. She recalled Wu Ming's words from before. "If a monster tries to harm you, I won't lift a finger to protect you, because you're not my client." He didn't care about her life or death. And then remembering Ye Qing's words, he found a job that would earn enough money to heal her legs. If she just waits a little longer, she'll be able to stand again, a thought that only complicates her feelings. "I don't want to be a burden to anyone. I don't want to be useless either. Not even to my own brother. I don't want to be a burden to him. I'm sorry, please God, grant me strength even for a moment. I want to be strong. I beg you, please." Suddenly, a purple light erupts, giving pause to the monster, clutching her neck. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chu transforms into a giant teddy bear, awakening her class as a transmutationist. She then frantically tore apart the monsters, causing Wu Ming, who was fighting the other monsters, to stop and look at her. Ordinary humans who successfully sense deep sea cells will easily awaken their class. If that girl is another victim like the father said, then why is she crying and running toward him? It's said that deep sea cell induction causes the host to recognize loss, turning them into rampaging monsters. Suddenly, Xiao Chu burst into tears, crying out, "What's happening to me? I feel so much taller, and I can move freely now." This feeling is strange. It makes him uneasy. Does she still retain her human consciousness? "Tell me your name." "Ye Xiaozhou." Hearing this, he sheathed his sword, confirming his suspicions. A moment later, Wu Ming leads Xiao Chu to a mirror. "I've turned into a stuffed bear." Wu Ming is embarrassed and doesn't know how to explain it or whether to congratulate her, but she bursts into tears, no longer looking human. "I have no face to meet my brother now, so what should I do?" Wu Ming then said that this was her career change, which of course I didn't know. But if she didn't want to come with him, that was no problem. He would continue his mission to find that person. Then, Xiaozhu handed him her teddy bear. "If you can give this teddy bear to my brother, please tell him that I need some time to sort myself out. I'm still reeling from this shocking revelation." He accepts, promising to deliver it if he finds him. Back in the present, one of Wu Ming's arms is starting to vanish. "If we keep fighting, I'm the one who'll be in real trouble. Yi Qing, I wanted to see your abilities, but we no longer have reason to interfere with each other." This left Qing Shan speechless. "Ye Xiaozhou isn't dead, is that true?" Wu Ming explains to Ye Qing that more accurately, it was the doctor behind him who put his sister in such a dangerous situation. This abyss exists in no small part thanks to this man. Let's rewind to a few days prior. I was at my wit's end, and had no choice but to resort to this plan. Using this key to open any door will allow the abyss's power to permeate the entire lab, ultimately transforming it into a complete abyss. However, considering Song Qingshan's physical strength, reinforcements will surely arrive to rescue him. I want to ensure that every trace of this wretch remains here forever. I'll bury Song Qingshan's research in the deepest abyss, and make him pay for the pain he caused my daughter. Hearing this, Wu Ming asks, are you aware of the price you'll have to pay? To which he replies, to me, the price is nothing. Back in the present, Qingshan's face pales. Is he talking about Lin Shuyan? Didn't I offer compensation? We even chased away her father since she's just a useless child. Needlessly spending money beyond our means to treat her. So does he even know what maximizing profits means? Ye Qing said with a glare. So Zhao Chu has him stumped. Don't talk nonsense, she just happened to fall into the abyss. I really couldn't help her. Even if she was a test subject before it was her decision. If you're not happy, I can compensate you both. Everything can be compensated. Whether it's life or death I can decide, he interrupted, saying compensation was simple, then punched him in the mouth, sending him sprawling. But he could still talk, saying what was so precious about a cripple who couldn't walk. Even if he used her a little, he was maximizing her human value. Shouldn't she feel honored to sacrifice and contribute to the team of gifted people for scientific research, which made Ye Qing even more annoyed, and he lifted him up with his arm, saying that Xiaozhu was the only family member who survived the accident, something he would never understand in his life. Confused, he says he didn't mean it, but Ye Qing angrily slams Qingshan to the ground, then grabs him by the collar. You're worthless, trash beyond redemption, unwanted even in hell. Ye Qing glanced at Wu Ming, then tossed Qingshan's corpse to him. He's all yours. Seeing this, Wu Ming grabs Qingshan's face. Then we have a deal, Ye Qing replied. I just want to quickly confirm my sister's safety. Nothing else matters. Seeing this, Wu Ming smirked. A mercenary's duty is to complete the mission, so you must die here, which must also be the wish of that father, scaring him into a panic. What mission? I can also commission you, and give you double the reward. Tell me, how much did that old man pay you? Hearing this, Wu Ming asked. Human life is precious, so how can you offer me double the reward without hesitation? What nonsense are you spouting? Ignoring him, No Name turned to Ye Qing and said, next time, we'll have an all-out battle. As Ye Qing finished speaking, Wu Ming crushed Qingshan's face. And in that moment, Ye Qing moved elsewhere. Seeing her brother Zhao Chu teared up. Brother, Ye Qing looked somber. I'm sorry I'm late. Suddenly, Xiaozhu trembled with emotion. No, she was the one who should be apologizing, always holding him back. She didn't want him to risk himself, but deep down, Xiaozhu longed for him to appear. Ye Qing comforts her. It's okay now, Xiao Chu, there are no more monsters. You're safe now. But Xiao Chu dejectedly replies, I'm sorry, there's still a monster right here. Then pointing to her face, she says, Xiao Chu, is that monster always relying on you, wanting to be protected by you in every way, yet hating herself for becoming this? Even if I can't be a hero like you, at least let me get out of this wheelchair, and not be a burden to you anymore. Xiao Chu apologizes for becoming a strange object, making Ye Qing sigh in relief before explaining that those people may look human, but their hearts are no different from demons. Some may look like monsters, but inside, they're still the sweet sister he knows, right? Still, Xiaozhu insists, this is what I am now. Hearing this, Ye Qing chuckled. I deal with monsters, trust me, I can tell what a monster looks like. Then he looked at the pile of monster corpses. You seem pretty strong, did you do all this? Which embarrassed Xiaozhu. I didn't make all those beastmen corpses. Pointing to a corpse on the ground, she says, I took this one down right after transforming, delighting Ye Qing, who showers her with praise for the single blow. But then, little Ju's hand dissolves and she reverts to her normal form. What's going on? After she reverted, Ye Qing explained, the magic needed to maintain the transformation has been depleted. Once your magic is depleted, you'll revert to your original form, so the focus isn't on the monster itself, it's the ability to transform into a bear that can roam freely. This is my shapeshifter class ability. Congratulations, you've changed classes too, and you're now a character who can stand on their own 2 feet, he says, making her overjoyed. Really, I can be like you. But Ye Qing pouts, completely unlike him. He won't allow her to step into danger, not even for a moment. Then, Xiao Chu suddenly remembers something. Oh right. Brother, have you met someone? Who are you talking about? Someone who looks a bit like me. He told me he wants to meet you in person because he thinks the two of you would understand each other, which I find strange. Is that so? Continue. He said he was sure that guy was just as hard to kill as I am, making Ye Qing curious. Sounds like he's not someone you can confide in, huh? Cut to the next morning, and as Ye Qing sleeps soundly, the phone suddenly rings, and a voice on the other end shouts, Ye Qing, how many days has this kid been off work? Ever since you started working at the People's Commerce Center, I haven't seen you around. Then the foreman told me, he's been working privately with that blood immortal Ming Shi. He's got some nerve. That made him sit up. I'm sorry, I really needed the money, so I had to find some extra work. Then he asked, are you still working as a scavenger? And I said yes, I'm still a scavenger. The man then lectured him, saying he was young and reckless, and that he was worried about him, but if he had a new job, he wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. You need to be careful and stay safe. After all, your sister depends on you. Hearing this, Ye Qing put his phone away. I understand, uncle. Thank you for thinking of me, uncle. Then he looked at his phone and his jaw dropped. 2 million yuan. Liu Xingran transferred 2.4 million to you. As expected of a rich young lady, she's efficient. Then he checked his inbox and read, "The items sold. Don't forget to thank me for using my name." He was overwhelmed by the sheer number of zeros. He listed all the equipment he'd recently acquired from the Abyss under Liu Xingran's name since she was well known. No one would dare question the origin of the equipment that suddenly appeared last night. Seeing this, Jingran was speechless, and after a sleepless night, she wondered what he'd been up to, never expecting him to bring back a mountain of gear. Then he said, "I picked up a few things from the Abyss of Nihility that made you speechless." "Huh. Say that again." "I'm serious." He then explained that these high-end items were currently useless to him, so he had no choice but to seek her out to sell them. Technically, he had picked up the right things. What is Lan Jingran curious about? Is he still a level 1 scavenger? How embarrassing, she thought, as she tapped his chest, surprised by how firm it was. Ye Qing chuckled. "I've matured from my experiences." Then she mused, "I guess scavenging is too new to be listed as a profession. It can't be officially ranked, but it follows a different path to become stronger." However, Ye Qing affirmed herself, "I'm just a null, and nulls can become stronger, which makes sense, right?" Then Jingran suddenly suggested, "Right, do you want to go to the World Guild to take the Hunter certification exam?" After all the treasures he risked his life for in the Abyss needed a legitimate identity. He asked, "If I get a hunter's license, I can enter the Abyss as a hunter, right?" She nodded in response, as he had always poached in the Abyss as a lone hunter. "If the managers find out, you'll be imprisoned. Isn't this a challenge for you to convince the examiners that you're qualified to be a hunter with your level 1 status? I have absolute faith in your abilities. After all, the annual hunter exam requires a sponsor, and as your sponsor I'll make sure you pass. What do you think?" This made Ye Qing a little embarrassed. "Can I really do this?" she wondered, before instructing the guard to say the equipment came from her collection. Hearing this, he responded loudly, "Yes, miss." Then she turned to Ye Qing, saying, "You've helped me a lot this time, so consider this my way of thanking you." Back in the present, Ye Qing scratched his head, feeling indebted to her. Then he stepped out of his room to find a package waiting for him, delivery food. Then Xiaoju stepped forward and said, "You don't even have a kitchen in your apartment, so I just ordered your favorites." Seeing her, Ye Qing asks, "You're up early, Xiaozhou." "Of course, it's my first day back and I don't want to spend it in bed." He opened the food container, chewing, as he asked, "How's your leg? Your body changed yesterday, so you can move around a little now, right?" With that, Xiaoju stood up to show him, surprising him. "Wait, how could you do this in just one night?" Then she said, "I was afraid of turning into a bear and wrecking your inn, so I was extremely careful, only making small changes, focusing my magic on my knees." After hearing this, he comforted her. "There's nothing that little Chu needs to take on alone right away. With me here, there's no need to push yourself." She couldn't help but smile at that. "I know. I'll practice transforming my body gradually, hoping to stand up soon, but without forcing myself." Yi Qing then opened the door and left. "Does everything have to be a process with you?" Seeing this, Xiao Chu hurriedly asked, "Brother, are you going out?" "That's right, I have some business to take care of today." Worried, she asks, "You have to go out on the weekend too?" He awkwardly replies, "Your brother must have something to do. He can't even rest on the weekend," then slams the door, leaving Xiao Chu suspicious, wondering if he's going to see a woman. Girlfriend. Meanwhile, on Diepkin's side, he looked down at the hunters from the bridge and couldn't help but criticize them. Is even being a hunter this extravagant now? Suddenly someone appeared behind him, calling out, "You here for the hunter certification too? Which hunting team do you aspire to join?" It turns out it was the green-haired leader, Zhou Tong. He excitedly asked, "Why are you at the hunter certification place, big brother? Didn't you already have hunter status?" He replied, "I've had a bit of money to spare lately. The hunter exam costs a lot to register for, and you should have been a qualified hunter already." "How have you been lately?" he replied. "I listened to you, boss, and practiced melee combat for a while, but right now the license is just secondary. Most hunters think I'm just gaining experience and I don't even qualify for a team. I need to convince them I can do close combat. If you're here for a hunter license, you must be aiming for the central position." He nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking too." Just then, a commotion erupted from the crowd below. "Get out of the way." Tamta, reeking of incense, was fuming about having to wait in line for the certification exam. "Make way for the boss. Do you know who he is? He's a god-chosen wanderer. If you delay my boss's level up, watch out for my fists." This made Ye Qing, who was standing next to him, think, "A god-chosen class? I just met one," while Zhou Tong behind him couldn't help but spout nonsense. "What's the big deal? My boss is way better than him." Yi Qing thought to himself. Liu Xingran, a divine spring knight, can use ice magic in addition to normal knight functions, create healing shields, and has a significantly higher AVNA growth rate than other professions, which is why he's takes 10, ranked S. The characteristics of the professions are combined with the basic profession. Sometimes job parts can reinforce a job's weaknesses, while strengths become even stronger, as if blessed by the gods. That's why it's called a divine inscription profession, he thought before turning to Chu Tong. "I'll apply as soon as he's done," which Chu Tong didn't like. "What's wrong with that? He just got lucky." Meanwhile, Tam Ta is causing a ruckus, demanding his license be processed immediately. Seeing this, the clerk sighed. What kind of permit is he even applying for? Then he puffed out his chest full of himself, wondering what kind of license a chosen one like him would need. Perhaps an omnipotence license, the kind that makes other job holders curious. An omnipotence permit. This guy asked for an omnipotence permit. Being God-chosen, he could get one in a heartbeat. Hearing this, the two punks started to cause a ruckus, saying, "What are you looking at? Our boss is the best. You're not even worth a fart," which is very true. But then another figure appears, a top player who instantly turns the three evils into sycophants. Unexpectedly, there's also a beauty here. Will she join our team? Seeing this, she waves him away, saying, "You're not worthy to team up with me. Go take a bath and go to sleep." This only excites him more. "Don't say that I'm a professional god select." She boasts that her hand techniques are impressive, and her bedroom skills are top-notch, further infuriating the girl. With a snap of her fingers, she detonates Tamta, sending him into a painful scream as his underlings scatter in panic. Are they not all supposed to be rookies? Why is she so ruthless right from the start? Does she not know how powerful he is? He's right. Even Ye Qing, who was watching the drama unfold, was caught off guard. This bursting flame art is not something a newbie could pull off. The other job classes laughed and mocked him for his failure. What? So much for being divinely chosen. Look at him, this is hilarious. This infuriates him. How dare this insolent woman embarrass him in front of everyone? He'll have to teach her a lesson to save face. But before he could act, someone suddenly stopped him. Damn it, does he have a death wish? Dare to hold me back. But after sensing the murderous aura behind him, he shrinks back. Seeing this, Ye Qing warned him that he was being watched and using his skills would cause trouble. And so he reluctantly stopped, still a little scared. What's going on? I sense a terrifying aura. Just then, the employee appeared, with two large men, reminding them that using their abilities was forbidden in public areas. Hearing this, Ye Qing quickly diffused the situation. It's okay, it's just too hot, everyone's just heated up. But the woman had no intention of letting it go. No, this guy is trying to cause trouble for me. The employee was visibly annoyed, warning that any further violations would result in legal action demanding her profession and permit. Fire Element Sorcerer Transfer Magic License. Then the clerk pulled out a stone. Due to your uncontrolled behavior, place your hands here. Hearing this, purple hair complies, and the power index is abnormal. The clerk then coldly explained that, due to the recent appearance of unregistered high-level ability, users leaving trails of destruction in various abysses, this inspection would be more rigorous. Please come with us, she said, causing the purple-haired girl to frown. She suggested, the detector must be malfunctioning. Could I have another test? After retesting it gave a different reading. What just happened? This device is always sensitive, yet the readings are normal. Seeing this, purple hair happily cheered for the smooth passage, while Ye Qing stared blankly at the person in front of her. It's strange. What does it feel like to become someone else? Just then, Zhu Tong asked curiously, Big brother, the person we're not looking for is... At that moment, the female employee spoke up, annoyed. All right, enough clowning around. Who's next? Raising his hand, he joked. I Zhu Tong swear. With your strength, there's no way you'd pass the Spirit Stone test. Arriving at the desk, she asks, what kind of permit are you applying for? An all-rounder permit. What's your profession? You want an all-rounder license. That's a profession only the God-chosen can choose. He calmly replied, a level 1 scavenger, causing everyone in the area to burst out laughing. What? A novice scavenger? What kind of hodgepodge job is that? Sounds like you picked it out of the trash. Seeing this, Zhu Tong chimed in, shut up, I could crush you guys with one hand. But Ye Qing calmly responded, I just want an identity that fits any team, so I can overcome any problems that arise. Is there a problem? The clerk replied. There's no problem with the direction of the license application. So do you know what the test for the all-rounder license is? Leaving him bewildered. There's an exam too. Of course, even the purple-haired girl is curious about this newbie. The employee explains that others team up based on their licenses to explore the abyss, but he has to do it alone. Even the easiest key is deadly for one person, let alone the high-level ones. He approaches the keys on the board, thinking that clearing this abyss will earn him a hunter's license. Annoyed, she replies, that difficulty is for veteran hunter exams. You're basically committing suicide. You're either a hidden master or a fool. Put your hand here. After a moment, the clerk looked down on him, confirming he was a fool. The other trainees mocked him, wondering if he was there to be a joke, with no magic power and a death wish. Annoyed, Zhu Tong told them to shut up as Ye Qing asked, anything I should keep in mind, causing the others to whisper, wondering if he even understood them. He really wants to go in himself, and the clerk reluctantly complies. We're not responsible if you're trying to kill yourself. There's a teleportation suppression tool in here you can use. But as he took the key, Ye Qing replied, no, it's for me. Suddenly, Zhou Tong ran over, shouting, big bro, wait for me. He confidently assures her he'll return safely, which infuriates Sam Si, who protests, wait, why does this piece of trash get to challenge the abyssal depths? Give me a difficult level key as well. I want to challenge the abyss like him. The staff member replied, sorry, there's only one difficult level key, and it can only strengthen the abyss gate once. If he wants to challenge it, he'll have to make an appointment for next time, infuriating him as he points at Ye Qing. Otherwise, I want to go to the same place as him, but not as a team. How about it? No teaming up, you plan to participate as a rival. Then the bodyguard whispered into the employee's ear that although the rules don't allow teams, there's no way to prohibit rivals. Hearing this, she fakes a cough. A competitor, meaning only one person can obtain the token by defeating the boss. If there are two people, only one can pass the test. But don't expect that multiple people will result in someone giving up. If a second person enters this Abyss Gate enhancement key, the difficulty will increase to hell, and the more people participate, the difficulty will increase exponentially with each person who enters. She's implying that Ye Qing and the gate are a difficult combination, which is why only one person is allowed into the challenging abyss. Here, the employee is implying that Ye Qing and Tamta's entry will increase the difficulty even if the abyss before you is a commercial-grade abyss controlled by the World Association. The unpredictable rule changes can bring more uncontrollable factors, such as the abyss's structure, changing unpredictably, or monsters appearing with enhanced traits. Even knowing this, you still want to challenge it, he thought to himself. Enhanced and special conditions are what they call elite monsters. Some clauses clearly enhance the life force and combat power of the magical beasts, while others make them immune to certain attacks and can only be defeated by exploiting new mechanics. I've seen a thing or two like this before. Then Tamahome pulled out a fancy box, saying, I'm decked out in top-tier gear. This trash obviously can't affect me. Big brother is right, he thought to himself, as he watched their strength and physique increase. Indeed, only high-end equipment could have such powerful value. Clearly, the origin of equipment enhanced by these terms is extraordinary. Strength up by 100, agility by 200. Even a novice can quickly reach the highest limits through these insane equipment perks. This is the advantage hunters have over others. Seeing Ye Qing's blank expression, the staff member asked, What are you thinking about? He replied, I don't care. I'm just a hunter anyway, the more the merrier. Because he thought if hell-level enhancements could create rare creatures, then he should be able to obtain more interesting corpses. Even my dispel magic can't remove this debuff. Ye Qing replied, Your equipment gives you an advantage. Use him when necessary, don't worry. And so they entered. Tam Xie hastened to tell him, We are competitors, and if you're about to die, I won't lend a hand because only one of us can pass the test. Don't you forget it, Ye Qing then retorted. Since you're so eager to show off, I'll let you have the honor of opening the door. I trust the luck of a god chosen will draw a favorable rule, one that will please him. Looks like you know it. I'm known as the Hand of God. He then pulled out the key and inserted it, triggering a series of system notifications. Tong Yuan has been enhanced to a difficult level, with the number of generated beasts increased by 300%. The life value of magic beasts is increased by 150%. The damage of magic beasts is increased by 70%, and the individual strengthening ratio of the sealed demon land in the abyss has increased by 300%. The decay spreads, reducing health recovery from any source in the abyss by 75%. The rapid decay takes hold, leaving him wide-eyed. What the hell kind of clause is that? He'd prepared a bag of potions hoping to brute force his way through, but if the potions failed, he was doomed. Ye Qing watched, realizing that not only were potions scarce, but health recovery from any source was severely reduced. My carnivorous flower's supernatural regeneration and the Reaper's blood drain will be greatly reduced. Even more dangerous, the burden from the bloodthirst effect will be heavier, possibly a pure negative, and must be used with caution. And so, he had no choice but to leave it behind. Having bought the largest backpack to carry all the medicine, he could only lighten his load and don his colorful gear. Little tree, my indestructible diamond suit can still crush trash mobs like usual. Believe it or not, come and see. Then I'll jump into the portal first. The difficulty has already been hinted at. With the second person joining, the difficulty rises to hell. A legendary challenge, a legendary monster, will spawn in the abyss. It won't be limited to a special room. Defeating it will grant a legendary reward. Seeing this, the employee cried out in alarm, a legendary challenge condition. Even with a luck stat of 300, there's only a 0.01% chance of triggering such an odd condition. What level of luck does this person possess? Notify the higher-ups immediately. A legendary clause has appeared in the Hunter license test. The system displays Abyss Door Easy difficulty. Chu Tong, hearing this, immediately stirs up everyone's courage. Our team must also press on, hoping our leader returns safely. Meanwhile, Tam Ta nonchalantly says, Come. Opening the door reveals a supersized room, nearly the size of my old man's 2,000 square meter villa. He couldn't help but brag about his situation. What was that about breaking tombstones? This grand hall is a letdown, not even as impressive as my garden, Ye Qing coldly retorted. This is the boss room, leaving him dumbfounded. He barges straight into the boss room, then reads the information on the two large statues attacking with incredible speed, causing massive damage. Ye Qing mutters to himself, unleashing 4 affixes in one go, truly a hell-level abyss. This guy looks tough. He summons a spider to distract the monster, then uses his speed to get behind it. The noble knight's armor looks long in the front, but its weakness is usually in the back. Since he can't use his bloodthirsty armor-breaking method, he has to attack the weak spot. but just as he's about to summon the spider, Tamta pushes him aside and runs forward. "You're all going to die. I won't let you get the boss's loot. Today I'll show you what's what." Crushing King and Ye Qing was speechless. Damn it, this guy's crazy. But after rushing in, the statue noticed him and slammed him with its blade, disfiguring his face. Damn it, he slams into the ground nearby, attacking so fiercely right off the bat. Does he have no manners? Ye Qing realized that Wu Sangzi's equipment was survival-oriented, with high defense, and even a full blow from the noble knight couldn't break through it. Suddenly, the monster unhesitatingly switched its target to him, forcing him to retreat, the hatred now directed at him. The plan just went to hell. Ye Qing leaps into the air, dodging the fiend's deadly attacks. With his agility, Ye Qing gracefully dodged every attack, while the noble knight's bloody slashes threatened continuous blood loss. If the sword even grazes you, you'll bleed incessantly. And in the abyss, there's no way to recover health, making it a fatal wound. He dodged so well that the demon's attacks all landed on Sangzi, much to his dismay. "You're the one being attacked, so why am I getting caught in the crossfire?" Ye Qing then retorted, "The noble knight's attacks are inaccurate. If you don't want to hinder, stay away," infuriating him further. He said, "I'm hindering, I just slipped a little," at which point the demon went berserk and slashed at him with all its might. The brave knight's iron wall defense shattered the attack, prompting Ye Qing to consider his options. The cleave, with its ability to break defenses, seemed to be Qiao Wang's weakness. He then unleashed a soul strike, but before he could follow up, Sanxie eagerly rushed in. "Seeing you lifts my spirits, let me go," made Ye Qing reconsider. This guy could temporarily share some of the battle pressure, and he wasn't entirely useless. If they wanted to deal with two bosses, they had to pay attention to all the functions of a hunting squad. But after only a few seconds, he was sent tumbling to the ground, and Ye Qing returned to his initial state of disdain. Wang's position: extremely high defense, avoid being instantly killed by monsters, and attract monster hatred. Unexpectedly, Wu Sangzi is quite suitable as a meat shield, while Sangzi in the back is groaning in pain. At this moment, the monster roared, and a system tip appeared. The taunted target can only deal damage to the one who initiated the taunt, and targeting magic will forcibly transfer to the one who initiated the taunt. After reading this, Ye Qing felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't focus fire to attack one monster, and could only persevere in dealing with this meat shield. Just as the monster lunged, he leaped into the air, slashing its arm for a measly 1 point of damage. The system chimed in iron wall defense, reducing slash damage by 95%. Leaving Ye Qing stunned, the dagger's cuts were ineffective, and even Tamta's strike dealt the same damage as his own. How was this different from before? A single point of damage. Back in the abyss, a monster would die after 2 slashes. Then Ye Qing suddenly realized, damn it, another one was attacking. He analyzed that perhaps their attributes were all defense points with no way out. How did they level up? How could they emit no energy at all? He stammered, not noticing his opponent was behind him. Old man, of course, is doomed. "I got here through sheer skill," he retorted, prompting Ye Qing to exclaim, "Don't lose focus in battle, you idiot." He heard this, and immediately ran with all his might, only to trip on a rock and fall flat on his face, leaving Ye Qing speechless. If his nimble playstyle was weighed down by heavy armor, it would hinder his movements, but he foolishly responded anyway. "Didn't anyone tell me the abyss was this difficult? I used to just lie down and win." As a side note, Wu Sangzi, the boss of the Golden Company, inherited a large fortune and paid others to level him up. He doesn't bother with tactics, just maxes out defense and wins by surviving. The monster slashes its massive blade, cleaving the ground, but Ye Qing manages to pull Sanxie out of harm's way. The abyss isn't a playground. It's a place where life is exchanged for blood and sweat. Fool. With that, Ye Qing ran while muttering an analysis. Since slashing wasn't effective, he could only resort to the most basic method of brute force. Immediately after he flew to the monster's head, a blue light emanating from his movements. Ye Qing raised his right fist and shouted the increase from his strength stat alone enough to cause damage. He kept punching landing blows on its left shoulder, the signature fighting style of a poor, unarmed man. The evil trio watched in shock as Ye Qing struck the monster, whose defenses were so thick, with his bare hands dealing damage. Then Ye Qing used flying kick on its left shoulder, leaving a clean cut. He then darted towards another monster nearby, leaving it with a long, clean cut. Ye Qing lands a punch that sends the monster reeling, and a system notification appears, a critical hit striking a weak point, causing a stun. He stares at his hand in surprise. Could this punch have triggered an abnormal state? It must be thanks to his enhanced luck stat. The system suggests landing critical hits on weak points to inflict status ailments, which is tied to the luck stat, but before he can celebrate, Ye Qing has to dodge an incoming sword. Unfortunately, his body was cut in two by the monster's earlier attack, and it struck him again. Wu Sangzia screamed in horror. He's been dismembered. Suddenly, Ye Qing's body transformed into a cloud of red liquid scattering in the air. He reappears on the ground with his body intact, thanks to that red liquid. Ye Qing muses that Wu Sangzi's damage is too low to hold the monster's aggro. As a tank character, defense alone isn't enough, and of course he can't rely on him entirely for this battle. The temperature of this battle should be under my control. A moment later, the two giants charged at Ye Qing again. He ordered him to get out of the way, and Tamta scurried off, replying, "Yes, yes." Yi Qing leaps into the air, circling behind the two monsters, and in a flash, he turns, unleashing a surge of blue light. In a flash, Ye Qing unleashed a blast of green energy, obliterating one of the monsters with a direct hit to the head, while the other could only stare in stunned disbelief. But without hesitation, the creature swung its blade, nearly costing Ye Qing his leg, as he continued to evade its attacks with practiced ease. Then Ye Qing decisively slashed at its right leg, leaving Tam Ta in stunned silence. He avoided all the armor and struck only weak points. He's even more skilled than the experts I hired before. It was then that he wondered, "Wait, aren't you a newbie? How can you use such advanced techniques?" With a smirk, Ye Qing said, "As a class changer, I am indeed a newbie, but the years I spent in the gathering team, fighting monsters at my limit, have accumulated enough experience to help me improve by leaps and bounds after the class change. After all, my current body is developing hundreds of times faster, amplifying all the operational awareness I earned with sweat and blood." Sanxie in disbelief retorted, "Why make it so complicated? Won't you naturally get stronger with equipment?" You're explaining to him while ignoring the two monsters behind you that have already approached. Equipment is just something that changes with levels. The system panel appears, and two menacing monsters emerge. Frenzied, their attack speed greatly increased, each strike empowering the next, and Thorny inflicting retaliatory damage on melee attacks. Yet Ye Qing smiles proudly, continuing to advise Sanxie, "Only an ever-strengthening body is my greatest weapon." He's running towards you, another monster with a gimmick. With a cold expression, Ye Qing explained, "Retaliation damage means that when you inflict melee damage, you'll receive the same amount in return. The only way to counter the thorns effect is to attack from a distance." Hearing this, Tamta becomes confident. "Finally, it's my turn to shine. Don't think I'm just a dual swordsman who knows how to use two swords. Who knew I could also use magic?" Faced with a monster that can only be attacked from afar, he boasts as he gathers electricity around his hands. "I, on the other hand, wield powerful magic like lightning arrows. Let me show you what I can do." While Tamta was still gaping, Ye Qing took the initiative. "Eat my lightning arrow." He immediately detonated a huge blast on the head of one of the monsters. Seeing this, he could only gape in astonishment, as Ye Qing, still in the air, hadn't yet withdrawn his golden aura. Activating thorns reduces the courage's elemental resistance, making elemental critical hits much easier, so Ye Qing strikes its neck again. Great blazing flames, another one coming. Sanxie, standing nearby, dodged the monster's head, and cried out in fear. Tamshe urgently confirmed with Ye Qing, "Was that fire magic just now? Or even a level 3 or higher?" Great blaze cast instantly without incantation. Ignoring his screams, Ye Qing flies off. "Impossible, you're a physical class, you shouldn't be able to use elemental magic. How is he doing that?" He then went on to attack the remaining monster, but it swung its arm trying to crush him. Strangely enough, Ye Qing narrowly dodged its axe. He uses the same move to decapitate the monster, and the system displays thorns with his name. Right after Diep Kin shows no mercy. He slices its neck, and the system announces a counterattack, reflecting all the attack power. Tamta returns as commentator, using the Thorns of Courage to inflict reflected damage. An unexpected technique, to be sure, but Ye Qing's luck wouldn't last as another massive monster prepared to swing its axe from behind. Ye Qing curses in frustration. Damn it, Soul Impact is still on cooldown. He immediately pulls out a card with a shield on it, summoning it to block the incoming blow. As expected, the shield shattered upon impact, and he was sent flying backward. Even so, Ye Qing perseveres, but the noble's attack patterns are unpredictable, even targeting the player's weaknesses first, with power far exceeding any elite monster he's faced before. If his stats weren't high enough, this blow would have been fatal. The monster raises its hand to finish him off, but Ye Qing remains focused on studying it. Its attack speed increases until it hits its target, then slows down. He frowned, lost in thought, seriously examining the monster's every move. The hidden mechanism of high purity, the more you avoid, the easier you are to destroy. So the only way is to take the hit head-on, right? Truly a hellish and twisted mechanism. Ye Qing draws a small knife from behind. Seeing this, Tamshe shouted, "Are you an idiot? You're going to fight it with a sword. If you want to die, you don't have to do it now." Ignoring those words, Ye Qing coldly faced his enemy. A deafening explosion followed the impact, sending sparks flying as the giant stone figure roared in fury and charged. Fortunately, Ye Qing managed to jump away just in time, looking at Sanxie as he said, "I don't want to die like this." Next, his pupils dilated, his purple eyes filled with determination. He had to be faster. Massive arms appeared before him, and he thought to himself that he had to be stronger. Witnessing the scene, Tam Ta was stunned, another new skill. The system then announced that living beings could not be retrieved. In the next instant, the stone man's eyes glowed purple as it roared, Ye Qing's shadow reflected in its eyes. He tossed it into the air, accompanied by a berserk system notification, bloodied rampage. While in a state of rampage, he becomes unstoppable. With knife in hand, Ye Qing roared at the stone man, "Give me your full power." He plunged the knife into its eye, cracks appeared, and its remaining eye locked onto Ye Qing. Suspended in the air, he prepares an armor-piercing critical strike, targeting its weakness. He stares at the tip of his blade and declares, "This is enough time to defeat him, before I bleed out." The system announces that its remaining health is enough to last for 2 seconds. The stone man throws Ye Qing down, clutching his wound with his other hand and roaring his entire body, suddenly recovering rapidly. Ye Qing was shocked. After all those attacks, it only lost 70% of its health. The boss's attributes will continuously accumulate over the course of the battle. If this fight can't end quickly, we'll face an even stronger boss, as new attributes are added. Ye Qing stood up, his face devoid of emotion. Hesitation meant death. A second later, he roars with power. "Double frenzy. I'll bet everything I have left. I can't let all our efforts be for nothing. I have to use these 7 seconds. The system then announced that the effects of 2 blood loss states had shortened the time and burst to just 7 seconds. Like a rocket, Ye Qing lunged at his opponent, ending the battle with one final powerful blow. At that moment, the giant rock monster clapped its hands together like swatting a fly, but Ye Qing appeared, leaving the monster's severed fingers behind. Silence falls as they face off, and then Ye Qing pierces right through his opponent. Sanxie watches in stunned disbelief. He just surpassed the boss's strength. "Was that an illusion?" Tam Ta shouted, seeing Ye Qing's exhaustion, "and I was thinking of challenging him." Just then, the system announced that he had defeated the Twin Knight Gatekeepers, completing the gate challenge. The dark difficulty disappeared, and his HP dropped to 10%. Can he use health potions? Ye Qing chugs down potions with both hands, tossing the empty bottles to the ground. He stood with his hands on his knees, laughing. "I almost died." Ye Qing turned to the rubble, thinking, "It's probably been a long time since you've had your fill, right?" With that, the massive arms behind him appeared, signaling the long-awaited collection phase had begun, as the rubble was pulled down below. Sanxie was shocked, exclaiming that the hands belonged to the monsters from before, and the knight's corpse had been devoured by the void. He turned to look at Ye Qing, who was consuming the boss's body. No doubt those summoned tentacles. This is a bizarre skill I've never seen before. Ye Qing sighs as he reads the system's notification about the new skill, eyeing the card, and commenting that the swordsmanship, a symbol of knightly nobility, was as expected salvaged. The system continued to announce information about the next skill card, as Ye Qing looked on with a faint gaze. This skill revolves around using a shield, but I don't usually use one. Still, this ability to reverse disadvantageous situations is quite powerful. Well, I'll hold on to it for now. Meanwhile, Tam Ta is sweating profusely. In moments, the 2 giants are devoured, leaving only a pool of blood and no trace of their existence. Suddenly something appears, making him turn his head in alarm. Then something powerful lands. Terrified, Tam jumped to the side as the system notified him that a new piece of equipment was being introduced. The knight's soul would merge with it. Capable of creating a new random item, Ye Qing observed the object before him. This is the legendary event with an extremely low chance of occurring. He approached coldly, remembering his days as a scavenger. "I heard the foreman mention encountering a rare abyss reward event after clearing an abyss room. So the Altar of Creation must be one of those legendary reward events." Meanwhile, Tam Ta was astonished. This was an incredibly rare abyss reward event, and he looked upon it with envy. How could you be so lucky to stumble upon this? Ye Qing wondered to himself. Could the accumulating difficulty attributes be increasing the reward event rate? Plus, with my luck, stat off the charts, low probability events are now high probability events. With a knowing smile, he realized that as long as he continued to grow stronger, he could continue to receive unexpected surprises. Then let's try putting it into this ordinary dagger. "Are you crazy? You have to use your best equipment," Tamsa shouted, trying to stop him. "With that purple weapon, you must have some good armor, right?" Ye Qing said, looking at him. "Right now, this dagger is the only thing I can use. Anything with higher level requirements, I usually just sell." Hearing this, Tam Ta broke out in a sweat. He almost forgot that he was only level 1, meaning he'd been fighting without high-level gear this whole time. Ye Qing indifferently threw the dagger in with no other choice, and decided to enhance it. At this moment, the system displays a notification that imbuing may fail, the failure rate being related to your luck, stat, and the base weapon material level. Weapon detected dagger level 1 required. Predicted success rate for this enchantment 200%. Ye Qing looks at the dagger in his hand and says, 200%. Could this number exceed 100%? The system's voice echoed once more. "Do you want to transform it? If you bind Knight's blood essence, the weapon will be changed into a long sword." Ye Qing turned to the knife and confirmed the enhancement, and the system announced its success. The following lines left Ye Qing in awe. "Congratulations, you have been upgraded to legendary." His expectant eyes reflected the quality. Its appearance was indeed legendary. The system displays the sword's stats absolute durability, and an attack power of 30. This flashy sword is truly disappointing. However, what's special is that it's a unique, legendary grade item. The system displays all aspects for him to see a sword with absolute durability and an attack power of 30. This flashy sword is truly disappointing, but what makes it special is that it's a unique, legendary grade item. Level 1. Ye Qing holds the two swords, a look of satisfaction on his face. Not bad, I like them. Suddenly, the evil triad chuckled from behind, noting that the sword's attributes were clearly of the awakening type, adding that even luck can fail sometimes. Ye Qing rested the swords on his shoulder, turning to face him saying that he thought they were trash, but he thought they were perfect. Just as he was about to leave, Sanxie spoke up. Wait, have you never seen divine gear before? Not answering, Ye Qing threw the sword far away, looked at his hand and coldly said, recall. A black vortex appeared around the blade. Moments later, it returned to Ye Qing's hand, and he exclaimed, infinitely retrievable weapons. Isn't this a divine weapon? Only I can use. Tom Xie looked at Ye Qing puzzled. How could this guy's ability make junk weapons so powerful, while he disdains real divine weapons? Could he be the god of garbage? Ye Qing looked inside and said, the training altar has been used, so I guess we can consider it surplus awakening and pack it up right. In the next moment, colossal arms reached out, and he quickly shouted, guys, take it all back. The large crate was quickly swallowed, and the system announced a successful retrieval. A card appears in Ye Qing's hand, announcing the successful retrieval of the forging altar. You can summon the training grounds at any time now. The card in his hand fades away, and he smiles, saying, excellent, a limited time event is now available whenever I want. Next time, I'll just use items to enhance sword sense. Even if I fail and the weapon is destroyed, I can use recall to recreate a new sword. I think this is the most overpowered aspect of the Sword Saint. Ye Qing looked at the weapons in his hands, tired of daggers. Let's try out this new weapon. Over here, Tam Ta is shocked. Is this guy planning to use two long swords? He then pointed out that wielding two unfamiliar weapons simultaneously carries a heavy penalty. Not only is attack speed reduced, but accuracy and damage are also severely affected, which is why many people focus on a single fighting style from day one. With that, he thought to himself, this monster insists on choosing a fighting style it's not good at. With his E proficiency, the attribute advantage will be greatly reduced. On the contrary, with my dual swordsmanship at C, I'll definitely have a chance to regain the advantage. Ye Qing then spoke, opening the weapon panel, and a notification appeared. You have not yet mastered the use of one-handed weapons. When wielding two weapons, your attack speed and accuracy are greatly reduced by 50%. Ye Qing asks, can I spend BP to speed up skill learning? The system responds, upgrading dual wielding to level D. Ye Qing thinks, besides repairing weapons, the BP I got from the trash can also be used to increase skill proficiency. This is great. Spend 10 BP to upgrade the dual wield skill to D, then 20 to upgrade to C, followed by 30 to B, and finally 40 to achieve A rank dual wield mastery. He sighs, deciding to just max out the skill. Those words left Tamsa frozen for a few seconds, his pupils contracting. What are you doing? A system notification then appeared. Two-handed sword proficiency goes from C to B, then A, and finally S. With newfound confidence, Ye Qing wields two swords, his training beginning at S-level proficiency. Silence fills the air, broken only by footsteps. Before Ye Qing could speak, the challenge in this room is over, so a new door should appear. Suddenly Sanxie stopped. I've thought it over, I forfeit this match. With that, he turned away, regretting his reckless plunge into such a difficult abyss. As he walked, he lamented, I have a ton of money waiting to be spent outside. Why risk my life here? Suddenly, the system issued a warning, signaling extreme danger. Entering battle mode, Ye Qing became wary of the mist. Something wasn't right. A moment later, he rushed toward Sanxie. Danger, get out of the way. He quickly saves the other, but unfortunately his remaining arm is severed. My arm, the knight cried out. Ye Qing was frustrated, realizing he was a step too late. The thing begins to coalesce. Ye Qing observes. Was that a trap? Was this defense, which even the three evil knights were desperate to break, so easily shattered like paper? The gate's challenge was merely an appetizer. The real final boss wasn't the two knights, but the thing they were so desperately protecting. A bizarre gate appears on the large pillar, sucking everything in like a whirlwind, then morphing into an attack aimed at Ye Qing, who draws his swords to block it. He parries the attack, staring directly into its red eye. What's that? A footstep appears, and it's the Dark Spirit, Dam Master, with the traits of gravity, distortion, sensory deprivation, void control, transcendent defense, demon slaying, strike fear, hunting, and tide locking. Meanwhile, Damaste relentlessly pursues Tamta, and Ye Qing desperately tries to intercept it, unleashing a skill card with a slightly panicked expression. His S-rank proficiency allows him to attack faster than daggers with dual swords, and he hopes to use this high damage frequency to draw Damaste's aggro. He intercepts the attack with his weapon and shouts, "Draw aggro to me, multi-point." Damaste's eyes widen as a system notification appears. Attack ineffective. Damaste can only take damage from its primary target while in title lock. It brushes Ye Qing aside and continues forward. Ye Qing awoke his attack ineffective, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, there's no other way. Damaste raised his weapon against Tam Ta, only to be sliced in two. Outside the gate, two figures waited. Hanla spoke, pointing inside, saying someone seemed to be dead, with only a single spark of life remaining, while Gocha spoke with his mouth full. Are you talking about that level 1 chicken who didn't know his own strength? I'm not surprised at all. This abyss is for level 30 and above, and it's legendary difficulty. How could a level 1 noob survive on luck alone? Clutching a giant chicken leg, he at least discovered an abyss with a mythical creature, a worthy death. When the headquarters hunting party arrives, we'll clear out the newly emerged mythical beast together. If the Divine Spring user survives, we'll ask for a rescue fee. He looks pretty rich after all. At this, Hanla replied, mythical creatures are the only beings that can drop mythical runes, and everyone wants one. He looked at the gate and continued, after all, it's a necessary item for an ordinary person to enter that world, and no one can take it. Inside, Damaste silently announces the absorption of death, dealing damage and increasing its power, its gaze now fixed on Ye Qing, the target of its hatred. His eyes are full of defiance. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. Damaste has finally locked its hatred onto him, but it has also become much more difficult to deal with. Suddenly he reached out his hand, his voice cold. Sorry Wu Sangzi, I need to borrow your body for a moment. The next second arms rose from the ground, engulfing Sangzi's corpse. At that moment, system notifications began to appear. Parry skill, with dual swords learned. 100 styles learned. 4 world learned. Meteor strike learned. Yi Qing speaks, he skipped school to learn some dual sword techniques with S-rank proficiency, definitely enough to master most skills. With that, he takes a defensive stance and shouts, come on over here. Damaste took his stance quickly, wielding his weapon and charging forward, but suddenly an unexpected look flashed in Ye Qing's eyes. Too fast, be careful to block its attack. A second later, Ye Qing vanished without a trace. A black mass appears behind Damaste, as Ye Qing emerges with his sword. With Meteor Strike, Damaste easily dodges the attack, and a system notification rings out. Damaste is immune to surprise attacks from hated targets. Suddenly, Ye Qing appears before the flying dragon slash. Damaste's eyes lock onto him as he intercepts the attack. He retreated, shouting, even a clone can't fool this guy's eyes. Its eyes widened, and it attacked Ye Qing directly. His body weakens. Damn it, is his constitution failing, because he can't recover health fast enough. At this rate, death is the only outcome. Damaste's power relentlessly oppresses him with swirling gravity, and Ye Qing is horrified by the attack. What? A second later, he's pulled toward Damaste, thinking I'm being sucked in. Then Damaste delivers a devastating blow. Yi Qing was sent flying back several meters, and as he stood he said, damn it, not enough time to recover my health, and my physical abilities are declining. If this keeps up, I'm as good as dead. Yi Qing uses another skill card, hoping to buy time to recover, even if the healing is only a tenth of what it should be. Suddenly, Damaste vanishes before his very eyes. A moment later, weapon in hand, it appeared behind him. Ye Qing dodged, but was met with a flurry of attacks. Yi Qing takes a few steps back, but Damaste uses a gravity vortex to pull him back in, and he struggles against its pull. Yi Qing moved closer to Damaste, whose figure appeared right behind him. He unleashes a strike of demonic destruction, disrupting the spellcasting. The system announces that the super regeneration spell has been interrupted, and the ground is littered with signs of battle. Yi Qing coughs up blood. The system announces the interruption of the super regeneration spell, and his face turns pale beyond repair. Even a light tap would kill him with only 1 hit point left. He laughs, knowing that no matter how smooth the battle, the next moment always holds a profound lesson. He looks at Damaste, the unpredictable nature of the abyss itself. Thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson, Damaste. A moment later, Yi Qing reached out to retrieve his swords, as Damaste stared at them. Instantly, Ye Qing wields 2 swords, shouting, let's continue. He attacks Damaste, and the system announces that his meteor thrust proficiency has increased. Damaste coldly raises his weapon, and brings it down in a decisive chop. The system announced that his emergency evasion proficiency had been upgraded, and Ye Qing shouted, let's go again. He knew in his heart that he had to constantly learn and grow in battle, fiercely attacking Damaste, while repeating to himself that he must never stop learning. Growing stronger in battle, he points his blade at his opponent, trusting in his own body, and the system announces that his whirlwind sword proficiency has increased. The sword grazes Damaste, and he can see that he's gotten stronger with his own eyes. The system continues to chime, reminding him that his multi-sword proficiency has increased. Ye Qing attacks faster, and Damaste's eyes widen as he swings his weapon around Ye Qing from below. He flies high, thinking he's harder to destroy. The system announced that his dual sword mastery had increased, and he aimed both blades at Damaste's eyes, who fearlessly charged forward, meeting him head-on as their swords clashed. At that moment, a cracking sound echoed between the 2 swords as Damaste knocked Ye Qing away, sending him leaping back. He looks at the broken sword in his hand, and says that the durability of the 2 swords can't keep up with the consumption. But then he turns serious, saying it doesn't matter as long as the core can be recycled. A surge of power emanates from his body, because there are still countless opportunities to start over. Reforge for me. In an instant, 2 new swords are formed and Ye Qing wields them with a sharp gaze. With eyes full of resolve, he faces forward, his sword pointed at Damaste, whose eyes widen in shock as 2 swift strikes fell him in an instant. Ye Qing stood before him, the health bar appearing as he gave a challenging look. Damaste, you're not so scary anymore. With that, his eyes changed. The system announces Damaste's rage is escalating. He slams his weapon down. On this side, the door turns green and figures emerge. A cloaked man says, "Thank goodness for you. That dispel zone was just in time. I never imagined you could do close combat and magic at the same time." Zhu Tong modestly points behind him. "We should really thank her. She did 99% of the damage." Yiling crosses her arms and says, "Just a bunch of useless people." She notices the ancient gate, her brother's abyss entrance. Why are so many people surrounding it? Over there, the superior officer spoke. "What's the situation?" Hanla replied. "The last life signal has been confirmed lost, so there are definitely no survivors in the abyss." He replied, "This is just a normal occurrence, not an accident." Then he turned and left, saying that as long as they cleared the abyss before nightfall and secured the legendary grade magic beast, there would be no problem. The subordinate immediately replied, "Understood, leave the cleanup to us." Suddenly, Zhu Tong shouted, "What did you say?" No one survived. The soldier quickly stopped him. "Fall back." Chu Tong argued, "You should at least try to rescue them." The officer sneered, "Rescue those scraps." With that, he declared that if the Chosen One sent a rescue signal, they could be saved. Their equipment was quite valuable after all, so why bother saving the trash? Meanwhile, Chu Tong retorted that his brother wasn't trash, and that he promised to return alive from the abyss. He's always kept his promises. The officer stands before the sea of fire, ordering the soldiers, holding Zhu Tong. Ignoring the madman, he says the 2 who followed him are dead inside, and to just consider them a loss if they're found. He gestures to move out, and they carefully prepare to depart. A white-haired man eagerly responded, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the sea of flames beyond the door, startling everyone. Then to everyone's astonishment, a young man in sandals emerged. It was Ye Qing, unscathed, save for some singed clothing stepping out of the inferno. "I retrieved the item. Does that mean I passed the test?" Zhu Tong teared up, finally seeing him safe. "Big bro, I knew you could do it." And with those words, silence fell. Ye Qing continued to approach them in silence, until finally he held up the item and asked, "I retrieved the token, so I've passed the test, right?" The officer snapped back to reality, shocked, and asked how he was still alive. Was he really just a level 1 trash collector? Suddenly the chief realized something, his eyes widening. Wait, he just noticed the egg that Qing was holding. "This is a rune stone of gold. How did you get it?" But he didn't care about the treasure, and simply handed it over. He hands it over, his mission complete, but the captain struggles to believe his feat, fixating on the golden rune stone. Only legendary monsters drop this kind of token. You killed that legendary monster." Annoyed, Ye Qing retorted, ignoring Zhou Tong and waving off the soldiers. "Let me go. You're being annoying. I'll wipe out the abyss, leaving no monster alive." Hearing this, the chief officer became even more incredulous, clutching the treasure while remaining doubtful. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. This tone is clearly fake. Could this be the weakest legendary monster?" But even if it's the weakest, the more he thinks about it, the more he convinces himself that even a mediocre job class couldn't kill it. The officer stubbornly insisted he was right. More likely he was a team killer who stole the victory from the divinely chosen heroes, and claimed to have killed the legendary monster. That must be it. He pointed at him, and accused you, the god-chosen, Wu Songzi, were probably killed by you in this abyss. Right, I have reason to suspect that you're a team killer. Zhu Tong, standing behind, was furious. A team killer. How dare he use such filthy words to slander my brother? He survived through his own strength, clearly. Yet the officer still suspects Ye Qing of cheating. How could a mere rookie possess such power? Perhaps you survived thanks to Wu Sangzi, only to repay kindness with hatred, the only explanation. Chu Tong seethed with anger, but Ye Qing raised a hand signaling him to stop. "You can investigate. If there are no traces of being killed on the Chosen One's body, my brother wouldn't be falsely accused like this." Only now did he speak up. "Their bodies can't be found." Gu, she also defends Ye Qing, saying that the report stated the empty abyss was empty, with no signs of other monsters, a fact he can confirm. The supervisor is now flustered in an empty abyss. Hearing this, Ye Qing conveniently said, "If there's nothing else, then I really don't have any evidence to prove anything. Say what you will, I bear no responsibility for my opponents, dead or alive. These are the rules your supervisors set." So where does this talk of QL's heart come from? With no way to deny it, the chief could only grit his teeth. Was there really no way out? Damn it. And Ye Qing takes the opportunity to press forward. "So tell me, did I pass the exam just now?" He cursed as he tried to convince himself. "Damn it though, I hate to admit it." The officer forced a smile, trembling as he spoke. "But congratulations, Ye Qing, you're a level 1 Esper. You've received your World Association Hunter certification, and your level is all-rounder." But after a word of praise, he added a jab. "Now all the mainstream hunting groups can accept your application to join. You must be pleased." Suddenly, Xingran appears, speaking up for him. Satisfied, I doubt it's just that. Kosha and Hanra were both extremely surprised. The young miss of the Liu family, Liu Xingran. Why is she here? Oh my god, I'm seeing Liu Xingran. What an honor. Their attitudes shifted the moment they saw her. Miss Liu. What brings you here? This is no place for you. But Xingran paid them no mind. She directly asks, if you obtain the golden runestone, you'll be qualified to register an independent hunting party. Right, the chief then meekly replies. That's right. Xing Lian continued. Ye Qing doesn't need to join a hunting party. He can form his own. Then pointing to herself she asks, did you mention my name when you came here? Ye Qing politely replies, I didn't. But a moment later, he changed his answer. I forgot. Xingran was speechless. Are you stupid or something? She then turned to blame the chief officer, as the World Association's Hunter Team registration day was fast approaching. Those who possess the golden insignia are qualified to register and form a team, unless you're deliberately messing up. Faced with someone as influential as Tin Niem, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. I didn't mean it like that. This golden token was meant for someone powerful. It's such a waste for this nobody to take it, Zhu Tong ranted. A waste? What makes you think it's a waste for my brother to take it? Is it natural for you to seize them? The other participants voiced their discontent, questioning the supervisor's reliance on their own rules. This trial was unfair from the start. I wouldn't be here if not for the forced rules. That's right, even if we get good gear, we can't keep it. Are we just working for you guys? Contrary to their comments, he showed no remorse, and grabbed Ye Qing by the collar, silencing everyone. So even if he took this golden token, it would just be considered stealing. You need a leader who's at least a B rank to form a hunting party, you know. Then the chief turned to glare at him, while Han Luo secretly verified Ye Qing's strength from behind. And you, before entering the abyss, you were only a low rank. The energy stone never lies. If you dare breathe a word of this to the World Association elders, you'll be a laughingstock. But after a few minutes he hesitantly makes an announcement. Sir, the energy stone detected an A+S rank surge, exceeding standard limits. Just then, Han La's phone exploded. The chief startled, turned back and asked what. Then, he cautiously glanced at Ye Qing. He approached face full of murderous intent, and the chief cried out in fear, What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Han La tried to explain from behind, but the chief officer was in no state to listen. He was trembling, looking pathetically cowardly. I don't know what's happening. No one touched it, but the stats keep rising. It must be broken. However, Ye Qing wasn't so forgiving, unleashing his dark purple aura. You think I'm trash, and you probably have your reasons. Besides, I've heard it so much I don't even bother arguing anymore. I only came here today to get my certificate. I don't want to cause too much trouble. The moment he saw Ye Qing raise his hand, Chief Guan's face drained of color. Was he mistaken? Even though we're clearly outside the abyss, why do I feel such immense pressure like we're in its deepest depths? What is he planning? To attack the supervisor? That's bold. Then Ye Qing created a purple energy sphere in his palm, its power terrifying. He simply wanted what was his. Ye Qing reached forward, and a dark purple energy sphere instantly appeared in his hand. The supervisor then watched in shock as Ye Qing snatched his golden treasure, wordlessly clutching it in his hand with a frown. Seeing this, Han La pulled out a stone to quickly verify. Was there something wrong with the numbers on the machine just now? He had to use the energy stone to test it. It couldn't be. He stared at the cracks forming on the stone and cried out, This energy stone is unstable. I think it's about to break. Moments later, Ye Qing's eyes widened, a purple light flashing from his pupils, and as for whether he was worthy or not, he unleashed his energy. Purple streaks of energy like lightning crackled as Han La continued to update the chief. It's exploding, the final measurement is S+. Yet, Ye Qing simply walks away, choosing not to attack them further. With a dark face he gritted his teeth. I suggest you switch to a better quality device. It was then the chief realized. Could he be hiding his true power? No, that's impossible. Xingran, who had been watching the dispute, approached and patted his shoulder, saying, I knew you could pass the test easily. They're giving you trouble because you won't drop my name. He can't believe the connection between them. So he's actually close to the young miss of the Liu family. Is this kid really a garbage collector like they say? Xingran, thinking she's helping, suggests Ye Qing equip himself better, so the supervisor will treat him fairly, but he retorts, how could I dare mention your name? Instead of him believing in our connection, it's much simpler to convince them with my own strength. Xingran thought it made sense, and she was right. After only a few steps, Zhou Tong hurriedly pulled Ye Qing back to ask him something. Big brother, is this Liu Xingran? It's a great honor to meet you here. She greeted him cheerfully, and he introduced my friend Chu Tong, who was also there to get certified. Suddenly Xingran froze. Brother, I think I've met you somewhere before. He perked right up. We have met before. I attended your birthday party as an artist. Have you forgotten? However, Xingran's face fell at the mention of that party. Are you referring to that awful party? I recall it being ruined by a terrible armor performance. Oh, right. What kind of artist were you? Hearing this, Chu Thong was immediately petrified. She quickly changed the subject and suggested a party to Ye Qing. I suddenly remember. Since we're talking about a party, should we celebrate you passing the hunter exam? How about hosting it at your place? He asked, then realized. Oh, my place. Then Ye Qing suddenly remembered. Oh, my house. He realized the problem and became dejected. His house was just a rented ground-floor apartment, a cramped space. Would Liu Xingran laugh at them right then and there? Xingran was incredibly confused when she saw them both collapse because of what she had just said. What's wrong with you two? She tactfully implied that if it wasn't convenient, but Ye Qing interrupted, trembling as he tried to appear fine. Of course, there's no problem at all. So Ye Qing is just putting on a brave face. He took a deep breath, determined to keep her in the dark. Next, Ye Qing nominated Zhou Tong, promising a great performance and a fantastic venue. I wholeheartedly welcome you to come. Oh, right, Chu Tong seems to have completely lost his mind. Huh. Xingran is still suspicious. Why are they so stiff? Well, see you tomorrow night. Okay. With his hands in his pockets, Ye Qing said confidently, no problem, I'm relieved you passed the exam. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night, and I'll bring you the fruit. With plans made, Xingran didn't linger. See you tomorrow, she said, and he replied, see you tomorrow. With that settled, Xingran got in her car and left the three of them waving goodbye to each other. As she left, Ye Qing lowered his hand, his face still beaming with a bright smile. Moments later, Ye Qing, preparing to meet someone important, knew he had to change his appearance immediately. That evening, at the familiar little house of the two brothers, Ye Qing Yeju saw him return and immediately asked, brother, weren't you just on a date? Caught off guard, Ye Qing tried to play it cool. Yes, of course, let's say that, but she's not easily fooled. As for goblins or ghouls, the location would be the abyss, right? Yezhou finally explodes. You tricked me into going to the dangerous abyss again. Ye Qing pretends not to hear, muttering to himself. Isn't that a good thing? We're running out of money at least for the next 4. But she retorts, how can it be good when you're so badly injured? You need to go to the hospital right now. He rushes into the room scared. It's fine, it's just a scratch. Yi Chu pouted at Ye Qing's door, before rushing into the steamy bathroom, where the floor was stained crimson with blood that wouldn't wash away. Ye Qing is now covered in countless wounds and scars, but he doesn't complain. As he washes, he reflects thankful that Ye Zhou didn't see him in such a sorry state. The old and new wounds he sustained in the abyss gradually became an unhealable part of his blood. He called out, and his system window appeared, revealing that it would actually take several months of rest to fully recover. Yi Qing looks at the words on the reincarnation board. After defeating the Dark Spirit King Damas, I remember receiving this. The memory of that moment flashes back. After defeating him, cards appeared. The system also announced that he had killed the Dark Spirit King Damas, something he couldn't believe he'd accomplished. I defeated the Dark Spirit King Damas without taking a scratch, and the system rewarded me with this purple orb. Notification you have received. Gravity immunity. Yi was overjoyed to hear this. This is Damas's signature skill. I understand now. The system chimes again, announcing 100 attribute points received. Currently, he has 140 points, which he generously spends, distributing them to all attributes as usual. Yi Qing observes his stats for a moment. After all attributes reach 512 points, the marks turn gray. He tries to add more points to a stat, but the system refuses, stating his attribute value has reached its limit and can't be increased further, so he can't increase it anymore. The system then announced that the conditions for reincarnation have been met, and the reincarnation option is now available. Clicking Yes will immediately reset your level to 0, allowing you to awaken a second time. The level cap will increase by 5 and the corresponding stat limits will also increase. Back in the present, he mutters to himself that the max level scavenger has an upper stat limit of 512 at level 1. To surpass this growth limit, I must revert to level 0. Only by returning to the starting point can I awaken again and break through the attribute limits. Yi Qing considers the information, deciding that resetting his level in the abyss is too dangerous, so he'll put it aside for now. Now that he's back in a safe place, he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Isn't now the time to try reincarnation? He suddenly remembered the chief's words. Even if you take this golden token, you'll be seen as a thief. If you bring this before the World Association elders, you'll be laughed at. You were chosen by a god. Wu Sangzi was probably killed by you in the abyss. I have reason to suspect you're a killer team member. How could a rookie scavenger possess such power? Wu Sangzi must be the reason you've survived this long. Then you repaid kindness with evil, the only explanation. The more Ye Qing thought about it, the angrier he became. He had worked so hard to become stronger. I want to live an honest life, protect my loved ones from being bullied, but that goal is still so far away. I can't accept my growth being limited like this. I have to break through. Yi Qing frowned, his tone heavy with dissatisfaction. He couldn't accept his growth being limited like this. I have to break through this barrier. I have to become stronger than before. The sound echoed through the door, startling Ye Chu. He was stunned, his trembling hand swiping across the screen. A reminder, reincarnation successful. Your level has been set, and your growth limit has been extended to level 5. Yet you don't have to start from scratch. She burst in, demanding, stop messing with me. If you're not hurt, where did the blood on your shirt come from? He froze and turned, and Ye Chu screamed, eyes wide, face flushed. In that instant, a surge of violent energy erupted as she sobbed, "Brother, I think I'm transforming again," Yi Qing said in a low voice, a hint of helplessness and sarcasm flashing in his eyes. "Congratulations, now we have to burn the house down." At the Divine Wind City auction house, a figure quietly appears, strolling leisurely through the crowd. He stands silently before the screen, where various products from the abyss undergo detailed appraisal before being sold. So if they can't be sold on the black market, they have to go through official channels. The best gear goes to public auction, drawing the attention of the wealthy. Immediately, a large man stepped forward, blocking the way with a sharp glare and a stern voice. "Hey, what are you doing here? Irrelevant people are not allowed in here." Without a hint of panic, Ye Qing replied, his tone calm and firm. "I'm a collector here to appraise equipment for auction." He raised an eyebrow dismissively, his chin held high. "A collector, are you?" Each word dripped with murderous intent. "What level do you think you are to be speaking so loudly?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Even after reincarnation and reaching level 5 is level 1 potential, the best I get." He gripped Ye Qing's sleeve, yanking him out, and hissed, "Do you even know where you are? This is the exchange. This is a place where only the wealthiest come to spend, and only the highest grade equipment qualifies for auction in our exchange. What's a rookie like you doing here, causing trouble? Get out now." He simply raised an eyebrow, slowly pulling a glowing object from his sleeve. "So would you like to appraise it first?" He paused, then chuckled derisively. "How laughable, you want me to appraise newbie equipment. Fine, I'll humor you, then get lost." A cold mechanical voice echoes. "Zero class." A burst of arrogant laughter, and the man throws the equipment to the ground. "Did you hear that? 0 damage. Just get in the trash where you belong. I'm already being generous by not charging you a disposal fee." But at that moment, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "Wait a minute, this dagger is too sharp. Something's not right." He immediately lies down to examine it. "Wait a minute. Let me see." Appraisal glasses equipped appraisal +1 level. His breath quickened, his arrogant face paled, and his eyes widened in terror. This was a unique item. The appraised item's beauty shines forth. Void Seaver, a unique dagger with a dark abyssal blade, reveals faint starlight embodying death itself. Rumor has it that during a silent hunt, a woman carrying a massive bounty vanished into thin air when cornered, leaving behind a dagger radiating an eerie light. 421. Void-imbued damage leaves behind a teleportation gate, allowing the wielder to teleport within 30 meters, requiring level 31. He who was once arrogant is now nearly insane, screaming with excitement. Division. Was it not Minhe's fault but a mistake? Yi Qing sneered, realizing he almost missed out on a rare treasure. Half an hour earlier, the door slowly opened, and he sighed in relief, placing the heavy box on the basement floor. For the next few days, Ye Zhou would have to stay at a hotel, while he'd have to endure a night in the landlord's basement. "Otherwise, my meager savings won't even cover the moving fees. The system says home repairs will cost 2 million, leaving me with only 200. His eyes fell upon the system screen. He needed to find a way to make money from the equipment he'd acquired. He desperately needed money. Yi Qing pondered in silence. However, there are definitely a lot of these non-top tier items on the market. Most people who change classes rarely switch to a new set of equipment after buying one. He considered this. To the wealthy, such low-quality equipment was basically trash, making it hard to sell. Its practicality was low, so he couldn't sell it for much. Who knows, maybe he could find some good items and sell them for hundreds of thousands. The thought flashed through his mind, and Ye Qing paused, gazing silently at the crafting altar's icon. Intrigued, Ye Qing touched the screen, realizing that abyssal devices could be used outside as well. But as soon as the thought crossed his mind, a heavy sound echoed from the void and a massive object suddenly fell. He was stunned. It actually summoned. In such a small space, the crafting altar suddenly dropped, nearly hitting him in the face. The crafting altar was still unstable, but a notification appeared. The equipment ability had been unlocked, allowing low-quality weapons to be upgraded to high-quality ones. Yi Qing's eyes gleamed with interest and a hint of triumph as he slowly placed his hand on the longsword, realizing it could enhance equipment, upgrading rare items to precious and epic items to legendary. If the equipment's quality is raised by 1 level, its value could increase tenfold. The rare one-handed hunter's longsword. She used this sword to hunt and defeat many beasts that threatened the village, but they all ended up in the belly of a dragon. 48. Damage level requirement. 17. Fury Codex deals 3% additional damage to beasts or monsters. He throws it into the crafting altar. This sword isn't top tier. It's worth about 1,000,000 on the black market, but it's still just trash. Let's see what we've got. Adding 30 base points as a crafting fee should at least double its value. The system announced failure, yielding longsword shards hunter's trash. His eyes widened. Failed. Ye Qing clenched the epic grade gauntlet. Displeased, he wondered if the equipment grade was too low or if the stats weren't high enough. This equipment has a starting value of 1,000,000. It has to work. This cost 1,000,000. The Titans hand the executioner's gloves. It's made from a Titan's fingertip and contains the giant's immense power. When worn, you'll effortlessly wield the largest, heaviest weapons. Defense 172. Required level 34. Maintain settlement. When wielding a two-handed weapon while wearing this glove, attack power is increased by 15%. His face was bewildered as he watched the swirling black smoke rise, obscuring the light in the room. No, it can't be the notification. He obtained the fragments of the Titan's hand. Yi Qing's eyes widened, and the tears he had been holding back finally flowed. His 10,000 coins were now just a memory. He pondered if it wasn't a material issue, then perhaps the problem lay with the crafting altar itself, or some kind of strange, unidentified mechanism. Yi Qing gradually calmed down, took a deep breath, and his eyes sank into thought. This crafting altar has modifiers. His eyes changed as he observed, determined to appraise the crafting altar. A notification rang out: appraisal complete. The true form has been revealed. A stream of spirit energy forms a grotesque face, its properties clear. The higher the quality of the material, the lower the success rate of reforging it from scrap. Yi Qing smirks. So this is a crafting platform specifically for recycling trash. Am I cursed by the god of trash? All the rewards I've received are strange junk. The system's trait notification rings out. Reforging scrap: the higher the quality of the item, the lower the success rate. The more trash the material, the higher the success rate. The higher the quality, the greater the chance of failure. Yi Qing calmly observed. Wait, if it can only forge trash equipment, then this characteristic might just be its advantage. He smirked, realizing that this strange system only succeeded with junk, so why not just throw trash at it? The discarded longsword. Trash, a sword body scarred by time, lies silently on a desolate battlefield, surrounded by withered flowers and endless memories of carnage. 5 ranks required. Level 1. A long sword slowly takes shape, full of power. Without hesitation, Yi Qing raised his heavy hammer and struck down with all his might. A notification rang out. Crafting was a great success. Eclipse, a unique longsword, its blade like a hazy sky, said to be forged from lost stars. It emits a faint light in the dark, and casts a faint shadow in the light. Damage 422. Flame enhancement, shadow enhancement, armor melting, elemental resistance level requirement 32. He gasped, momentarily stunned. A unique weapon, a one-of-a-kind item in the world, and he used a trash sword as the base material. So, the real treasure was this trash crafting altar. I've really struck gold. Yi Qing's eyes shifted to the crafting altar, a greedy and excited glint in his pupils. Now that Ming has so much trash equipment, isn't this just like a money printing machine? Immediately after he raised his hammer high and struck down powerfully, the money printing begins. System notification: crafting successful. Knight's Whisper, a unique longbow shaped like a beautiful harp, has been created. With strings like silk, it can play a moving melody in the night. When the young goblin hunter draws the bow, the sound of music like the whisper of stars can instantly awaken the power of nature. Damage 397. Whisper of the Heartstring. This bow fires invisible magic arrows that deal sound-based damage. Requirement level 29. Sound Hammer. Success. A surge of light erupts and a unique staff appears, the unique staff of Proverbs. This staff is made from the roots of an ancient tree, topped with a hard crystal, and its wooden handle is carved with the wisdom of the goblin ancestors. The twin root demons believed they could commune with nature by waving this staff, though they usually ended up bashing someone's skull with it. Damage 400. Star Enchantment. Physical attacks add magic damage. The higher your intelligence, the higher the damage. Requires level 30. The hammer's pounding echoed like war drums throughout the altar. Notification: crafting successful. The hammer manifests lightning. A unique one-handed hammer. Forged by the dwarves of the deep abyss, this hammer embodies the essence of thunder and lightning, summoning storms and lightning in battle. After battle, it transforms into lightning, escaping and vanishing like thunder. Damage 577. Lightning enhancement. Upon attack, it unleashes a series of lightning strikes and enhances speed. Required level 41. Then a series of sounds rang out, announcing the crafting success, his breath quickening, his heart pounding as if to burst from his chest. All the awakened equipment had been used up, and all the non-awakened equipment had been recycled and turned into basic points. Upon inspection, dozens of unique weapons have been enhanced. Yi Qing looks up at the system screen, which reads, "You have reached Awakened Novice Level 1. Even if you don't kill monsters, you can still get experience points by forging. Just a few hours of forging, and I've already overcome the most difficult part of the transition." A glint of confidence flashes in his eyes. Very well. Now the remaining task is to turn these items into money and my new hunter's license. The scene shifts to a lavishly decorated room, as the manager bows, a flattering smile on his face, his voice trembling with excitement. "May I ask where you acquired this equipment? Have I not introduced myself? I'm a collector, though only level 1, but even I can acquire some high-end goods, can't I? Claiming I made it myself would only cause more trouble." His eyes lit up and he nodded eagerly. Yes, you're absolutely right. Collectors aren't ranked by level, only by taste. The fact that you can present such a powerful collection is definitely a reflection of your own strength. He smirked. "I have plenty more here. If the auction price is right, you could earn a lot of commission." He stared in shock as the equipment appeared one by one, his eyes shining brightly, and he stammered, unable to speak. He scurried off to give instructions, preparing the most luxurious VIP room for me. Prepare the treatment befitting a platinum VIP. In the opulent hallway, Ye Qing raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He held up the VIP pass, a faint smile on his face. What platinum VIP is just this card? As he turned, Ye Qing bumped into a man, and Xiaofeng turned to curse. Where did this idiot come from? Damn it, watch where you're going. He paused for a moment, his eyes calm. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. He frowned, sizing him up. His clothes were ordinary, not what one would expect in such a high-class place. His eyes filled with arrogant contempt, daring to block even my path. State your hunter team. Ye Qing remained calm, and replied, Ye Qing, freelance hunter. Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow. So that's why you look so pathetic. So, you're a freelance hunter, huh? He said, proudly pulling out his badge and holding it up. See this Tatus the A-rank hunter squad. I'm Ling Xiaofeng, also known as Tatus the Madman. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed a hint of hesitation. Tatus is known as a battle maniac. It seems he only recruits simple-minded madmen who specialize in strength. I've cleaned up the battlefield for them a few times before, but was never comfortable. Best not to mess with them, he thought, turning to leave. Sorry isn't going to cut it. Xiaofeng, annoyed, points his sword. Do you think a simple apology will suffice? You bastard, it's clear you've snuck in here, based on your attire. Let me remind you, only those who've changed classes with a high-level hunting team can enter here. The likes of you should stick to your own kind. Yi Qing remained calm, knowing that using force here in the World Association's territory would bring serious trouble. His eyes darkened with malice. How dare trash like you walk the same path as me? Xiaofeng immediately raised his voice. Guards, where are you? As a Tatus VIP member, I demand you kick him out and verify his identity as a pauper. Nearby, the employee laughed gleefully, thinking he'd struck gold, and hurried over. Why are you using the regular members' entrance? Your access is through the Platinum Passage, not here. Everyone was shocked. What? Are you sure he's in the Platinum section? Damn it, restrain him. Even while controlled, Xiaofeng defiantly shouts, how could a backgroundless freelance hunter afford a Platinum VIP card? His eyes darken with malice. He immediately bows his head, apologizing profusely. Yi Qing remains calm, saying it's all right. He struggles, don't touch me. I'm a high-ranking member of Tatus. You can't treat me like this. A sharp voice cuts through the air. This is the World Association auction house. If you insist on causing trouble, we'll inform the supervisor and revoke your membership. If you wish to go to the auction house, you can head this way, but this low-level place won't have equipment that meets your standards. He smirked. That's not necessarily true. My eye is a bit different from most. What you consider trash I might find valuable. He laughed heartily. You're right, just follow this path to the grand waiting area. He spoke slowly. I heard that an auction house has released a series of unique items, and as soon as they're out, they're snatched up by the wealthy. Every item has a starting price of at least $1 million, and the best items sell for exorbitant prices, even a pair of shoes sold for tens of millions. He raised an eyebrow, replying casually, oh really, it used to take months to find a unique piece of equipment. Where did the auction house get it? He replied calmly. I heard a mysterious collector sold off his entire stock. He sighed, his voice heavy. Before true masters, little guys like us can only bid on scraps. After all, they have the hunter's massive treasury to back them up. The system immediately announced, your thunder equipment has been sold. Your 317500 Loxing shields have been sold for 28100. Ye Qing smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes, as his items were indeed highly sought after in this auction. If I'm ever short on cash, I can just sell a few things. In the center of the stage, the host Xin Huan announced, first, let me introduce the rules of the blind auction. All Abyss equipment is unidentified, and could be high quality or complete junk. Therefore, we do not accept returns or exchanges after the auction, and you cannot refuse to pay the auction price for any reason. He excitedly announces, let the blind auction begin. Glistening equipment immediately appears an unappraised ornate ring, with a starting bid of 500,000. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with interest. A rather intriguing ring. He quietly observed from the second floor, knowing the first item auctioned was usually just to warm up the crowd. The real treasures would come later. The chances of failure were high, so no one bid. Yi Qing smirked, lips moving, thinking he might join in and stir things up a bit. Casually resting his chin on his hand, a hint of arrogance flashed across his face as he announced, I bid 1 million. Nearby, Xiaofeng gritted his teeth in displeasure, thinking that the bastard Ye was acting like he was rich. That broken ring was definitely no good. With a bid of 1 million, will anyone go higher? A calm voice echoed through the room. A platinum VIP has made a move. Those who can sit there must be loaded. But he bid 1 million. Could it really be a treasure? He can afford the exorbitant platinum VIP fee, so he must have seen plenty of treasures. Suddenly, a hand raises. I bid 1.1 million. The host excitedly announces, we have a bid for 1.1 million. Bids soared from below 1.2 million, 1.4 million. Then Ye Qing declared 2.5 million, an exorbitant price. He cried out in shock. Platinum, VIP, making a move. This must be good stuff. Xiao Feng's expression shifted, veins popping. Damn it, trying to show off at this auction, are you? I want that equipment too. He immediately stood up, slamming his hand on the table in anger. 3 million. At that price, I'm sure to win. I must have it. He smirked, eyes arrogant, and quietly bid, 4 million, raising the total to 79 million. Hearing this, Xiao Feng was instantly enraged, clenching his fist and pressing it against his head, as his subordinate rushed to stop him. Calm down, boss. An unverified ring isn't worth 40 million. It's already an absurd price. He glared, his voice hardening. This guy's got connections. I underestimated him. If he wants that ring, it must be a treasure. We can't let him have it, Xiao Feng roared, slamming his fist on the table. 5 million. The crowd was immediately abuzz. The 5 million level is usually reserved for guaranteed special-grade equipment. Spending that much on an unidentified ring could bankrupt a small hunting team. He points directly at Ye Qing. What do you think? You, Ye Qing, are just a freelance hunter, with maybe 1 million to your name. How can you compare to me? Especially compared to someone backed by a large hunting party. He paused, his eyes darkening. Ye Qing raised an eyebrow and calmly said, 10 million. Xiao Feng's eyes widened, veins popping with rage. What? Am I hearing things? I don't believe it. How could a freelancer casually bid millions? That's enough to start a decent-sized hunting team. He turned to the host, questioning. I demand a verification of his account. He's clearly bidding maliciously to disrupt the order. Even platinum VIPs must follow the rules or get out. The host loudly confirms the bid, inciting the crowd's fury. He really has millions. Is he some kind of hidden tycoon? Xiao Feng's eyes darken, plotting to not let this self-righteous man look down on him. He frowned, veins popping. He was Lang Xiaofeng, the Blade of Tatus, and he was here to represent the elite hunter team. Xiaofeng glared at Ye Qing with resentment. How could he allow a freelance hunter to trample him? He stood up decisively, his voice stern. 1 million. Hearing this, the man staggered back in shock. 1 million. Ye Qing's eyes were filled with arrogance, knowing that even if he spent all his money on junk, he could still pull out a special piece of equipment worth the same amount the next day. Is that all you've got? Don't let some freelancer look down on you like that. The host loudly announces 100 million once. Xiaofeng's murderous aura erupts intensely. No, he stubbornly bought this ring, even offering an absurd 100 million. Doesn't that mean this ring is a rare treasure? 100 million going twice. Memories flash, but he's not so sure. My perspective differs from most. What you see as worthless, I see as treasure. The manager respectfully replied, You're right this way, please. His eyes flashed with blatant dissatisfaction as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, we've got an expert here. This must be a heaven-defying treasure, otherwise it wouldn't fetch such a price. I must follow this to the main hall. Have the host shout. 100 million, Xiaofeng exclaimed, his eyes resolute. 200 million. The crowd erupts in whispers. How much was that? This man is out of his mind. 200 million could bankrupt a mid-tier hunter team. Isn't that Lang Xiaofeng from Tatus? He's a high-ranking member of that major hunter team. So Tatus is this rich, no wonder. He raised his head arrogantly, his voice taunting. Aren't you supposed to be rich? Don't you like acting like a big shot? Come on, keep bidding. I'll show you the financial power of a major hunting team. Ye Qing breathed out a hint of fatigue in his eyes. You win. This treasure is yours. Xiaofeng looked smug, lifting his chin arrogantly. You think you can compete with me, boy? You're still a long way off. The subordinate looked slightly bewildered. Boss, we're here to bid on equipment for the brothers, but you just spent 200 million on a ring. How are we going to explain this to the chief? He smirked. Don't worry, this is definitely god-tier equipment. I never make mistakes. The host excitedly announces, Congratulations to Lang Xiaofeng from Tatus for winning the ring. Let's give him a round of applause. He smiles faintly, observing grimly unidentified equipment does have a chance of being divine grade, just like the crafting altar. If the altar of creation was a god-tier item with a trashy exterior, then this is the glittering ring that appeared a flashy garbage iron ring with +1 attack. Xiaofeng smirked, his all-seeing eyes wouldn't deceive him because he already knew the appraisal result. He excitedly yelled, Become a divine-grade item for me and open everyone's eyes here. The card gradually disappeared, the appraisal began, and black mist emanated from the ordinary iron ring. He paused, eyes wide with disbelief, his face paling as he realized it was just an iron ring. Enraged, Xiaofeng demanded, It's all that bastard Ye's fault. He made me misjudge. I demand a refund. He immediately turned to the host, smiling obsequiously. That 200 million bid must have been a slip of the tongue. Let's just call it a mistake. What do you say? His expression turned grave, his voice heavy. According to the rules you represent, Tatus, once the transaction is complete, your Santatus Hunter group will have 24 hours to pay all fees, or you and your group will face severe penalties from the World Guild. Even an A+ hunting party would be eliminated or disbanded, and you'll be charged with disrupting the auction and sent to a labor camp as punishment. The host said sternly, Because your bid was so high, we'll send someone to protect you until you pay at the guild. Xiaofeng frantically struggled to break free. Wait a minute. A chorus of disgruntled curses erupts. It's all your fault, you bastard. Yi, all your fault. Everyone who witnessed what happened was horrified, their faces pale. This guy wiped out an entire hunting party without losing a single soldier or drop of blood. Platinum white. Is it really that terrifying? He immediately reverts to his original state, cheerfully announcing, "Alright, let's continue the auction." A special necklace appears, the Wild Transformation Necklace. When worn and the transformation ability is active, the wearer becomes immune to all movement, impairing effects, and cannot be knocked back. When the transformation is active, the wearer gains self-healing abilities. A flicker of interest flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. This wild transformation necklace is practically tailor-made for Ye Zhou. How could he give it away as a small gift? He immediately spoke up, "I bid 1 cent. The crowd immediately erupted in discussion. Platinum is about to make a move on us again. Maybe this is a reverse operation. What if he's tricking us? I heard Lang Tiafong, of the Santa Tus hunters, spent 200 million on junk. Moreover, his freedom is restricted, and he's waiting for his hunting team leader to bail him out. Everyone is wary and on guard, absolutely refusing to follow. Who's dumb enough to bid you guys? I'm not stupid. This platinum guy is obviously a shill for the auction house. Did I say you could stop?" The host trembled with rage, gritting his teeth. Is no one else bidding? In the crowd he mused that this was obviously a scam, and only fools would fall for it. Yi Qing smirked because he had just been mistaken for a fake bidder, so no one bid. Sometimes being misunderstood can be a unique advantage, can't it? He excitedly announced, "Success. Congratulations to the mysterious platinum buyer who purchased this strange HONF necklace for just 1 cent. The crowd was stunned, questioning with dissatisfaction. 1 cent for a special necklace. Damn it, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I bid? He glanced calmly at his phone. This is absurd. A notification popped up. You have earned enough money. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with interest. Next, he had to buy something really good. In the high-rise building, a voice echoed. He says this is the most beautiful building in our community. This is the best property in our Shenfeng city, a luxurious 1000 square meter apartment. Only the wealthy can live here on the top floor, overlooking the city's most prosperous business district, she said politely. You know, this apartment that the city's top earners are fighting over is listed at around 100 million. But compared to that unrealistic option, I'd like to show you a traditional apartment of about 80 square meters. If the loan term is 30 years, it'll be more affordable for the average person. Without hesitation, Ye Qing calmly says, "No need to look, I'll take this one." Her eyes flickered with hesitation as she stammered, "Sir, based on your current credit rating, you can't borrow 100 million. This is only for the wealthy." A hint of arrogance flashed across his face as he declared 100 million in cash paid immediately. Yi Qing's voice was deep, his eyes shifting slightly. "But I have one request. Have everything ready for me by this afternoon. I want to move in right away." Chu Tong excitedly entered the luxurious room. "Big brother, what's going on? I didn't see you this morning, and now you're living in a villa this afternoon. Brother, when will we ever be able to afford a place like this? How much is it a night?" With a hint of pride, Ye Feng spoke with an arrogant tone. "This place is spacious, so even if Ye Chu transforms, she won't have to worry about breaking the roof. Anyway, I bought it in your name, so if you break it, I'll just buy you another one." Ye Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he buy this house for me? He looked around in bewilderment, realizing just how huge it was. His voice even echoed. He gazed grimly at the city lights, vowing she would never suffer again. A flicker of doubt crosses her eyes. Yi Qing seems different today. He turned slightly, replying calmly, "Just getting some air." Yi Qing raises an eyebrow, lowering his voice. "You see, even buying a place in the best location, the air still feels polluted. I can see the effort you've put into changing your circumstances. You should be happy." Xingran smiled gently. "Congratulations again on officially becoming a hunter. We said we'd celebrate today, so don't be so serious." He calmly replied, "Thank you." A sparkling gem appeared, a gift for him. Yi Qing paused, stunned. "This stone?" Tingran smiled brightly. "That's right, I thought about a gift today, so I'm giving this back to you. I've kept this starstone carefully for many years, wearing it every time I descend into the abyss." She quietly gazed at the prosperous city at night. "It constantly reminds me that I'm in this world, and that there are people who defy the status quo and never accept fate's arrangements. Even if it costs me my life, I must defy fate. So I believe wearing it will bring me luck, so I can overcome any challenge safely." He smirked. Surviving really does require luck. She turned to face Yi Qing, speaking sincerely. "But since he said it's easier to convince them with strength, rather than making them believe in our relationship. So I understand now that escaping unscathed isn't just luck, is it? It never has been." He enthusiastically agreed, believing direct action would be more effective than persuasion. "Only by standing before them alive can you silence them without a word." Jingran said softly, "Yes, that's what I like about you. Whenever I try to prove myself as a hunter, I'm just labeled as a member of the Liu family. They'd rather believe in my family's status than accept the results of my own efforts. I simply want to be respected for my own abilities, and one day say the same to my siblings. So I should be the one saying thank you." Yi Qing quietly listened to her heart. "In terms of value, this crystal is worthless. But Ye Qing, your worth, like this crystal, cannot be measured in money. Xingran's eyes shifted slightly. So whether it's a mansion or a rented house, a luxury car or a shared bike, I value you. The person I like is still a super strong esper. Hearing this, he calmly responded. It's true that suddenly becoming rich isn't as interesting as red wine and steak. I probably prefer street life with barbecue and beer, but I really do need a lot of money. She had said that once before. Yi Qing gripped the shimmering stone, his voice low and sincere. If I had more money, I could form my own hunting party, right? She paused, stunned. That's right, becoming a hunter squad leader takes a lot of money. His eyes immediately darkened, filled with fervor. I want to form a hunting party and truly venture into the abyss to challenge it. I can't become strong alone. As she said, Ye Qing held up a special device. If I can't adapt to the rules of this world's game, then His eyes shifted, a flash of determination and confidence crossing his face. He would have to become the rule of this world. Even at night, the buildings were brightly lit. Yi Qing slowly walks to the municipal waste collection point. Even in a luxury complex like Fan Nan, taking out the trash is a real pain. Not only does he have to take the elevator downstairs, but the nearest trash can is over 100 meters away. Do rich people not take out the trash? Where did Fap Hung come from to question him? Whose servant is this, not knowing the rules? He grumbled, saying there's a designated area for servants to dispose of trash outside the complex, so don't act ignorant of the rules. Taking the filth outside. If outsiders see us, they'll think we're living with those lowlifes. Yi Qing simply smiled and explained, I'm not a servant. I'm the new owner here. Fap Hung scornfully eyed Yi Qing's outstretched hand and unexpectedly placed a banana peel in it. At this point, Fap Hung was still convinced that this was a wealthy area, so how could the owner take out the trash himself? He must be the help. He turned and ordered, clean up all the trash around here, and don't let me see you again. Yi Qing sighed softly, feeling helpless against the violence. He decided to give this guy a taste of his own medicine. As Fap Hung was restrained, he cried out, What's going on? With a murderous look, Ye Qing throws him. You dragged him over here, so you pick him up. Yi Qing slams Fa Xiong's head into the ground, who grits his teeth and says, How dare a low-level servant like you lay a hand on me? Despite his tough talk, Fa Xiong trembled at Ye Qing's feet. A notification appeared, target suppressed by force, unable to use combat abilities. Yi Qing looks down and shouts, I said so. He controls the sphere in his hand, forcing Fa Xiong to kneel on the ground. Yi Qing repeats, Pick it up for me. Fa Xiong still wants to fight back. How dare you talk to me like that? The system announces that Titan's power briefly explodes, increasing enhancement tenfold and potentially removing body control skills, but Ye Qing quickly negates that fleeting glory. The Titan's control nullifying effect is ineffective against legendary level control skills. How could this nobody possess legendary control skills? Yi Qing helpfully explains, gravity distortion is a skill learned from a legendary monster, so naturally it's stronger than skills learned from job talents. It's no exaggeration to call it a legendary skill. 1,000 questions raced through Fa Xiong's mind. This kid didn't seem like a powerhouse. Could he be a support class? No wonder I was taken down by a sneak attack from some trash support kid when I was already fighting back. Yi Qing, unconcerned, simply reminded him to hurry up. Fap Hung, pinned to the ground, cried out in pain, finally admitting defeat. I finished off Fap Hung with a final blow, sending him flying into the trash can, saving Ye Qing the trouble. Disgusted, Ye Qing left, realizing that even in the wealthy district, trouble was never far away. The voice on the other end of the line said, Hey bro, where'd you go? This house is too big. I can't find you. Yi Qing replied that he had just gone downstairs to take out the trash and remembered something he wanted to get from his old house. The other person was surprised. His old house. Wasn't it supposed to be cleared out by the landlord? Ye Qing brushed it off, saying he just forgot some things and came back to get them. That day was beautiful and sunny, and Ye Qing finally returned to his beloved home, collapsing comfortably onto the couch, knowing the lottery win was worth it, since his old home was still the most comfortable place to be. The landlord replied, I can't rent this place to you anymore. Even if you pay, this building no longer belongs to me. Just now, a big client bought all the land and paid over 50 years of rent in one go. I don't intend to hide it. Ye Qing, that person is me, and now this land is mine. Later, at the World Guild headquarters during a conference, Scarface was surprised to learn that Tatis had been swindled out of 200 million in an auction. The masked man replies. Tatis then used his personal name to illegally bid in the auction, shifting the blame to Lan Xiaofeng. Tatis has completely severed all responsibility, leaving Scarface concerned. Tatis is a guild we're focused on supporting, and I don't want to cause trouble right now. Have you identified this person yet? The mask responded. He appeared in the hunter exam and was recently licensed as a full-time hunter. According to our records, he also has close ties to another guild. The Crimson Pledge Society was annihilated. Mask projects Ye Qing's information showing that they've recorded his mana fluctuations from the appraisal stone. He recalled Kaiser comparing the magic traces left at Sierra's death with those from the examination, and the conclusion was shockingly consistent. Scarface wondered, is he a special class advancement? The mask explains. A special class doesn't appear in the job change scroll, and it's likely to destroy the job system. It'll probably cause unprecedented chaos to the rules of the game we created. If we can't control it with rules, we'll make it the enemy of the rules. Scarface affirmed. Don't worry, he'll have to play by our rules. He was extremely confident, declaring that they were the gods of this era, and that the order created by gods meant everyone had their role to play. One morning in the waiting room, Yi Qing held out a token to the receptionist, stating his intention to form a hunter team, to which the receptionist asked if he was aware of the requirements. The establishment fee is 50 million paid in one lump sum to the World Association, she added. You also need to have sufficient team management skills, like a licensed hunter. Each hunter group can only enter the abyss that the World Association allows to be explored and led. Following these principles, Ye Qing calmly states that money is easy and he can transfer it. The receptionist immediately chimed in, explaining that many newly certified hunters were lining up in the hall to fill out volunteer forms, and that he could recruit members for his team there to form a hunting party. So today, you need to recruit at least 4 more members. The information board shows House of the Ragpicker registered members 1 rank E, current status recruiting. No one's interested. Who starts a hunting party this late in the season? What is that? Even the name sounds awful. No one would want to join such a small hunting party, especially since it's a one-man team with an E-rank designation. So based on the system's allocation, your hunter team will operate in E-level areas, the lowest level of resource recovery, and won't be able to participate in abyss hunts. Aside from legally defined activities, your hunter group can only play a supporting role to a main hunter team. So it's back to the old job of picking up trash. Fap Hung never learns, and here he comes to taunt me saying he just saw me taking out the trash downstairs. This time you're really going to be picking up trash. You're a yay right. Fa Xiong laughs maniacally. Today I'll show you what it feels like to be slapped in the face. You'll pay dearly for insulting me. Today I'll make you eat shit, wag your tail, and enjoy every bite. The onlookers buzzed with excitement. Was Fap Hung, not the son of Elder Fap Thien Lan. I heard he recently formed his own hunting team. What was it called again? It's Heart Hunters. That's right, Heart Hunters. Fa Tianlan's father greenlit Heart Hunt's A-rank hunter license, and veteran hunting parties congratulated them on entering the most fertile abyss for hunting. Anyone who offended Fa Tianlan would face terrible consequences assigned to the worst jobs, and even struggle to recruit members. Barely forming Team E, they already face disbandment. Ye Qing maintains a calm demeanor. I'm here to recruit my own members. That's none of your business, Fa Xiong, and we can settle personal matters elsewhere. Fa Xiong continues to escalate things. Settle your affairs. This young master doesn't care about that. Wouldn't this be easy to solve? If you kneel before me and Shuji Rijue and lick the heart I discard, I'll give you a chance to recruit enough people. Otherwise, I, Fa Xiong, will order your hunting party disbanded today. Frankly, you're not even worth recycling. Furious Fa Hong lunged forward. You dare act so arrogant in front of me. 2 underlings desperately try to restrain him. Boss, there are too many people here. Don't get worked up. He's not worth your anger. Let's just wait for them to disband when they can't find enough members. Just then, Chu Tong stepped forward. Boss, I heard you're starting a hunting team, so I rushed over here. I want to join your team. An underling exclaims, Isn't that Chu Tong? He was in my hunting party for a while, but he's just a poet, completely useless. What useless trash? Chu Tong continued from behind. Boss, I want to be the first to join. Haven't you passed the test yet? Ye Qing asked, confused. A melee fighter who can control the situation should be in high demand. Right. You're still worried about not finding a hunter team. Chu Tong reveals that perhaps it's because he joined a private hunting team and his reputation isn't great, so teams don't want to accept someone like him, yet his face is full of life. But if you'll have me, I'll walk through fire for you. Yi Qing remains skeptical after all this searching. No hunter team wants him. Zhu Tong whispered closely. I was just looking around to get a feel for the recruitment situation of the big hunting teams, and that's how I found out you offended Fa Xiong. Your hunting team's future will be very narrow. I remember that legendary token should at least be for a B-rank team, but it's been downgraded to E-rank definitely because of that fat bear. Ye Qing suggested even if it's just scavenging, it's a good job for us. It doesn't matter if it's E-rank or B-rank. He analyzes that, conversely, the truly dangerous work requires direct confrontation with monsters and must be done by those who consider themselves the main force, while cleaning up the aftermath will be done by us, which is also good. Zhu Tong wondered. But wouldn't the truly valuable items always go to the main force? How much can we really earn from scavenging? The boss suddenly got rich. He must have used some kind of trick. Ye Qing revealed, even with money, there are still problems that can't be solved. The only thing they recognize is their own strength, and Popeye's grand declaration cuts off their conversation. I won't elaborate further. A-rank hunters know this is a symbol of true strength. I am Fa Xiong, leader of the Heart Hunter Squad, and today I'm recruiting 10 new members. Remember, I only choose the best of the best. If you're not up to par, don't bother joining the fun. Hunters rushed in one after another. Level 41, Hunter reporting for duty. A level 46 healer requesting permission to join. and a level 49 warrior wanting to enlist. Zhu Tong sees right through them. These old-timers are just trying to curry favor with Fa Xiong's father. Everyone knows his father manages the hunter teams here. These almost level 50 guys aren't rookies, they're just a bunch of flatterers. Just then, Fa Xiong's underling noticed him. "Hey brother Fa, look over there, it's the newest rookie Yi Ling. A lot of hunter teams want her." In the distance, Yi Ling complained. "Only 2 teams to choose from today." Dissatisfied, she muttered. "When did the House of the Ragtag become a hunting team?" Chu Tong also notices her a beautiful mage participating in the hunter exam. Is she here to find a team too? Ye Qing recognizes her immediately, the one who can instantly unleash flame magic. Chu Tong proudly explains, "I have some connections with her. She's practically monopolizing all the transportation out of our abyss. We've practically got this in the bag because she's really strong. How about I try to invite her to our team?" Ye Qing suggests. "Step aside." Chu Tong confidently strode forward, reassuring him. Unexpectedly, Fap Hung arrives, first blocking the beautiful woman's path, and starts pitching her like a salesman. "Unfortunately, there are only 2 hunter groups to choose from today, and I am Fap Hung, leader of the hunter squad. Please allow me to sincerely invite you to join my team. Having a beautiful woman join will surely add color to my hunting party, while that old man's house is a trash option no one would choose." Zhu Tong is frustrated with himself, realizing he's been beaten to the punch by the other hunters. Yi Ling refuses him outright, saying she already has another goal in mind. Fa Xiong can't believe he's been rejected. Why would she want to join those garbage collectors? Isn't he just an E rank? Why would a talented mage like you join a scavenger team? There's no room for your talent in that garbage collecting squad. Yi Ling approached Ye Qing, the home of the quantifiers. "I like that name." Chu Tong waved from the side. "Remember me, it's Chu Tong. We met not long ago." Yi Ling cuts straight to the chase. "Let me join your hunter team. My name is Yi Ling, a fire elemental mage." Ye Qing introduced himself as well. "Ye Qing." Zhu Tong happily follows. "My name is Zhu Tong." Yi Qing shakes Yi Ling's hand, saying their trigonometrical home always welcomes everyone. The handshake lingered a bit too long, making Yi Ling slightly embarrassed, and she quickly turned away. "Isn't anyone hungry?" Yi Qing asked. "Let's order while we wait." He waved his hand. "Can I order food here?" The receptionist replied, "Yes you can." Yi Qing looked at the menu, his eyes widening at the prices. Meanwhile, all Yi Ling could think about was food, ordering one of everything, while Fa Xiong was still in shock. What's going on? Why did she refuse? Is his underling comforting Fap? There's definitely something wrong with this woman. Our team doesn't need another magic user anyway. Just then, a large figure cut in. "Excuse me, I'll just squeeze through. This must be a big shot to make them look like they've seen a ghost." Yi Ling and Zhou Tong, who were eating heartily, noticed the man. It was Wu Ming who had entered, causing a stir among the crowd. "Where's the priest? I want to perform an exorcism." And so the rumors spread. "That man is different. He dooms all his teammates. Wu Ming is definitely bad luck. Anyone associated with him will meet a terrible end. He's a cursed harbinger of death," an iconic figure Ye Qing recognized instantly. Wu Ming approaches, "And I happened to see you at the World Guild, realizing that it seems we still have a match to settle." Yi Qing smiles knowingly. "My hunter party is recruiting, and now you suddenly appear. Could it be? Are you interested?" Wu Ming nonchalantly took a piece of cake and put it in his mouth, causing Yi Ling to burst into tears. "My pastry," Wu Ming continued. "If I were interested, would you dare accept me?" At this point, the system registered him as unlucky, and the curse's effects would extend to all nearby creatures. According to them, when luck decreases, it's not only easy to fail checks and take fatal blows, but the equipment dropped will be terrible. Fap Hung's subordinate said, "You see, after all these years, Vo Min hasn't worn any equipment, definitely, because he's extremely unlucky. Any equipment he picks up is just trash." Fa Xiong chimes in. "No one would want to be on the same team as a guy like that." Yi Qing wonders if his reduced luck stat will cause the items he drops to become trash. Wu Ming, munching on a pastry, replies, "Huh, why do you ask? I suppose it's possible." He confessed, "I make my living by skimming commissions from my clients. As long as the reward is great enough, I don't even look at the equipment dropped by monsters until they're all awakened." But for others, Yi Ling's rage is infuriating. Zhu Tong tried to dissuade him, telling him to calm down, but Ye Qing was intrigued. "Excellent. Reach out your hand and join my hunting party. My team needs special talents like you." Yi Qing thinks that the worse the equipment drops, the better the final quality will be for him. Wu Ming can lower the quality of dropped equipment, increasing his chances of getting the best quality. Fa Xiong scoffs, "You want that? Crazy bastard." The lackey laughed, wondering how desperate they were to need someone whose luck would drag the whole team down. Fa Xiong continued befitting his name as a scavenger, picking up what no one wants. Wu Ming calmly declared that his team would be swallowed by the abyss and die like dust in the wind. "But before that happens, Yi Qing, you'll die by my hand." And with that, Wu Ming extended his hand, and I chose to join the team. Yi Qing looks smug. He's in for a world of disappointment. "I won't let the abyss take anyone else." "We shall see." The cloaked subordinate mused. "He seems strong," the black-haired subordinate added. "Every time his team is wiped out in the abyss, only he returns." They call him the Cursed One since every team he's been on has a 100% annihilation rate. Fa Xiong couldn't believe his ears. Someone like that dared to accept. He scoffed, thinking, Ye Qing must be recruiting idiots or psychos. Who would join his team? Meanwhile, Yi Ling cries out in anger, "You dare touch my cake, I'll beat you to death," to which Wu Ming calmly replies, "Captain, I'm hungry." Ye Qing shouts for the waiter to bring the food. Chu Tong awkwardly tries to defuse the situation, saying, "Alright, let's not argue, we're all teammates now." Yi Qing happily announces that the team has recruited 3 members, Yi Ling, Wu Ming, and Zhou Tong. With 1 more member, we'll meet the minimum requirement and be eligible for a hunter team permit. Time passes and it's already afternoon, but the team still only consists of the 4 of them. Chu Tong begins to worry. "Our popularity doesn't seem to be very good," Yi Ling lamented. "More precisely, it's because of the 2 of you that our popularity is so low. See what I mean? Time's running out. If you don't have enough team members, your application will be nullified, and I'll make sure the review board rejects any future applications due to character flaws." Incapable of forming a hunter team, he smugly declares, "From today on, not only will you not be a team leader, but even with a hunter's license, you'll face restrictions. This is the punishment for offending me. How does it feel?" "Diep Khan, you're regretting this now, aren't you?" But Diep Khan unexpectedly retorted, "My team is already full, of course." Fa Xiong froze for 5 seconds. Enough people. He listed each person, just a bunch of weaklings. Fa Hong was even more delighted and continued. "The dumb girl, Wai Ling," Fa Peng shouts. "A nameless jinx and an idiot, clearly someone's missing. Can't you count to 4 or 5? Yi Qing sneered contemptuously. It was those 5 idiots. A figure entered, stunning everyone into silence. "Sorry, I was trapped in the abyss and almost lost half my life, but luckily, I made it out alive. If anyone's to blame, it's you for rushing the announcement, leaving me unprepared." After introducing herself, Xingran concludes, "Oh well, whatever it is, count me in." The crowd murmurs in disbelief. Liu Xingran, the buzzcut man explains, is from the Liu Corporation, one of the World Association's sponsors, and even as the youngest member of the family, holds a top position. Fa Xiong's eyes widened. How could these 2 be on the same team? Weren't people like them headhunted by top-tier hunter teams long ago? The buzzcut man explained, Liu Xingran is a notorious rebel. After refusing the family's cultivation plan, he no longer receives special resources. But even if he's not valued by the Liu family, he doesn't need to join a trash hunter team. So I guess this Ye Qing guy really does have some skill. Fa Xiong didn't want to admit any skill. He only knew some tricks, and if he hadn't attacked first last night, he'd be lying in the hospital today. "Let's go," the subordinate asked his boss. "The mediocre hunters assigned by the association haven't arrived yet. Should we wait a little longer? We'll take on the A-rank quests, which only drop top-tier items, so there's no scraps for the dullards to scavenge. Currently, 5 people have registered for E-rank, and Ye Qing has been licensed as the leader, with Wu Ming, Zhou Tong, Yi Ling, and Liu Xiran as members. Next, the scavenger's house can accept E-rank missions." Ye Qing slammed a hand on the table. "I'm applying to hunt with you in the A-rank abyss, and I'll take full responsibility for the cleanup." Fa Xiong smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was furious. "How could a hunting team like yours with an E-class license possibly carry out my A-class mission?" Yi Qing calmly replies that E-class is just the business scope, but there's no limit to the level of the abyss. "If there's a spot open on the cleanup crew, why can't I apply?" The receptionist announces that the application has been approved. The House of Trigonometry, licensed to participate in the mission with STM, caused Fa Peng to explode. "How dare you exploit this loophole in the rules?" Ye Qing smirked. "So why don't we put aside our prejudices this time, and cooperate? After all, this is an A-rank abyss, with generous rewards." Fa Hong immediately retracted his hand. "If you want to pick up my scraps, so be it." He reluctantly leaves, thinking he'll leave some scraps for him to pick up. "That bastard." Yi Qing is completely unharmed. "Then I shall respectfully obey." Team leader Chu Tong asked uneasily. "Big brother, are you really willing to be his workhorse?" Ye Qing Zhen explained. "Of course not. Only with the identity of a diminisher can you participate in any abyss hunting mission without restrictions." He continued, "Even with the worst aptitude, you have a chance to enter the highest level of the abyss as support. That's clearly an advantage." Chu Tong was enlightened. "No wonder, big brother." Yi Qing reasons that if becoming a null perception is part of the plan, then his cooperation with Sim is purely coincidental. He chuckles because Sim's mission also includes the Breakystone Black Tower key, leaving Xingran in shock. Yi Qing continues his analysis. The guild's announcement indicates there's a black iron key in a certain abyss hunting mission. STM must have received special treatment to get such a good job. Wu Ming adds that the Black Tower key is the ticket to challenge the Black Tower, and challengers will receive rewards based on the number of floors they climb, for example, removing curses and curing incurable diseases. Yi Ling also has some knowledge, even resurrecting those who died in the abyss. "I know countless hunter groups have tried their best to find the Black Tower's key from the abyss gates around the world, but very few have managed to obtain it and enter the Black Tower." Xingran adds, with no exceptions, all of them have become the strongest beings just like my siblings. Zhu Tong was confused. Everyone seemed to know about the Black Tower key, but why was he the only one in the dark? I just want to know if this key can turn me into a superstar in seconds, the others replied in unison. Sorry, you can only rely on your true strength. Zhu Tong sighs in disappointment. How boring. I guess I'll just have to get stronger, that's the only way to shut everyone up. Yi Qing was extremely determined. Now it's right in front of us. If we're lucky, we might find the key to the Black Tower first. Either way, the Heart Hunt team, taking the lead, will buy us time to find the hidden room. Xingran's eyes lit up. So this was all part of your plan, including my appearance, Ye Qing candidly admits. Of course not. I figured the Horn Tribe's home would easily gather enough people. But his words stunned everyone, catching them completely off guard. After a convoluted recruitment process, they arrived at the location for their A-rank Abyss mission, emerging one by one from a purple black hole at the connived entrance. Zhu Tong speaks up. First of all, she can actually see the sky and the abyss. She's skipping around like she's on vacation. I can't believe it. Aren't abysses supposed to be closed off like dungeons? Yi Qing replies. Sometimes abysses open up that have no concept of home nor any directional guidance. These types of abysses are extremely dangerous. If you can't find your way back, you'll be completely lost inside. Sand, I hate sand. Yi Qing turned around startled. What are you girls wearing? Xingran replied. Don't you know how damaging the sun can be to a girl's skin? Yiling explains. It's for sun protection, they sing as they stride forward. Adrift in the desert, I wander alone. An endless wilderness where dreams ignite. My soul wants to fly through the sky, chasing the wind, while things get tense with Fap Hung. Damn it, I love this kind of vast terrain for finding targets. The mission must go far. Fap revealed that, according to information, the center point of this abyss is located at the desert fortress Oasis. Confused Fap Hung asked, On? Oasis. You're questioning life, not even seeing green on the way, and no monsters appear to fight, and this is rated an A-level abyss. Soon after, the group got into a fight, as Fap Hung wished. In this vast landscape, aerial monsters have a natural advantage against us hiding behind you, a flunky exclaimed in alarm. Why don't you scavengers find a deserted place to hide? Do you have a death wish? Ye Qing replied calmly. What's there to fear? Birdmen can barely do any damage, other than grabbing people and dropping them from the sky. Xingran added insult to injury, saying anyone who got caught was just too slow. At this, the man in golden armor shouted, How dare support members mock the main force of the Heart Hunters? The fact that our boss even acknowledges you weaklings is already a great honor. What are you bragging about? A flock of vultures swoops down, eager to devour them. And so they charged forth, determined to exterminate the birdmen, one of them firing an arrow at a bird. But this only enraged it further, and the bird snatched up the archer. The archer screamed, It's got me, help me, you bastard. The man in golden armor rushed over, but fate had other plans. He lamented, Damn it, so close. Yi Ling sensed this was her moment to strike. In an instant, the bird exploded like a time bomb, sending the archer plummeting to a miserable landing. From above, Yi Ling scoffs at the archer, thinking that not all Heart Hunters are elites, some are just there to fill the ranks. The archer, enraged at his own savior, blames them for his distraction, claiming he could have dodged it. Yi Qing coldly retorts that he's quick to blame others for his own poor movement. Is this the style of the Hunter Squad's main force? The bird people haven't given up and they're rushing towards the Hunter Squad, who are in a frenzy. Ignoring him, Ken knew it was his own fault this time. Let's see just how lightly he can move. Yi Qing remained fearless, silently gazing at the sky. The birdmen swooped down, drooling. They must be starving. They never learn until it's too late, so don't blame Ye Qing for drawing his sword so quickly. The golden-armored man wondered what just happened as the archer trembled, realizing he was done for with a single strike, or so he deluded himself. Luck, you just got lucky and hit some weak spot. I could do that easily too. The bird suddenly screeches, startling the archer. Damn it. He was making such a racket, help me. Yi Qing stepped forward and crushed it with his foot. He explained that the harpy was extremely sensitive to noise, and shouting would only attract more of them. If they didn't want trouble, they should shut up and keep moving. The remaining harpies were no match for Fap Hung and his men, who quickly decimated them. At that moment, a mage unleashed a surge of electricity, ending everything, and the bird folk seemed terrified of the energy. They flee, to escape the energy, and Fa Zhong's pride is wounded. Who recruited this knight and warrior? Quite the talented pair. Once the mission's over, kick Su Liexin out of the group immediately. We don't keep fools around. Fa Jiao answered. Understood. Boss, are we really safe? Zhou Tong asked, looking around worriedly. Is it really safe? Is it really safe? Are we really safe? Yi Qing reassures him, saying it must have been that unlucky knight shouting too loudly, making him a prime target. Xingran added that, while these monsters aren't strong, they prioritize attacking loudmouth awakened ones like warriors who need to chant spells. Poet Zhou Tong paled in fear, realizing he was exactly that type. Xingran continues, explaining that they can easily break through the defenses of tank classes, making back-row damage dealers especially vulnerable. Zhu Tong wishes he could sew his mouth shut and immediately clams up. The mage confidently declared that the harpy wouldn't dare approach again after being frightened, but was immediately proven wrong. The crowd is on edge. What's going on? Earthquake, Xing. Lian wondered. No, the harpy wasn't scared off. She must have encountered a stronger opponent. From afar, a cloud of dust billows as a horde of orgs stampedes forward. They bared their sharp teeth and roared, each org, armed with a weapon. Seeing this, Fa Xiong shouts that they're man-eating demons and tells the healing squad to fall back. Meet shields to the front. Vanguard teams spread out and find their magic users. Seeing the figures on the cliff, Fa Xiong muttered, I'm a professional commander, capable of leading over 20 people at once. Yiqing Wu Ming stood there, face unchanged, while Xing Ran crossed her arms, grinding her teeth in anger, and Yi Ling continued to observe the orgs. There's so many. Zhu Tong trembled, collapsing to the ground, when suddenly someone shouted, let this trash see the true power of the Heart Hunters. Understood. Fap Hung takes the lead, lining up to face the org horde. He shot forward like an arrow, sword in hand, shouting Titan strength. Fap Hung, after beheading an org member, seemed pleased, arrogantly looking at the org crowd. How lovely. Meanwhile, Yiling suddenly spoke up. Aren't we going to join the fight? A frightened Zhu Tong stood beside her. There's too many. It's scary. I want to go home. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Yiling smacked him on the head. Didn't you say you wanted to be stronger? Yi Qing turned away, ignoring the figure flying towards them. Fa Hung loves to show off, so let him, we'll just pick up the scraps. Suddenly, an org lies defeated before Ye Qing and the others. It bared its fangs and roared, face twisted in rage, but before it could attack, an explosion stole its life. Ye Qing watched this scene, anger rising within him. Is he doing this on purpose? Fa Xiong turns back with a beaming smile. Oh, he's still alive. Clean up this mess. You're here to pick up trash for me. Pieces of equipment appeared before Ye Qing, all of them trash quality. The 4 party members looked at Wu Ming, reminding him that his luck value was dropping. Zhu Tong picked up a shield, something that Hunter Heart would probably have discarded. I heard they only pick up purple-grade equipment or higher. Look at this, it's all gray, not even white. Yi Qing picked up the cards, his eyes gleaming as if he were looking at money. Our goal is to collect this gray equipment. It's very useful to me. Meanwhile, the battle-worn magic bear began to notice something strange. Not a single piece of blue-grade equipment had dropped. Stranger still, not only could they not land critical hits, but all the equipment was just gray trash. Fa Sum roared as he looked at the 2 cards that dropped from the ogre he just killed, worthless even in his dreams. Fap Jiao, while casting spells on the ogres, turned and said, it's a bit strange. To be precise, not only can't we deal critical damage, but even the ogres can't crit. Trembling, Fap Hung picked up the 2 swords, his face darkening. Damn it, his luck stat is completely useless here. Yi Qing watches the orgs in the distance. The main force of monsters doesn't seem to be charging in with full force, which feels strange. Xingran adds that monsters are supposed to be mindless, and they should attack hunters who enter their territory without hesitation. Tilting his head, he muttered, ever since encountering the dark spirit in the hunter exam, I've sensed something strange. Some monsters can communicate using language. Yi Qing pointed into the distance. Look, those 2 ogres are actually talking to each other in the dust. While Fap Hung directed the battle, ordering warriors to hold the line and healers to reinforce the tanks, he blocked an org's attack with his shield, as archers took aim from behind, gleefully felling one after another. Suddenly the ground behind them cracked open. By the time anyone noticed, they cried, what? Behind you, watch out. The ogre crawled up from underground, muttering something. 2, who couldn't escape, were ensnared by the ogre's net. They cried out, the enemy is attacking. Our rearguard, help us. Seeing this, Fap Jiao was stunned. Boss, our rearguard is in danger, should we counterattack? Turning his back, Sword Saint was ready for battle. Fools, we must continue to attack and advance. Swordmaster was worried, but what about the members behind them? Hearing this, Fa Xiong immediately shouted, just expose those damned extras to them, redirect the hatred there. We only care about attacking the front, don't stop. The figure in the brown cloak in the net took out a smoke bomb. Understood. The remaining fatty also took out a smoke bomb and shouted, Roger that. They threw the bombs into the air simultaneously, creating a cloud of purple smoke. The smoke spread, resetting the ogre's aggression, leaving them momentarily stunned, their target lost. From behind, Ye Qing's group laughter and cheerful voices can be heard, and the ogrex upon hearing it turn back with eyes shining like stars. One of them excitedly points to the sky and babbles in their language, and the ogre turn and run towards Ye Qing's group. Wu Ming lowered his head, noticing something approaching from below. Chu Tong beside him also peered down. Are those the monsters left up ahead? Yiling couldn't wait, and a fireball already formed in her hand. No, it feels more like it was deliberately brought here. Xingran laughs amused, saying they haven't had a chance to fight since entering the abyss, so it's their turn to show their strength. Yi Qing approached and put his hands on their shoulders. Everyone, don't stop moving. Conserve your magic and health, and only fight if absolutely necessary. Yiling wondered why they weren't using magic, as Ye Qing stepped forward to observe, realizing the ogres seemed to be luring them into a trap. Let the main force heart hunters test them first. He slings his sword over his shoulder, another in his hand, and reminds everyone, defense behind me is enough. No sooner were the words out of his mouth, than Ye Qing shot off like a rocket. He fell like an arrow, and an ORG noticing him, pointed to the sky, as a net shot up trying to catch him. But in a flash, Ye Qing's figure became nothing more than an after-image before the ORGs. Suddenly, he reappeared behind them, his aura so intense that it made them tremble. They turned to see the source of the terrifying aura, and Ye Qing sent one of the ORGs flying with a single blow. His two comrades seeing this rushed to attack him, but Ye Qing simply leaped into the air, dodging their blows. His sword moved with deadly intent, and Ye Qing landed, having dispatched the two orgs before him. Yiling watches from above, full of admiration, while Xingran beside her is in disbelief. Has Ye Qing gotten even stronger in just a few days? Ye Qing moves like a dancer, gracefully weaving through the ORGs, one person comments. He's so fast I can't even follow his movements. The swords in his hands are like divine weapons, and the ORGs scream wherever Ye Qing goes. Limbs and heads were sent flying like toys as Ye Qing continued his rampage, the remaining ORG trembling at the sight of him, as if he were death incarnate. Fear plastered on their faces, they cried, and turned to flee. Ye Qing looks at the ORG in confusion, wondering why they're running. Meanwhile, back with Fapshom, the ones who threw the smoke bombs were gloating, thinking those weaklings would have a hard time. Thanks to their sacrifice, we can fight safely. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed as the ORG turned and charged toward the Dharma bears, instantly wiping the smiles from their faces. No, this can't be happening. By the time they realized it, the ogre were upon them. Are those damned ORGs turning back to kill us? The archer starts firing, but it's no use. From behind, the thick dust and smoke, piercing screams echoed out. Help me, but Ye Qing, hearing the cries, remained calm. Indeed, unlike other monsters, they seem to target the weak first and retreat when faced with an overwhelmingly strong opponent. These orcs actually have some intelligence. Over there, the shield bearer is stunned, his mouth agape. From the dust, a massive club advances. A hulking ogre wielding the club slams it down on the shield user, crushing him in one blow. A member of Biopwung's team shouts in disbelief. MT was killed that easily. Furious, Fap Hung turned and berated the team's healer. Why weren't you watching the MT's health bar? Sweat pouring down his face, he stammered. I didn't even see his health bar change. It was just one hit, and he was gone. From the dust and smoke, a massive figure advances, its foot finally visible before Fap Hung's team. The hulking ORG is Opma, carrying the smaller ORG on its back, who gleefully wields a magic staff. Following them were two figures emerging from the dust, making Fap Hung's team look like ants. Fap Hung gazed up at the ORGs, momentarily faltering. These elite orc warriors are too strong, and there are too many raiders. It's like two completely different difficulty levels. He quickly turned and shouted a reminder to reorganize the ranks and maintain formation. Seeing the scene unfold, Fa Xiong's pupils contracted violently, a sneak attack from behind his formation, surrounded by orgs and the raiding orcs, cutting off their rear. We're surrounded by demons. From afar, Ye Qing muttered, as he watched the chaos, realizing the orc raid was just bait. On the battlefield, a massive explosion shook the area, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the orgs. Fap Hung leaps into the air, wielding his two swords, and descends upon the org horde like a whirlwind of death. Fa Hung stopped before the ogre carrying Octella on its shoulders, laughing maniacally with a triumphant tone. What giant blind beast, before my titanic power, you're all just trash. The two orcs before Fap Hung grinned, seemingly understanding him, prompting him to leap forward, sword in hand. Dai, the sword of Dharma bear, is ready, and Atma's fist is swung. The two forces collided, creating a significant tremor, and Fap Hung was sent flying by Atma's fist. Emerging from the rubble, Fap Hung sees his arms and sword are nearly black. How could this thing possess such immense power? Fap Hung's pupils contracted as he witnessed the horror. Atma gave him no time to question, lunging forward as if to punt him. Fap Hung's face collided directly with Atma's massive foot, sending him flying. Amidst the rubble, Fap Hung lay defeated, covered in grime and bloodied. The sight sent shivers down Fap Jiao and the rest of the team. As their leader struggled to rise, the org captain approached and someone yelled, "Send reinforcements." The team braves the danger, rushing onto the battlefield to protect their captain. With the nearby ORGs dealt with, he could finally stand unsteadily as the archer screamed and shot down the ORG in front of him. Die, you wretched beasts. Ayala, with her staff in hand, begins to unleash her skill. From her staff, lightning strikes the ogre that the archer shot in the head. Its eyes glow red, and despite the arrow in its head, it's still alive. Fueled by some unknown power, it charges like an arrow, grabbing the archer and causing him to scream, "Shouldn't it be dead?" The other org corpses struck by lightning were swelling at an alarming rate, and the orange-haired girl looked back as someone screamed. What is this? How can it still move? The org corpse on the ground swelled, grotesquely, glowing like a bomb. The orange-haired girl finally realized what was happening and shouted, "This is bad, it's necromancy, it's dangerous," just as explosions began to erupt. Screams echoed through the air. Damn it. Someone yelled to Fap Hung, "The healing can't keep up." Hearing this, he ordered his team, "Throw the grudge, erasing smoke, retreat, retreat, retreat." Hearing the order, Fa Jiao and the others threw smoke bombs into the air, yelling, "Retreat now." Ye Qing watched the smoke bombs explode in the sky from afar, muttering, turning corpses into bombs. It seems to be necromancy. He turned to those on the cliff face and warned, "Everyone stay away from all the corpses." A half-dead orgy crawled to Ye Qing's feet, startling him slightly. Ye Qing looked at it with disgust and coldly commanded recall. Hands emerged from the ground, seizing the org, and the remaining corpses were dragged down and devoured. With the battlefield cleared, the Lajie corpse site looked as if nothing had ever happened. Yiling removed her sunglasses unfazed by the sight. The bodies vanished, and Chu Tong cheered. "You're amazing, boss." Wu Ming approached from behind. "So, you have this skill. Interesting." Yi Qing, with a bored look, stared at him. "No time to explain. First clear all the corpses to prevent the undead from resurrecting them." He watched the dust cloud rushing towards him and sighed inwardly. He thought he'd have time to leisurely master hexacore, but it seems he'll have to take it back to earn it. Fap Hung, overjoyed to see Diep Kin's group, took the lead, saying, "Hey you nobodies, I'm giving you a chance out of the kindness of my heart." "Well?" Ye Qing asked calmly. "Tell me about it. You've all been wanting a chance to show your faces, haven't you? Then how about writing in bold, multicolored letters about your outstanding contribution to the battle against the heart-hunting team in this A-rank mission? What do you think? Who knows, you might even get your scavenger team promoted a rank. I'm a sense collector. If I start branching out, my hunter license will be revoked. What am I supposed to do then?" Fap Hung joked. "Bro, what's with all the reporting talk? Didn't you say we should drop the prejudice and work together?" He winked, offering his whole heart. This time he sincerely invited him to join them as a hunter group cooperating with Hunter's Heart. "I guarantee it." And the sight of it all disgusted the Ye Qing squad. Everyone stared at Fa Xiong with dead eyes just moments before the explosion erupted, like a series of miniature atomic bombs detonating at once. Standing amidst the explosion was Atma, while Fap Hung sat there utterly frustrated. Standing amidst the thick smoke, Atma sensed danger and warned, "This one won't be easy." But instead of worry, Fap Zhao grinned wickedly. He told Fa Xiong, "We don't actually have to fight these high-level monsters head-on. This is an open abyss, and we don't need to defeat the leader to enter. We can completely bypass this fight and go straight to our objective." Fap Hung, looking worried, asks, "Bypass the fight, but they'll attack us anyway." Seeing Fap Hung's hesitation, Fap Zhao persuaded him, "Weren't you already annoyed with those weaklings? Just lead them to the blind behemoth and let them play a game of sacrifice." Hearing Fap Zhao's sweet words of persuasion, Fap Hung's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Excellent, well said, my father." Fap Zhao added, "It doesn't matter if those weaklings die, with my father backing us, who would dare question our captain's responsibility?" Still riding high, Fa Xiong smugly says, "So I'm extending a very sincere invitation." Meanwhile, Chu Tong, looking doubtful, whispered to Ye Qing, "Big brother, they just want us to be cannon fodder. Don't think I can't see through this." Standing in the back, Wu Ming speaks up. "Even if the Heart Hunters put in all their effort, they'd be almost completely wiped out, and now they're inviting us to join. It's clearly a trap." Xingran puts his arm around Ye Qing's shoulder, adding, "There are many powerful monsters to challenge. I think this is a good opportunity to train ourselves, don't miss it." Yi Qing Fa Xiong seems to be awaiting your decision. He asked, "What do you think of my offer? We can provide you with the same treatment as an A-rank hunting team, and even give you an extra share of the spirit stones." Hearing this, Ye Qing seems utterly bewildered, not by Fa Xiong's offer, but by the conflict among his teammates. With Zhou Tong and Xing Ran pulling him in opposite directions, he's completely lost. While Zhu Tong urged him to refuse, Xing Ran was all for joining. It was too good to pass up. Ye Qing began to speak, maybe, but before he could finish, Fa Xiong excitedly cut him off. "That's the spirit. No wonder you're the one Brother Fong chose. Let's move forward together and witness our friendship." But in the meantime, Ye Qing, looking exhausted, seemed at a loss for words, with both sides around him. One was smiling, the other clutching his head from being hit, but utterly disappointed. One cheered, "It's fine, just kill them all, I don't care about the rest." But then, Ye Qing put his arms around Zhou Tong and Xing Ran, saying, "Wait a moment, we have an internal meeting." Fa Hong could only scratch his head, looking clueless as Chu Tong offered his own argument. "From the start, that magic bear had ill intentions and wanted to eliminate us." Seeing Ye Qing holding a golden card, Zhou Tong asked, "Big brother, are you really serious about participating?" Yi Qing then opened the card, giving Chu Tong a shield that shocked him, and instructed, "Take this small shield with you, it may save your life in crucial moments." After taking the shield, a stunned Chu Thong gasped, "Bro, this shield is legendary, it's on par with Yi Ling." It was the first time he'd seen a legendary item. Holding the shield, Chu Tong was overcome with emotion. Tears welling, he choked out, "I have some crystals saved to repair it. I can't lose this legendary shield." But in contrast, Yi Ling looked extremely interested. "Let me take a look." Hearing this, Ye Qing generously replied, "Fix what? If it's broken, just throw it away, and I'll give you a new one." He immediately went to Xingran and asked, "You have healing abilities, right? Knight's talent?" She replied, "I suppose so, it's just that I'm not very good at healing skills." Although healing magic should be a core skill for knights, Yi Qing makes his decision. "Alright, you're the nanny." Hearing the word nanny, Xingran reacted sharply, shouting, "Nanny, I've always braved the abyss alone. I'm completely unsuited to be a nanny." But then, they both looked towards the two struggling over the shield. "Lend me some," Ye Qing requested. This time I don't need to rush into battle. Your mission is to protect our backline classes, Zhu Tong and Yi Ling. You're the only one with the job change skill to protect everyone. Only you can get them out of the abyss safely. Amidst the squabbling, Chu Tong turns and says, "Sis, I'm entrusting this to you." Yi Ling adds, "Actually, I'm not that bad. It's like parents caring for their children." Yi Qing places his hand on Xingran's shoulder, entrusting her, "I'm counting on you to take care of them." Xingran could only sigh. "I understand, but where am I going to get healing skills?" As Zhou Tong knelt down dejectedly, Ye Qing said, "Your fire magic can be cast instantly, so prioritize attacking close-range monsters and don't let them be too close. Imprint the mark on the undead, and the corpse will rise after 5 seconds as a walking bomb. You need to keep a safe distance, understand, but I can incinerate them up close. They won't even have a chance to explode." Feeling reassured, Ye Qing turned to Wu Ming, who was picking his nose in the back, looking utterly bored. He flicked a booger in front of Ye Qing and coldly said, "What are you looking at? I'm not going to die." Ye Qing was speechless. "You said, forget it, whatever. Then you confidently affirmed that your mission would be simple." Standing before his comrades, he declared their mission to independently eliminate the Brain and Tiola Brain without the aid of the Heart Hunters. Fap Hung seemed eager. He said, "Our Heart Hunting team will flank around back, while you guys just need to draw the big guy's attention. Oh, and be very careful of the kid riding the big guy. It can blow that color away," but Ye Qing's squad doesn't seem to care as they rush forward. It seems their goal is a quick strike and retreat. Seeing this, Fa Xiong seems annoyed. "Are these trashy guys stupid? Why are they rushing ahead like that? They're not even grabbing an enhancement." But he was helpless as he watched their figures head straight and disappear into the thick smoke. Fap Hung ordered that they quickly detour, or else all the hatred would fall on them once the others were destroyed. His subordinates responded with a resounding, "Yes, Captain. Nephew, come over here." Amidst the swirling dust, Yi Qing spoke with mocking disdain, as the Oregs roared with fierce eyes, triggering an explosion that ripped through the area. But these Oregs are no match for Ye Qing, who stands tall without breaking a sweat while they lie motionless, clueless as to what just happened. But that's not all. Another one quickly draws a sharp knife, ready to fight, riding on an Oreg uttering strange symbols. Hearing this, Ye Qing was confused. He said, Hey, what? What are you talking about?" Translating that sentence, the system appeared before him. Skill appraisal successful, he now understands the language of demons and what the creature is saying. "Fools, we are a tribe tasked by the heavens to guard the valley where emperors rest. Any who trespass must die to atone their blood to cleanse the yellow springs." With that, he unleashed a bolt of lightning, manipulating the remaining ogre, causing them immense pain. That Soman must be the brains of the operation. If he dies, the ogre squad will no longer be a threat. Meanwhile, in the distance, 3 ogres are lifting a giant axe. Their footsteps shook the earth like an earthquake, and Chu Tong panicked, shouting, "Oh crap, that axe!" Even the lesser orgs were astonished as the giant hefted the axe onto his shoulder. Meanwhile, Octella frantically dances on its head, restoring its health slowly but surely. Chu Tong is terrified, whimpering, "Oh god, with that much health and armor and an axe that could chop a person in half? Seriously, if we're just going to get one-shotted, we should call in the Heart Hunters." And he looked back into the distance where the white smoke still lingered. "So they really are using us as shields. But we shouldn't actually think of ourselves as shields, should we?" Meanwhile, Vo Min asks Ye Qing what to do now. Yi Qing responds, "Saman spirits also create shields, which not only hold enemies back, but upon death become materials for suicide bombs to inflict even greater damage. So I'll take care of beheading, and you all just need to clear the surrounding area." Wu Ming, ever stoic, simply replies, "Understood." But instead of following orders, he suddenly charges forward like a god, leaving Ye Qing's shouts echoing behind him. "I wasn't finished, but you still calmly spoke to the others. Did everyone hear that clearly?" Clutching his blade, a fierce aura surrounds him, as he vows, "I won't let a single one escape." Shinran replies with fiery spirit, "Leave the rear to me." Yi Ling likewise laughed amidst the roaring flames. "I'll turn them all into charcoal." Wu Ming, as always, charged headfirst into the ORG forces, while Chu Tong, still fearful, hid behind a rock, weakly declaring, "I'll try my best too." The ORGs charged forward like a storm, and Wu Ming fearlessly met them head-on, unleashing powerful strikes. With each swing, another body falls. Suddenly, an ORG tries to ambush him, but Ye Qing notices and saves Wu Ming's life. He sliced the ORG in two, a smug grin on his face. "Take care of the small fries for me." As he fought, Wu Ming nonchalantly replied, "Yeah." Amidst the chaos that he asked Wu Ming to clear up, he alone rushed towards the giant ORG with an intense aura. Ye Qing showed no fear or hesitation. Meanwhile, his teammates cheered him on. Amidst the chaos, Xingran exclaimed, "I want to charge in and slash." Chu Tong, with arms outstretched, encouraged him. Just like big brother Wu Ming, Yiling, sitting on a large rock, felt bored, wondering, "Can't you let a few come over here?" Suddenly, Chu Thong sensed something and glanced behind him. The ogre were splitting up and ambushing the others. He shouts that there are monsters behind them, and without another word, Zhou Tong unleashes chains from his back, binding fate, the power of darkness, and stopping time. Before long, they were bound. Some struggled to run, others to break free, but unable to see the chains, Chu Tong grew smug. He boasts that his incantation skills have improved, and Yiling continues to use her push and pull tactics with him. Maybe he's not such a burden after all. Startled, Chu Thong turned to ask who was the burden, when suddenly she unleashed a series of devastating moves, causing the area to explode. But then she urged him on, forcing Chu Tong to quickly flee, yelling at the idiot to get out of the way. Once safe, Chu Tong pointed an accusing finger at Yiling, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Couldn't you see I was right here?" Yiling, unfazed, mockingly blew on her finger still ablaze. "The boss said we have to inflict damage or the body will self-destruct. It's your fault for not giving me the shield." Before he could react, an org suddenly burst from the ground, and Chu Tong exclaimed, "Not again! Are these ground rats digging everywhere?" Before Chu Tong could even react, Yiling suddenly leaped into action, surprising the ORG who could only gape in astonishment. But Yiling, on the other hand, seemed to be enjoying herself, as if killing monsters was a daily hobby. She asked, "You guys really like digging holes, don't you?" Immediately, she unleashes a torrent of powerful flames through the solid earth. "Are these tunnels connected?" After completing the task, she turned to Mok Zhu Tong with a smug look, only for him to retort in the most adorable way. "I think you're the real ticking time bomb." Meanwhile, Xingran smiled contentedly at the two and praised them. "Not bad." Immediately after, she reminds the two, "Just stay behind me, I'll help you block the monsters, and if you get hurt I can heal you." From a distance, he respectfully addressed her as Big Sis, while Zhu Tong, noticing the orgs behind Xingran, warned her to watch out. But Xingran, seemingly aware of their intentions, confidently snapped her fingers and said, "If they're frozen, they probably can't explode right." As she finished speaking, the monsters around her were instantly frozen solid. With the immediate threat neutralized, the two praised her in unison, much to Xingran's delight. "Big Sis is so mighty." But suddenly Xingran turns away, her face worried as she wonders. Meanwhile, back with Ye Qing, the giant monster is unleashing a furious assault. As the monster landed an earth-shattering blow that he barely dodged, the system appeared, Fury attack power plus 100%. Barely avoiding the fatal blow, he declared that if mere contact meant death, then an attack power increased 100-fold was meaningless. If they can't touch him, the damage is meaningless. Otella then gives an order. Just then, a horde of monsters emerged from the ground and surrounded Ye Qing. But what were they compared to him? With a single move, he wiped them all out. Oella was astonished by the sight, but it didn't end there. Ye Qing unleashes his ultimate move, saying he's returning Oct's discarded horn recycling and reclaiming it. Yi Qing's attack sends Oct reeling in agony through the air, and before it can recover, an explosion erupts. Meanwhile, sensing the explosion caused by Ye Qing, Fa Xiong stood by, ready to reap the rewards. He smiled contentedly, saying that the sound meant they were probably annihilated. After the explosion, only half of the creature remained. Oma lifted it up, seemingly mourning the loss of its comrade, but then unexpectedly devoured it. Witnessing this horror, Ye Qing was taken aback, saying devouring allies to strengthen oneself. What a savage way to survive. Immediately after absorbing Oma, it became even more terrifying and violent than before. No, rather than Oct controlling it, it's restricting Atma's power. It seems it has successfully evolved into a completely new form. The true form of the Atma. Atma, the monsters around him were incinerated, leaving only bones behind. Xingran was healing Yiling, whose HP was rapidly increasing. With healing touch, her life points would recover, and her burns would heal instantly. Yiling replies, "Thank you." Meanwhile, Zhu Tong, still full of energy, swings his sword at a monster and asks, "Hey, where's that old guy with the big sword? He's been gone for a while now. Could he be dead?" Suddenly, Wu Ming sneezes and coldly asks, "Is someone missing me?" As for Yi Ling, she chimed in, "The weird old man you're talking about is alive and well, so don't worry about him." Even so, Zhu Tong relentlessly cursed and blamed Wu Ming, asking if he had any sense of teamwork. "We're fighting for our lives here, and you won't even lift a finger to help." Yet Wu Ming remains indifferent to everything around him. But then, he reasoned that by not standing with them in the fight he was actually helping them. His curse would turn every wound they received into a fatal blow. With his luck diminished, the amount of healing the young miss can provide isn't enough for both of them, is it? Hearing this, Xingran feels a bit guilty. "I'm clearly not cut out to be a babysitter. I only joined the hunter party to add numbers, but I'm a mercenary class." As Wu Ming speaks, massive monsters rush toward him from behind at breakneck speed, as if he has eyes in the back of his head. Wu Hyung immediately swings his sword with precision, and after dealing with the monsters, he continues, "Each monster killed will be billed separately." While the others have time to talk, Ye Qing struggles against Mo, an evolved monster, his powerful blows raining down on Atma. But unexpectedly his foot was caught by a cut in the ground, and he wondered, what's going on? The cut is restricting his movement, but even facing a powerful monster like Atma, Ye Qing shows no fear. He conjures an energy sphere in his hand, for leverage, using gravity to enhance his mobility, a close call as he narrowly avoids being crushed by the Atma's blade. But then it seems he has a plan. This attack is easily dodged as long as he's not on the ground. Yi Qing uses the ground as a base to leap upwards with incredible agility. Maintaining distance is key to defeating this orc, but Yi Qing seems disappointed with his abilities, desiring even greater strength. No, I need to become even more proficient. Berserk mode activate. Instantly, he closes in on the monster with incredible speed, dodging and striking in a flurry of attacks. After dodging its attack, he landed another blow, leaving the orc no time to react. It seems to have gone mad, gathering a powerful energy in its hand. It unleashed a powerful blow upon Yi Qing, but he easily evaded it. He immediately circled behind it and slashed again, causing it immense pain. After a series of strikes, Yi Qing noticed something strange about its wounds, a purple substance crumbling within. But while Yi Qing was distracted, it prepared to retaliate. Despite his quick reflexes, Yi Qing managed to block Atma's attack, but the force was too great. The system notified him of a perfect block, but 30% of the damage still went through, shattering the sword in his hand. In an instant, the sword shattered before his astonished eyes, and Atma sent him flying dozens of meters, kicking up a cloud of dust. After being thrown, the system announced the forbidden step effect, disabling emergency evasion and movement skills. After the hit, Yi Qing's hand turned a mysterious purple. He immediately commanded a recall, but at that moment, hands emerged from the ground, grasping at him. Yi Qing then gets up and orders to leave this place immediately, thinking he needs to heal the blood lost from his rampage. As Yi Qing flees, the demon continues its pursuit. He recalls his weapon, then unexpectedly turns back, sneaking behind the monster to attack. Now he's much more cautious, targeting its weak point. System notification, tendon cut successful. Orima's movement and turning speed decreased, and while it was still reeling in pain, he leaped from behind, aiming for its head. After landing several blows to the back of its head, he notices its health has dropped to 75%. Not stopping there, he seizes the opportunity to strike again. The Oma roared in agony as Yi Qing grinned. Its health has dropped significantly. Let's keep this up. The monster bared its sharp teeth and charged with ferocious power, triggering a blaring red alert as its strength sent nearby people flying. The ogre launched its distorted kick. With a surge of power, the creature sends a man flying as the ground cracks beneath it. Witnessing this, Yi Qing smiled calmly, realizing things weren't so simple after all. Seeing the person who had been thrown back approaching, Zhou Tong anxiously asked, "Big brother, are you all right? Are you okay?" The system notified him again. Aurea has activated super regeneration. Severed tendons are gone, and health is rapidly restoring to 83%, 93%, 100%. Meanwhile, the brain demon slowly advances its power, gradually returning. Seeing the situation worsen, Yi Qing speaks. Super regeneration will automatically activate if it doesn't take damage for 3 seconds. So if it's inactive for more than 3 seconds, it'll start healing, Vo Min added, as Fap Hung wisely chose to take a detour. We don't have to kill this side quest boss. Let's go. It's not too late to catch up to Heiho Tehun. Standing nearby, Yi Qing sounded bored, saying, "If we don't get the reward, I won't be able to sleep tonight from regret. I understand its attack patterns now." Wu Ming nodded solemnly. If it doesn't take damage for 3 seconds, its health will completely regenerate. How are we supposed to kill it? He smirked, a confident smile playing on his lips. With my current strength, I certainly can't do it alone. But with good teamwork, it's entirely possible. Looking up at the massive orc, Yi Qing continued, the orc's aggro mechanic is different from the traditional kind, so it will only react to the last person who attacked it. If melee fighters take turns attacking, constantly drawing its aggro, it can significantly reduce Orima's attack drive. Then maintain that uninterrupted process to prevent the ogre from activating its super regeneration ability. Those around him nodded in understanding. Hearing this, he continued, I Nameless and Xingran will take turns attacking to draw its aggro. Yiling's job is to add damage between attacks, preventing attack intervals from exceeding 3 seconds so it can't heal, then we can defeat it. Chu Tong didn't hear his assignment, and blankly asked, what about me? Yi Qing replied succinctly, your priority is staying alive. Hearing this, Chu Tong smiled awkwardly. Knowing you have a knack for intel, I dared to ask, what are our chances of beating this boss? Only 20%. Are we betting our lives on a 20% chance of winning? A girl exclaimed. We might as well join the deserters from Fap Hung. A 20% chance of winning is actually pretty good. There's only one chance. If Ograma bleeds again, we retreat immediately. I'll get as close as possible to suppress Ograma's hatred and ensure everyone's safety. If there's danger, it'll only be for me. Xingran gently casts a spell, a blue light emanating around him. I'll give you a little more chance to win. I believe in you, so I'll do my best and never back down. Zhu Tong clenched his fist, his eyes resolute. If that's what you say, I trust you implicitly, and I won't run. Yiling lowered her hat, a determined smile on her lips. There's still plenty of magic left, so count me in. Wu Ming then uttered a cold and harsh remark. You're all just fools with a death wish. Yi Qing felt refreshed and invigorated after the magic entered his body. Your healing magic can combine with my mana recovery to offset the double berserk's blood loss. Xingran smiles. If I can be of assistance, then that's wonderful. You look much more vibrant, rosy, and handsome now. No, you've really helped me a lot. Ting Niam, with this healing effect, I can use triple berserk without any worries. She suddenly notices something, exclaiming in surprise. Triple berserk, Wuming with eyes as cold as knives, whispers. The effects of self-devouring berserk are stacking. Although she can barely balance the loss and recovery of health, activating triple berserk might kill her at any moment. Yi Qing nods, realizing this gamble requires her to become stronger. As the dust settles, Yi Qing stands face to face with the demon. At that moment, a system notification appears. Blazing form activated, greatly increasing the damage of all fire spells while reducing health by a certain percentage. The Yiling members seem to float a sea of fire behind them. Ranged fire attacks. Leave it to me. She quickly unleashed powerful fireballs that flew at great speed, calling out the name of her skill, multi-layered fireball. The demon ogre flinched at the sight, reacting quickly by slashing its hand, shattering the fireballs. Not stopping there, the demon's brain unleashed a terrifying power that shook the very space around them. Xingran immediately rushed forward, shattering it with her sword, declaring she would protect the rear. Waves of power then erupt violently before her, while Xing Tong uses his massive shield, emitting glowing lines of energy. Yi Qing didn't hesitate, running forward while shouting, "Reinforce the ground with your ice attribute, and I'll draw their anger and relieve the pressure on the rear." Hearing this, Xingran obeyed, and countless blue ice ribbons emerged from her sword like a surging sea. Understood, it will converge into a long ice path. Using his power, he moved at breakneck speed, his figure flashing as he approached the demon brain. Above, fireballs are launched in quick succession, meant to distract and hinder it. Panting, Yiling laughs, "I can still launch more." A moment later, the scorching fireball hurtled toward the demon's face. It swatted the fire away, attacking where Yi Qing stood below. He jumped up, but suddenly, a violent red light erupted, shattering the ground in a long line. Xingran was on high alert, while Zhu Tong could only gape in astonishment as the red light approached, but Xingran reacted quickly, using her power to block it. Gritting her teeth and gasping for breath, Xingran summons a massive wall of ice, towering high above to block the monster's attack. Fall back now. The more she struggles, the more certain her defeat becomes. Damn it, I can't hold on any longer. Suddenly, the system displays a crimson window, announcing that the hatred has changed. Just then, Wu Ming stepped forward, placed his hand on Xingran's shoulder, and said, "Get out of the way." Without hesitation, he used his mirror to shatter the ice she had created. Ahead, the demon's blinding light intensified, and Wu Ming stepped forward, glancing at her. "I've got your back. With your speed, take the lead." Amidst the chaotic space, its terrifying weapons hurtled forward at breakneck speed, and as one approached, Wu Ming drew his sword, just as Xingran leaped forward, creating a layer of ice directly in its path. Out of nowhere, Yi Qing leaps in, unleashing a dark power and yells, "Fight me!" He slams a powerful blow right into the demon's face, before it can react. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and Longban gripped his sharp weapon tighter, but Tin Niem managed to freeze one of its arms just in time. The ice spreads, reaching the demon's face as the system warns of a 15% freeze accumulation. Someone warned her to fall back, and Xingran nodded, moving with agility. "I understand." From behind, Yi Qing suddenly appears, radiating murderous intent. As you land another blow, it's immediately hit. Yiling, add to the damage. As Yiling sips her drink, her fiery energy surges, and on command, her signature fireballs are unleashed. From there, it detonates a large area. The orc mage is repeatedly struck, and is dazed as it barely dodges the last blow. Not stopping there, the irritated orc unleashes its fury, shaking the dust and rocks, forcing Yi Ling to flee, giving Ye Qian another opportunity to strike. The system begins to register its dwindling life force, 78%, 69%, 63%. The demon couldn't take it anymore, its dragon hand clenched into a fist as it charged forward easily, capturing Ye Qing in an instant. At that moment, Wu Ming attacked, raising his sword and rushing forward, severing the monster's arm and freeing Ye Qing. Yi Qing lands gracefully, praising his ally. "Well done." He smiled, eyes wide with admiration. "Excellent. The damage window is controlled within 2 seconds, and Ogrima hasn't entered its super recovery state yet. Then it's only a matter of time before we defeat Ogrima." The next second, Ye Qing's expression changed completely, and he gave a loud order. "Everyone keep attacking." A nearby Wu Ming quietly acknowledged, "Understood." Xingran clicked her tongue, saying, "I'll limit its movements." Meanwhile, Yiling, overheated from casting fire spells, cooled down with a drink. The demon's eyes glowed like headlights, sending chills down their spines as Yi Ling hurled a fireball that exploded on impact. She sighed, clicking her tongue in amazement. That guy won't stop screaming. What a pain. The system updates announcing that the hatred has been transferred to Yi Ling, and the ogre's head erupts in flames as it screams in agony. Meanwhile, the axe was being driven forward with intense force, and all Yi Ling could do was watch, unable to react. Yi Qing realizes the danger and quickly warns them as Xingran blocks the axe. Xingran uses her skills to create a large block of ice to stop the axe, but it's not enough. Meanwhile, Chu Tong observes everything, his mind racing. Ivo Dan and Tin Niem will take turns attacking to draw its hatred, while Wei Lang will supplement damage between attacks, preventing the pause from exceeding 3 seconds so it can't regenerate, so we can defeat it. Remembering Yi Qing's words, "As for you, Chu Tong, just stay alive." This news hits him like a ton of bricks. He knows his leader has a special ability to gather intel on their targets. I have to ask, what are our chances of beating this boss? Yi Qing's words echoed in Chu Tong's mind. About 20%, along with Yi Ling's stunned reply. What, bet on a 2 in 10 chance of winning at the cost of dying? It would be better to join Fatty Bear's deserter group. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhou Tong charged forward using his shield to block the rampaging axe. He shouts a warning. "Turn towards me, you son of a bitch." In the pitch-black room, Chu Tong's figure sits in solitude. Damn it, I just wanted to make a little extra money. This unattainable dream of becoming a star. In the end, I'm just not good enough. His eyes were utterly vacant, because I'm worthless. Even when I try, I can only stammer, mispronounce, and rhyme poorly. Getting on stage and pointing the microphone at himself was already a challenge, but someone's hand stopped him, another Chu Thong, within his soul stopping himself. "I don't think you're suited for this job at all." Hearing that his current self could only smile bitterly. "Yes, you're absolutely right," the demon said, as it gradually faded away. "You're no good as a musician, and you can't even support others. You simply don't belong here. You must know that standing on stage requires the spotlight, and the battlefield is no different. Do you know what the spotlight is?" Zhu Tong held the microphone, lowering his voice. This is something I heard recently. They say those in the spotlight are true stars and heroes. But I always wondered, what exactly does the spotlight illuminate? Is it talent, dreams, courage, or just an amplified shadow? I used to think that just standing on stage with a microphone would put me in the spotlight, but these terrifying demons all say I'm not cut out for this. But what about reality? Chu Tong was stunned by the harsh words. "You're just trash." He gritted his teeth, feeling his pride being trampled. "I admit I've never had the ability to inspire an entire audience with just an introduction, but I still can't accept this. I refuse to stand in the wings watching others shine while I'm not even worthy to approach the stage lights. I want to stand near the center of the stage to touch the spotlight up close, even if just for a moment." Formidable demons clung to him like leeches, spewing harsh criticisms. "Why risk your life? Trash belongs with trash. You piece of garbage." Zhu Tong reaches out, if only for a moment, wanting to touch the stage lights where his dreams remain just out of reach. "It doesn't matter. Even if I can never be a shining rap star on stage, at least I can go to the battlefield and be the real main character for once." Chu Tong, now excited, charged forward, uttering a curse. "For this damn thing, you son of a bitch." As the sharp axe swung, he quickly blocked it with his shield. "This is my moment to shine." Unable to withstand the pressure, Chu Tong coughed up blood and was sent flying. Seeing this, Ye Qing cried out in alarm as dark light erupted from Zhu Tong's hand, shaking the earth and creating a vortex of gravity. In an instant, that massive weapon was chosen by Ye Qing's magic, and with a mighty swing, he sent it soaring. It hurtled towards the demon brain, whose eyes widened in shock, baring its gruesome teeth. Ye Qing, now enraged, unleashed his full power in a triple burst of fury. The broken rocks below rise up, suspended in the crimson space, melting like liquid, and merging into the magic. The demon's brain remained silent, its eyes the only sign of life in the crimson space, as Ye Qing ground his teeth and slowly spoke with rage. "I'll crush every bone in your body." Meanwhile, Xingran is using healing magic on Zhou Tong, her eyes wide with shock at the scene. "It's not ice crystal, it's a type of crystal, made from sand, melted at high temperatures. He's too strong." Ye Qing jumps up, and the tentacles created by the brain monster attack him, but he dodges them with ease. But it didn't end there. As he cautiously advanced, a tentacle suddenly lunged at him, striking Ye Qing head-on. He quickly regained his composure, embraced the brain, and lifted it high, driving the sharp point straight into its body. Needless to say, it was in excruciating pain, its piercing screams echoing across the land. Seeing this, Tin Yim exclaimed happily, "Well done, Diep Hin," stabbed the ogre not just once but many times. And with each strike, the system reported its dwindling resilience. 40%, 30%, 20%. As the numbers dwindled, Ye Qing delivered a final, devastating blow to the demon's core at 10%. His eyes widened, pouring everything into this last attack. The sharp fragment pierced straight through the Mind-Eater, as Ye Qing conjured a purple orb, crushing it to dust. He hurled the magic orb into the creature's gaping wound, and the brain monster screamed in agony. Its head exploded, and its body was torn into grotesque pieces, a complete annihilation. With things now stable, Ye Qing's soft voice broke the silence. "How is Zhou Tong?" Xingran observed and replied. Fortunately, the shield's brief invincibility gave Zhu Tong a chance to live. "She's desperately trying to heal him, but my healing abilities are too weak to do more than barely keep him alive." Seeing this, Ye Qing blames himself. "It's my fault. I should have understood the rules of survival in the abyss, and not rushed you into such danger. Just then, Chu Tong weakly opened his mouth. Big brother, I'm glad I could help. I have finally arrived at the center of the stage, and Ye Qing squints a clear sadness in her eyes. He turned and said, Lu Xingran Wu Ming Yi Ling, your mission is cancelled. Immediately, take Zhou Tong back to the gate. I'll go into the abyss alone. Xingran was stunned. What are you saying? You alone are going to face that mess, that corpse of a demon brain compressed in a magic vortex. Every moment of battle is like dancing on a knife's edge, with a heartbeat, like a drum. Without an iron will, I couldn't have faced this. I've grown stronger, but in the shadows, I've quietly lost something too, just as the system notifies me I've obtained white bone mastery. I stared into the abyss, and it stared back, mocking my insignificance and helplessness. Hearing these words, Zhu Tong could only cry in despair. I'm sorry, even though I rushed to center stage, I still became a burden. In the end, I'm still the most useless one. With a pensive look, Yi Qing couldn't bring himself to encourage Zhou Tong. What was he truly hesitating about? Was he encouraging him to risk his life in the abyss, or genuinely considering his safety? Meanwhile, the system was collecting OG's corpse. The cruelty of this world, the cruelty of the abyss, shows no mercy, so I couldn't bring myself to say those words. Ye Qing entered the purplish orb, her hair billowing. Stepping out, he immediately stumbled upon something left behind by the swarm, a scene of decaying corpses. Yi Qing observes the scene, noting that while the hunter squad avoided direct conflict with the Omas, they still encountered scattered monster groups along the detour. Examining the corpses, he notes the absence of hunting heart members, suggesting their passage was relatively smooth. Then, a system notification alerts him, smoke bombs have been deployed. Yi Qing immediately picked up the item, thinking that the king's crevice was like a checkpoint and there was no way to go deeper without being seen by the monsters. Avoiding combat, Team Huntsman was well prepared, initially planning to use stealth to obtain the reward in the final room of the abyss. Then, Ye Qing's eyes turned blank as he activated his observation eye. Warriors and raiders were different. They were large, but their attack speed was quite slow. But their attack power among warriors of the same level is enough to instantly kill high-level OG berserkers, and with this old thing, Ye Qing reluctantly decides he has no intention of avoiding them. Before him, countless massive figures materialized in broad daylight, a dark aura quickly spreading around him, obscuring Ye Qing's expression. Hey, these monsters are baring their fangs, Ye Qing said warily, raising his sword. The scene shifts to a brown, rocky mountain, where a group pauses before an ancient site. One of them steps forward and slams his hand against the wall. Seething with anger, Fa Xiong grits his teeth and asks, "What's going on? Aren't we at the end of the abyss? The final treasure should be here, but all that's left is this damn stone door." Fap Jiao stepped forward, touching the solid wall. "Boss," the hint said, "we need the Guardian's amulet to open the door." Frowning deeply, Fap Hung grumbled, annoyed that they needed a Guardian's charm when they hadn't even seen a single Guardian. He pointed to the strange symbols etched into the stone wall. "Boss, we've been avoiding fights this whole time, so of course we didn't pick up any charms." Fap Jiao, sweat dripping down his cheeks, continued uneasily. "According to the description, the charms are probably on the patrolmen outside the ravine." Fap Hung was shocked. "Op magic isn't that supposed to be for trash teams to attract hatred? Are we really going to have to go back and kill it just to come back here and open the door?" A bald man raised his hands and said, "I'm out," and the armored man nodded. "Me too." Fap Hung gritted his teeth. "Then we'll just have to fight our way back." Hearing that, Fa Jiao gave an awkward laugh. Long was getting a little annoyed. "Our team is missing some key positions, so we definitely can't fight the boss, and the tank is already dead. The attack positions, the mage and the rogue, are gone. Of the two healers, only one remains, and she's out of mana." Hearing this, he flew into a rage, cursing them as useless trash. "How unlucky can I get? Am I cursed by that jinxed guy?" Just then, a familiar figure appeared holding a strange object. "The talisman you wanted is in my hands." Fap Hung, who was holding Fap Jiao by the collar, paused upon hearing the voice. He still couldn't believe it was him. "Damn, you're still alive," Yi Qing said, more composed than ever. "Thanks to you, I'm not just alive but thriving," Fa Xiong chuckled. "Only someone who abandons their brothers could survive, isn't that right? Your team suffered even greater losses than mine. A total wipeout." Yi Qing didn't care, brushing past him. "Let's not mock each other on that point. Unlike you, I wouldn't let them die so easily. I had them retreat for their safety." He placed the cloth in the hole on the brick in the wall, and immediately a hidden door opened. The three slowly stepped through the hidden gate, and Fa Xiong asked, "That amulet you have, you didn't steal it from the boss outside the canyon, did you?" Fa Jiao also grew serious. The legendary scavenging skill of a rogue class allowed them to obtain materials from enemies without even killing them. He frowned, showing his displeasure. "Isn't his public job a sensory nullifier I could accept? Legendary sensory nullification, but theft too." Yi Qing turned back, his tone sincere. "Don't overthink it. I killed Brain Demon and there were some other obstacles." Doubtful, Fa Xiong puts a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. "How did you kill that thing? Even together we're no match for it." To prove it, Ye Qing punches the wall, the sound echoing. Seeing this, the others gape in astonishment as he calmly asks, "Want to try it yourself?" Fap Hung immediately changed his tune, becoming obsequious. I know you're a master now, you're really powerful. So at the very least we're partners now, right? I can scrape together enough warm bodies to fill a few slots on a team. What if the final room has a puzzle that requires multiple people to solve? Ye Qing replied dismissively. Whatever, he continued. In the abyss, the strong like you decide, but when you leave, you'll still need my connections to improve your hunter rank. Isn't that right? As he descended the stairs, Fap Hung grumbled. We're practically cooperating fairly. Traditionally, the final treasure of the abyss is divided equally among the members. 5 for us in Leap Tam, 1 for the scavenger team, which means a 5-to-1 split. Just then, 3 beams of light shot out from nowhere, and he sensed the danger. Warning everyone to scatter, there was a trap. Someone didn't react in time and was struck, their body sliced into pieces, falling before the eyes of the others. Yi Qing could only sigh in dissatisfaction, realizing the odds were now 4-to-1. A moment later, after descending the stairs, Fa Zhong and his group sat down to rest, panting and complaining. Damn, we finally made it down safely. These traps are terrifying. Hopefully that's the end of them. Yi Qing was sulking when he suddenly noticed something, a system alert, warning him of a trap. This is getting on his nerves. Are these traps free or something? Detecting a trap, he punches the boulder next to him, creating a massive crack. The pillar topples as the system warns of triggered traps. In an instant, bright stars appeared in the sky, leaving Fa Zhong and Fa Jiao utterly dumbfounded. With a calm, cold expression, Yi Qing unleashed a surge of power, forcing everyone to desperately dodge the rain of arrows. A surge of power enveloped each weapon, while another tendril slowed the descent of the arrows. With a snap of his fingers, Ye Qing says, "The traps are all gone. You can go now." Walking down the dark corridor, lit only by a few rays of light, Fa Xiong still couldn't understand what kind of monster this guy was destroying, all the traps with one punch, yet maintaining such a calm demeanor. The mage beside him spoke up, "Boss, we should watch what we say. We might need him to disarm traps." He clicked his tongue, cursing directly. Afraid of what? He's alone, and there are 5 of us. No, 4 of us. After acting so tough, Fap Hung steps forward, forcing a friendly laugh. Why did our good brother suddenly stop? Is something wrong up ahead? Suddenly something stopped him in his tracks. Before them lay a mountain of glittering gold. They greedily rushed forward, their eyes widening at the sight of the gold, and the deeper they went, the more astonished they were to see mountains of gold. Damn, Fap Hung picked up a diamond, exclaiming he'd never seen such a pure gem. Even if we turn it in, why would we bother with the academy when we have all this? The other man chuckled ecstatic. We're rich. As everyone eagerly gathered, the gold and jewels, Fa Xiong snapped his fingers and boomed. Hey, clear out your packs, we're filling them with treasure. We'll return in glory. The others cheered in response. Yes. Looking at the gold, Ye Qing was uninterested and instead felt a sense of unease. Something's not right. Watching the gold coins fall, there seems to be a slight disturbance. As the coins rained down, he saw something terrifying, a system alert dragon detected. Ye Qing tensed. Dragons were incredibly rare in the Abyss, with encounters only recorded in S-rank Abyss worlds, and sightings numbering less than 5 worldwide. From within the glittering pile of gold coins, a pair of horns slowly rises. It's Novelis, and she doesn't seem pleased. Someone has disturbed our slumber. To find a woman atop the gold. How intriguing. The female novelist rested her chin in her hand, her tone icy. Leave behind all your best equipment, you low-level creatures. She lay down on the pile of gold, then respectfully withdrew as novelist drifted off to sleep. I can pretend I didn't see you. The group could only remain silent. Fa Hung couldn't believe his ears. Did I hear that right? A demon capable of speech and in human language no less. Novelist suddenly awoke, her face etched with alarm. I almost fell asleep. Wait, I guess I already did. She glanced down, noticing the 4 humans still lingering below. Oh, you're still here. Greedy creatures, even the air you breathe reeks of rot, making me sick. Novelist's eyes gleam with an enchanting golden light. Oh, she slowly rises, and takes a very demure step forward. Dressed in rags, you dare set foot in my territory. You're soiling my golden floors. But Ye Qing's expression didn't relax in the slightest, and Fa Xiong, far from being afraid, sneered. A humanoid monster, a rare type recorded in the monster database, and a beautiful one at that. Brothers, if we kill one and register it in the illustration library, showing off a little wouldn't hurt, right? Boss, we should listen to her. This woman is not simple. She might even be a boss-level monster. He glanced over, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. What is there to fear? She's just a pretty monster guarding her treasure. There are 5 of us, why should we be afraid? Besides, her aggro seems to be locked onto that weakling, so we can get a sneak attack in. However, no sooner had Fa Xiong spoken than Novelist summoned a lightning-like power. That power formed sharp arrows rushing towards them with the passing breeze, leaving Fa Xiong speechless and screaming. Oh no, what's happening? Even Ye Qing is being targeted by these marks. He quickly braces himself. From atop the golden mountain, Novelist's figure soars into the sky, scattering coins as she ascends, creating a terrifying wind that whips up the dust around her. She slowly floated towards Ye Qing, gazing at him as she spoke. So, little brother, gold crystals or other shiny things? she asks demurely, hands clasped at her chest. Surely you have something to offer me, right? This revelation shocks Fap Hung. What, this demon is actually a money-grubbing fiend? Novelist then noticed something in Ye Qing's pocket and without hesitation used her magic to teleport it out. Yi Qing was shocked, quickly snatching it back. Don't touch my things. Novelist was slightly annoyed, her expression displeased. It's just a worthless trinket. Why do you treasure it so? How ridiculous. His eyes turned hollow, his teeth grinding. Every demon must have a weakness. Even dragons can be defeated if their weakness is exposed. Novelist purses her lips, realizing the nature of his special technique. Of course she snapped her fingers, causing one of Ye Qing's eyes to explode. Novelist caught the eyeball. Trying to use your skill to probe me. She was ecstatic. Your eye will make a fine offering. Yi Qing clutches his eye in agony as Novelist throws it into her mouth. Yi Qing witnessed everything, his rage reaching a boiling point, unleashing a surge of power twice as strong. He thought he'd reached his limit, but no, his power tripled. Violet light enveloped Ye Qing, and in the darkness, his remaining eye shone with a sharp glint. Yi Qing grabbed his sword instantly, appearing before Novelist, showing no mercy as he swung a blade straight at her, but Novelist simply flicked her fingers, sending Ye Qing flying, skidding across the floor. Yi Qing fell to the ground, forced to admit that her power was immeasurable. A true god. Watching all of this, Fap Hung shouts, "This woman is not a monster we can include in our illustrated library." He throws something away. I've made enough time to go. The object he threw exploded, creating a thick white smoke. The thick smoke obscures Novellis's vision, but she can still make out her silhouette. Carrying some diamonds, Fap Hung urged, "You idiot, how can we carry something that big? Hurry up." A jaw with sharp, prominent teeth, brimming with fiery magic, unleashes a torrent of terrifying power, engulfing the two figures. The magic is incinerated, and the space is consumed by a sea of flames. Barely escaping, Fat Hung watched his comrades burn, his eyes wide, teeth grinding. Damn it all to hell. His eyes fell upon a diamond lying nearby. The fool said to grab it and run. So he seized the opportunity to crawl over and grab it, thinking just one of these is enough. But as soon as he touched it, a violent explosion erupted before Fa Pyong's eyes, and he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. Now Novelist appears in a completely different form, a dragon with piercing eyes. So you dared to sneak and steal my dragon treasure? You've got some nerve. Before Fa Pyong's very eyes, Novelist's unsightly foot touched the ground, and began to transform into a more appealing, beautiful human foot. Novelist returns to her human form, her eyes flashing with coldness. So, the dragon's treasure is burning, to the touch, is it? With that, Fap Hung realized the diamond in his hand was burning hot. It scorched his hand black, and as he dropped it with a yelp, a sharp sword suddenly flew towards Novelist. She reacted quickly, turning her head and shattering the sword into pieces. Novelist clicked her tongue, lamenting the loss, while Ye Qing, who threw the sword, was met with her contempt. Even trash dares to launch a sneak attack. Novelist conjures a green light with her hand, while Fap Hung tries to escape with the diamond. Perhaps I should teach you what true rebirth really means. This power quickly enveloped Ye Qing, leaving him stunned. But Novelist, anticipating this, raised two fingers, summoning yet another force. The power instantly strikes Fap Hung, causing him to scream in terror before he's engulfed in a violent explosion, leaving only his agonizing cries. Novelist then turned to Ye Qing and said, "Rather than worms licking gold coins, I prefer a stray dog that can dig a crown out of a pile of corpses." She slowly walked towards him. "What have you sniffed out?" Ye Qing answers honestly. The Black Tower key was one of her hidden treasures, a fact that stopped Novelist in her tracks. She grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Insolent fool, how dare a lowly human like you mention our treasure? We are dragons. Give me the key to the Black Tower, and I'll stay away from your treasure." Novellis remained as cold as ever. Why should a proud dragon care about the demands of a stray dog? His hand gently summoned a magical black orb. "I have a reason you can't refuse." In an instant, ghostly arms appeared, along with a massive opening gate, and the gold coins were sucked inside, reclaiming everything. Seeing this, Novelist burst into tears, frantically running back and forth to reclaim her treasure, even pathetically biting the ghostly hand. "Stop, stop, you deserve 1,000 cuts." Yi Qing smirked, a faint smile playing on his lips. Even if she killed him, she couldn't stop the devouring power of the void. Defeated, Novelist's eyes welled up, her voice seemingly unyielding. "Damn you," he continued, striking at her heart, or else watching her treasures of millennia turn to dust. He clenches his fist, and the vortex of power tightens around the treasure trove. A pile of junk, really. Novellis could only watch and scream in fury. "Stop it, you shameless carrion dog." She stomped her feet in frustration, unable to do anything, while Ye Qing smugly gathered power as the system announced the permanent freezing and retrieval of the hegemon's authority was complete. Novelist raises her hand, her voice laced with bitterness. "That was the 18th birthday gift we prepared for the 1,352nd dragon." The magic hand opened, releasing a wisp of white smoke as the system reported the inextinguishable flame, now worthless, had extinguished itself on the edge of oblivion. And then other hands reached for the book, intending to take it away. Novelist desperately tries to reclaim the ancient scroll, lamenting that those sandstone boxes must not be touched. Inside are our lost baby teeth. And that spear, the tassels are made from dragon scales. She wept like a child, tears streaming down her face. Spit it out now. Yi Qing's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Then let's trade it for the key to the Black Tower. She didn't want to see the first of the Snow Dragon King's rebellious generation come to be, along with his smile. Trash, wasn't it? Novelist relents, nodding repeatedly. I'll give you anything, it's just a broken key. Soon the two arrived at an ancient and dark building, the dragon's repository of knowledge. Novelist and Ye Qing walked down the corridor as she introduced the place. Besides accumulating treasures, our dragon race also collects knowledge. Novelist quickly opens the dusty door, but it's been 300 years and no one has been here. The room is dark and dusty, causing Ye Qing to cough a few times. He looked around, surveying the scene. Shouldn't we have cleaned this place up about 200 years ago? Before him was a massive library, illuminated by candlelight. Yi Qing walks through the mess of books, wondering if she's trying to set the ancient scrolls ablaze by lighting candles in the library. Novelist finds a spot to sit. Have a seat. He waved his hand dismissively. No, thank you. She immediately retrieves a mysterious box. This is the key to the Black Tower you desire. The mysterious box suddenly emits a dark aura. Ye Qing attempts to grab it, but Novelist stops him, and he asks suspiciously, "What's this about?" She chuckled softly, "But don't think you can take it so easily." Novelist, still remembering her treasure trove, rested her chin and bargained. "Half of our treasure has been swallowed up, so you should at least return some of it, right?" In the vast and silent library, his voice echoed. "Didn't you call me a scavenging mutt? Where would I get treasure to give you?" Novelist chuckled. "I have a keen nose, and even though you're covered in trash, I can still smell the scent of legends hidden deep in your pockets. How about this? You give me 100 divine artifacts, and I'll give you the key to the Black Tower. If you cooperate, I might even throw in a few extra services. What do you say?" Hearing this condition, Yi Qing gave an awkward laugh. "You really are obsessed with money." Novelist, "What if I refuse?" She crossed her arms, still radiating confidence. "This stray dog. I know your abilities. 100 divine artifacts are nothing to you, but me. If I could freely travel through dimensions like you, I wouldn't want your trinkets, but alas, I can't." Hearing this, he could only sigh helplessly. So Ye Qing summoned the familiar orb, and Novelist's eyes lit up as he waved his hand, freeing her from the frozen treasure trove. Seeing this, she jumped for joy, and when she was done, Ye Qing asked a question. Satisfied, Novelist approaches and takes a beautiful treasure. Satisfied, Ye Qing turned to the table and picked up the box containing the black key, admiring the divine artifact he'd never seen before. However, the jewel on the box emitted a terrifying blood-red aura, and the system immediately displayed a status window. "You have been afflicted with the Shadow of Death curse. All stats have been reduced to 1, and skills cannot be used. After a 5-day countdown, instant death will be triggered." A shocking revelation. What while Ye Qing is being ravaged over here, Novelist is reveling in the treasures that have fallen to the ground. "Isn't that the treasure that old man kept in his magic vault? When did it fall into your hands? This little stray dog really does have some tricks up his sleeve." He lies in this hazy aura, gritting his teeth as he turns back. "What I wanted was the key to the Black Tower, not for you to curse me." She turned back with a chilling gaze. "I gave you what I promised. Whether the box is clean or not is none of my concern." Hearing this, Ye Qing felt like her bottom line had been touched. Indeed, making deals with dragons never ends well. Novelist senses something ominous. "Wild dogs that bite have never tasted honey, nor the special service I promised." She hugged the object to her chest with delight, something reserved only for the child who could bring us treasure. Yi Qingzhao violently grabbed one of her horns, causing her to scream and struggle. "Let go, the dragon's horn is connected to the inverse scale nerve. You brute, this scene has been witnessed by someone. Does that trash really want to put the ancient dragon in a picture book?" He was furious, his aura radiating with resentment. "Don't give me useless things, or not only will you not get your 100 million items, but I can also turn your entire library into nothingness." Novelist sat down, seriously explaining in a trembling voice. "Find the gate to another world hidden within the ultimate sanctuary that can rewrite the rules of life and death. Only that can break the death curse." Growing impatient, he shouted, "More clues. The gate is the beginning. This is all the information I can give you. The rest you must find yourself." The king gritted his teeth, panting with rage. "Don't try to evade responsibility. I bear the most vicious curse you cast upon me. How am I supposed to fight monsters with these noodle arms?" She chuckled nervously. "You little mutt. This curse can't be broken by ordinary dragons. But I am Novelist, not just any dragon. 500 divine artifacts, and I can help you suppress the curse's effects." Yi Qing quickly let go, gaping, as if experiencing a second shock, then pursed her lips and said, "If you get any greedier, I'll empty your house right now." Novelist lowered her voice. "Installments are fine, you mutt. I can even offer a discount for someone I like." Her face fell into the pile of books, revealing a bizarre smile. "First, give me the remaining 100 divine armaments in your vault, and I'll let you owe me 4. Ye Qing was livid, trembling uncontrollably. "You really know how to seize an opportunity. and with a wave of his hand, a series of weapons flew out to her. Novelist gleefully accepts the weapons and her joy only fuels his frustration. I can't believe I was tricked by this dragon again. Don't you dare pull another stunt. Not stopping there, Novelist presses her advantage. You owe me 400 divine armaments, how can I just let you go free? She then spat out an eyeball, Ye Qing's eyeball, and Novelist promptly threw it away. I will take responsibility for protecting this stray dog to the end, for I am Novelist. That eye was thrown straight into his empty eye socket. Ye Qing writhes in pain, while Novelist emphasizes every word. I am the dragon. Ye Qing noticed something was wrong. For a moment everything seemed blurred. What? You open your eyes to me again. But Ye Qing was stunned because before him was a hall full of offsides, the physical realm of the curse. After a long while, Ye Qing couldn't believe his eyesight had recovered, nor could he believe his hands had either. Just then, a dark aura caught his attention, something that seemed to be shaking the very space around them, and Ye Qing's gaze settled on a single point, his expression turning serious. Before him stood a figure identical to himself, and the system announced, Ye Qing, the evil demon. The doppelganger spoke with a dark, abyssal tone. Inferior humans can never defeat a powerful demon. Witnessing this, Ye Qing vaguely understands that the way to remove the curse is to defeat himself. A demon emerges from the darkness, the system displays transcendence, and all attributes increase by 30%. He gloats, I have all your attributes and skills, and in this cursed domain, my entity is even slightly stronger than yours. This leaves Ye Qing stunned, as the doppelganger also has transcendent status. Then with a sneer, the demon raised his sword. Facing me, you must know in your heart that I am the absolute being you cannot defeat. With that he lunged forward, forcing Ye Qing to acknowledge his speed quickly, dodging the blow and summoning 2 daggers to fight back. Essentially, Ye Qing was at a disadvantage, and in an instant, the demon pushed the cart away, standing before this superior foe. Ye Qing, sweating, thought to himself, every move is a step ahead of me. I can't gain any advantage at all. The demon roared, and a faint aura enveloped him, claiming his soul. What? He licked his lips, savoring the moment. The balance of power is shifting in my favor. My attacks can extract your attributes, and each sword strike tears at your soul. In battle, I can gradually become you, devouring your spirit bit by bit, until I've consumed you completely, then move on. And so Ye Qing had no choice but to press on, diving headfirst into a decisive battle. The 2 weapons clashed, creating a deafening sound, forcing Ye Qing to retreat, using his agility to aim straight for his chest. But he wasn't seriously injured. Instead, he was absorbing Ye Qing's weapons. Disarming him, Ye Qing was left with only the hilt. The attribute notification disappears. Notification attribute disappeared. He then pulls a shield from his inventory to block the direct blow, and uses his remaining dagger for a desperate frontal attack as the system continuously notifies him that it costs 20 points to repair the scrap swords. The demon then jumped on him, lecturing him. Your will to survive is strong enough to tip the scales of victory. A very interesting soul. With that, he kicked him in the face, sending him sprawling across the floor before he regained his footing. Next, he lunges again, but within my domain all efforts are ultimately futile, followed by a barrage of strikes. Notification 20 points spent, broken sword repaired. Notification 20 points spent, broken sword repaired, while Ye Qing could only retreat and block. Notification 20 points spent, broken sword repaired. Notification 20 points consumed, scrap sword repaired. Notification 20 points consumed, scrap sword repaired. Notification recycling failed, insufficient materials. After struggling with him, the remaining dagger in his hand gradually disappears. What then? Novelist laughed gleefully in his mind. Installments are fine. I can always lower the interest rate for people I like, you mutt. First give me 100 divine items from your vault, and you can owe me the other 400. This made Ye Qing furious, wondering if he was doing this on purpose. In an instant, distracted Ye Qing was slashed several times, falling to the ground as system notifications appeared, and his attributes vanished. The demon suppressor pointed and scorned him while absorbing his soul. See before the rules, all your resistance is futile. Absorb what? Faced with someone as powerful as I'm becoming, you're starting to feel the pressure. He drones on. Now kneel and worship me. After I devour you, I might even spare a thought for you. Otherwise, I'll erase your memories, replace you, start from the abyss, destroy your family, murder your friends, and torment those you care about most, and I won't feel a thing because I'm not you. He then reached out and squeezed Ye Qing's throat, and in his days-old memories suddenly flooded back. If you enter the abyss and live, then live to leave it. Don't risk your life with me any longer. I'll finish the rest of the journey alone. I want you to live a good life. Your parents are gone, but I'll protect you. I absolutely won't let you face any danger, I promise. Suddenly, a spark of red light containing Ye Qing's memories emanated from his neck, causing him to exclaim, Interesting, I've changed my mind. I'll leave some of your thoughts behind, like leaving one of your eyes so your consciousness can still see everything that's about to happen. My initial intention was just to undo the curse, but now I've inadvertently accelerated its progress. I've really met a piece of trash. Before gods, before demons, before nameless creatures, he was simply weak. Good, become me, abandon everything. Then, raising his sword and abandoning all that you hold dear, he smirks, "Let me completely replace you." Then he stabs Ye Qing directly, who's suspended in the aura, lost in thought. He only wanted to remove the curse, but inadvertently accelerated its progress. "I'm truly useless. Before gods, demons, and nameless beings, I'm simply weak." The demon chuckled. "Excellent, become me, and abandon everything, abandon what you cherish most." In that instant, Novelis's words echoed in his mind. "You owe me 400 divine artifacts, how can I let you be free? You pathetic cur, you have nothing left to lose. Now let me take everything from you." The demon, bearing Ye Qing's form, roared as he charged with his sword. But as the blow landed, Ye Qing blocked it with his bare hand, shocking the demon. "What?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with terrifying power. "My sword is your sword, and your sword is mine." The demon sensed something was wrong and disengaged. "What? What the hell are you talking about?" Ye Qing confidently declares, "Stop using your strength to block my sword. Your power is my power, and my power is yours." He hurled the vilest insults, asking, "What the hell are you babbling about? Why won't you die?" Undeterred, he declares, "I will never submit to anyone, and I will never become you. Before your powerful voice, I won't let anyone take me away. Only I have that right." Novelis witnessed everything. "I told that cur I'd take responsibility to the end. I am Novelis." As she cast her gaze, Ye Qing's eyes seemed to lose all life. "I am the demon of utter despair." What is that? Power erupts from him, and the head of a great dragon appears behind him. "Dragon, the dragon blood berserker within." Ye Qing repeatedly cried out a single word, "dragon." Flames erupt around him, radiating intense heat. Torn flesh, broken bones, pulped organs mean nothing. He will devour them all. The demon maintains his arrogant demeanor. "Who exactly is the demon here, you or me?" Ye Qing snatched his sword, shocking him. "My sword." The demon suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. "In my domain, no one can stand against me. No one can." He summons his immense power, creating tendrils that lash out at him. "So what if you take my weapon? I'll still take all your power." Ye Qing reacted quickly, swinging his hand and striking the large rock in front of him, the powerful force of the sword emitting a long streak attacking him. What? In a flash, the demon was struck, reeling backward as a drop of blood graced his cheek, yet he wore a knowing smile. Ye Qing, catching his breath, surveyed the scene, unaware that the demon had reappeared behind him, unleashing another spell. The great blaze point blank. "Let's see you escape this." In the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, and Ye Qing seemed to be struggling to survive. The demon was certain, he's dead, he must be dead. But his arrogance is met with a cold splash of reality. Ye Qing is unharmed, standing calmly on a small rock, leaving the demon in disbelief. "Why? Why aren't you dead yet?" Enraged, he summons 2 more magic spheres. Under the demon's control, 2 nearby boulders hurtled violently toward Ye Qing. He turned the tables immediately, attacking with full force. The demon dodged the blow, instantly teleporting to a different location. Gritting his teeth, he noticed with a start that Ye Qing had vanished. Taking advantage of the demon's inattention, he appeared behind him and plunged his sword straight into his stomach. Ye Qing strained as he commanded, "Reclaim it all." The demon shrieked as Ye Qing withdrew his sword, distancing himself from the old man. Before his eyes, the demon collapsed, his body seemingly evaporating, unable to believe that Ye Qing had actually traded blows with him. The demon is persistent indeed. Now he's transforming into a completely different form. This form is even uglier, and it can even steal my domain attribute points. Unbelievable. Ye Qing stroked his sword. "Weapons only slow my attacks." Then without hesitation he bit the blade in half, leaving the demon speechless. "You son of a..." "My sword." And after destroying his sword, Ye Qing entered a completely different state, frightening him. In the blink of an eye, Diep Kin vanished and reappeared before him, delivering a crushing blow. Not stopping there, he used his powerful legs to leap toward the demon, landing another devastating kick to the gut. He was down for less than a minute, but Ye Qing gave him no chance to rest, pouncing again. The demon then used his chains to bind him, announcing that the dragon shackles formation could absorb the power of the sealed object and transfer it to strengthen the seal. He then paused to remind his opponent that the more he struggled, the harder it would be to escape because he was not like those greedy and foolish dragons. Listen closely. My name is Ye Qing. With that, he blasted the chains to pieces, leaving his opponent shaken as Ye Qing declared, "I am the king." He flew into him before he could react, taking Ye Qing's fiery slap to the face, causing Seizo to spill from his mouth. Immobile yet unforgiving, he unleashed a fiery barrage upon the demon, the force of which shattered the very floor around them, until at last his foe was spent, and Ye Qing tore out its heart, savoring the taste. "Your power is mine now," on Novelis's side. She despaired as Ye Qing's body burst into flames. "The ritual failed, just as I suspected. If this little stray turns into a shadow demon, I'll have to kill him as soon as possible." With that, she hurled her spear at Ye Qing, but he awoke just in time, catching the spear aimed at him, startling Novelis. Possess a body." He sat up and frowned. "The ritual is complete, and all his power has been restored." Novelis rushes over, curious as Ye Qing emerges. "You're back, you wouldn't stop talking." So what did that demon say? What did you trade for it? Did he become you? Or has your body been taken over? You're not yourself anymore. Now bark like a dog for me. He finally frowned and replied, I ate that thing. Hearing that, novelist salivated, wondering if eating a demon would be delicious. Can that thing even be eaten? Ye Qing coldly turned away, adding, and I see through your tricks now. I can't trust a word you say. Novelist's words cause her some confusion, but Ye Qing bluntly reveals that the ritual was never meant to break the curse. What you want is for the Shadow Devil to break free from the Wind Dragon formation's control, to have my body possessed, and then to deal with me yourself. Novelist sighed, sounding somewhat dejected. What you say isn't entirely true. The Shadow Devil's domain will transform into something with the same power as the original. Even I'm not confident I could defeat a transcendent version of myself. Here she honestly smirks. But you're different, your strength fluctuates, and this contradictory constitution gives you a chance to win. You're a stray dog I care about, so even if you lose I can easily kill you. Novelist suddenly frowned, a little frustrated. Now, what? The demon is dead, but my condition hasn't changed at all. Even his instant thunder death can't be undone now, and his face pales as Ye Qing slowly comes to terms with the truth. The Zhongyan Holy Scripture, didn't you say it could undo the curse of death? You told me so yourself. She narrowed her eyes, stating the truth. This little bit of time is all you have, and the central sanctuary scripture can only be traded with the shadow demon. The trade target is gone. How can I undo it? While novelist babbles on, I'm actually the unluckiest one. The shadow devil is gone, and my plan to escape the abyss is ruined. Thinking about all this gives me a headache while he's secretly transforming right beside me. When she finally notices Ye Qing's change, her eyes widen in shock. What are you? He transforms his face into a demonic form. Ye Qing hesitantly asks, what if the shadow demon is still alive? The scene shifts outside the gate, where two people are in heated discussion. We've been waiting for over 15 hours, and apart from a few awakened ones who have already left, there's still no news from anyone else. This is getting worse. Team leader Fa Zhang, of the Hunter's Heart, is the son of Elder Fa Tianlin, of the Mage Association. If something happens to him, we won't be able to bear the consequences. One of them, dissatisfied, asks why only the weaklings are coming out. Not a single member of the Grim Hunters. Suddenly they shout, wait, something catches Xingran's attention. Two figures emerge from the gate. I see them. Fahai hobbles out of the gate, supported by his staff, followed by Ye Qing. The two men immediately rush to greet them. You're alive, he asked faintly. He's in your hands now, and she immediately rushed over. Ye Qing and Xingran were overjoyed. I knew you could turn bad luck into good, he replied. Seriously, I'm sorry, but this time I really wanted to go alone. Ye Qing then pulled out a key and showed it off. The good news is, I got this key without noticing your dark expression. Without a word, Xingran punches him in the gut, angrily yelling, Idiot, you have a sister waiting for you at home. I don't need you to take such risks. After taking a beating, Ye Qing mumbled, sorry, before sensing something was wrong. From the gate, a cloud of smoke emerges, freezing time itself, and a tearful novelist appears. Finally, I can breathe again, she says as Ye Qing bristles with annoyance. Not now, novelist. Ignoring her, novelist approaches Xingran, drawn to the scent of the horn necklace. Novelist smirked, pointing at her. She's just the close comrade you mentioned. Ye Qing didn't respond angrily, demanding quickly restore me to normal. I don't want to get involved with knowledge from beyond the abyss, but novelist refuses to cooperate. No, I only exist in the reflection of your left eye now. My body is still rolling around in mountains of money in the King's Valley. Back to the present, Ye Qing's demonic form has piqued her interest. If you can undo the Wind Dragon seal and get me out of this hellhole. But before long, he reverted to his original state. This form seems to consume even more magic than multi-layered frenzy. She raised an eyebrow, confused. Wait, Mutt, what level are you now? Ye Qing quietly raises an index finger, prompting novelist to speculate wildly. 1000100001,100,000,000. He explained that he was level 1. His class, the Limited Awakener, has a level cap of 5, and he's only level 1 right now. That left novelist speechless. A level 1 shadow demon, a pathetic weakling scrub. Ye Qing, wounded in his pride, angrily shouts that even if he's weak, he's the one who knows the shadow demon. Novelist closed her eyes, deep in thought. After all, he was the second-generation shadow devil, so he should have the power to transport part of her body. Ye Qing urgently demands, give me the key. I won't take you out of the abyss, and I don't want anything to do with you ever again. But novelist suddenly moves closer to observe him, saying, your eyes are dragon recognition, eyes just like my beautiful eyes. She happily points to her left eye. Your eye and my nerves are linked, your vision will resonate with mine. Our connection cannot be severed. This is the Dragon Eye contract, a part of the dragon's eye, she declared, leaving him stunned. What is this sorcery? Novelist's eyes widened with resolve. You once dared to probe me with your skills. Now use them to look upon me again. Immediately, a surge of power erupts from Novelist's eye. You dared to probe me with your skills, so let's see you try using them again. Ye Qing was indeed affected by her eyes, his own now uncontrollable, forcing his soul form to manifest. Yi Qing was stunned in disbelief, while Novelist continued to joke beside him. I must look quite alluring, don't you think? She said, turning to him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. From now on, your eyes have become Dragon Sense eyes after the upgrade, and if there are any differences from before, I can use my dragon knowledge to explain them to you. No one but you can detect our existence. This is a special introductory price. Later, each use will count as one divine artifact. The more Ye Qing heard, the paler his face became. Novelist excitedly confirmed, you now owe 401 items. Hearing this, he jumped up. Like hell, I do. Back in real time, while Ye Qing clutched his head in frustration, she laughed incessantly above him. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily, you shameless greedy bastard. Realizing he'd been played by Novelist, Ye Qing said, you mutt, I'm out of here. I'm so sorry, Xingran sobbed, clinging to him. I don't deserve to be a knight. I couldn't even protect our rear. Yi Qing frantically tries to defuse the situation. No, I wasn't talking about you. It's no one's fault. It's my fault for putting everyone in danger. Before we can face stronger beings, we must first become stronger ourselves. Fap Hung paused at these words. A subordinate approached Han An asking Captain what happened inside. What happened to your team? Fap Som hesitantly recalls me, as I seem to have opened the grand door to the vault. Then frowning, he struggled to recall a golden light, a revelation that left his subordinate speechless. Golden light, and so many treasures within. Fap Hung quickly affirmed that this abyss was not empty, but filled with sand, the color of sand, all of it was sand. The others were skeptical. Samsoon didn't respond. He approached Ye Qing and started talking. That's right, I remember you now. You're strong. I can't recall what you did or said in that vault. Fap Hung struggled to piece together his memories. You said the treasure should be divided equally among everyone. One share for the Heart Hunters, one for the Early Awakeners. That's right, a 5-year 50-50 split. Saying this, he chuckled to himself, lost in thought. 5 years, 50 years. He narrowed his eyes speechless, reminding him, thank you Team Deja Vu. At least he can get half of that garbage the Dharma Bear. Novelist, who had retreated, suddenly reappears, warning that, to protect the Dragon's Canyon treasure, his existence must remain a secret. Why didn't you kill him when you were hungry, he retorted. Keeping Pyonghyo alive serves my purposes. More precisely, he's useful to our hunting party. The Shadow Demon can read memories and I can erase them. Besides, you need a witness to provide false intelligence. She was finally convinced by Ye Qing's serious attitude. Alright, without me sending out the treasure signal, everyone would be lost in this endless red desert. Besides, my star passage is protected by sandstorms. The scene shifts and Wu Ming sighs as he's forced to sit outside. Because of his low luck stat, he's barred from entering the hospital. Inside the IQU hospital, Chu Tong lies in bed. Ye Qing stands outside, anxious. It's Chu Tong. Yiling quickly explained that his bones were fractured in multiple places and his internal organs were damaged. Xingran's healing slowed the wounds from worsening, allowing them to wait for an ambulance from outside the abyss. She frowned, troubled, explaining that his wounds were tainted by the abyss, and some critical injuries seemed to heal better within it. Yi Qing casually suggested, then, they should take him back to the abyss for treatment later. That naivete made Yiling sigh. Their team wasn't authorized for that kind of special treatment. But Ye Qing pulls out a card saying money is no object, and Xingran chimes in, I can pay too. She could only helplessly remind them, no, these are special regulations from the World Association's higher-ups. Captain, we're not allowed to enter the Abyss alone, we need to wait for approval. After the Abyss hunt, almost the entire Heart Hunt squad was wiped out while all the members of our Faint Awakening team survived. Just based on that alone, we're lucky we haven't become special investigation targets, Yiling continued hesitantly. If you cause any more trouble, I'll silently leave you to the incurable wounds of the Abyss. Wounds that are difficult if not impossible to heal from within. How bitter. Yi Qing suddenly pulls out a vial of medicine. If that's the case, she can only use a special move, something that dazzled her. This is a super recovery potion. I've only seen it at the highest level auctions. But that's an Abyss item. It won't have any restorative effect outside the Abyss. He still decided to hope for it. It didn't heal, but her condition could improve. Hearing this, Yiling's eyes lit up. Improved condition. Ye Qing confidently presents the vial, a traditional potion, enhanced by Long Yan, capable of greatly strengthening one's physique. For a moment, he secretly considered giving her the gift he'd intended for Diepchu, thinking he could always get another one later. And as expected, she showed interest in the medicine. Oh my, Captain, where did you get this? Ye Qing, caught off guard, lied, without batting an eye. I found it in the trash. He recalled Ye Qing's plea in the study. Oh, before I go, there's something I need your help with. Novelist lazily replied. What is it? He pulls out a potion and chooses to be evasive. It's said that every part of a dragon is a treasure, with countless secrets hidden within used to create powerful artifacts. As expected, that stirred her pride. Of course. Ye Qing continued. I just saw a unique formula in the corner of the secret manual inside the library. In addition to the super healing potion as a solvent, it also requires a drop of dragon saliva as the main ingredient. Novelist was taken aback by this information. dragon saliva. She immediately poured the potion into her mouth without hesitation. You make my saliva sound so appealing. Novelist held it in her mouth for a moment, then spat it back into the bottle. The system then displays a notification. Dragon saliva acquired a strengthened version of the super recovery potion. This potion is completely random. In addition to the fixed effects, it also has arbitrary chaotic effects that will only be revealed after use. She excitedly pointed it out to him, saying it was a success, and since they waste a lot of saliva while sleeping, anyone who needs it can just take it. Yi Qing felt disgusted holding the potion, and tactfully refused, saying that according to the recipe, only 1 drop of dragon saliva was needed. Back then, Yi Qing hesitated, not daring to risk it. Chu Tong needed to recover some stamina, but I wasn't sure if the random effect would cause any harm. He suddenly coughed a few times inside, and Chu Tong struggled to say, I've already died once, so I'm not afraid to die again. Even if it's poison, I'll drink every last drop. As he said this, he sat up, conveniently removing his mask. Please give me a chance. Big brother. Chu Tong earnestly pleads, I want to become stronger, I want to be independent. Yi Qing and Zhou Tong are now in the underground training ground for those about to be initiated. Hands in his pockets, he calmly asks, how do you feel? He stared at his hands in astonishment as if his body had been transformed. As the medicine took effect, all his old wounds began to heal. Yi Qing's eyes widened as he warned, in the Abyss world, constitution is a critical attribute that determines the body's physical resistance. If your constitution is too weak, your body will suffer permanent damage from wounds. Zhu Tong stretches, understanding dawning. Even with constant healing, blood loss persists, and permanent injuries accumulate, reducing maximum health, and potentially lowering it permanently. So in other words, my body has gotten stronger, right? He responded vaguely. Yes, but not entirely. He wondered, eyes wide. Your stats have increased, so why aren't you stronger? Ye Qing explains emotionlessly. Attribute growth only affects the outer layer of muscle. But in the Abyss, fighting monsters isn't just about stats, it's about thought and awareness. Every high-level demon in the Abyss has at least 1 or more mechanisms. If you can't fix your body's problems, and rely only on your stat advantage, it won't work. Your arrogance will be your downfall. With that, he drew 2 swords. Without a word, Ye Qing rushed forward, and Chu Tong hastily drew his sword, looking panicked. Don't worry, Ye Qing reassured him. I've used my sensory ring to suppress my level to match yours. Ye Qing then attacked mercilessly, disarming Chu Tong, sending his sword flying. He pressed the 2 swords against his neck, causing Chu Tong to break out in a cold sweat, as Ye Qing sternly reminded him, attack me with everything you have, including the intent to kill. But he was a little confused. Big bro, what are you talking about? Are you trying to teach me combat skills? Why do I need a killer's mentality? He simply waved his hand, stirring up the dust around him. Ye Qing glared and threatened. If you don't dare kill me, then I'll kill you. Zhou Tong makes people afraid of him. Is he hallucinating? The leader looks like a demon. He finally snaps, grabbing the sword, and Ye Qing is visibly shaken. Yes. Zhu Tong hurriedly lunged for the sword. Damn it, I'm on drugs and a little stronger now. But Ye Qing is already on my tail. He grabbed the sword and warily turned around. Yi Qing was already right behind him, and even with his agility stats up to par, that moment of hesitation cost him the perfect opportunity to act. Chu Tong was stunned, beginning to panic. Even with his boss's strength reduced to 1/20th, he was no match. Even after becoming stronger, he couldn't catch up, no matter how hard he tried. He gritted his teeth. Is Ming still not strong enough? Ye Qing retaliated with all his might. Damn it. He followed up with a blow that sent him reeling backward, disarming him, the sword flying several feet away. Zhu Tong quickly raised his hand in surrender. Big brother, I lost. But Ye Qing doesn't seem inclined to let him off the hook just yet. Picking up the sword, Chu Tong hesitantly suggests, give me that potion again. As long as it makes me stronger, I'll accept any side effects. Contrary to his expectations, Ye Qing simply asked, answer me again, why do you want to become stronger? After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, I don't want to be laughed at again. Ye Qing emotionlessly asks, anything else? Zhu Tong obediently replied that he wanted to one day stand in the center of the stage and become the main character, then asked, anything else? He earnestly replied, I want to become an unparalleled powerhouse recognized by everyone. Aren't those reasons enough? Ye Qing raised his eyebrows and told Chu Tong about the past, how an obsession with power can turn a person into a monster, like the aberrant Blood Moon, who fell into the abyss in his determination to gain strength at any cost. I don't want you to become that strong. Chu Tong was shaken by those words. What kind of strength is he talking about? Ye Qing sits in front of Chu Tong, placing a hand on his shoulder. For a better life. Chu Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. A better life. Why is the reason so simple? He lectured earnestly, saying that even if you can't stand at the top, you don't need to put yourself in danger just to be recognized. I hope you strive for strength, simply to live a better life. Not to conquer the abyss, but to never lose yourself within it. With that, Ye Qing relented and offered the vial, and Chu Tong's eyes lit up at the sight of it. Just a small sip could enhance his stats. He reached for the vial, but Chu Tong overcame the temptation, resolving to stand on his own. He was strong enough. He would finish the journey on his own 2 feet. He picked up his sword and solemnly affirmed, "Let's do this again. Even if it's a weaker version of you, I'll fight carefully, step into the abyss, and then walk out alive." Yi Qing was finally satisfied with his performance, saying he spoke well, while Novelist, who had been watching the situation, couldn't help but feel like he was hearing his last words. "Furthermore, your life only has 3 days left, and I've calculated that your chances of survival are only 1.7 inches. 10000. She rested her chin on her hand. Also, wasn't that potion expired? Recalling when Chu Tong drank it, dragon saliva was a completely random concoction with unwanted side effects and random chaotic effects that couldn't be identified until ingested. At that moment, the system appeared, identifying the medicine as useless, a fact he could scarcely believe. Was it no different than drinking water? After drinking it, he coughed twice, prompting Ye Qing to rush over, worried. "Chu Tong, are you okay?" After drinking it, he was not only fine but elated. "This medicine works. I feel like myself again." The system chimes, announcing, "You have consumed an unknown potion," activating the legendary poet Pan's lost item search. He received an experience point reward. His experience bar went from 99.9% to 100%, and he leveled up. Chu Tong was ecstatic after feeling the recovery. "I think I'm okay again." Yi Qing smiled, slightly delighted. Luckily it wasn't a deadly side effect or sudden death. Nullification is good news in a way. Suddenly, Novelist chimed in. "Hey, are you saying my spit isn't clean or something?" He replied emotionlessly, "Of course not." She looked at him curiously, wondering why the medicine was so effective, despite clearly not working. Could humans have some special recovery ability? Yi Qing happily replied, "It's a miracle, a miracle." Then his eyes turned to Novelist. "How could a dragon who hoards treasure understand the miracles unique to humans?" She smirked and suggested. "Then tell me what you call a miracle." Ye Qing vaguely explained, "Live your life to the fullest, and miracles will happen." The scene shifts to the World Guild building, as Ye Qing, hands in his pockets, walks inside. He brushed past Xiao Feng, their eyes meeting, and Xiao Feng glared at him. "Yeah, you bastard," he spat with open hostility. "Xiao Feng, long time no see," he angrily retorted. "Long time no see. More like running into you in a dead-end alley, you trashy yeah. I can't believe I'm seeing you at the World Guild Association. Finally realized you need to find a backer, huh?" But Ye Qing brushed past Xiao Feng without interest, dodging him. Seeing this, he hurriedly blocked his path. "Where do you think you're going?" "I haven't forgotten about that debt." Xiao Feng pulls out a ring and shouts, "You bastard, you think I forgot? You swindled me out of 200 million for this broken iron ring. I'll never forget that it was 200 million. This trash ring made me the laughingstock of Tatis." He nonchalantly pointed to a nearby trash can and suggested, "If you're so ashamed, just find a place to throw it away. Like over there, for example." Xiao Feng subtly waved his hand, signaling 2 of his henchmen to appear, a sight that filled Ye Qing's face with disgust. "Are you planning to keep it to bother me again? How troublesome for you." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Feng commanded, "You're talking nonsense. Now I order you to buy back this trash for 200 million. He frowned, clearly annoyed. "Wasn't this just forcing a bid? Why should I buy it for you? Isn't this against the rules?" But he's brazen, countering that those are the auction house's rules, and this isn't the auction house. "You don't have any platinum VIP privileges here. I'm Tatis, and I have connections. If I say pay up, you pay up. If I tell you to eat shit, you eat shit." Xiao Feng ordered his men to strip him of his gear until he paid back the 200 million he swindled from him, but his subordinate protested. "Boss, this guy's gear is all trash. Even if we strip him down to his underwear, it won't be worth much, and he's cursing non-stop. Is he really all trash? Isn't he supposed to be a collector of ultimate gear? How can everything he has be trash?" Xiao Feng frowned, and made a decision. Even if he's trash, that just proves he's useless. "Take him to the black market hospital, and I'll sell his kidneys to pay off the debt." While dealing with the nuisance, Yi Qing's eyes suddenly widened as Novelist burst forth from within him. Annoyed, Yi Qing asked loudly, "What is it now?" and quickly got to the point. "I think what this guy's saying makes sense. This ring is indeed a top-tier piece of equipment. He confessed I used appraisal on it before, but it was just a normal iron ring." Novelist waved her hand, smiling. "That was before, but I'm a dragon. I can tell treasures from trash." With that, she opened her mouth wide, unleashing the sleeping spirit of fire, and declared, "In the name of Novelist Galacron, break the lock of the ninefold seal. Using red scales as its shell, and dragon blood as its guide, let its forgotten true name see the light once more. Let the sealed dragon's breath ignite once more, unleashing its true name." Novelist breathes on the ring, revealing its true form. Excitedly showing off her prize, she says, "Take a good look, this is its true form." The ring's information appears: Breath of the Flame, Dragon Ring of Extinction. This seemingly rusty iron ring actually comes from the ancient Dragon Clan, a secret treasure of the Dragon Clan's high priest. You've used your flames to refine it for years. Legend says that at the end of the Crimson Flame era, the Flame Dragon Clan, to withstand the extraterrestrial fire, compressed the breath of the last adult flame dragon into 3 rings. This is one of them. Because its power was too wild, the ring's true form was sealed, causing the surface to gradually rust into ordinary iron. Only those with a discerning eye can see its true value. Yi Qing-shu was shocked. Such a thing existed. Novelist proudly showed off. The average appraisal skill only sees the surface, but my dragon eyes can see the soul of an item, revealing what's been sealed, forgotten, or even lost to the item itself. As time resumed its course, Xiaofeng's voice echoed once more. Don't think you can disrespect me just because I'm being nice. As expected, Ye Qing made his decision. 20 million, I'll buy it. That decisive action left him stunned. Say that again, I didn't quite catch it. Without another word, he transferred 200 million to you. Xiaofeng's system then notified him that he'd received the funds. He stared blankly at his phone. Was it really that easy? Ye Qing urged him impatiently. The ring. Seeing this, his subordinate shouted with joy. Boss, what are you waiting for? He gave you 200 million. Have you forgotten how unlucky that ring was? If we return the 200 million, the boss's reputation in Tatis will be restored, and we can finally hold our heads high with pride. But Xiaofeng was still a little wary, and he turned to count again. Wait there, 11 trillion, 10,000, 100,000, hurry up and give me the stuff. Satisfied with the amount, Xiaofeng handed it over to Ye Qing, not forgetting to taunt him. 200 million. Right on the money. Turns out you're even better as a victim than I am. Here, Ye Ziyan, take this cursed thing. This kind of trash is only fit for trash like you. He quietly touched the ring, and its shape began to change. Only then did Xiaofeng notice the ring's transformation. It seemed to be of the highest quality. He cried out in shock, seeing the ring in Ye Qing's hand, who smirked and asked, We made a deal, so we're all good now, right? Now he wants to go back on his word, and take the ring back. Boss, this isn't how things are done. We're the Tat organization after all. We can't be so obvious. But Xiaofeng wouldn't listen, determined to keep both the ring and the money. Hearing this, Ye Qing uncomfortably pulls her hand back. Is he going to help now? Tatis's bad reputation precedes him. He grits his teeth and Xiaofeng's body begins to glow. With that, he transformed into his werewolf form. It's daylight robbery, what can you do about it? Novelist saw this and sighed. When humans become greedy, even dragons like us are ashamed. Yi Qing felt helpless. Some people are born not to listen. One punch from him would send them flying, so he just wants to cleanse this world. Xiaofeng crashed to the ground as his men panicked. Boss, Yi Qing casually threatens, are you going to carry your boss away or not? Or would you like to try as well? The underlings were terrified by his words. We'll carry him. Suddenly, a figure appeared right behind him, someone who can easily produce 200 million and defeat Xiaofeng with a single blow. Team leader Ye, of the Natjok family, lives up to his reputation. His underlings cried out at the sight of him. Chairman, it's the chairman. What brings you here? This man is the chairman of the Santatis crew. Iron Fist Arbiter Nguksun appeared and immediately offered 500 million for the ring. To further emphasize his credibility, Nguksun added that even a third-rate hunting party couldn't afford a third of this amount. But I'm willing to pay 500 million to buy the ring on your hand. Lele, even the legendary Blood Moon ring only fetches around 250 million on the black market. Ignoring him, Nguksun pulls out a check and begins to write. Because I admire talent. Ye Qing, would you consider joining Tatus? Add another 100 million, and buy out your entire hunter group. Xiaofeng was so stunned he jumped to his feet. You're recruiting him, boss. This kid is always disrespectful to Tatus. Have you forgotten how he deceived me? Wouldn't Zhang Mu discourage the others? Yi Qing predictably declines his offer, stating he's the leader of the Dusk Watch, not a free hunter waiting to be bought. Hearing this, Nguksun casually suggests that if he's worried about joining Tatus because of his position as captain, he should just disband his group of trash hunters. That way you can get rid of the dead weight holding you back. Those words didn't sit well with Ye Qing. He retorted that they weren't disposable trash, and when the hunters were at their lowest, they chose to stand by the side of the awakened. It was a bond like family, but his opinion remained unchanged. The Tatus family are the most elite team, with the most complete intelligence network, and power over dozens of A and C+ class abysses. What can those idiotic Tatus family members offer you? I'm simply giving them a place to stay, because I value you. Listen carefully, I only want you to join. As Prison Mountain finished speaking, Ye Qing stomped his foot on the floor. Frowning, you show him no respect. I simply feel that you're not worthy. Tatus is not worthy of any of us. That's when Nguksun was stunned. What did you just say? You're rejecting me outright. No one has ever dared to treat me like this before. A low-ranking hunting party that isn't even qualified for independent hunts is nothing more than an inferior group, only able to survive by relying on the distribution of the larger hunting parties. Yi Qing's brow furrows deeper with each word. It seems he's forgotten something. Even the lowest-ranked captain is still a captain. To maintain the most basic respect between two independent hunting parties, what do you have to say as a captain? Hearing this, Nguksun grinned and burst out laughing. Well said. Elder, he's right. You're a stubborn one to be moving today. He suddenly has a crazy idea I forgot to mention. Elder Thien Lan has appointed me as the acting captain of the hunt. The old man is still thinking about what happened to his son, and it seems he's going to put all the blame on the house of the dull-eyed. Before the thunder strikes, you need to learn how to be a stray dog. I take back my previous offer. How about we, as the president of Tatus and the captain of the House of the Dull Senses, renegotiate a mutually beneficial agreement? But Yi Qing turned to leave, asking what there was to discuss. Not letting him go, Prison Mountain quickly offered a deal. The final codex. Am I right? Is that why you came to the guild? Yi Qing stopped in his tracks, turning back warily. Don't tell me you have that information. Having achieved his goal, he happily boasts that not only that but the ownership of this abandoned abyss happens to belong to Tatus. That abyss was closed due to an accident years ago, and I'm the only one who can restart the hunt. Prison Mountain grinned, demanding I've shown my chip. Now it's your turn to ante up. As time passed, Ye Chu, who was at home listening to the story, was shocked. Brother, you actually agreed to their terms. Yi Qing sighed helpless. They had the intel, leaving him no choice. She quickly moved on. This meant another joint hunt into the null zone, with only 2 members allowed. Who would he take? He frowned and sighed repeatedly. This was indeed a difficult problem. According to Tatus, the abyssal haunt was likely an abyss ruled by an immortal being. Yi Qing was frustrated, remembering Wu Ming's attitude upon hearing the news. I am an immortal being, and you want to deal with so many types. Do you believe I'd even dare to kill you? Yi Qing sighed, realizing Wu Ming was out of the question, and then he remembered Zhou Tong, who was in special training, and confidently claimed he could change Yi Qing's mind in a month, which led to him postponing the team's hunting missions. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Yi Qing became. He really didn't seem to have a choice. Spirit Infect Ice Knight Yi Ling, Fire Mage. Elemental damage is more effective than pure physical attacks against undead creatures created from magic. Yi Zhou's face darkened as he sneered. 2 women and 1 man. You really know how to enjoy yourself, don't you? He snapped back to reality, trying to explain himself. What was he even thinking? I'm the one without a choice here. Who made your brother's hunter team so miserable? He doesn't even have the right to choose his own team. She frowns and sighs. If only I could help you right away. Ye Qing quickly sat up to comfort him. Don't worry, take your time, and one day you'll be more powerful than me. Ye Cho suddenly revealed his sharp teeth. She grits her teeth. You're still going on this mission alone, with those 2 girls. Then a cloud of smoke rises, causing his chair to tilt backward. She transforms into a monstrous form, menacing him. Diep Chu, I absolutely forbid it. Yi Qing was already struggling with Ye Zhou, and now Novelist is mocking him too. It's not easy being you. How could he explain to his sister that there was another woman in his left eye? He was furious. Jing Yi, moving through the neighborhood with 3 drunks, noticed the nearby alley and smirked. Is your sister drinking alone and lonely? Yiling glared and coldly dismissed him. Get lost. In the once quiet alley, an explosion suddenly erupts from within. Yiling unleashed her power, causing the 3 men to scream. Damn it, it's so hot. You bitch, let go. She gritted her teeth, tightening her grip. Trash deserves to die. But then, Yiling's other hand shot out to stop her, her personality shifting completely. No, don't do this. It's Lang Wei taking over. She looked at the men with remorse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She's just a little upset. Please just go, I beg you. They were spared, but didn't forget to curse as they ran. Crazy bitch. Those words successfully triggered Yi Ling to reappear. I absolutely won't let those filthy hands touch a single hair on your head. But then Ling Yi interjected, reassuring her. This is my choice, sister. We're one body, aren't we? Finally, under her persuasion, she relented. One day I will return this body to you, Lang Wei, whole and unharmed, no matter the cost. The appointed day arrives and a group gathers on the road on one side. Zhu Fengke, the arrogant captain of the Heavenly Light Seat, Jian Bai, who scoffs that Han Ye, only 3rd ranked in Divine Wind City, dares to block the 2nd ranked. On the other, Sinver, captain of the Frozen Tears army. He grunted in response, and Bai's subordinate suddenly chimed in, saying if he couldn't even speak, he'd help him cut his tongue off so he wouldn't be embarrassed in front of his brother. I recognize him. He has the 2 sharp thorns of the Abyss Phantom Fortress on his waist. So, the tradition that no one can see the boss of the Abyss has been broken by the Dark Knight Tears. He quickly draws his sword, wanting to start a pointless fight. The Luminary Seat's rank far surpasses you sewer rats. Now, the Radiant Emissary is only 2nd in command. Sinver's subordinate recognized the sword as the Sacred Oath the moment he saw it. This legendary divine armor set, imbued with holy damage, was once auctioned for a staggering 400 million. Yue Jianbai's full set of gear is probably worth over 10 billion. Damn, if you don't have connections, you don't even have the right to compete. As the tension rises, a white smoke appears beside them. A figure slowly emerges, noting that second-rate hunter teams can only accomplish so much. Nook Sun smirked, standing before them. At least you all know who the real boss is. His appearance alone was enough to stop their fighting, but Nook Sun ignored their reaction and got straight to the point. The Abyss, a level S dungeon, requires 4 hunter groups to send their most elite warriors. Each group is limited to 3 people, and if the World Association hadn't requested it, your second-rate hunter group wouldn't even be involved. Silver immediately understood the implication. President Lei, that's not right. So we're just here to run with you, Prison Mountain doesn't hesitate to admit. There's a reason I invited you all here. I've applied to the Elder Council to participate in the Joint Hunter Plan. Abyss technology can transmit and record everyone's vital signs and combat data in real time, and some of our hunter teams are being treated as observable specimens. As expected, Jianbai and Simv were not happy with the offer, feeling like they were being treated as guinea pigs. I wondered how anything could be so good. Let's go. But as soon as they left, he offered a deal. Your hunting teams have been stuck at A rank for too long, haven't they? After this hunt, you'll qualify for S rank, with special approval from the Divine Wind City branch of the World Guild. Hearing this, he trembled, for Dark Knight's Tears had been stuck at A rank for 3 years, unable to reach the truly high-level quests and rare resources. He was moved to tears, remembering how he'd been humiliated by the Cloud Peak S rank hunters just last week, and the S rank mission board in the hall that he could never reach. In the end, they both turned back without a word, and if he could achieve S-class status, Dark Knight Tears could accept this deal. The Heavenly Light faction needs this S-rank assessment, but if Tatus messes with the data, I won't stand for it. Prison Mountain then happily introduced more. Don't worry, Tatus is a man of his word, and besides you all, there's another honored guest. Ye Qing appears amidst the surrounding chatter. That plague bringer. Look at his raggedy gear. It's worse than our Heavenly Light cleaners. Rumor has it in their last mission, he was the only A-rank hunter to return, and he was the leader of the Heart Hunter team. They say he even lost his mind. They quickly made their displeasure known. Could it be that all his teammates are quiet and soft-spoken? Xiao Feng mocked as soon as he saw him. Isn't this the famous weakling's home? I thought you were too scared to come. Silver sighed unhappily, thinking, why would we need another talentless nobody? Even Jianbai looked down on Ye Qing. Are the higher-ups in the guild crazy asking trash collectors to join the S-rank? He shouted. How could this be? How could the Celestial Lights possibly team up with this trash? Xingran quickly stepped forward, her voice laced with annoyance. What is it? Got a problem with that. The moment Jianbai saw her, his eyes lit up, and he rushed over to talk to Xingran. Isn't that someone from the Lu family? Lu Xingran. It's been a while, and instead of a greeting she mocks Jianbai. Long time no see, Jianbai, but it seems your stutter hasn't improved at all. Xingran's words made him flush with anger. Damn it, don't call me a stutterer. Do you want to die? Jianbai sneered at Xingran in anger. I have no desire to argue with the Li family's cast-off dog. Your brother now holds the reins of the Liu family, but what about you? To think you're reduced to scavenging for scraps again. How pathetic. She scowls, snapping, shut up. This is the path I've chosen, and it's none of your business what I do. Xingran continued to curse stuttering fool. Jianbai gritted his teeth in anger. I told you don't call me a stuttering fool. He stammered, trying to argue. Didn't the Liu family always want to marry into the Yue family? Too bad, so sad. You lost your most valuable bargaining chip. Your father must be so disappointed in you, right? If you hadn't broken off our engagement, you'd be the most admired and celebrated woman. But to me, you're just barking like a dog in the street. Regret. What kind of trash are you? Behind Silver's team, the taunting continued. The stuttering suits you well. Jianbai finally snaps, drawing his sword to take a life. How dare this ignorant fool insult him in front of his brothers? Today he'll make him bleed. Unfortunately for Jianbai, Ye Qing sent his sword flying with a single hand in mere seconds, then coldly stated, the sword is good, but the person has been verified as 100% alive. He froze, trembling uncontrollably. Realizing the sword was broken, he screamed, my sacred sword, what have you done to my most cherished oath? Ye Qing remained unfazed, calmly replying, it broke. Just an accidental slip. Jianbai angrily grabbed Ye Qing's collar and roared, accidental my ass. Do you know what you just touched? How dare you dismantle my precious weapon? Do you even know the Moon family's status and power? Noksun quickly smoothed things over, saying it was an accident, and that they were teammates who would be fighting together. Drawing swords upon meeting wasn't a good look, but his words only fueled the fire, as he was now disarmed and unable to fight. So how do you plan to compensate him? Prison Mountain, playing both good cop and bad cop, casually asks, Ye Qing. If you damaged his weapon, then you should compensate him, wouldn't you agree? Team leader Ye casually replied that he would compensate them if they had attacked first. Hearing this, Xingran interjected, that's not right. He clearly attacked first. Ye Qing calmly continued, but no matter. He stretched out his hand and a treasure trove of weapons instantly appeared. Captain Yue, take your pick. Any of these are better than your sword. Jianbai was stunned by the armory. Holy crap, where did you get all this? Novelist suddenly appeared, scolding. How could you so easily show the dragon's hoard to others? Ye Qing retorts with a frown. Dragons hoard my foot. This is clearly my bag, she retorted defiantly. Your bag is part of our treasure, and anything you put in it belongs to us. He snapped back. Don't act like you know everything, and go snooping through other people's bags. We agreed last time that I would return it to you, and I was even the one who offered to give it back. Novelist flew to the weapons and declared, we shall engrave the mark of the dragon upon them, in the name of Novelist Galakron. Anyone but us who dares steal from the dragon will be punished with soul-devouring flames, and I am on the exemption list. Hearing this, Ye Qing was startled and stopped him. Wait, don't exclude me and make decisions on your own. Meanwhile, Jianbai was still carefully observing the armaments. What are these? The faint traces of these ancient runes emanate a wisp of ancient magic, leaving Silver pale with shock. Compared to these, the weapons I wield are mere trash. Very well, your armory is indeed rich. These are clearly top-quality items that can't be found on the market. Yi Qing looked at the pile of weapons for a while. Since he couldn't explain it clearly, it was best to just talk nonsense. He decided to bluff, saying, "My vision is different from most hunters. I excel at recognizing discarded items that others overlook," Yi Qing confidently stated, pointing to his right eye. "Then I use my extraordinary true eye ability to appraise them." Hearing this, Xiao Feng was stunned. "Wait, you were serious about that auction, and you weren't lying about the ring." He frowned, lamenting inwardly. "Stop imagining things." He suddenly grew curious. "Then, where did you get all this divine equipment?" Ye Qing quickly retorted. "It's a trade secret, don't ask." Meanwhile, Xingran eagerly tugs at him. "I want one." Prison Mountain laughs with amusement. "Wonderful. You must know the importance of supplying top-tier hunters with divine gear. Right, no matter where you get it, our top-ranked hunter group must control this, and I absolutely will never allow that. Someone with so many divine artifacts could partner with other hunter groups." Fearless Ye Qing asked directly, "Is that praise or a threat?" He reiterated his previous offer. "Perhaps both Tatis is willing to pay above market price for your divine equipment. Just consider it carefully, especially if you want to enter the abyss. Then I'll find a way to get it." With that, Prison Mountain turned to remind Jian White. "Captain Bake, don't you know when to quit? Captain Ye is also my esteemed guest, so don't be rude to him and the members of the Sensory Deprivation House." He was speechless but agreed. "Why do you keep speaking for him? Fine, I'll let you off the hook this time. It seems I'm not in the mood to take advantage of anything." After a moment of consideration, Jianbai casually grabbed an item, this one. With that settled, he returned to the original issue. "Our team is complete, so there's no need for further ado. According to the intel, this Abyss Spectre uses divine equipment, so it's bound to drop items. Therefore, we need to agree on a method for distributing the spoils, and I have a proposal." Minguk-sun produces dice, and explains that according to the World Guild's traditional loot distribution rules, loot is calculated by zone, and the person with the highest roll gets the loot. Nguk-san tossed one to each of them, and Silvers remarked that it was no wonder they were seasoned hunters, even their method of division was old school. Jianbai, on the other hand, was still a little dazed. Dice. Over here, Novelist raises an eyebrow looking at the dice in Ye Qing's hand, as if it were fate itself. Though not particularly useful, it is a divine artifact imbued with the power of law. When fate's moment is frozen, its judgment is like a set rule, and even a dragon's seal can hardly break the law of this dice's power. Hearing this, he asked curiously, "What kind of power is the power of law?" She quickly gave a brief explanation. If it inhabits a weapon, it's divided into grades, from low-grade scrap iron and rotten wood, to true treasure-grade divine artifacts. Because the rules reside within equipment, all sorts of trash-tier divine gear with varying qualities are born. If they reside within humans, they create thousands of professions, offering a ladder to the heavens, but also erecting insurmountable walls. Thus, rules residing within humans give rise to various character classes, granting people extraordinary power, but also limiting their potential for growth. If it inhabits a monster, it creates a disaster, giving rise to ants that can devour dragons and demon lords, who can shatter the void, creating monsters with titles like Elite and Legendary. As for the abyss itself, the power of the rules can turn it into an eternal prison, making it both more dangerous and more valuable. Because the rules reside within the abyss, it becomes more dangerous, yet more likely to contain treasures. These four are the known laws, but there is a higher, more ethereal law that governs the cause and effect of events within the abyss. Yi Qing was stunned by the information. It could even control the law of cause and effect. Novelist smirked. "But do you remember what happened when we activated our treasure vault's mechanism? If you're perceptive enough, you can see the key mechanisms in the dark and evade them skillfully, and if you're lucky, even triggered mechanisms will be randomly interrupted. If one is extremely agile, they can stroll leisurely, even as arrows rain down upon them. Every moment, fate renders its judgment." With hands on her hips, she declares that rolling the dice of fate is nothing more than cheating. Only by unlocking the true name of the dragon's eye can one see through it. The system displays information. Dice of destiny. A humble throw, the result must be lower than an arrogant throw. Yi Qing thoughtfully looks towards Prison Mountain. So that's how Lei Yushan earned his title as the Iron-Fisted Arbiter. If he uses the dice of destiny next, then all future judgments will be decided by fate, which is fair to all four hunter groups, and there will be no bullying the weak, huh? After a moment's thought, he smirked and said, "Appraisal complete. This is indeed the real deal." He turned back curious. "Captain Ye, what do you think? You're a knowledgeable appraiser. I want your opinion." Yi Qing tossed the dice in his hand and spoke slowly. He firmly replied while holding the dice, "I think it's very fair. According to Warden, this place was once the town of Zhaokun on the outskirts of Shenfeng City over 10 years ago, a town with a population of over 1,000,000. Until the Abyss event occurred, the Abyss Gate opened and tore reality, creating a massive rift with a 5 kilometers radius. Overnight, the entire town and its 100,000 residents vanished. 10 years ago, the Santatus team was much smaller than it is now, and they were the first rescue team to discover the cause of this small town's destruction. Their leader sent in an elite team of 12 to explore the Forbidden Zone. Upon entering the abyss, they discovered the entire space was shrouded in a thick fog, with gray snowflakes drifting like countless embers of life, yet to be extinguished. Even more terrifying, the missing townspeople weren't truly dead. Their souls trapped here, twisted into vengeful spirits wandering the mist wailing. The members' ears were filled with agonizing screams, as if countless hands were tearing at their nerves. Their initial plan was to delve deep into the abyss's core, but after only 3 kilometers, the leader ordered a retreat. The dense fog within the abyss disoriented the compass, leaving even veteran hunters unable to find their way. The team of 2 quickly became completely lost, and to survive they decided to split into 4 groups of 3, each exploring in a different direction. They agreed to leave a dust mark at their starting point and return every hour, but one team, Black Crow, Hotep, and 100 Spirits Woman, was attacked by an unknown monster in the thick fog. As Crow recalled hearing bells within the fog as if from a faraway place, the shadow of a ruined Gothic church emerged from the mist nearby. Its steeple pierced the thick fog, black and red vines coiled around the outer walls, twisting like blood vessels, and some irresistible force drew them in. Upon the altar rested a massive, ominous spellbook, and hanging above it a gate key crafted from 7 human finger bones. As he trembled and reached for the key, the shadow behind the altar twisted, forming an indescribable, horrific shape that slowly emerged. It had no fixed outline, as if formed from countless wandering, agonizing faces stacked upon each other, each face silently screaming, the Crow recounted. At that moment he heard the whispers of the moon outside the window, then the bell rang again and a flock of birds rushed in. His 2 companions knelt on the spot, blood flowing from their orifices, terrifying him. He hurriedly grabbed the key and staggered out of the church. Black Crow didn't dare look back, didn't even dare confirm if his teammates had kept up. He just ran like a madman. Until a miracle occurred, he stumbled upon the traces left from the beginning, waited 6 hours at the appointed place, but the other teammates who had split up to act never appeared. Even more bizarre, the bone key in Crow's hand began to heat up, becoming too hot to hold, and fell to the ground, its head spinning like a compass, leaving a long trail before stopping and pointing in a specific direction. Left with no choice, he followed the key's guidance, and finally found the exit of the Abyss Gate. The moment he leaped out, the rift behind him convulsed violently, as if something was furiously slamming against the boundary. With his last bit of strength, Raven forced the bone key into the lock in the void, and the Abyss Gate slammed shut without a sound. And the achievements of this Abyss Gate were sealed here, never to be opened again. Prison Mountain produced a key, explaining that it was the only clue Black Crow had left behind, and they planned to reopen the gate. At that moment, the system notified him that the mysterious bone key had been used, and a gate opened. Before entering the Black Dungeon, he confirms that the Abyss's tech can transmit their signals and locations to the system interface in real time, even allowing remote communication. Now everyone needs to clarify their roles and responsibilities within the team, Silver says. First, how are we dividing up tasks? We Dark Tiers only like to play dirty, and we never fail, so we're all assassins. Let me reiterate, we will never charge ahead. Next, it's Bai's turn. My profession is, as a sword master, I've chosen to bring 2 members, one to be my sword sharpener, and the other, my sword bearer. To his right is the sharpener, and to his left, the bearer. Xingran raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Jianbai's uniqueness. A sword sharpener. This is the first time I've ever heard of that profession. And a sword bearer who just carries the sword. Is that even a real job? Yi Qing affirmed with a pout. A talisman master and a bottomless backpacker with immense storage, truly rare professions. Prison Mountain was speechless. He brought along 2 nobodies in such a dangerous situation, but Jianbai didn't seem to care. I alone am enough for battle. The other 2 are merely here to witness my elegant fighting style. An assistant is simply unnecessary. He turned helplessly to Ye Qing. Don't tell me you brought 2 more people to watch the show. He readily accepts the position while I'm an all-rounder, meaning I can handle any role. Hearing this, the man clears his throat and scolds all-rounder. That's quite a boast, kid. Don't think you can fool me with just a sword. Jianbai smirked. I also have an arsenal, and my collection is no less impressive than yours. To ensure the boss has enough medicine, I brought 1,500 different kinds, he repeats with satisfaction. That's right, 1,500. Only then did Jianbai realize something was wrong and shout. Shut up, what kind of idiot takes medicine before a fight? I said I need to take medicine before fighting. I said I can't fight without taking my medicine. Meanwhile, the other guy could only weakly respond to the scolding. No, nothing like that. Boss, you didn't say anything. Xiao Feng proudly introduced. Our boss is a dark knight, I'm a werewolf, and behind me is a light priest, all top-notch. Seeing the judgmental faces of Ye Qing's team, he angrily shouted, "What's with that look? Don't think you can sneak a punch on me like you did back at the world's finest guild." Xiao Feng stood on a rock and roared, "Look closely, a werewolf's transformation power doubles at night, and if there's a full moon, my power doubles again. If we had clashed here, then you would have been the one to fall." That action made the priest back away, as if he didn't know me. I'm not close to him. Yiling sighs, wondering if these boastful people can be trusted. With that settled, Prison Mountain suggests that no matter how you look at it, having one of their own in the team is more advantageous. So without a doubt, he will lead this abyss hunt. But Silver doesn't think so. The Iron Fist Arbiter hasn't even started, and he already wants to be a dictator. As for who gets to lead, why not let fate decide? What do you say? He knows what's right, and responds accordingly. Very fair. The rules are simple. Whoever has the highest score becomes the leader and goes first. The person with the lowest score must obey the person with the highest score and arrange their position according to their score, with Gushan scoring 16 points. He chuckled gleefully. Looks like fate is on my side after all. Based on these results, I assume no one questions my position as team leader. Right. Meanwhile, Shin barely misses with 15 points, clicking his tongue in frustration, just 1 point short of a tie. Jianbai with 9 points cleared his throat and ordered, "You only have 4 points. Do you even know the rules? Fall back." He was speaking to Ye Qing, who only had 4 points. After the commotion, they finally entered. With the commotion over, it's time to depart. They gradually made their way inside the gate, and Guksun quickly retrieved an item for use, a device used in the abyss. Before they left, Nuksun reminded them, "Stay close. This fog is getting thicker. Mark your teammates' locations on the map. If anyone gets lost, I won't waste time on a rescue." The group had barely entered when someone shouted, "Look, enemies." A horde of ghouls was approaching. Xiao Feng turned sharply and signaled priest. She raised her staff in response. Understood. The cleric casts her spell, chanting an incantation, her holy domain, dispelling the undead within its range and continuously healing her allies. The ghouls are immediately affected and begin to dissolve. Jianbai gritted his teeth, confused as to why no corpses were getting close. His subordinate immediately answered, "The priest's holy domain specializes in countering undead creatures. It's very effective, right?" Jianbai lets out a noise of understanding, then orders, "What are we waiting for? Give me your sword so I can wipe them out." The subordinate immediately pulled out his sword. "Yes, sir." Before the man could prepare, he snatched the sword and swung it. Jianbai smirked, pleased with the enchanted blade. He continued to unleash his dark magic, sweeping away the zombie horde, while Silver could no longer stand idly by. With a grimace, Silver commanded his subordinates, unfurling his cloak of darkness. "Assess the situation, then strike." Then Silver entered the fray, manipulating countless shadows to attack. Satisfied, Sinvers gave the order, "Let the rotting corpses be crushed beneath the boots of the living." Sinvers and his 2 subordinates retreated to enjoy the spoils, leaving the rest as living targets for the rotting corpses. But suddenly he froze. Down below, Yi Qing is forcing the zombies to retreat in fear. No magic, no incantations. Is he exorcising them with his very breath? This guy must have some kind of exorcism artifact or perhaps a rare but used piece of equipment. He glances over, guessing why I've dealt with so much trash like this before, to the point that even low-level undead are terrified by the scent. Xingran sighs, suggesting they let the low-level weak creatures go, but Ye Qing objects wary of what deadly state they might create upon death. If the enemy doesn't move, we don't need Wang Dong to act rashly. He guesses that the ghouls' clothes resemble those of the Abyss natives, likely devoured residents from outside the Abyss. Now a distinct tapping sound echoes, and Yiling senses something amiss. Magic. The flow of magic is disturbed, and Prison Mountain can sense the sound as well. Something is coming, and the tapping sound grows ever closer. To Jian's shock, one of the ghouls mimicked the tapping sound. It just spoke. One of them suddenly mimics him speaking human words. Jianbai was frozen in fear, and he immediately struck the zombie down. One of Jianbai's underlings suddenly cried out, "Has been." The ghouls then began to repeat their words. It just spoke in a human voice. "A has been. A has been." Behind the horde of ghouls was the Fader. Ye Qing frowned as he realized that behind the fog was the one controlling the ghouls, its mouth agape as if to speak. The ghouls immediately charged forward, and Ye Qing smirked confidently, knowing he wouldn't even need frenzy for creatures of this level. With that he lunged forward, charging into the horde of ghouls ready to strike. Yi Qing carefully observed everything. Death couldn't possibly exist in something so filthy. Novelist peeked out at the same time, confirming that immortal creatures are terrifying beings relying on magic to sustain their lives. They will instinctively hunt the magic in the bodies of job holders and convert it into life force. The more mana a job holder has, the more delicious they are to these creatures. He glanced around, noticing Yiling, the only pure magic user. It was then that Ye Qing turned around in alarm. "Yiling, don't use any magic." But she couldn't control herself at that moment, but I had to restrain her. Yiling's body erupted with intense magical power. It flowed straight towards Furs, who was not far away, as it opened its mouth wide to receive the abundant magical power. But quickly, her actions were stopped as Tin Niem created a wall of ice to protect Wei Lang. She cheerfully reassured her that it wasn't lethal magic but rather helped her cool down, which confused Yiling as she would also become a target. Ting Nian slowly curved her lips in response. It's okay. The knight's duty was to protect the rear and become the enemy's target. So she decided to go all in. A ghoul leaps over the shield and lunges forward, but Xingran freezes it with a swing of her sword. Only a few ice shards remained on the ground as she sped up the process and charged forward. Tin Hiem focuses her power, creating a large sphere to sweep away the ghouls, but as soon as one group is defeated, another is ready to advance. She frowned, glancing at them. It wasn't over yet. After resting, Yiling rejoins the battle, clearing the way, and Xingran acknowledges with a smile. Understood. Then Yiling bent over, pouring all her strength into the battle, unleashing a flurry of attacks to support Xingran's karmic fire. A zombie broke through the flames and charged toward them, prompting her to grimace and shout, "Come at me." But it was immediately blown away by a powerful force, leaving Xingran wide-eyed and speechless. Yi Qing slowly approached them, raising his hand to unleash his magic, a vortex of gravity. Don't even think about it, Yi Qing muttered, frowning. Hurry. He cleared his throat and yelled, "Get back here." Then he continued to pull the corpse fiend. Yi Qing used his magic to bind the creature, encasing it in a large sphere, before flicking his finger, sending the corrupted corpse crashing to the ground, where it lay, flattened like a puddle of mud. Yi Qing continued to observe the defeated ghoul as it began to reform, when suddenly a sword hurtled toward him. With just 2 fingers, Yi Qing effortlessly stopped the blade. Jianbai offered an awkward smile, attempting to smooth things over. Sorry, this damn fog. So thick-skinned. My sword control isn't great at telling friend from foe. Bug. He smirked, clearly unashamed. Captain Ye is so generous, surely she won't mind such a small misunderstanding, right? Not wanting to argue, he scoffed and flung the sword away, burying it in a nearby zombie. A few drops of its blood splattered onto his shoes, sending Jianbai into a frenzy. Filthy, so filthy, he screamed, ranting that his Celestial Light Squad was a renowned hunting team known for its elegance, unlike those insensitive trash dwellers. Quickly wipe the blood off that sword for me. Yi Qing raised an eyebrow, responding emotionlessly. Still worrying about this, in the abyss. Jian Bok shuddered, covering his mouth in disgust. That's the fundamental difference between us. Captain Ye, I don't even want to touch the hilt of my sword anymore. At the same time, ghouls appeared behind Jian Bok. Gritting his teeth, he unleashes his magic, rambling on about how the beauty of swordsmanship lies in its ability to destroy enemies from thousands of miles away, while remaining pristine. A horde of zombies groans as they close in. The moment arrives and Jian shouts, "Swords come," as a multitude of blades appear, which he uses to decimate the approaching ghouls. A sword is just a tool that gets dirty. It's not worthy of touching its master's skin, Yi Qing sneered. So I thought swordsmen should cherish their swords, but Jianbai doesn't seem to care about that at all. How childish. He attacks the zombies while preaching that a dirty sword loses its worth like a warrior losing honor or a woman losing her purity. With that, Jianbai bowed as if giving a speech. Because I cherish these servants so deeply, the bond between master and servant must be strictly adhered to. The master sets the rules, the sword enforces them. The master maintains purity, the sword carries the filth. Master. Xingran ignored him and turned to the boy, questioning. Something's wrong. These pale ones are regenerating faster and faster in the mist. She hesitantly speculates that this fog is a type of magical energy, providing them with nutrients to regenerate. Ahead lies the border of the Silver's Grand Cemetery. Where is that guy? She quickly spoke up from behind. I haven't seen him since the beginning. Did he get separated from the group? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and cursed them as trash, unable to deal with even this level of weirdness, truly third-rate. Just then, one of them stepped forward, begging him. As a subordinate of Silver's, he tried to calmly explain the situation. Don't abandon our leader. He's in trouble in there and needs reinforcements. But Prison Mountain waved him off, saying it wasn't necessary, prompting Yi Qing to step in and stop him. Yes, we do. Xiao Feng cleared his throat and snapped. What do you mean by that? You dare defy the captain's orders, he frowned, reminding her that this was a team effort and as captain he was responsible for every member. Nguk Sun then shifted all responsibility to Diep Kin, saying, As captain, how should I order the House of the Apathetic to assist Sinvers? Xingran couldn't help but retort. Why only send our team? He didn't care at all. Turning to leave, why don't you go save people alone in a place like this, wasting your magic power? Don't forget we used fate to decide the command before entering the abyss. Before leaving, Nguk Sun made it clear that he wouldn't stop him from saving people. Yi Qing finally accepts his responsibility, declaring he will save the people, since that's what was said. I don't agree with Sinver. I'm simply fulfilling my responsibility, and the burden a captain must bear for you. Remember that. Below, Jianbai couldn't resist the urge to join them. How brave. How could I let you have all the attention? You're underestimating our heavenly light seat, aren't you? I'm going too. Nguk Sun gritted his teeth, looking impatient. I'll give you 5 minutes tops. The number of weaklings in the Great Cemetery will only increase, and even if you retreat to the edge of the area, you'll inevitably attract a horde of monsters. Chapter 80. Xingran turned and suggested I'll go with you. But Ye Qing reassured her, you and Ling Yi just stay here and guard this place. Before leaving with him, Jianbai also gave orders to his men. You two stay here and guard, she urged. Be careful. As Ye Qing moved away, his eyes widened, activating his dragon eyes. He could immediately get a sense of the situation, and cautiously warned, avoid the color red. Now is not the time for fighting. He slips through the corpses like a phantom. Even the advanced zombies dare not approach. Just avoid the paters and find the Sinvers. He then runs off to find them. Left behind, he could only marvel at Jianbai's ability to see through the fog, an extraordinary perception beyond the reach of ordinary people. Following him would save them a lot of trouble. Sensing the source of magic, Tu Fuang Tran Diep Qin hurriedly warned that going into such a large battle would cause trouble no matter where they went. But Jian Bok stubbornly went against it. He likes it. The two pass through layers of thick fog. They finally arrive at the graveyard filled with an indescribable gloom. Jianbai looks around confused. The fog here has dissipated, but the fog at the graveyard's center should be the thickest. He sighed, lowering his guard, thinking his luck wasn't bad. No one followed, and the area was clear. But then, Ye Qing suddenly called out, pointing to a corpse and a trail of blood before them, and a figure appeared at the highest point of the cemetery. The Dark Knight stood above, radiating immense pressure as Jianbai chuckled, talk about luck, we found the boss. Behind them, a figure lurked. Silver, hiding behind a tombstone, whispered, over here, idiots. 2 more steps, and you'll be taking a free trip to the afterlife. He spotted him, and immediately began to mock him. Look who it is. Silver, desperate, lunged forward to cover Jianbok's mouth. Shut your trap, you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Yi Qing was confused. If it could be solved, why were they waiting to die here? Silver cleared his throat and replied, you think I like standing here. He points to the smoke and explains, once you pass that wall demon there's no turning back. You fool, it's the barrier of the Lord. He proposes a solution where boss-level monsters appear. A chamber structure is created, and typically killing the area's lord will eliminate it. Silver retorted, you think I don't want to kill this mongrel? He looks up and signals, look, that thing can kill my men with a single strike. Silver uses everything he's observed to come to a conclusion. I'm waiting for the boss's rage to subside. It's still too excited. We might have to wait a bit longer. The Dark Knight's eyes suddenly gleam with unusual excitement. Jianbai, fearless as ever, rushes in to show off but must wait for the boss to calm down. What a joke. Yi Qing and Silver were speechless at the sight. He continues to rush in, showing off his skills. A true powerhouse fears nothing. Jianbai summons countless swords, controlling them with ease before finally landing. He smirks, pleased with his impenetrable defense. But before long he froze in place as the unscathed Dark Knight charged forward, swinging its blade at Jianbai. He was horrified, and leaned to one side to dodge, then flung the sword away. As the sword struck the Dark Knight, a system notification appeared. Brutal strike. Each attack shatters armor, directly destroying the target's physical defenses. Yi Qing watched the battle intently, realizing that even a meat shield couldn't withstand a second attack from the Dark Knight. Seeing his sword damaged, he cursed, my sword, you bastard. Jianbai raged, I'll summon more swords and grind you to dust. The Dark Knight declared, I am the enemy of the living, and you will all die here. The system indicated that each attack had the burning effect of the netherworld flame. Then gripping his sword, it charged forward as Jianbai spun around, creating a vortex. The two clash head-on, and he's sent flying by the Dark Knight's blow. Yi Qing, sensing danger, shouted for him to dodge, but before Jianbai could react, it advanced. Jianbai scoffs, still so stubborn. If the swordmaster retreats, won't you all laugh? He finally couldn't hold back and entered the fray, completely blocking the Dark Knight's sword. Yi Qing barely holds on, gritting his teeth as he shouts, you're provoking him, you idiot. Meanwhile, Jianbai continues to yell, you're trying to steal my thunder. Without hesitation, Ye Qing issued the command. The Dark Knight's Hellfire Frenzy Slash was a fire-based special attack, doubling damage against armor. If you cherish your sword, then get out of the way. Words that struck a nerve. How dare you speak to me like that? Yi Qing looked at the ring on his hand, and a system notification appeared. The Ring of Annihilation's Dragonfire Breath has been activated. Instantly, the ring blazes with light, and a storm of fire erupts. It engulfed the Nether Knight, shocking him, and Jianbai was stunned into place. What's happening? Ye Qing continues to unleash his power. He succeeded in the first step. The breath of the fire, Dragon Ring of Annihilation, is effective, and the netherworld fire has been stripped away. Excited, Yi Qing clenches his fist, realizing this is the power of a 200 million god-tier equipment. He smirked, taunting it. Your power now belongs to me. The Nether Knight was instantly provoked and roared, and furs emerged from the ground. But unexpectedly, Silver and Jianbok verse moved first. Without a word, Ye Qing rushed forward, leaping into the air, fist clenched. Yi Qing lands a blow on Furs, who crumbles under the force. A satisfied smirk appears on Yi Qing's face, knowing that as long as the underworld flames burn, its regeneration is nullified. The others quickly rush in, trying to grab him, but Ye Qing leaps into the air, clenching his fist, ready to strike. Another strike lands as one takes advantage of the opportunity, attempting a sneak attack on the unsuspecting Ye Qing. It easily clamped down on him in its mouth, but after only a few seconds, Vers felt his face burning, and his head quickly burst into flames. Silver was shocked. The boss's power has been stolen. This is the first time I've seen this. Jianbai shamelessly took credit, saying he'd taken most of its power. Where were you before? Yi Qing stood safely before the thick smoke, but the dark night appeared above him, striking down. Luckily, Yi Qing dodged in time. He carefully retreated a few steps, then leaned in and unleashed a powerful punch, engulfing the dark night in flames. As the flames subsided, the system notified him. Fire resistance amplified, rebound, and immovable as a mountain. Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He quickly dodged its attack, and without hesitation, Yi Qing decided to use his shadow ability. He controlled 3 rocks, sending them hurtling towards the Phantom Knight, who immediately slashed them away. Yi Qing fought, strategizing as he went. The Dark Knight had high elemental resistance, but was weak against physical attacks. When it fully converts its elemental shell, it'll be stunned for a short time, your best and only chance to strike. Channeling his magic, he commands countless boulders, as Yi Qing sneaks behind the knight unnoticed. He throws a punch at the Shadow Knight, and its entire body begins to dissipate. With the undead knight defeated, its form dissolved into weapons, leaving Silver and Jianbai stunned, as Yi Qing dusted off his hands, signaling his work was done. Having defeated it, the two shamelessly rushed forward to claim the spoils. I knew it. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Get out of my way. I found this monster first. According to the rules, I should receive at least half of the spoils. And there's nobody who hid the whole time didn't even fight, yet still dares to ask for spoils. If I hadn't stood against the boss's ultimate attack, you wouldn't even be here right now. Jianbai brazenly commanded. The price for your survival is 3 broken swords. The cost of this appearance isn't cheap. The finest swords on this land will compensate my losses, the rest I'll give to you as charity. Yi Qing coldly glanced over. In my eyes, everything here is trash. Take it all if you want. Chapter 82. With his pride easily wounded, Jianbai predictably explodes in anger. What did you say? Yeque's a nobody. You're saying we're the dull ones, but Sinvers isn't like him. He only cares about what he gets. I don't care. The less you need, the more I get. Yi Qing didn't care at all, and turned away, infuriating Jianbai. He slowly cast his magic, retracting it, and countless hands appeared touching the skull. As he retrieved it, the system displayed Netherworld Fire, which can be fused with the forge to increase forging success rate by 30%, reduce material consumption by 20%, add Netherworld attributes, and has a chance to trigger a soul-burning effect upon attack. Yi Qing was a little surprised. What was this? Novelist, who had been silent, suddenly praises your luck, saying even the rare strange fire within the monster's body can be dropped with a probability of only 1 in a million. She recalls the past, asking if you remember the suffix you obtained from the Nether Knight using the Ring of Destruction. When dealing with destroyers, even a touch of nether fire will make them groan for half an eternity, and even their ability to revive will be completely deprived. The Nether modifier can be combined with elements. For example, Nether Republic will create nether fire that immortal creatures will fear. Hearing this, Yi Qing curled his lips in satisfaction, thinking it sounded pretty good, and decided to take it. Silver, who was picking up items nearby, spoke up, unwilling to be left out. Am I seeing things? Did that guy secretly get something good without telling me? Taking advantage of the situation, Jianbai resorts to bullying. Hey Ye, K, did you just pocket some rare equipment? The two thick-skinned guys ran over to demand their share. Don't play dumb. I saw a green fireball erupt from your hands. So you're trying to hog the only divine artifact that the Nether Knight dropped. How noble. Sinvers thinks he can take all the spoils just because he landed the final blow, as per the agreement. The decision rests with the House of the Dull Senses behind the Radiant Throne and the Tears of Dark Night. Yi Qing coldly glared at them. I risked my life in the mist to save you, only to be accused of hoarding the spoils. As he says this, a smirk creeps across his face once more. No, Yi Qing's entire body erupts in a fierce flame as if to devour everything. Only now did fear dawn on them as he transformed into a demon to intimidate them. I did indeed obtain it, something very powerful, and I can show you. Silver and Jianbai retreated in fear. Damn, it's hot. Is this flame alive? Not wanting to kill anyone, Yi Qing returns to his original form. This is useless to you, so it belongs to me, understand? After that display, they finally behaved. Alright, I get it. I wouldn't want that pathetic flame, even if you gave it to me. With that, he turned to leave. Yi Qing ordered them to seize the moment and prepare to meet up with everyone, while Jianbai smirked, watching him with a slight frown. Damn good thing I didn't make a move. That Yi Qing is hiding something, but the higher you climb, the harder you fall, just you wait. Back at the battlefield, Xiao Feng suddenly spoke up. Boss, they've been gone a long time. Ingushan confidently affirms that as long as he's there won't be any problems. Just as he finishes speaking, Yi Qing's group returns, and he's overjoyed to see them. Excellent. Captain Yi, thank you for your hard work. I know you could have saved him even if I hadn't intervened, Nusun carefully instructed. Shinver, don't disappoint me again. He gritted his teeth and lamented. Damn it, I've had such bad luck all day. It must be that not Jack's curse. They continued on their journey, and Xiaofeng approached asking, "Boss, is this the Great White Bone Cathedral you mentioned?" Nguksun grinned. "That's right, this is where the closing ceremony took place." Before them was a massive cathedral, and so they ventured deeper inside. Inside the cathedral, despite the years, everything remains as if new. Suddenly, Prison Mountain stops, his eyes fixed on something glowing ahead, a divine artifact capable of cleansing all curses and resetting all anomalies. Yi Qing paused as well, spotting it the book they had spoken of. Silver wondered aloud what was the meaning of the 11 skeletons. "It seems we've been here for a very long time. Chief Lei, why did you lead us to this deserted church without noticing his transformation?" His entire body suddenly changed. Ye Qing slowly concluded, "We should have come here sooner." Raven, the only survivor of the elite squad of 12. He raised his eyebrows, confirming it was Captain Lei. Hearing this, Jianbai was stunned. What? So the hunt was a lie. The sacrifice was the truth. Prison Mountain finally reveals his true colors. He gleefully admits everything, and Guksun generously explains his reasons. "Originally, the Abyss Domain invasion was my soul-gathering ritual, and to fully activate it, I just needed 9 new souls." Jianbaishi looked on in terror as he continued his explanation of the new souls. "By sacrificing 9 more souls for the final ritual, I can fully power it and use this artifact to ascend to the spirit realm." The Silver Witch King breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to reason with him. "It seems you've miscalculated. Our Dark Knight Weepers only have 8 members across 3 teams. Have you forgotten that the Dark Tears are 1 man short?" Though afraid, he tries to calmly persuade him. "Either way, your plan is impossible. Why don't we pretend this never happened, and you can find another group to take the fall? Rest assured, we Tears of the Dark Knight would never betray you." Hearing this, Nguksun complained. "These Dark Tears are trash. One of them died as soon as they walked in the door." That was unexpected, but something else surprised me even more. He squinted, pleased and satisfied. "Though there are 8 of you, there are 9 souls. The scales of fate are always balanced at the most opportune moment." Meanwhile, Prison Mountain stares intently at her, softly calling out, "Isn't that right, Miss Yiling?" Hearing this, Xingran also looks back in surprise at Yiling. "What?" She calmly admits, "That's right, this body is a shared vessel for my sister and me. My name is Ling Yi." Xingran's eyes widened in shock. No wonder they felt like 2 completely different people in the previous battle. She frowned in contemplation. "I infiltrated the Abyss as captain for the sake of the final relic." He approached, sneering as I looked back, puzzled. "Looks like everyone in your group is hiding a secret. I only want to use the power of the finale to separate our souls and return this body to my sister. I don't intend to keep it for myself. The final sanctum can remove all curses from the Abyss, including the one on Su." He frowned, lost in thought. Trapping 2 souls in 1 vessel seemed like something a demon would do. Meanwhile, Nguksun just smirked at them. "So the holy relic is finally being used on you small fries. How laughable, you're all just fuel for the ritual." The white-haired man clenches his fist in anger as the pastor beside him raises his weapon, preparing to attack with dark magic. Jianbai grits his teeth in shock, sensing the dark power. "Impossible. How can you, a holy priest, do this?" Her face twisted in madness as dark power emanated around her. "I am favored by both light and darkness, a once-in-a-century priest, chosen by God." Silver glares and shouts, "Even so, there are 3 hunter parties here. Do you really think just the 3 of you from Tatas can win?" The pastor arrogantly launched a powerful blow. "Relying on a useless hunter captain like you, I alone am enough to crush you all beneath my feet." But he quickly rushes in front, swinging his sword and severing the attack. The priest's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with rage as he gritted his teeth and threatened, "You dare treat my comrades like firewood." The Prison Mountain remained arrogant. "So what if I am? What do you think you are, heroes? Just ants who think they're right, unable to even make a ripple in the flood of the world." He looked at Yiling, who was glaring angrily, her hands clenched. "Your soul is just a toy for demons to play with, and so is your so-called sister." With a smug look on his face, he shouts, "And you, Ye Qing, you really think your pathetic little scavenger team can change anything? You're all just candles on an altar burning away, until nothing remains, not even dust." The white-haired man also lunges forward, declaring that they should become nourishment for the end. "This is your only value. Ling Xiaofeng Cyrus, the Celestial Throne, and Tears of the Night, are yours to handle. I will personally sacrifice the Awakened." He responds clearly, and Ye Qing furrows his brow, making a decision. "If that's how it is, then no more holding back. Everyone else charge with me, don't underestimate us." Immediately an attack hurtled toward the white-haired man and the pastor, startling them. Yi Qing's body shot toward Nguksun, shocking him as well. He swung his sword, but he swiftly dodged it, shattering the blade. The pastor was horrified, and Sinver stared in astonishment. Xingran was speechless. Jianbai watched in terror, and as Prison Mountain screamed in agony, his body collapsed. He gasped, "What kind of miserable defeat is this?" His body radiates a palpable bloodlust as he watches his subordinate's body dissolve, then glances at the remaining troops. "And what about you?" The white-haired man paled. "The boss is dead. What's the point of fighting? We can just surrender." Even the pastor agreed there was no point anymore. He looked bewildered, glancing at that kid, Ye Qing. Does activating the final sacrament still require so many bodies? Let's see how many more have to die to reach that number. It's definitely us. Yi Qing calmly advances to the end, no more deaths needed. If it's a real demon, he can directly use the grand ceremony, directly use the final celebration. Jianbai's face was filled with shock. A demon can use that directly. His body transforms head ablaze as he reveals, "Yes, I once defeated a demon." Xingran's eyes widened in shock. "Ye Qing, since when could you do this?" He calmly explains, "Because I accidentally defeated him, I was afflicted with the world's most vicious curse. I really only have 1 minute left to live. It will be quick. He will be killed by the curse's rules, and only the power of the holy relic can remove it." She's still in shock. "Ye Qing, since when? If I had just used it in the end to save you, it would have all been over, right? We had come so far." With a calm smile, Yi Qing looked at them as the book appeared before him. "Sorry, that was the original plan, but fate never goes according to plan. If only this book could rewrite someone's destiny." Then he smiled at Yi Ling, stunning her. "If this codex can rewrite someone's fate, I hope it's hers." Yi Ling cried out in a panic, "Captain, what nonsense are you spouting? This was your only chance, so why waste it on someone as worthless as me? You've never truly lived for yourself." "Right, ever since she was forced to share her body with her sister, all her efforts have been for her. You've been amazing. Since we entered the abyss together and lived, we'll leave here alive too." Ting Ran, with tears in her eyes, looks up saying, I won't let you do this." Yi Qing reached out, and the book began to drain his energy. He looked at it, a tight smile on his face. "I'm sorry I have to break my promise this time. I only ask that you use the money I left behind to take good care of my sister. You're the one I trust most." In the name of the devil, he dispels the curse of Yiling, and a vortex of energy swirls around him, causing his body to gradually disappear. Go see the body you struck. It should have the world of freedom." Then the setting sun cast its light upon the people standing among the tombstones. That selfish man chose to escape, saving the hunter group from being targeted by the World Association. A bouquet of roses rests on the grave. Thanks to him, the Pale Awaken's house has now successfully achieved a nomination rating. Beside her, Xingran stared at the tombstone, smiling. He was indeed dead, but the moment he fell, his body vanished as if someone had dragged him into the abyss. "He might fool everyone else, but not me. He's inscrutable." "Why do you say that?" She holds a stone in her hand, still smiling calmly. "He's not trash, so he'll definitely come back someday. And when he does, he'll shock everyone." The stone in her hand glows. "I believe this."